Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 1401 to Chapter 1485. When the crowd gathered in the valley, they looked at the three young men in surprise. Just now, these three young men had sounded the drum. Why did the three of them sound the drum and gather the crowd? Everyone is here, right? One of the young men swept his gaze across the crowd and said plainly. No one made a sound. All right, I believe all of you have heard the news a few days ago. In 3 months, we will be entering the great emperor's mystic realm. The young man continued speaking with a smirk. Let me tell you, this is the good fortune that you have accumulated over several lifetimes. If it wasn't for this reason, all of you would never be able to join the Dragon God Valley, much less enter the great emperor's mystic realm. Therefore, you have to seize this opportunity. Do you understand? The young man's voice reverberated throughout the valley. However, everyone could hear the strong disdain in his voice. It was like a prince looking down on a group of beggars. Many people frowned but did not make a sound. From their tone, these people should be locals. They weren't from a continent outside the Yuan continent like them. Since they were from the Yuan continent, no one knew if they were related to the upper echelons of the Dragon God Valley. Therefore, no one refuted the young man. Alright, let's get down to business. The person in front of you is the peerless genius of the Dragon God Valley, young Master Yin Feng. Aren't you going to greet him? The young man continued speaking as he pointed at the young man in the middle. Among the three young men, the one in the middle was the leader. He looked to be in his early 20s. He wore a silver robe and his face was cold and arrogant. He looked at Lu Ming and the rest with disdain. Greetings, young Master Yin Feng. A few people cupped their fists. What kind of attitude is this? Let me tell you, young Master Yin Feng will be entering the great emperor's mystic realm as well. Now, I will give you a chance to submit to young Master Yin Feng and become his subordinates. After entering the great emperor's mystic realm, you will be under young Master Yin Feng's command. In the future, young Master Yin Feng will take care of you when you are in the Dragon God Valley. The young man's words finally exposed their true intentions. They wanted Lu Ming and the rest to submit to young Master Yin Feng and become his subordinates. Lu Ming sneered. The great emperor mystic realm was filled with opportunities. Naturally, outsiders like them wouldn't be the only ones to enter. The local elites of the Yuanlu's great sects would definitely enter as well. Yin Feng and the other two seemed to have a cultivation of the martial highness realm. They would definitely enter the trial too. They had a good idea. Now that they had recruited Lu Ming and the others, when they entered the great emperor mystic realm, they could make use of them to gain benefits for themselves. This was something that the crowd present could easily figure out with just a little thought. I'm sorry, but I'm used to being alone. I have no intention of becoming someone's subordinate. Goodbye. A bald young man said coldly, before heading back to his cave. Whoosh, with a flicker, the young man who had spoken earlier appeared before the bald young man. Are you going to refuse? The native youth said coldly. I don't have the habit of being other people's dog. The bald youth sneered, implying that the other party was merely a dog of Yin Feng. You're courting death. The native youth's face turned gloomy and cold murderous intent was emitted. A lowly ant from a desolate island. It's already your fortune to be able to join the divine Dragon Valley. You don't know how to be grateful and you dare to be arrogant in front of me, Yin Fei Zhang. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you will forget who you are. The native youth was called Yin Fei Zhang and he emitted a powerful aura. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The bald young man also emitted his aura, which was also at the martial highness realm. These youths were all peak existences in their respective continents. They were invincible among their peers and they looked down on others. All of them were proud and arrogant. How could they be willing to become someone's subordinate? Similarly, Yin Fei Zhang's cultivation was also at the martial highness realm. Why would he be afraid of someone of the same level? Hee, then I'll let you know how weak you desolate island trash are. Attack, I'll give you 3 moves. Yin Fei Zhang said coldly. Why do I need you to give me a handicap? I'll defeat you in 10 moves. The bald young man shouted. He was also a proud person. Wang. A yellow halo emitted from the bald young man's body. It was the embryonic form of his domain. the embryonic form of his domain shrouded Yin Fei Zhang. Insignificant skill. Since you're overestimating yourself, I'll fulfill your wish. Yin Fei Zhang took a step forward and the embryonic form of his domain also emitted from his body. The two embryonic forms of their domains met in the air. But an unexpected scene occurred. The moment the two embryonic forms of their domains met, the bald young man's embryonic form of his domain instantly collapsed. The bald young man's face changed and he took a few steps back. Shua, at this moment, Yin Fei Zhang moved. In an instant, he appeared in front of the bald young man and sent a palm strike towards him. The bald young man's face turned grave. He exhaled and sent out a palm strike. Bam! When the two palms met, the bald young man's face changed. His body was pushed back and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How could this be? The bald young man looked at Yin Fei Zhang in disbelief. They were both at the martial highness realm, but he couldn't even withstand one move and was defeated. How was this possible? His self-confidence had suffered a severe blow. Many of the other youths were shocked. It wasn't that the bald young man wasn't strong, but Yin Fei Zhang was too strong. Domain martial technique. Lu Ming said a few words. He possessed part of 9 dragons' memories and his knowledge was extraordinary. He could tell at a glance that Yin Fei Zhang had used a domain martial technique. A domain martial technique could unleash the full power of a domain. Furthermore, a domain martial technique was very precious. Even in the major sects of Yuanlu, not everyone could cultivate it. Intent realm martial techniques existed in some small continents. But it was impossible for those small continents to have domain martial techniques. Just now, Yin Fei Zhang had used a domain martial technique to defeat the bald young man. Now do you know how much of a trash you are? Do you really think you're an elite? Let me tell you, the reason why Dragon God Valley gathered you here is not because of how strong you are, but because your cultivation is too weak. In the Divine Dragon Valley, there are many geniuses who are already martial monarchs. They cannot enter the Great Emperor's mystic realm. There are too few people below martial monarchs. That is why they came to your remote villages to gather you here. Yin Fei Zhang said coldly. Many people were shocked. Dragon God Valley had recruited them as disciples not because of how strong they were or how talented they were, but because Dragon God Valley didn't have that many geniuses with weak cultivation. This was a great insult to the top geniuses of the various continents. Especially the bald young man. His face was ashen. If any of you don't agree, I don't mind crippling him or throwing him out. Anyway, you aren't the only disciples recruited from overseas. It won't hurt to cripple a few of you. Everyone's expression made Silver Flying Zhang's cold expression even more arrogant. He scanned the crowd and spoke again. If there's anyone else among you that would like to have a taste of my strength, feel free to step forward. I'll let you know how useless you are. Everyone looked at each other and no one stepped out. Silver Flying Zhang was too strong and no one had the confidence to win. Let me learn from you. A moment later, a young man in a yellow robe stepped forward. Good, good. You have guts. Then I will teach you a lesson. Silver Flying Zhang looked at the youth in the yellow robe and a sharp cold light flashed. The crowd retreated and made a large space. Silver Flying Zhang and the youth in the yellow robe stood opposite each other. Roar! The youth in the yellow robe didn't hide his strength. A dragon roar resounded throughout the valley and a yellow dragon appeared above his head. 9 golden chakras shone. This was the youth's bloodline. The youth in the yellow robe directly used bloodline fusion. Wang, then, a mountain peak appeared above the yellow dragon's head and emitted a strong pressure. An emperor rank spiritual weapon. So it's an emperor rank spiritual weapon. Do you think it's useful just because you have an emperor rank spiritual weapon? How naive. Silver Flying Zhang sneered. Swish, then, his figure flashed and emitted a green radiance as he pounced towards the yellow dragon. Roar! The yellow dragon let out a dragon roar and its dragon claws stepped on the air as it pounced towards Silver Flying Zhang. At the same time, the mountain peak enlarged rapidly and suppressed Silver Flying Zhang. Swish! 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 Yin Fei Zhang's figure flickered. His figures suddenly multiplied into 18. Each figure waved their hand, and a green chain flew towards the yellow dragon. The 18 chains were extremely fast. In an instant, they wrapped around the yellow dragon's body, binding it tightly. Roar! The yellow dragon struggled with all its might and roared continuously. However, the green chain was indestructible and couldn't break free. Suppress! The yellow dragon roared and used the mountain-shaped emperor rank spiritual weapon to suppress Silver Flying Zhang. Skywind Divine Technique. Silver Flying Zhang sneered as his green domain spread out and turned into a huge palm print that blasted towards the mountain peak. Dong! A thunderous explosion rang out. The cyan palm imprint was destroyed, but the mountain peak was also sent flying back. The emperor-ranked spirit weapon was sent flying by Silver Flying Zhang's bare hands. What a powerful domain martial technique! Lu Ming, who was in the crowd, could clearly see that the Silver Flying Octopus had been using a domain martial technique since the beginning. It was a type of domain martial technique that had a myriad of transformations. It brought out the power of the Silver Flying Octopus's wind domain to the extreme. It was extremely mysterious and its power was shocking. When the yellow-robed youth used bloodline fusion and combined it with the Emperor spirit weapon, his battle prowess was definitely strong. In the continent of godly ruins, the yellow-robed young man would be able to defeat a martial emperor. He might even be slightly stronger than a first-layer martial emperor. However, he was still no match for Silver Flying Zhang, which showed how strong Silver Flying Zhang was. Then, Silver Flying Zhang's body flashed and appeared on top of the dragon's head. He slammed his palm down on the dragon's head. Roar! The earthing yellow true dragon let out a wail before exploding, revealing the yellow-robed young man's body. Silver Flying Zhang stepped on the yellow-robed young man's face, causing the yellow-robed young man to crash into the ground, creating a large crater. Humph, you want to go against me with such weak battle prowess? You're courting death. Silver Flying Zhang snorted coldly as he exerted force on the yellow-robed young man's face. The yellow-robed young man screamed miserably as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Many people were indignant. On the side, Yin Feng and another young man looked on coldly as if they were looking at Silver Flying Zhang stepping on a chick. Is there anyone else who wants to fight with me? Come out. Silver Flying Zhang said loudly. No one said anything. Humph, since no one said anything, I'll take it that you've agreed to side with young Master Yin Feng. Alright, let's sign the blood oath contract now. A scroll appeared in Silver Flying Zhang's hand. When he opened it, it was filled with inscriptions. What? You want us to sign the blood oath contract? No, we can't sign the blood oath contract. If we sign the blood oath contract, we'll really become your slaves and be controlled by you. Instantly, the scene was in an uproar as many people shouted. The blood oath contract was unique to Yuan continent. Once it was signed, it was equivalent to swearing a blood oath and it couldn't be violated. In that case, wouldn't they have to be controlled by Yin Feng for the rest of their lives? How could these proud and ambitious skyprides who came from different continents accept this? What's with the noise? Let me tell you, you have to sign it today even if you don't want to. Moreover, this blood oath contract isn't for life. It's only limited to the exploration phase of the secret territory. Do you understand? Silver Flying Zhang spoke, but the crowd was still angry and no one would sign it. What a bunch of idiots. Silver Flying Zhang started to lose his patience as he berated, do you think you're skyprides? Let me tell you, in Yuan continent, you're nothing. You're just a bunch of trash. If you don't side with young Master Yin Feng, I guarantee that you won't have a good life in the future. Yuan continent is filled with danger and ferocious beasts. I guarantee that you won't even know how you died. If young Master Yin Feng protects you, you'll have a good cultivation environment. This was a blatant threat. However, these words were indeed powerful and made many young men hesitate. That's right. Yuan continent was filled with experts. While there were opportunities, the danger level was also extremely high. They couldn't stay in Dragon God Valley and cultivate for the rest of their lives. They needed to go out and train. If Yin Feng did something to them, they would be in danger. Moreover, in a large sect like Dragon God Valley, it was indeed better to have a backer than to cultivate alone. Some young men started to be tempted. Alright, I'll sign it. Me too. Finally, someone spoke and agreed to sign the blood oath contract. A smile appeared on Silver Flying Zhang's face as he said, that's more like it. Come up and sign it. More than 10 young men walked up and signed their names on the blood oath contract with their own blood. The young man in the yellow robe at Silver Flying Zhang's feet also signed the contract obediently. What about you guys? Silver Flying Zhang held the blood oath contract and walked to the front of the young women. He looked at them coldly. The young women's expressions changed. In the end, they clenched their teeth and signed the contract. You guys? Then, Silver Flying Zhang held the contract and looked at the others. People had to lower their heads when they were under someone else's roof. Those few people also clenched their teeth and signed the contract. Soon, about 50 people signed the blood oath contract. We won't sign it. All of a sudden, a deep voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that the one who spoke was an honest young man. Beside him, there were 2 people who looked exactly the same as this young man. You're not signing? The smile on Silver Flying Zhang's face disappeared and was replaced by a stern expression. Yes, we're not signing. We, the 3 Yuan brothers, will not be manipulated by anyone. One of the triplets said. He he he. Silver Flying Zhang laughed coldly and said, It seems that if I don't cripple a few of you today, you will think that I won't be ruthless. After saying this, a green radiance emitted from Silver Flying Zhang's body and a cold killing intent was emitted. The triplets gathered together and looked at the Silver Flying badge cautiously. Shua, Silver Flying Zhang immediately attacked. A green palm print flew towards the dantian of one of the triplets. Boom, the triplets shouted at the same time. Their auras were connected and merged seamlessly. Their auras also increased rapidly. One of the triplets punched out and clashed with Silver Flying Zhang's palm. With an explosion, Silver Flying Zhang's body trembled and flew backwards. The triplets also took a few steps back. Not bad. Silver Flying Zhang's face turned cold. He did not expect that the triplets could combine their auras and resist his domain martial technique. Kill! Silver Flying Zhang shouted and attacked the triplets again. However, the triplets stood together and their auras merged. They exchanged a few blows with Silver Flying Zhang, but the result was the same. They were evenly matched. Silver Flying Zhang could not defeat the triplets. Many people's eyes lit up. Although the local geniuses of the Yuan continent were powerful and had cultivated domain martial techniques, there were too many continents in the Yuan continent. However, there were too many continents outside the Yuan continent. There would always be some unimaginable prodigies who could fight against the native prodigies. As long as they could resist the local geniuses, they would not need to sign the blood oath contract. After exchanging more than 10 blows, Silver Flying Zhang was still unable to defeat the triplets. His face turned cold. Shua, a silver hook appeared in Silver Flying Zhang's hand. The silver hook was covered with barbs and looked extremely dangerous. Emperor-level spiritual weapon, Silver Flying Zhang finally used his Emperor-level spiritual weapon. The triplets' faces changed slightly. A shield appeared in their hands at the same time. 3 shields that were exactly the same. Furthermore, they were all spirit weapons at the Emperor level. Shua. Whoosh, the silver hook in Silver Flying Zhang's hand swept towards the triplets, but one of them blocked in front of him with a shield. Clang, the silver hook swept across the shield, but the shield didn't move an inch. Clang. Clang, the silver hook in Silver Flying Zhang's hand swept out like lightning, instantly sweeping out hundreds of ripples. Even the space had a slight ripple. One should know that this was the Yuan continent, where the space was extremely stable. It was extremely difficult to break open the space. The fact that a ripple appeared in the space showed how terrifying the power was. However, as the silver hooks continued to sweep the shields, the triplets remained as steady as Mount Tai, unable to move them at all. In the end, Silver Flying Octopus used bloodline fusion but was still unable to break through the defense of the triplets. These 3 brothers are interesting. Lu Ming smiled. Done. At this moment, a cold voice rang out, causing Silver Flying Zhang's heart to tremble. He retracted his bloodline and turned back into his human form with an ugly expression. The one who spoke was Yin Feng. What a piece of trash. You can't even take care of a few ants from a barbaric island. Yin Feng placed his hands behind his back and took a step forward, berating coldly. Silver Flying Zhang's expression changed drastically as he glared at the triplets. He lowered his head and retreated to the side, not even daring to let out a fart. Are you going to surrender and sign the blood oath contract obediently, or do you want me to do it personally? Yinfeng looked at the triplets. The three of us will not sign the contract. We will not be manipulated by others. At most, we will die. One of the triplets said while the other two nodded their heads. Since you want to die, I shall grant your wish. Yinfeng's expression turned cold. His body emitted a layer of silver radiance as his muscles bulged slightly. At the same time, a layer of silver territory spread out. Boom, Yinfeng suddenly attacked. His fist glowed with silver radiance as he threw a punch towards the triplets. In the air, there was a dull explosion. Block it! One of the triplets shouted. Dong, Yinfeng's silver fist landed on the shield, causing it to vibrate violently. The triplets had a drastic change in expression as they retreated continuously. The three of them retreated over a dozen steps before they could stabilize themselves. So strong? The crowd looked at Yinfeng in shock and disbelief. The strength that Silver Flying Octopus had displayed was already strong enough. Ordinary geniuses of the same level could not even take a single blow from him. However, the triplets were able to withstand Silver Flying Octopus's attack. But now, the triplets were forced to retreat over a dozen steps by Yinfeng's punch. This is a spiritual body? An innate spiritual body. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Yinfeng's physical body was actually a spiritual body. Yinfeng had not broken through to the Emperor realm and was only a martial saint. Therefore, his spiritual body could only be an innate spiritual body. Lu Ming thought of Di Xian from the Di clan. He also had an innate spiritual body and his combat strength was shocking. Moreover, once an innate spiritual body reached the martial Emperor realm, it could transform and become stronger and more shocking. No wonder Yinfeng was so arrogant. It turned out that he had an innate spiritual body. Not bad. You were able to take a punch from me without being defeated. You should be proud of yourself for having such an achievement. However, I only used half of my strength just now. Let's see how many punches you can take. Yinfeng said coldly as he threw out another punch. Take it. One of the triplets roared, and a true dragon appeared above their heads. The three of them fused their bloodlines, and their shields grew larger and larger until they completely covered the true dragons. Dong, Yinfeng's punch landed on the shields once again. The shields vibrated violently and a terrifying sound wave was emitted. Some people's faces changed and they almost vomited blood. Bang! Bang! The triplets were forced to retreat. Their dragon claws stepped on the ground and created huge holes in the ice. If this had happened in the continent of God, the ground within a radius of 10,000 miles would have been blown apart. The true dragons formed by the triplets trembled and almost exploded. Yinfeng's face turned cold when he failed to take down the triplets with 2 punches. He felt that his dignity was being challenged. It's my turn. He roared as a pair of silver gloves appeared on his hands. There was no doubt that the silver gloves were an Emperor's spiritual weapon. Yinfeng threw out another punch while wearing the Emperor's spiritual weapon. This time, the triplets could not take it anymore. Their shields were sent flying and their bloodlines scattered. They reverted to their true forms and were sent flying. They crashed into the walls of the valley and vomited mouthfuls of blood. You should be proud of yourself for being able to take 3 punches from me. I'll give you a chance and let you sign last. Yinfeng said indifferently with his hands behind his back. He then looked at Yinfei Zhang and scolded, "Why aren't you signing?" Yes. That person had no choice but to sign it. Then, a few more people signed the blood oath contract. Silver Flying Zhang took the blood oath contract and came before Qiu Yingying and Qiu Haoshan. He shouted, "Sign it." "I won't sign it." Qiu Yingying bit her lips and said. "What?" Silver Flying Zhang's face turned cold. Yinfeng's face also turned cold as killing intent flashed in his eyes. He had personally shown his strength and there was still someone who refused to sign it. They were completely ignoring him. "Do you know the consequences if you don't sign it?" Silver Flying Zhang said coldly. "The great emperor's mystic realm must be filled with danger. You want us to sign the contract so that we will be at your disposal in the great emperor's mystic realm. At that time, we will be your pawns. You want us to go first and reap the benefits? Xiao Yingying said loudly. Her words made many people's faces change. It was true. If Yin Feng and the others were to go first when they encountered danger in the great emperor's mystic realm, they would be in deep trouble. They might not even be able to keep their lives, let alone the opportunity. Some of the people who had signed the contract turned pale. What did you say? You're courting death. Silver Flying Zhang roared. They had originally planned to find some scapegoats to work for them in the great emperor's mystic realm. They did not expect Xiao Yingying to expose them. Although you are strong, we have so many people here. If we work together, why would we be afraid of you? Also, the seniors of the Divine Dragon Valley have crossed a great distance to summon us. Now that we have yet to enter the great emperor's mystic realm, I don't believe that you can do anything to us. Xiao Yingying said loudly. Xiao Yingying's words made Yin Feng, Silver Flying Zhang and the others' faces turn ugly. Bitch, don't think that I won't dare to touch you. You're just an ant. Even if I kill you, what can I do? Silver Flying Zhang shouted angrily as he threw a palm at Xiao Yingying. Xiao Yingying's face changed and she quickly retreated. But Silver Flying Zhang's speed was extremely fast. He was like a bolt of green lightning as he flew towards Xiao Yingying. Little sister. Xiao Hao exclaimed. He wanted to help her, but it was too late. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Xiao Yingying and threw a punch. Bang! This figure's fist collided with Silver Flying Zhang's palm, causing Silver Flying Zhang to retreat a few steps. Lu Ming. Brother Lu. Xiao Yingying and Xiao Hao both exclaimed. The figure that suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yingying was naturally Lu Ming. Previously, Lu Ming had not made a move. Because there was no need for that. He didn't know anyone else at the scene, so why should he make a move? But now that Xiao Yingying was involved, Lu Ming had no choice but to intervene. Brat, you dare to attack me? Silver Flying Zhang stared coldly at Lu Ming. You dare? Who do you think you are? Why wouldn't I dare? Ridiculous. Lu Ming smiled. Hearing this, Silver Flying Zhang's expression froze. Then, he revealed a ferocious killing intent and shouted, Die. The silver hook reappeared in his hand and swept towards Lu Ming. He decided to kill Lu Ming as an example to others. Scram. 9 dragon forces erupted as he activated the suppressing Hell Heaven skill and punched out. Boom, the terrifying fist force blasted out, causing an ear-piercing explosion that shook the void. Silver Flying Zhang's expression changed drastically. He felt a terrifying force rushing towards him with unstoppable force. His body shook violently as he was sent flying backwards. Bam! Silver Flying Zhang's body crashed into the ice wall. The sound of bones breaking resounded as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Hiss hiss hiss, gasps could be heard at the scene. Many people were dumbfounded as they looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had injured Silver Flying Zhang with a single punch. Silver Flying Zhang's combat strength was obvious to all. He had cultivated a domain martial technique and was far stronger than his peers. But now, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. The contrast was too great. It turned out that there was such a powerful person among them. Xiao Yingying and Xiao Hao were also dumbfounded. No wonder he has awakened the 9 dragons bloodline. Xiao Yingying's beautiful eyes flashed. Ah, brat, I'm going to kill you. Silver Flying Zhang roared as he struggled to get up. Whoosh, but a figure flashed and Lu Ming appeared in front of Silver Flying Zhang. He grabbed Silver Flying Zhang's throat and slammed him heavily against the ice wall. Boom, the ice wall let out a violent explosion. Silver Flying Zhang was like a toad that was hit by a brick. He let out a strange cry as blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. What are you screaming for? Do you really think you're strong? You keep calling others trash and ants. In my eyes, you're the ant. Lu Ming said indifferently. The silver flying octopus struggled desperately in Lu Ming's hands. However, it was as helpless as a weak chick. Do you think you're superior? You're just a native of Yuanlu and have cultivated a domain martial technique. Apart from domain martial technique, who here is weaker than you? Lu Ming continued. This made many people clench their fists. Their confidence, which had been shaken, was restored. Yes, Silver Flying Zhang had only cultivated a domain martial technique. His talent might not be better than theirs. In the future, if they also cultivated a domain martial technique, how could they be weaker than Silver Flying Zhang? They just had the upper hand for now. These people were originally the top geniuses of their respective continents. They had strong minds and quickly regained their confidence. Let him go. At this moment, a cold voice sounded behind Lu Ming. It was Yin Feng. At this moment, a layer of silver light appeared on Yin Feng's body. Even his eyes were shining with silver light. A bone-piercing killing intent was emitted from his body. Lu Ming held Silver Flying Zhang's neck and turned to look at Yin Feng with a faint smile. You have guts and your combat strength is not bad. However, you dare to be so arrogant when you come to Dragon God Valley. The consequences will be tragic. Yin Feng said coldly. He looked at Lu Ming as if he was looking at a dead man. Arrogant? Hee, according to what you mean, I can't even resist when you bully me. Once I resist, it's called arrogance. Is this the logic of a pig? Lu Ming sneered. Yin Feng's face became even colder. His killing intent was bone-piercing. From the moment you said those words, you're dead. No one can save you. Oh? Is that so? Since I started cultivating, I don't know how many people have said those words to me. However, in the end, they all became dead fish. I hope you won't be the next one. Lu Ming sneered. Don't compare me with those ants you met. Yin Feng said. In my eyes, you're not even comparable to an ant. Also, there's no need to keep this blood oath contract. Lu Ming threw Silver Flying Zhang far away and took the blood oath contract in his hand. You dare? Yin Feng shouted. I'm so scared. You're courting death. Yin Feng roared. His entire body seemed to have turned into a ball of silver light as he charged towards Lu Ming. Boom, he threw out a punch, and a silver fist force blasted towards Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming, watch out. Qiu Yingying called out worriedly from behind. Lu Ming smiled and threw out a punch. Bang, the two fists collided, and it was like a thunderclap. The entire valley resounded with a violent roar. A figure retreated continuously. Every step he took on the ground would create a huge pit. It was Yin Feng. The person who retreated was Yin Feng. Kill. Yin Feng was pushed back by a single move. He roared into the sky, and his body was covered with silver light as if he had turned into a silver person. The power of his domain and spiritual body were pushed to the extreme. He put on the pair of Emperor spiritual weapon gloves again and threw a punch at Lu Ming. So strong. The power of this punch made the others turn pale with fright. They were greatly shaken. Yin Feng was too strong. They felt that if they were in Yin Feng's place, not even their bones would be left behind when facing this punch. He's really strong. This was Lu Ming's thought. Lu Ming felt that Yin Feng was stronger than Di Xian, whom he had met previously. But what did Lu Ming have to fear? The embryonic form of the chaotic domain covered his fist. He threw out a punch, and the faint shadow of the prison-suppressing steel flashed on his fist. Boom, the two fists collided for the second time. The place where the two stood exploded with a dazzling light. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the two. Who would win in the end? Bang, the light exploded, and a figure was sent flying far away, crashing into the ice wall of the valley. It's Yin Feng. It's him. He lost. There was an uproar at the scene. How is this possible? How is this possible? On the side, the other young man who came with Yin Feng and Yin Fei Zhang all widened their eyes in disbelief. They felt that they were dreaming and could not believe it. Yin Feng was a famous skyprite of the Divine Dragon Valley. He was born with a spiritual body and his combat power was unparalleled. There were not many who could match him at the same level. But now, they were being defeated by people from a mere uncivilized island. Furthermore, it was a crushing defeat. How could someone from a savage island be so strong? Kill. I'm going to rip you apart. Yin Feng went completely crazy. A silver dragon appeared above his head. Yin Feng used bloodline fusion and turned into a silver dragon, crazily pouncing towards Lu Ming. Is going crazy useful? Lu Ming sneered. He soared into the sky and punched out continuously. Boom. Boom. The embryonic form of the primal chaos domain weighed hundreds of millions of kilograms as it slammed into the silver true dragon. The silver dragon roared and coiled in the sky. However, after a few moves, the silver dragon's body began to tremble. Cracks began to appear on its body, and it suddenly exploded. Within the silver light, Yin Feng's body appeared. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Lu Ming looked down from above and took 9 steps in a row. All 9 steps landed on Yin Feng's face, leaving 9 shoe prints. Yin Feng's body fell heavily on the ground and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You, who are high and mighty, have your face stepped on by the ant that you speak of. I wonder how you feel? Lu Ming said coldly. Hearing this, Yin Feng's chest tightened and he spat out another mouthful of blood. His aura was extremely weak. Anger, Yin Feng's entire being seemed to be burning with anger. He was filled with crazy killing intent. He had actually been stepped on by an ant. If this matter were to spread out, he would definitely become the laughingstock of the Dragon God Valley, and be ridiculed by his competitors. All of this was because of Lu Ming. He could not wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Now, get out of my sight. Lu Ming said coldly. If this wasn't the Divine Dragon Valley, he would not have let Yin Feng leave. He would have killed all of them. However, this was the Divine Dragon Valley and Lu Ming had just arrived. Moreover, Yin Feng's background was definitely not simple. If Lu Ming killed Yin Feng in front of everyone, he would definitely face revenge and be in danger. Therefore, Lu Ming let Yin Feng leave. Bastard, just you wait, just you wait. Yin Feng left behind some harsh words and retreated with Yin Feizhong and the others in a sorry state. Lu Ming, I'm afraid that Yin Feng will take revenge on you for offending him like this. Qiao Yingying walked over and said worriedly. Don't worry, I didn't kill Yin Feng. I only injured him. It's a competition between peers. Those seniors will not lower themselves to take action. If they want to take revenge, it will only be between peers. As long as I'm careful, it should be fine. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Haha, it's finally fine. The blood oath has been torn apart. Not far away, laughter could be heard. Those who had signed the blood oath were ecstatic. Because the blood oath had been torn apart by Lu Ming, the blood oath was naturally useless. However, when they looked at Lu Ming, fear flashed in their eyes. No one came over to thank him. They thought of Yin Feng. Lu Ming had offended Yin Feng and Yin Feng would definitely take revenge. If they were too close to Lu Ming, they might be implicated. Their eyes flickered and they chose to stay away from Lu Ming and return to their cave dwellings. These people are really ungrateful, Qiao Yingying said hatefully. Lu Ming smiled and did not mind. This was human nature. Just now, Lu Ming had helped them and prevented them from being enslaved by Yin Feng. Perhaps, he might even save their lives in the Great Emperor's secret realm. However, these people ignored all of this. Compared to the possibility of Yin Feng's revenge, they ignored Lu Ming's kindness and chose to stay away from Lu Ming. Sometimes, humans were just that realistic. Brother, thank you for your help. At this moment, the triplet brothers walked over. One of them thanked Lu Ming. The other 2 cupped their fists. You're welcome. How should I address the 3 of you? Lu Ming smiled. The triplet brothers' unyielding character made Lu Ming admire them. I'm the eldest brother, Ruan Tian. He's the second brother, Ruan Di, and the younger brother, Ruan Ren. The 2 of them can't speak. Ruan Tian introduced. Can't speak? Lu Ming, Qiao Yingying, and Qiao Hao were stunned. It was rare for martial arts experts to not know how to speak. This was because martial arts experts had strong physical bodies and incredible control over their bodies. The chronic ailments of mortals were no problem for martial arts experts. Therefore, being mute was unbelievable for martial arts experts. The few of them chatted for a while before returning to their cave dwellings. The Ruan brothers needed to go back and treat their injuries. As for Lu Ming, he returned to his cave dwelling and continued to cultivate. Now, the embryonic form of the chaotic domain was getting closer and closer to its limit. Lu Ming believed that he would be able to cultivate it to its limit before entering the Great Emperor's secret realm. In the vast snow mountain, Long Yuanshan was standing respectfully in front of an old man in a cave. Yuanshan, did you really meet a genius in the Divine Ruins Continent group who obtained the primordial chaos token? The old man asked. Yes, Master. I wanted to report to you as soon as I came back, but Master has been in seclusion, so I waited until now to report to you. Long Yuanshan said respectfully. Well, to be able to obtain the primordial chaos token in such a remote place, it's really not bad. My Divine Dragon Valley only has one primordial chaos token. The old man smiled gently. Not only that, Master, that little guy awakened the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Long Yuanshan said. Oh? The old man raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised. Master, that little guy is called Lu Ming. I have also inquired about him in the Divine Ruins Continent group. He is a righteous person and has a good character. Does Master want to accept him as a disciple? Long Yuanshan said. There's no hurry. Apprenticeship still depends on fate. It can't be forced. Everything depends on fate. The old man smiled. Yes, Master. Long Yuanshan bowed. Well, Yuanshan, you didn't tell anyone about Lu Ming obtaining the primordial chaos token, right? The old man asked. No, only Master knows about it in the Divine Dragon Valley. Long Yuanshan said. Well, then don't spread it out. His cultivation is still low. If it is spread out, he will be in trouble. The old man instructed. Long Yuanshan nodded. Long Yuanshan, you also have to cultivate well and try to break through to the Saint Realm. If you don't enter the Saint Realm, it will be difficult to reach the top. The old man's tone changed. Thank you for your advice, Master. I will work harder and break through to the Saint Realm. Long Yuanshan nodded. Well, go. The old man waved his hand. The following days were very peaceful. Yin Feng did not come to find trouble. Lu Ming was happy to be idle and cultivate in peace. A few months passed in the blink of an eye. The day of entering the Great Emperor's secret realm had arrived. After a few months of cultivation, Lu Ming's embryonic form of chaos domain had been cultivated to the maximum 2 months ago. Over this period of time, he had been polishing his foundation so that his cultivation could reach a state of perfection. As for the other geniuses, they had made great progress. The cultivation environment here was simply too good. Their cultivation speed was extremely fast, and most of them had already stepped into the realm of utmost exalted. Only a small number of them remained at the perfected spirit god realm. Dong. 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 On this day, the drum was sounded once again. Everyone walked out of the cave. Long Yuanchuan was waiting for them. Alright, the Martial Emperor's mystic ground is about to open. Your trial and your opportunity has arrived. Now, follow me. After he finished speaking, Long Yuanchuan stepped into the air and left. Everyone followed. They flew out of the huge valley and arrived at a huge square. There were already many people waiting in the square. There were over 1,000 people gathered together. At a glance, they were all young people. Furthermore, the majority of them were utmost exalted level cultivators. They are the same as you. They are disciples that the Dragon God Valley recruited from various continents. They will also enter the Great Emperor Mystic Realm together. Long Yuanchuan said as he landed on the plaza. So many people? Everyone was shocked. At a glance, there were at least 10,000 people in groups. Moreover, more and more people were arriving. These were the top geniuses of various continents. The Dragon God Valley had recruited so many people. However, when Lu Ming thought of the map of the entire Yuan realm, he was relieved. Outside the Yuan continent, in the vast and boundless ocean, there were too many continents like the Divine Desolate Continent. They were endless. Recruiting tens of thousands of top geniuses was not a problem at all. It was just a drop in the ocean. People continued to fly over. In the end, there were about 20,000 people. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh, suddenly, a large number of figures flew over from the vast snowy mountains. There were a few thousand of them. They were all young people, and all of them were utmost exalted. However, these people did not land with Lu Ming and the rest. Instead, they landed at the top of the plaza. As soon as they landed, they looked at Lu Ming and the rest with various gazes. Some were curious, some were disdainful, some were arrogant, and some were despising. There were all kinds of gazes. Yin Feng. Lu Ming looked around and saw Yin Feng among the group of people. Lu Ming understood that the thousands of people who came later were the local geniuses of the Dragon God Valley. Yin Feng, I heard that you were defeated by a country bumpkin from a barbaric island a few months ago. You even stepped on his face 9 times. Is that true? A young man in a red robe walked towards Yin Feng and asked with a sneer. Humph, Chiku, I don't need you to care about my business. Yin Feng said with a cold face. You don't need me to care? Ha ha ha, Yin Feng, you are really useless. You can't even beat a country bumpkin from a barbaric island, and you were even stepped on 9 times. How embarrassing. It's fine if you are embarrassing yourself, but you even embarrassed the local geniuses of the Dragon God Valley. Why don't I care? Chiku, the young man in the red robe, mocked. The others on the side also sneered. Damn it. Yin Feng gritted his teeth and a murderous look appeared on his face. It's all Lu Ming's fault. That country bumpkin. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have been mocked by Chiku. He had been mocked a lot in the past few months. He couldn't wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. That bastard, I must kill him. Yin Feng roared in his heart. His gaze swept through the crowd and landed on Lu Ming. Lu Ming seemed to have sensed Yin Feng's gaze and looked at him with a disdainful smile. Buzz, at this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in the sky above the square. Lu Ming didn't know how this old man appeared. It was as if he had been standing there before. The old man was burly and had a long beard. He looked very ordinary, like an ordinary person. However, he attracted everyone's attention just by standing there casually. They couldn't look away. It was as if this old man was the entire world. This aura, Lu Ming's pupils shrank rapidly. This old man's aura was very familiar. He thought of the heavenly profound saint, their auras were very similar. A saint, Lu Ming was certain that this was a martial sage-level powerhouse. This was the first time Lu Ming had seen a living martial saint. Lu Ming couldn't help but release his spiritual consciousness. However, his body trembled in the next moment and he quickly retracted his spiritual consciousness. When he hurriedly scanned with his spiritual sense, he seemed to see a world appear in front of him. A terrifying pressure acted on his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he withdrew his spiritual sense quickly and that the other party didn't have any hostility, his soul would have been injured just now. Too powerful. Is this the existence of the martial saint realm? I'm afraid that if he wants to kill me, he can kill me with just a breath. Above the martial emperor was the martial sage. The martial sage was also known as the sage, etc. A sage was unbelievably powerful. With just a thought, they could overturn rivers and seas. Compared to the martial emperor, they were much stronger. They were on a completely different level. Furthermore, the martial sage realm was different from the other realms. After the meridian opening realm, there were a total of 9 realms from the martial warrior realm to the martial emperor realm. Each realm was divided into 9 levels. However, the martial sage realm was completely different. The martial sage realm was divided into 3 realms, the bright sage realm, the great sage realm and the absolute sage realm. Each realm was divided into 4 levels, small success, great success, peak and complete realm. The gap between each realm was huge. The 3 realms were collectively known as the martial sage realm. Above it was the martial emperor realm, also known as the great emperor. It was said that the martial emperor realm was different from the martial sage realm. They wondered which realm the old man in front of them was at. Shush! 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 The moment the old man appeared, Long Yuanchuan and the rest flew up into the sky. There were a total of 20 of them and they greeted the old man. Greetings, Elder Hong. The burly old man nodded his head and waved his hand. Long Yuanchuan and the rest stood behind him respectfully. Following which, Elder Hong's gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone felt a formless pressure pressing down on them. They immediately stood up straight, their expressions solemn. Even the local youths were all incomparably arrogant, but in front of Elder Hong's gaze, they all stood obediently and respectfully. I believe everyone already knows the objective of this trip. Elder Hong spoke. His voice was loud and clear and it rang in everyone's ears. Here, I would like to emphasize a few points. Firstly, we are entering the Great Emperor's secret realm and the Great Emperor is Emperor Tsong. Elder Hong announced once again. Many people were shocked. What? It's Emperor Tsong? I thought it was a secret realm left behind by a great emperor. I never expected it to be Emperor Tsong. At the scene, there was a lot of discussion, and the loudest ones were the local youths. That was because Emperor Tsong was too famous. Regardless of whether it was the Divine Dragon Valley or the Divine Sect, they were all located in Tsong State. As the name suggested, the Tsong State's name came from Emperor Tsong. 60,000 years ago, the Tsong Emperor was the ruler of the Tsong province, the only great emperor of the Tsong province. But 60,000 years ago, Emperor Tsong suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was said that Emperor Tsong had already fallen. As for how he died, no one knew. With the disappearance of the Tsong Emperor, there was no longer a great emperor in the Tsong state. And this time, the great emperor mystic realm was actually Emperor Tsong's. This was beyond everyone's expectations. This time, entering the Tsong Emperor's secret territory is not only a test, but also an opportunity for you. When you come out of the secret territory, you will become an official disciple of the Dragon God Valley. Also, the treasures you obtained in the secret territory, you can use them yourself. If you need them, you can keep them. The sect will not force you to hand them over. If you don't think it's useful, or if you have some high-level treasures or secret techniques, you can hand them over to the sect. The sect will compensate you with origin stones or treasures of equivalent value. Elder Hong's words caused the hearts of the crowd to turn fiery. The Dragon God Valley will not force you to hand over the treasures in the Great Emperor's secret territory. If you're willing to hand them over, then hand them over. The sect will also compensate you accordingly. This condition was too generous. It was shocking. What you get is yours. Lu Ming was secretly impressed. This was also a strategy of the Dragon God Valley. In this way, everyone would do their best to search for treasures because what you get is yours. If the Dragon God Valley gave the order to hand over all the treasures they obtained, who would risk their lives to search for treasures? At most, they would find a place to hide and pass the test when they come out. Anyway, these youths would become disciples of the Dragon God Valley in the future. The more treasures they obtained, the more benefits they would gain in the future. The second point. Elder Hong's voice sounded again. The crowd quietened down. The second point, this time, the 13 top sects in the Tsong province will send a large number of disciples in. The competition will definitely be intense. Therefore, the disciples of the Dragon God Valley must be united against the outsiders. Do you understand? Yes, Elder. Everyone replied loudly. All right, then follow me and depart. Elder Hong waved his hand and a battleship appeared in the sky. The moment it appeared, it expanded rapidly and became 100 miles long. Everyone flew onto the battleship. Although there were more than 20,000 people, it was still very spacious on a 100 miles long battleship. Let's go! Elder Hong shouted. The battleship broke through the sky and disappeared into the horizon. In the Yuan continent, due to the stability of the space, it was much more difficult to teleport. It wasn't that there weren't any teleportation arrays, but the price to pay was very high. Therefore, most people would use some external objects to travel, such as various large and small battleships and puppets. Elder Hong's battleship belonged to the large battleship category. The battleship broke through the sky at an astonishing speed. Moreover, as long as the origin stone was activated, it could continue flying without rest. A few days later, the battleship stopped above a desolate mountain range. Everyone came out of the battleship and stood in the sky. Elder Hong waved his hand and kept the battleship. Everyone looked around and realized that there were other people besides the Dragon God Valley. People from other sects had already arrived. It's the Heavenly Divinity Sect. And the Nine Heaven Sword Sect. And the Heavenly King Palace. The local youths could tell at a glance which faction those people belonged to. Out of the 13 top sects in the Tsang province, 5 or 6 had already arrived. The Heavenly God sect. Lu Ming looked to the east. The Heavenly God sect was in the east. There were tens of thousands of people there, twice the number of people compared to the Dragon God Valley. The Dragon God Valley had a higher requirement for bloodlines. They needed to awaken the bloodline of a true dragon or a scaled dragon. However, the Heavenly God sect cultivated a lot of different bloodlines. Fortunately, Lu Ming's eyesight was good. He saw a few familiar faces among the tens of thousands of people in the Heavenly God sect. Eden, Zi Wuji, Bing Kong, Ji Hongchen. However, he didn't see Xianxia. Lu Ming looked at the Heavenly God sect. Many people from the Heavenly God sect also looked at them. This time, Saintess Xianxia told us that there are enemies in the Dragon God Valley and the Sky Universe Demon sect. She asked us to help her take care of them. In the Heavenly God sect, a young man with a flame mark between his eyebrows said, "Of course. Since the Saintess said so, we will take care of those ants." Another young man sneered. When the Saintess was mentioned, their eyes were filled with admiration and respect. The Saintess of the Heavenly God sect, Xianxia, was definitely a legendary figure. Later on, Xianxia was conferred the title of Holy Maiden by the Heavenly God sect. As she had broken through to the martial royal realm, she could not enter the Great Emperor mystic realm. Hence, she asked a few geniuses of the Heavenly God sect to enter the Great Emperor mystic realm and help her get rid of a few strong enemies. How could they refuse to serve the Holy Maiden? Bing Kong, Edian, Ziwu Ji, you came from the same continent as the Holy Maiden. Who is the one that the Holy Maiden asked us to kill? The young man with the flame mark on his forehead looked at Bing Kong, Edian, Ziwu Ji and Ji Hongchen. The 4 of their faces changed slightly. Edian was silent. So was Ji Hongchen. Senior brother Lu, it's that one. Bing Kong spoke and pointed at Lu Ming's position. Oh, it's that kid. The young man with the flame mark on his forehead and a few other young men looked at Lu Ming. Ji Hongchen's face was filled with worry. This kid is mine. The young man with the flame mark on his forehead said casually. Lu Yan, that might not be the case. It's not that easy to win the Saintess' favor by yourself. That little brat can be killed with a wave of your hand. That will depend on our luck. Whoever meets him after entering the Great Emperor's mystic realm will be considered lucky. Another young man sneered. Humph, let's see who's lucky. The young man with the flame mark on his forehead snorted. Lu Ming, who was in the Dragon God Valley, naturally saw Bing Kong pointing at him. However, Lu Ming did not care. It was fine if these people did not provoke him. If they wanted to die, he did not mind sending them on their way. Shush, in the distance, more large sects arrived. As time passed, more and more powerful forces and sects arrived. The number of people at the scene increased. After a few hours, a total of 13 sects and forces arrived. These 13 sects and forces were the 13 strongest forces in the Tsang state. Each force had more than 20,000 people. In total, there were more than 300,000 people. In other words, this time, there would be more than 300,000 people entering the Great Emperor mystic realm. That was a huge number. These people were top geniuses from various continents. Every major force was led by a Saint Realm expert. The 13 Saint Realm experts stood quietly in the air, not saying a word as they waited quietly. Soon, night fell and a moon appeared in the sky. Blood moon. This moon was actually blood red. A ray of blood-red moonlight shone from the blood moon. At this moment, ripples appeared in the sky. Layers of wave-like ripples appeared. At this moment, the eyes of the 13 Saint Realm powerhouses suddenly lit up, and a shocking aura burst forth from their bodies. Whoosh! 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 The 13 saints stepped forward and appeared in the space where the ripples had appeared. Attention, we are now opening the entrance to the Great Emperor Mystic Realm. A Saint Realm expert spoke. The auras of the 13 Saint Realm experts surged, as if 13 different worlds had appeared. At the same time, the 13 people attacked at the same time. 13 different colored lights flew forward and gathered together. Open! At first, it was blurry, but slowly, it became clearer and clearer. That is, Lu Ming's pupils constricted. What appeared in the void was a tomb, a huge tomb. It was extremely huge, even bigger than a mountain range. It was at least 100,000 feet tall. Countless people were surprised. Was this the great emperor mystic realm? Or was this the tomb of a great emperor? Was the great emperor mystic realm the tomb of a great emperor? Rumble, with a final rumble, the huge tomb appeared in the sky, as tall as the sky. Lu Ming had never seen such a majestic tomb before. Rumble, when the great necropolis appeared, the enormous tombstone in front of it began to move. Some of the more cowardly people sucked in a breath of cold air and involuntarily took a few steps back. The tombstone moved, and finally opened completely, revealing a pitch-black space inside. It was extremely terrifying. This can't be the entrance to the great emperor mystic realm, right? Someone spoke, his voice trembling. If it was an ordinary tomb, no one would be afraid. However, this involved a great emperor, and it was a little terrifying. That's right, this is the entrance. Hurry up and enter. If you are late, the tombstone will close. A sage realm expert said. Really, some people's hearts skipped a beat. Ha ha ha, isn't it just a tomb? What a coward. Someone laughed loudly and took the lead to fly over. Whoosh. Whoosh, then, more and more people flew in. Let's go. More than 20,000 people from the Divine Dragon Valley also flew towards the entrance of the tomb. Lu Ming followed the crowd and flew in. The entrance of the tomb was huge, and it could accommodate many people at the same time. Soon, everyone flew into the tomb. Rumble, when everyone flew into the tombstone rumbled and closed automatically. It was pitch black inside the tomb, and they couldn't even see their own fingers. Even if everyone's cultivation was high, they could still see in the dark. However, they couldn't see anything here. In the next moment, someone condensed a flame, and there was a trace of dim light in the tomb. A ball of flame also appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he could barely see a few dozen meters around him. Brother Lu. Xiao Yingying's voice was heard as she walked towards Lu Ming. Xiao Hao was beside Xiao Yingying. Lady Qiao, Brother Qiao. Lu Ming greeted the two of them. Heavenly King Palace, gather here. Heavenly God Sect, gather here. Divine Dragon Valley, gather here. Voices could be heard in the darkness, as the disciples of the 13 factions began to gather. In such an environment, they would only feel safe if they gathered together. Lu Ming and the other two also gathered in the direction of Divine Dragon Valley. There seems to be a lot of forks. Xiao Yingying looked around. At this moment, many people had condensed flames, holy light, and the like. Countless lights lit up the space like stars in the night sky. They found themselves in a huge stone chamber. This stone chamber was extremely huge, and it could easily accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. There were many large passages around the stone chamber. There were no signs at the entrance of the passages, and no one knew where these passages led to. Heavenly King Palace disciples, let's go this way. Heavenly God Sect disciples, this way. In the end, the 13 forces each chose a passage. Those from the Divine Dragon Valley chose a passage on the left and walked forward carefully. The passage was huge, and it wasn't crowded at all with tens of thousands of people walking together. Soon, they had traveled more than 100 miles. However, the tunnel seemed to have no end. It was shockingly long, and they had not reached the end yet. The walls here seemed to be covered with inscriptions. Xiao Yingying whispered. Lu Ming glanced around. Indeed, the walls here were covered with inscriptions. The structure of the inscriptions was strange, and the combination was very strange. It looked very strange. Moreover, there was nothing strange about the inscriptions. They seemed to have lost their spirituality after a long time. Brother Lu, be careful. Xiao Yingying suddenly exclaimed. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Without thinking, he moved a few meters to the side. Whoosh, a wisp of strange black thorns pierced the spot where Lu Ming was standing earlier. Whoosh. Whoosh, then, another black thorn stabbed toward Lu Ming. Not only that, but it also stabbed toward Xiao Yingying and Xiao Hao. Watch out. Lu Ming's figure flashed continuously, avoiding the attack of the black thorn. Xiao Yingying and Xiao Hao also flashed and avoided the attack. However, they seemed to be in a sorry state. Despicable. It's Yin Feng. Xiao Yingying stared ahead angrily. Lu Ming saw Yin Feng standing under the wall. His palm was on the wall, and there was a flash of light. The black thorn had shot out from the wall where Yin Feng's palm was. Yin Feng had used a special method to activate the inscriptions on the wall to attack them. Hee, you're lucky. Yin Feng sneered. His body flashed, and he disappeared into the darkness in front of the tunnel. Despicable. Before the Saint Realm elders came in, they told us to be united, but Yin Feng secretly tried to kill us. Xiao Yingying gritted her teeth. Despicable. Xiao Hao also said with hatred. They had been in danger just now. They felt that the strange black thorn was extremely terrifying. If it had hit them, they would have died. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly, but he did not say anything. After that, they became more careful and continued to move forward. After about 100 miles, light gradually appeared in front of them. It was no longer pitch black. The pressure in their hearts finally lightened. After walking for a while longer, everyone came to a halt. There was an abyss in front of them. The abyss had blocked their path. Above the abyss, there were 10 bridges leading to the other side of the abyss. However, in front of the abyss, there was a stone tablet with 4 words written on it: 9 deaths 1 life. 10 bridges meant 9 deaths and 1 life. What did he mean? Did that mean that out of the 10 bridges, 9 led to dead ends and 1 led to life? But how could he pass this? Which one was the way out? What should we do? Someone said. Isn't that simple? Find 10 people and test it out. Within the crowd, a cold voice sounded out. It was Yin Feng. Everyone was shocked. Finding 10 people to try this method was very simple. However, 9 out of 10 of them would lead to death. Those who tried this method would only have a slim chance of surviving. Who would be willing to try? Going there would be suicide. Isn't that simple? You, and you, get up. Yin Feng pointed his finger and selected 10 people. Among them were Lu Ming, Xiao Yingying, Xiao Hao, and the triplets of the Ruan family. Why should I go up and try? Impossible. If you want to go, then go. One of the people who was pointed out shouted. What are you shouting for? Lowly ants from a barbaric island. Our divine Dragon Valley has traversed a great distance to summon you here, allowing you to enter the great Emperor's mystic realm to obtain supreme opportunities. Are you not going to do anything? Now, it's time for you to do something. Yin Feng sneered. That's right. Go up quickly. With your strength, this is all you can do. Otherwise, why are you here? To eat and drink for free? Beside Yin Feng, another youth sneered. No, I'm not going. That youth shouted and shook his head. You're courting death. Yin Feng's eyes turned cold. His figure suddenly appeared beside that youth and punched out. Bang! That youth's body flew far away as he vomited blood. His aura was extremely weak. If you're not going, I'll kill you now. Yin Feng's eyes were as cold as lightning as he swept his gaze towards Lu Ming and the rest. Idiot! Lu Ming curled his lips. Lu Ming did not lower his voice and his voice spread far away. What did you say? Yin Feng glared at Lu Ming. Not only are you an idiot, even your hearing is bad. Lu Ming glanced at Yin Feng in disdain. Kid, it's time for you to contribute to the Divine Dragon Valley. Go up and scout. Do you want so many people to wait for you? If the other sects were to gain the upper hand, would you be able to bear the responsibility? Yin Feng shouted. The other local youths sneered as they watched. The other youths from the other continents looked on coldly. To them, it was best if Lu Ming went up. At least they would not have to take the risk. If Lu Ming did not go, what if Yin Feng found them? Since you want to contribute to the Divine Dragon Valley, why don't you go up yourself? Wouldn't it be more efficient? Lu Ming said faintly. Who do you think you are? Can your life be compared to mine? Yin Feng shouted coldly. Yin Feng, why are you wasting time with him? If you don't want to go up, just throw him up. The youth beside Yin Feng said coldly. At the same time, he strode towards Lu Ming. "Kid, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Do you want to go up yourself or do you want me to throw you over?" The youth was wearing a purple robe and his face was cold. He reached out his hand and grabbed at Lu Ming. "Throw him over, I think that's a good idea." Lu Ming sneered. The fledgling chaotic domain covered his body and he threw a punch at the youth. Boom, the purple-robed young man's body shook violently and he spurted blood from his mouth. Just as he was about to be sent flying by Lu Ming took a step forward and slapped the purple-robed young man's face. Pa! The crisp sound of a slap resounded as the youth's body landed heavily on the ground. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. No one knew what the ground was made of, but it was unbelievably hard. It was impossible to damage it. The youth laid on the ground and wailed like a dying dog. "Kid, how dare you? Impudent, how dare you hurt someone? You're just an ant from the desolate land, you're courting death." Everyone was shocked when Lu Ming beat up the purple-robed young man until he was half dead. Subsequently, more than 10 local youths shouted one by one, exuding a cold murderous intent. Their figures flashed and they surrounded Lu Ming. In their eyes, an ant from a desolate island dared to attack them. He was courting death. "It seems that there are enough people to test the 10 bridges." Lu Ming sneered. "What did you say? What shameless boasting? Die!" A youth shouted and charged at Lu Ming. The next moment bang, Lu Ming's fist landed on his dantian. He let out a shrill scream and lay on the ground, unable to move. "Xiao! Xiao! Xiao! Ah! Ah! Ah!" Everyone at the scene was stunned. Lu Ming was so strong. Those youths were the local elites of the Divine Dragon Valley. All of them had cultivated realm martial techniques and their combat abilities were powerful, far surpassing those of the geniuses from overseas. However, these people were powerless in the hands of Lu Ming. They were easily defeated by Lu Ming. Most of the youths were dumbfounded. A small number of people revealed serious expressions. Yin Feng. After taking care of the youths, Lu Ming looked at Yin Feng. Whoosh, with a move of his body, Lu Ming walked toward Yin Feng. "Enough!" A cold voice was heard. A young man with a cold expression appeared beside Yin Feng and looked at Lu Ming coldly. "Enough? Who do you think you are? Get lost!" Lu Ming shouted. The youth's eyes darkened and he said, "You are from the same sect. I don't think there is a need for you to stay in the Dragon God Valley. Now, you have no share in this secret realm. Go back. Get lost." Lu Ming's reply was even simpler this time. He only had one word. "You are courting death. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are strong. I will show you what true strength is." The youth said coldly and the roar of a dragon came from his body. Roar, then, the youth let out a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar. He bent his fingers like a claw and grabbed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming saw a real dragon grabbing at Lu Ming. Innate spiritual body. Lu Ming's heart stirred. As soon as this young man attacked, Lu Ming could sense that he was like Yin Feng. He also had an innate spirit body. Moreover, it was a special dragon body. Boom, when the youth attacked, a terrifying force came from behind Lu Ming. It was Yin Feng. He took the opportunity to sneak an attack on Lu Ming. "You are courting death." Facing the encirclement, he did not panic in the slightest. His figure flashed as he dodged the claw in front of him. With a twist of his body, he sent a palm strike at Yin Feng. Yin Feng's expression changed. He did not expect Lu Ming to react so quickly. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Bang, Lu Ming's palm struck his fist, causing his entire body to tremble as he staggered back. Lu Ming circulated his primal chaos domain and used the suppressing hell heavenly skill to attack Yin Feng. "Let's attack together and kill this person. This person is lawless." Yin Feng roared. However, other than the young man from before, the others did not make a move. In the Dragon God Valley, the competition was very fierce. Many local disciples were competitors with Yin Feng, so they were happy to see him suffer. Boom! Boom! Boom, Lu Ming's fists were like a mountain as he continuously threw out a few punches. Yin Feng was barely able to block a few of them. After being punched in the stomach by Lu Ming, Yin Feng's eyeballs almost popped out as he vomited a large mouthful of blood. Slap, Lu Ming slapped Yin Feng's face. The terrifying force almost caused Yin Feng's head to explode. There was a loud bang in his head and he fell to the ground. How could this be? The young man who attacked Lu Ming earlier narrowed his eyes. Yin Feng's battle strength was about the same as his, but he was defeated by Lu Ming in a few moves. This caused him to be greatly shocked as he quickly retreated. Now, do you think you can retreat? Lu Ming said coldly as he circulated his wind origin technique and rushed towards the other party. The result was as expected. After a few moves, the other party ended up in the same state as Yin Feng. He was beaten into a dead dog, lying weakly on the ground. Now, someone can scout the way. Lu Ming said softly. He carried Yin Feng and the young man and walked towards the edge of the abyss. Kid, what are you trying to do? The elders have warned us to be united. You injured your fellow disciples and now you want to harm your fellow disciples, going against the elders' orders. When we get out, I will report this to the sect. Yin Feng yelled. He was the one who wanted to deal with Lu Ming. Previously, in the tunnel, he activated the inscription and wanted to kill Lu Ming. Later on, he wanted Lu Ming to scout the way. He was the one who started everything. Now, he was slandering Lu Ming for harming his fellow disciples. Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He grabbed the two of them and walked to the edge of the abyss. No, 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 I'm warning you, Yin Feng and the other young man almost peed in their pants. They roared crazily and struggled with all their might. However, Lu Ming had already sealed their cultivation with his true origin technique. No matter how they struggled, it was useless. Then, Lu Ming threw the two of them out. They flew towards a different bridge. Didn't the two of them want to scout the way? Then let the two of them test it out. The two of them screamed crazily in the air. One of them was hoarse and the other was miserable. It was worse than a pig being slaughtered. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them flew along the bridge and landed on the other side, falling to the ground. After falling, the two of them were still screaming. Are they okay? Everyone was stunned. The two of them were fine. Weren't they supposed to die? Logically speaking, there was only one way out. How could there be two? Let's try again. Lu Ming moved and grabbed a few young men who had been knocked down by him just now. He threw them along the other bridges while they were screaming. The few of them flew over one by one, and nothing happened to them. Then, Lu Ming tried the 10 bridges one by one. They were all fine. So it's just to scare people. It's fine at all. Let's go. The young men of Dragon God Valley cursed and rushed over the bridges. They were all fine. The 10 bridges were just to scare people. Lu Ming touched his nose. Why did it seem like a prank? Damn it, damn it. Yin Feng and the young man with the innate spirit body screamed crazily in their hearts. This time, they had lost a lot of face. Just now, when the two of them were facing the threat of death, they screamed and yelled. They looked really pathetic. Moreover, they would not be able to raise their heads in front of so many people. They blamed all of this on Lu Ming. Seeing Lu Ming walk onto the bridge, the two of them were shocked. They hurriedly rushed into the passage ahead and disappeared without a trace. These guys are lucky. Lu Ming muttered. They were indeed lucky if they were still alive. Lu Ming, Qiu Yingying, and the others crossed the bridge and continued forward. This time, they saw a door after walking for a while. They walked out of the door and arrived at a huge platform. People from other factions. Lu Ming looked around and found that the platform was very big and long. There were also doors on both sides of Lu Ming and the others, and disciples of other factions appeared. It turned out that there were many passages in the great tomb that led to this place. In front of the platform, there was a huge bubble-like object that was bobbing up and down. The shadows of mountains and rivers could be vaguely seen in the bubble. There was actually a world inside. Is that the real Great Emperor's mystic realm? It must be. This is a plane. It's normal for a Great Emperor's mystic realm to be in a plane. Let's go in. Someone flew up and rushed toward the bubble. When they got close to the bubble, their bodies shrunk rapidly. When they got close to the bubble, they became the size of a speck of dust. Then, they entered the bubble and disappeared. I'm fine. Many people saw that they were fine after entering the bubble. More people rushed towards the bubble. Whoosh! 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 One by one, the densely packed figures charged into the bubble before disappearing into it. Let's go too. Lu Ming said as he flew towards the bubble with Qiao Yingying and the others. When they flew towards the bubble, there was a strong gravitational force on the bubble that sucked them in. The closer they got to the bubble, the bigger the bubble in front of them became. Then, their figures also entered the bubble and disappeared. On the platform, Yin Feng and a few others looked at Lu Ming's disappearing figure and their bodies emitted cold murderous intent. Just you wait. I'll kill this person. The young man with the innate spiritual body let out a furious roar. Although Lu Ming's combat strength is strong now, when we reach the Great Emperor's secret realm and break through to the Martial Emperor realm, our combat strength will increase greatly. Moreover, our innate spiritual bodies will also transform. When that time comes, we'll kill him. Yin Feng gritted his teeth and said. That's right. What's the use of having a martial saint's combat strength? When we break through to the Martial Emperor realm, we'll make him die a horrible death. The person who spoke earlier gritted his teeth and said. Their cultivation had reached the peak of the Martial Saint realm and they could break through to the Martial Emperor realm at any time. Moreover, their identities were not ordinary. They had strong people behind them and were ready to break through to the Martial Emperor realm. They were 100% confident that they could break through to the Martial Emperor realm. Moreover, the innate spiritual bodies would transform when they broke through to the Martial Emperor realm. They would reach the level of an inferior earth spiritual body and their combat strength would increase greatly. They would be much stronger than ordinary spiritual bodies. When that time came, they were confident that they would make Lu Ming die a horrible death. Then, the few of them flew towards the bubble and disappeared into it. When Lu Ming flew into the bubble, he felt the world spin. In the next moment, he appeared high up in the sky. He quickly circulated his true essence to stabilize his body. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz, ripples appeared in the sky all around. Lu Ming scanned the area and discovered that there were many people in the void. There were more than 100 people in his line of sight, but he did not see Qiao Yingying and the rest. It seemed that after entering the secret realm, one would appear at random places. In the void, more than 100 people sized each other up. Among these 100 people, there were people from the 13 sections. It's that kid from Dragon God Valley. One of them looked at Lu Ming, and his eyes lit up. This person was the youth with the flame mark on his forehead from the Heavenly Divine Sect. His name was Lu Yan. Senior brother Lu Yan, our luck is really good. A figure appeared beside Lu Yan. It was Bing Kong. Haha, my luck is really good. Those guys wanted to compete with me. Once I kill this guy, the Holy Maiden will definitely look at me in a new light. Lu Yan was overjoyed. She stepped forward and walked toward Lu Ming. Bing Kong followed. Lu Ming naturally noticed Bing Kong and Lu Yan. He stood quietly in the void with a calm face. Kid, you must be Lu Ming. It's your bad luck to meet me. Lu Yan sneered, and a cold murderous intent appeared on her body. You want to kill me? Because of him? Lu Ming asked, looking at Bing Kong. Lu Ming guessed that Bing Kong wanted to kill him. After all, when Yuan Lu sect was selecting disciples in the Divine Ruins Continent group, Bing Kong was badly beaten by him. Him? You guessed wrong. It's the Holy Maiden who wants to kill you. Haha, no one can save you today. Lu Yan sneered, and a powerful aura emanated from her body. Holy Maiden? Lu Ming frowned. The Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Divine Sect wanted to kill him? However, he had just arrived and did not know the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Divine Sect. Lu Ming, you would never have guessed that Xianxia has become the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Divine Sect and has been accepted as a direct disciple by the Great Elder of the Heavenly Divine Sect. Bing Kong said. Xianxia, the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Divine Sect? Lu Ming was surprised. He never expected that Xianxia would become the holy maiden of the heavenly divine sect. No wonder he did not see Xianxia among the disciples of the heavenly divine sect. Speaking of Xianxia, Lu Ming could not help but think of Xianxia. Previously, he did not see Xianxia among the disciples of the heavenly universe demon sect. What was going on? Lu Ming was a little worried. He decided to find time to go to the heavenly universe demon sect to inquire about the situation after this matter was over. Yes, Lu Ming. Now, do you regret offending Holy Maiden Yanjuan? Bing Kong exuded a cold aura. Regret? What's there to regret? If she comes, I will still trample on her. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Arrogant, you're courting death. A cold light flashed in Lu Yan's eyes. Senior brother Lu Yan, this person has a grudge with me. Why don't you let me deal with him? Bing Kong said to Lu Yan. You want to snatch the credit from me? Lu Yan's face darkened. Senior brother, you misunderstood. How would I dare? As long as I cripple him, whether I kill him or not, I will let senior brother decide. The credit will naturally go to senior brother. This Lu Ming has a grudge with me in the past. If I don't avenge this grudge, I will not be at peace. Bing Kong hurriedly explained. Oh? I see. Then you can make your move. Lu Yan nodded and stood aside to watch with her hands behind her back. Clang, Bing Kong unsheathed his battle sword. An ice-cold long sword appeared in his hand. On his body, the embryonic form of the ice domain spread out and pressed towards Lu Ming. Do you think you are my opponent? Lu Ming said indifferently. Haha, Lu Ming, things are different now. You are ignorant. 2 years ago, you stayed in the Godly Ruins continent. How can the cultivation environment in the Godly Ruins continent be compared to the Yuan continent? I came 2 years earlier than you and my cultivation has already reached the peak supreme being. How much progress can you make by staying in the Godly Ruins continent? Bing Kong sneered. Oh? Is this the reason why you are so confident? How pathetic. Lu Ming shook his head and an aura spread out from his body. The aura of a supreme being. Bing Kong's face changed. He did not expect that Lu Ming's cultivation had also reached the supreme being realm. It seems that you have made great progress in the past few months in the Yuan continent. Bing Kong said. He believed that Lu Ming had broken through to the supreme being realm in the past few months in the Yuan continent. Lu Ming smiled and did not bother to explain. But even if we are both supreme beings, you are still not my opponent. Ice Jade Art, kill. Bing Kong suddenly moved and merged with his sword. A terrifying ice jade sword mark flew towards Lu Ming. Its power was shocking. So you have cultivated a domain martial technique. Lu Ming could tell at one glance that Bing Kong was using a kind of realm martial technique. No wonder Bing Kong was so confident. Boom, Lu Ming threw a punch at Bing Kong. Wherever Lu Ming's fist passed, Bing Kong's sword chi instantly collapsed. Bing Kong felt an earth-shattering power surging towards him. This power wasn't something he could resist. He turned pale with fright. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? Boom, the terrifying power slammed into his body. He let out a miserable shriek as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew far away and crashed into a mountain peak in the distance. How is this possible? His eyes widened as he stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had always stayed in the Divine Ruins Continent group. It was impossible for the Divine Ruins Continent group to have a domain martial skill. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so strong? Originally, he was full of confidence. He had come to the Yuan continent 2 years earlier than Lu Ming and his cultivation had increased greatly. He had reached the peak of the supreme realm. Moreover, he was good at socializing. He got to know Lu Yan and the others and obtained a domain martial skill that was suitable for him. After he cultivated it, his combat strength had increased greatly, far surpassing Yi Dian and Ziwu Ji. Initially, he wanted to suppress Lu Ming after meeting him this time to take revenge for what he had done to him in the past. But after meeting Lu Ming, everything went beyond his expectations. Not only had Lu Ming's cultivation reached the supreme realm, but his combat strength was also strong enough to completely crush him. He had severely injured him with a single move. This is your combat strength. This is what you rely on. Trash will always be trash. Even if you came to the Yuan continent 2 years earlier, you still couldn't withstand a single blow. Lu Ming scolded coldly. Bing Kong was enraged as he spat out another mouthful of blood. Hee, you do have some combat strength. But with this combat strength, you dare to be arrogant in front of my heavenly god sex disciple? I think you found the wrong person. A cold voice resounded as a blazing aura shrouded Lu Ming. Lu Yan appeared in front of Lu Ming. Her body was covered in a golden flame. The terrifying temperature spread towards Lu Ming. What a high temperature. This person also has an innate spirit body. Lu Ming's heart moved. The flames on Lu Yan's body weren't condensed through her domain or concept, but rather directly emitted from her body. His body emitted flames at an astonishing temperature. This was something only a spirit body could do. There were some onlookers in the surroundings, but at this moment they couldn't help but retreat. Among them, there were a few disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley. However, they all retreated coldly, showing no intention of attacking. Lu Yan's flame spirit body is extremely powerful. That little brat is dead for sure. If an ordinary person were to encounter an innate spirit body, they would only be killed instantly. There were a few people who spoke, taking joy in his misfortune. Nonsense, make your move. I don't have time to waste with you. Lu Ming berated. Since you're in a hurry to reincarnate, I'll fulfill your wish. Fire God slash. Lu Yan roared and slashed her palm towards Lu Ming like a blade. The flames condensed into a flaming saber and slashed towards Lu Ming's head. It was as if it was the fire god saber. Its power was terrifying. The fledgling primal chaos domain coiled around his body as Lu Ming punched out. Boom, the prison-suppressing steel flashed in the void, allowing Lu Ming's punch to collide with the flaming saber. Shockwaves rippled out. Then, the void trembled, and the flaming battle saber crumbled. As for Lu Yan, she was also pushed back by the force of the impact. Is this all you've got? Lu Ming said lightly, revealing a trace of mockery. Lu Yan's face turned gloomy. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded her expectations. Fire God's secret art, 8 desolation annihilation. Lu Yan roared. Her whole body seemed to have turned into a fire god. She was 1,000 meters tall and slashed out with her saber. Boom, Lu Ming rushed up. There was no shocking phenomenon, just a punch. It was a simple punch, but the power was enough to suppress mountains and rivers. Boom, the fist and the saber collided for the second time. Dong, heaven and earth roared. Endless flames rushed out in all directions. The flaming saber collapsed again. Then, Lu Ming stepped in the air and punched out. A terrifying fist energy crossed 100 miles and hit the fire god that was 1,000 meters tall. Boom, a big hole was punched in the fire god's huge body. The flames in the sky disappeared. Lu Yan frantically retreated. A big hole had appeared in his chest. However, he was not seriously injured. It was as if his whole body was formed by flames. At this moment, the flames in the big hole were wriggling, and the big hole was quickly mending. I have a fire spiritual body. You can't hurt me. Lu Yan's angry voice rang out. A fire spiritual body is really amazing. Lu Ming said. After breaking through to the martial emperor realm, the spiritual body was formed by blood. Naturally, it would have some of the characteristics of the blood. For example, the natural bloodline, such as fire, ice, water, lightning, etc. These bloodlines were difficult to break through to the martial emperor realm when they performed bloodline fusion. For example, if the flames were destroyed, the body could be reformed. Of course, this referred to the time when the bloodline fusion was performed. However, after condensing the spiritual body, it was even more amazing. For example, the fire spiritual body seemed to be made of flames. Even if the whole body was destroyed, it could be reformed, and its vitality would be greatly enhanced. However, there was a limit to everything. If the spiritual body encountered someone with a strong cultivation, it could directly destroy the spiritual body with a strong force. Is that so? The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He continued to step forward and charged towards Lu Yan. Flame cage! Lu Yan roared. his whole body turned into flames. The flames in the sky formed a huge cage, enveloping Lu Ming. He wanted to use the power of the flames to refine Lu Ming. Primal chaos. The light of primal chaos spread out from Lu Ming's palm. The embryonic form of the primal chaos domain was like a ball of primal chaos, wrapping around Lu Ming's fist. Boom, Lu Ming threw a punch at the flaming cage. This time, the flaming cage completely collapsed, turning into flames that filled the sky. At the same time, the flames in the sky flew to the distance and began to converge. Lu Yan's body reappeared, but this time, his face was abnormally pale, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. You can extinguish my flames. Lu Yan roared in horror. Lu Ming's punch just now had directly started to destroy his spiritual body, causing him to be seriously injured. If a few more punches came, he would probably die. What fire spiritual body? Trash. Lu Ming said coldly. He stepped into the void and headed towards Lu Yan. His primal chaos domain was the emperor of countless domains. It was normal for it to destroy a fire spiritual body. Go. Lu Yan didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and ran. Boom, a fist filled with the light of primal chaos blasted towards him. Lu Yan's body was directly penetrated by the fist, and a hole appeared in his body. Moreover, this time, no matter how he mobilized the flames to recover, the hole couldn't be healed in a short time. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, but he didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned into a flame and fled frantically. Boom, Lu Ming punched again across the sky. A natural spiritual body was indeed mysterious. Its life force was much stronger than others. If it were anyone else, they would have been destroyed by Lu Ming's punches. However, Lu Yan was only severely injured and was able to escape. What a strong combat power. The surrounding onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Yan had an innate fire spiritual body. Without a doubt, she was a peerless genius who had cultivated a domain martial skill. This kind of prodigy could kill other prodigies of the same level as easily as chopping vegetables. However, he was completely crushed when he encountered Lu Ming. Let's go and find a place to break through to the martial emperor realm. Even if he's strong now, he might not be strong enough to break through to the martial emperor realm. Then, their figures flashed as they left the place to find a place to break through to the martial emperor realm. The yuan qi here was unbelievably dense. It was much denser than the yuan qi of the outside world. No wonder it was the great emperor's secret realm. After Lu Yan escaped, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of Bing Kong. Lu Ming, spare my life. Bing Kong was extremely shocked. When he saw Lu Ming arrive, he immediately cried out in fright. Swoosh, Lu Ming did not bother to talk nonsense with him. He flicked his finger and a spear flew out, killing Bing Kong. Rumble. At that moment, a violent explosion sounded in the distance. Lightning flashed across 10,000 miles, as if it was going to tear the heavens and earth apart. Lu Ming looked into the distance and saw dark clouds gathering. A figure was resisting the lightning under the dark clouds. Someone is trying to break through to the martial emperor realm so soon. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. It was obvious that someone was trying to break through to the martial emperor realm, going through the martial emperor tribulation. Normally, no one would dare to disturb someone who was going through the tribulation. Otherwise, they would be implicated. Therefore, when someone was going through the tribulation, they would not have any scruples. No one would dare to disturb them and they would stay far away. Rumble, dark clouds gathered and 10,000 lightning cauldrons fell from the sky, covering the figure. The martial emperor tribulation was extremely terrifying. The figure roared to the sky and resisted the tribulation. Lu Ming watched for a while before leaving. He needed to find a place to cultivate and break through to the martial emperor realm. Rumble, before he could fly far, another loud sound rang out in front of him. Thousands of thunderbolts scattered. Another person was transcending the tribulation to become a ruler. Boom. Boom, then, Lu Ming heard thunderous booms coming from many directions. They were all transcending the tribulation and breaking through to become rulers. This time, several 100,000 people had entered, and many of them had reached the limit of the supreme being level. In particular, the local youths were suppressing their cultivations. Otherwise, they would have broken through to become rulers long ago. They had suppressed their cultivation in order to enter the Great Emperor's mystic realm. Now that they had entered the Great Emperor's mystic realm, they no longer needed to suppress their cultivation. They all began to break through to the martial emperor realm. Once they broke through to the martial emperor realm, they would gain the upper hand. Go! Lu Ming turned into a beam of light and left the area. After flying for more than 2 hours, Lu Ming arrived at a desolate mountain. He dug a cave in one of the mountains. Lu Ming flew in and blocked the cave. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. First, Lu Ming had to adjust his condition to the extreme and find an opportunity to condense his spirit body and break through to the next realm. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Lu Ming was like a rock, sitting there cross-legged and motionless. The aura on his body became more and more condensed and smooth. However, Lu Ming still did not find the opportunity to break through. According to the primal chaos scripture, every breakthrough is 10 times or 100 times more difficult than others. There's no rush. I'll take it slow. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. His anxious heart gradually calmed down and he entered an ethereal state. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. Suddenly, Lu Ming opened his eyes. It's done. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Immediately, he activated the Dragon God Battle Body's Exuberance chapter. Roar, the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. Then, the 9 dragons' bloodline wrapped around Lu Ming's body. The 9 dragons' bloodline emitted a layer of blood light. This blood light constantly seeped into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming wanted to condense the 9 dragons' bloodline into his body and merge it with his physical body to cultivate the Dragon God Battle Body. The Dragon God Battle Body technique was activated. The power of the 9 dragons' bloodline constantly fused into Lu Ming's body. The stronger the bloodline, the more difficult it was to refine the bloodline. Moreover, there was a certain danger. Because the bloodline was already very powerful at this point, it could easily burst the body. This was also a step that many people found difficult to take. Fortunately, Lu Ming had already cultivated the pure spirit body and had reached 100% mastery. With the pure spirit body as the foundation, this step was not difficult for Lu Ming. The 9 dragons' bloodline constantly turned into blood light and fused into Lu Ming's body. It was extremely fast. In less than an hour, the 9 dragons' bloodline had completely faded. Then, with a bang, the 9 dragons' bloodline collapsed and turned into a ball of blood light that drilled into Lu Ming's body. The 9 dragons' power and the 9 dragons' bloodline naturally fused into Lu Ming's body and became a part of Lu Ming's strength. Roar! At this moment, a series of dragon roars sounded from Lu Ming's body. However, the Dragon God Battle Body had not been successfully cultivated yet. It still needed to be tempered by the heavenly tribulation. Only by going through the heavenly tribulation could it be considered a success. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed out of the cave with full force. Come on! Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he stared at the sky. Whoosh! Dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. These dark clouds seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Hiss! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dark clouds. Countless bolts of lightning swam in the dark clouds like silver snakes. A powerful pressure spread down, and the world was filled with an oppressive aura. It made people feel as if a great disaster was about to befall them. Rumble! In the sky, more and more dark clouds gathered, covering an area of 100 miles. The range is so big? Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Previously, Lu Ming had seen no less than 10 people transcending their heavenly tribulations. Their emperor's tribulations were usually covered by dark clouds, and the bigger ones were about 10 miles. However, Lu Ming's tribulation covered an area of 100 miles, and it was still increasing. What's going on? Someone is about to become an emperor and is about to transcend the tribulation. But what's with these tribulation clouds? So big? It's actually more than 100 miles. Who's transcending the tribulation? Is it an innate spiritual body? The aura of Lu Ming's tribulation cloud was too shocking. It covered an area of more than 100 miles, but the pressure spread out for 100,000 miles. Many people sensed it. They were incredibly shocked and flew over. Maybe it's really an innate spiritual body, but why is it still increasing? The range of an innate spiritual body's tribulation cloud isn't so terrifying, right? The more heaven-defying a person was, the more powerful the heavenly tribulation would be. Innate spirit bodies were heaven-defying and did not belong to the mortal body. Therefore, the power of the heavenly tribulation would be the most terrifying. However, the range of Lu Ming's tribulation cloud had already exceeded the range of an ordinary innate spirit body. Soon, the range of Lu Ming's tribulation cloud had reached 200 miles. Thick dark clouds filled the sky and covered the sun. The aura made people feel like a disaster was imminent. Bolts of lightning swam in the dark clouds. Some of the bolts of lightning were as big as mountains. Lu Ming looked very small in front of them. In the distance, more and more people were alarmed by the tribulation cloud. Among the crowd, someone looked at Lu Ming, who was under the tribulation cloud, with a cold gaze. He was Lu Yen of the Heavenly God sect. Senior brother Lu Yen, are you talking about this person? Beside Lu Yen, a few disciples of the Heavenly God sect asked. That's right. It turns out that he is going to become an emperor here. Then, let's make his dream come true. Lu Yen said coldly. Senior brother Lu Yen, are you going to kill him when he is going through the heavenly tribulation? That's too dangerous. A disciple of the Heavenly God sect said solemnly. Once he was involved in the heavenly tribulation, he would also suffer. It's okay. I have just become an emperor and have also gone through the heavenly tribulation. A mere heavenly tribulation can't do anything to me. Moreover, I have a heavenly treasure. I will kill him when he is going through the heavenly tribulation and make his dream of becoming an emperor come true. Lu Yen said. That's right. Senior brother Lu Yen is going through the innate spirit body heavenly tribulation. It is an extremely terrifying heavenly tribulation. With a heavenly treasure, it will be fine. This brat is dead meat. Several disciples of the Heavenly God sect flattered him. Lu Yan's eyes flashed with malevolence. Rumble, the world rumbled. More and more lightning flashed in the dark clouds, constantly cutting through the sky and lighting up the world. Hiss, suddenly, a bolt of lightning cut through the void and struck Lu Ming. The heavenly tribulation had begun. Lu Ming looked up at the sky and stood still, allowing the lightning to strike him. Boom, when the lightning landed on Lu Ming's body, Lu Ming felt a slight numbness spread throughout his body. That felt great. Let's do it again. Lu Ming looked expectant. He wanted to use lightning to condense a spirit body. Boom. Boom. Boom, then, in the sky, lightning bolts fell one after another, striking towards Lu Ming. Some of the lightning bolts were as thick as mountains, completely submerging Lu Ming. The surrounding people watched quietly. They all knew that the heavenly tribulation was not very strong at the beginning. As it progressed, it would become stronger and more terrifying. Countless lightning bolts drowned Lu Ming. He did not know how many of them struck down. It feels so good. Lu Ming did not conjure his nascent chaos domain. He did not even circulate his quintessential essence to resist. He only used his physical body to resist the lightning tribulation. As bolts of lightning struck down, Lu Ming's body felt numb and itchy. Under the tempering of the lightning tribulation, his spirit body continued to deepen and condense. About a moment later, the lightning in the sky suddenly stopped and did not strike down. However, this did not mean that it was over. Everyone knew that the truly powerful and terrifying lightning was about to descend. The aura in the sky became even more oppressive. Dark clouds rolled as if something was brewing. After a while, Sila, another bolt of lightning struck down. However, the lightning this time was very different from the previous ones. The lightning this time was deeper in color and looked even more terrifying. Boom. Boom. Boom, bolts of lightning drowned Lu Ming. From the outside, one could not see Lu Ming's figure at all. They could only see a ball of white light. This kind of lightning was very dangerous for ordinary geniuses when they were breaking through to the martial monarch realm. They had to do their best to resist it. If they were not careful, they would risk dying. Ordinary people could become a martial monarch after passing this level of lightning tribulation. This brat's combat strength is very strong. There is still one more level of lightning tribulation, the purple fire lightning tribulation. That will be the time for me to make my move. Lu Yan, who was in the crowd, thought to herself. She did not attack. This time, Lu Ming did not resist it. He used his spiritual body to resist it and circulated the dragon god's battle body to strengthen his physical body. This kind of power is more like it. The previous one was too weak. Lu Ming thought to himself as the bolts of lightning struck his body. If others heard this, they would vomit blood far away. To others, it was a fatal threat. However, to Lu Ming, it was ordinary. He could block it with his physical body without any resistance. After a while, this wave of lightning tribulation ended. Rumble, dark clouds gathered high up in the sky. Lightning flashed, and a purple light spread out. There is more. The next wave is the purple fire lightning tribulation. This guy is so strong. He is going to pass 3 levels of lightning tribulation. I heard that the innate spiritual body has to pass 4 levels of lightning tribulation. I wonder if this guy will pass 4 levels of lightning tribulation. I don't know. This guy's dark clouds covered a radius of 200 miles. It's bigger than the dark clouds of the innate spiritual body. He should pass 4 levels of lightning tribulation, right? Discussions could be heard in the surroundings. This time, the tribulation clouds took a longer time to brew. A full half an hour passed. Boom, a purple bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and struck toward Lu Ming. This bolt of lightning looked purple because it was covered with a layer of purple fire. This was a type of tribulation fire. It was powerful and not weaker than the lightning tribulation. The combination of the two was even more shocking. Boom, the lightning struck Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and blocked the lightning. The lightning tribulation disappeared, but a layer of purple fire burned fiercely on Lu Ming's body. This was the terror of tribulation fire. The lightning tribulation could be extinguished, but the tribulation fire was difficult to extinguish. It would stick to the body of the person undergoing the tribulation until the person was burned to ashes. Lu Ming's body lit up with true yuan and began to resist the invasion of the tribulation fire. Boom. Boom. Following which, streaks of purple thunder tribulation struck down continuously, drowning Lu Ming. At this moment, a figure dashed toward the place where Lu Ming was transcending the tribulation at lightning speed. Many people were taken aback. Who is that? What is he trying to do? That's Lu Yan of the Heavenly God sect. He wants to rush into the other party's tribulation site? Lu Yan's sudden breakthrough surprised many people. Shua, Lu Yan rushed directly into the area covered by the tribulation clouds. Boom, as soon as he rushed in, a purple lightning bolt struck toward Lu Yan. But Lu Yan casually waved his hand and a purple lightning bolt was destroyed. He had just passed the lightning tribulation, so this purple fire tribulation couldn't do anything to him. Boom. Boom, immediately after, even more purple lightning bolts fell towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan's body bloomed with a layer of terrifying flames to resist the lightning tribulation. He broke through the lightning tribulation and approached Lu Ming. Lu Yan. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Bring it on then. Lu Ming sneered. Rumble, the purple lightning tribulation was getting more and more terrifying. Bolts of lightning tribulation that were as thick as mountains continued to strike the two. Boom. Boom, Lu Ming exploded and punched out with both fists. Fist energy rushed up to the sky and destroyed the bolts of purple fire tribulation lightning. It seemed that the tribulation clouds in the sky were angered by Lu Ming's explosion and Lu Yan's rush. They rolled violently and more purple fire tribulation lightning fell. So many lightning tribulations? But you can't stop me. Lu Yan shouted coldly and waved his palm. Saber light burst out and broke through the lightning tribulation. He quickly closed in on Lu Ming. Swish, Lu Ming's figure moved and he retreated rapidly, distancing himself from Lu Yan. You can't escape. Lu Yan broke through the lightning and chased after Lu Ming. The tribulation clouds covered a radius of 200 miles. Lu Ming was in the center of the tribulation clouds. Lu Yan was only 80 to 90 miles away from Lu Ming. However, it was difficult to cross this distance because of the lightning tribulation. As soon as Lu Yan got close, Lu Ming would retreat. Damn it. Lu Yan shouted angrily and his aura burst out. The aura of a martial emperor spread out and his body was covered in flames. His innate fire spirit body had broken through to the martial emperor realm and completed a transformation. It had become even more terrifying and had reached the level of an inferior earth spirit body. The flames condensed into a long saber and slashed out, destroying the bolts of lightning tribulation. Lu Yan's speed increased. However, the purple lightning tribulation lightning suddenly disappeared. However, the tribulation clouds seemed to be really angry. This time, they didn't even have time to prepare. Dense lightning bolts fell from the sky again. This time, there were 4 colors of lightning. There were 4 different colors of lightning, and each of them covered a different thing on the surface of the lightning. Some covered fire, some covered wind, some covered water, and there was also a sharp golden aura. The 4th tribulation lightning had arrived. This kind of tribulation lightning was several times more terrifying than the purple fire tribulation lightning. This kind of tribulation lightning was a terrifying one that an innate spirit body had to face. Damn it, I've already reached the 4th lightning tribulation. Lu Yan roared in her heart. The transition time between the 3rd and 4th lightning tribulations was faster than he had expected. Even he had to treat the 4th lightning tribulation with caution. A tribulation transcending heavenly treasure. With a thought, Lu Yan summoned a purple bead and floated above her head, exuding a light barrier that enveloped her. The lightning tribulation landed on the purple light barrier. Although the purple light barrier shook violently, it was still blocked. What a powerful tribulation transcendence heavenly treasure. It can even block the 4th tribulation. In the distance, many people revealed looks of envy. Ordinary tribulation transcending heaven artifacts could withstand the 2nd stage of thunder tribulation, but Lu Yan's tribulation transcending heaven artifact was able to withstand the 4th stage of thunder tribulation. Its power was amazing, and it was definitely one of the best tribulation transcending heaven artifacts. Lu Yan's speed increased greatly and she quickly approached Lu Ming. Whoosh, then, he quickly retreated. Kill! Lu Yan roared and slashed down with her palm, sending out a vast flaming saber light towards Lu Ming. But as soon as the saber light appeared, it was scattered by the lightning tribulation. Damn it, I have to get close to that guy to kill him. A cold light flashed in Lu Yan's eyes. She broke through the lightning tribulation and quickly approached Lu Ming, but Lu Ming used the wind origin technique and quickly retreated, keeping a distance of dozens of miles from Lu Yan. What's wrong with this guy? How can he be so fast in the face of the 4th stage of thunder tribulation? After chasing for a while, the distance between the two could not be closed, and Lu Yan became a little anxious. If she couldn't close the distance, she couldn't kill Lu Ming. Of course, he didn't know that the 4th stage of thunder tribulation was a fatal threat to others, but for Lu Ming, it was just okay, and there was no need for him to resist it with all his strength. The two, one chasing and one fleeing, circled around the area. Damn it, kid, I'll spare your life today. After chasing for a while, seeing that she couldn't catch up to Lu Ming, Lu Yan wanted to retreat. You come and go as you please? It's not that easy. Continue to transcend the tribulation with me. Lu Ming sneered. As soon as Lu Yan retreated, Lu Ming advanced, closing the distance between him and Lu Yan, so that the tribulation clouds always enveloped Lu Yan. You're courting death. Lu Yan was furious and stopped retreating, wanting to rush forward and kill Lu Ming, but as soon as he advanced, Lu Ming retreated, and as soon as he retreated, Lu Ming advanced. This made Lu Yan furious, and she couldn't get away. After a stalemate, the lightning tribulation suddenly disappeared. The heavenly tribulation is over, and this guy needs to stabilize his realm. Let's see how you can catch up to me. The disappearance of the heavenly tribulation made Lu Yan overjoyed. With the heavenly tribulation gone, he could easily escape and find an opportunity to kill Lu Ming. But in the next moment, Lu Yan's face changed drastically. Because the tribulation clouds in the sky didn't dissipate at all, but became even thicker. The tribulation clouds that originally covered a radius of 200 miles suddenly expanded to cover a radius of 300 miles. The oppressive pressure made it difficult for Lu Yan to breathe. How is this possible? Is this the 5th stage of thunder tribulation? Lu Yan roared, a look of horror filling her face. Run, run, run. Lu Yan almost cried. She turned around and ran, trying to escape the area covered by the lightning tribulation. Ka, at this moment, a cry resounded through the sky. In the sky, a huge goshawk flew down at an incredible speed. In an instant, it was above Lu Yan's head and swooped down on her. The fifth stage of heavenly tribulation, the manifestation of the lightning tribulation. Lu Yan screamed in horror, full of disbelief. Lu Ming was still going through the tribulation. Moreover, it was the legendary fifth stage of heavenly tribulation, the manifestation of the lightning tribulation. Ordinary innate spirit bodies would only face the fourth stage of thunder tribulation when they went through the martial emperor tribulation. Only some extremely abnormal people would face the fifth stage of thunder tribulation. Bang! The goshawk that was formed by the lightning tribulation fell on Lu Yan's tribulation heavenly treasure. The light screen that was formed by the tribulation heavenly treasure shook violently and almost collapsed. Run! Lu Yan's only thought was to run as far away as possible. However, how could Lu Ming let her do as she wished? He quickly approached her. The manifestation of the lightning tribulation? Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. It was not the first time he had encountered this kind of thunder tribulation. It had appeared when he was going through the spiritual god tribulation. Roar! Roar! Two loud roars sounded. Two huge tigers formed by the lightning tribulation pounced on Lu Ming. Suppressing hell heavenly skill. Lu Ming threw out two punches and sent the two huge tigers flying. On the other side, two more goshawks appeared. A total of 3 goshawks pounced on Lu Yan. Bang! Bang! The light screen formed by Lu Yan's tribulation heavenly treasure finally could not hold on and exploded. The bead also exploded. The tribulation transcending heaven artifact exploded, and several goshawks pounced on Lu Yan. Get lost! Lu Yan roared. Her complete domain covered her body and blasted toward the 3 goshawks. However, he had already gone through the martial emperor tribulation and broken through to the martial emperor realm. Now that he was shrouded by the tribulation clouds, the power of the lightning tribulation that struck him was stronger than that of Lu Ming. It was equivalent to his own tribulation. But when he went through the martial emperor tribulation, it was only the 4th great tribulation. The power of the 5th great tribulation was beyond his imagination. Boom! 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 Although Lu Yan had sent the 3 thunder tribulation goshawks flying, there were a few bloody wounds on his body. The power of the thunder tribulation was desperately drilling into his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. But what made him despair was that in the sky, another thunder tribulation spirit appeared. This time, it was 2 thunder tribulation giant pythons that pounced on him. At the same time, the 3 goshawks also pounced on Lu Yan. Now, he could only protect himself and was powerless to chase after Lu Ming. After a few explosions, Lu Yan's body was in tatters, his hair was disheveled, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Wounds appeared on his body, looking extremely ferocious. If it weren't for his powerful flame spirit body and the tenacious vitality of an inferior earth spirit body, he would have been in danger. But in the sky, a few more thunder tribulation spirits appeared and attacked Lu Yan. In the end, a total of 9 thunder tribulation spirits surrounded Lu Yan and began to fight. Lu Yan did his best to fight the 9 thunder tribulation spirits. Hold on, I have to hold on. As long as I can hold on through this wave of lightning tribulation, I can escape with my life. Not only that, I can also use the 5th wave of lightning tribulation to train my spirit body and make it stronger. Lu Yan told herself as she exerted her strength to the peak and fought the thunder tribulation spirits. Lu Ming was also facing the siege of 6 thunder tribulation spirits, but he was much more relaxed than Lu Yan. The 3rd bloodline floated, and wisps of energy poured into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming circulated his true qi and used the suppressing hell heaven skill to fight the 9 thunder tribulation spirits. Every time Lu Ming punched, a thunder tribulation spirit would be sent flying. At the same time, Lu Ming could also deliberately release some power of the thunder tribulation into his body to temper his spirit body. It's not enough. This level of thunder tribulation is enough to temper my spirit body, but it's not enough to temper my chaotic domain into a complete chaotic domain in one go. I need a stronger thunder tribulation. Lu Ming thought. If other people knew what Lu Ming was thinking, they would probably be angered to death. Others hoped that the lightning tribulation would be as weak as possible. However, Lu Ming felt that the lightning tribulation was not strong enough and wanted a stronger one. After all, this was already the 5th stage of the heavenly tribulation. Be destroyed! Lu Ming shouted softly. His body was suddenly filled with a layer of primal chaos. The embryonic form of the primal chaos domain was activated, greatly increasing Lu Ming's combat strength. Boom! 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 Lu Ming punched out 9 times in a row. The 9 living beings formed by the thunder tribulation were instantly blasted apart, turning into wisps of lightning and disappearing. Heavens! In the distance, those who saw this scene were tongue-tied. All of a sudden, the 9 living beings formed by the thunder tribulation were scattered. This was too shocking. On the other side, Lu Yan was desperately resisting these attacks. He succeeded. This guy has passed the martial emperor tribulation. The 5th stage of the heavenly tribulation is really monstrous. If this guy grows up, he can compete with the top monstrous geniuses in the Tsang state. Yes, this person has such potential. This person seems to be a disciple of Dragon God Valley. Dragon God Valley has produced another monstrous genius. Lu Ming's performance made many people talk about it. There were also some people whose eyes flickered, thinking about how to deal with Lu Ming and eliminate this great enemy. Huff, Lu Yan was gasping for breath. Lu Ming defeated the 9 living beings in one fell swoop. The 9 living beings that besieged Lu Yan also disappeared. Lu Yan was extremely miserable at this moment. His body was covered with injuries and there were still bolts of lightning running around his body, making his aura extremely weak. However, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The heavenly tribulation was over. However, Lu Yan suddenly felt that something was wrong. After the heavenly tribulation, the tribulation clouds in the sky should have dissipated. Why were they still there? Moreover, they had become stronger. Lu Yan's pupils suddenly widened. Yes, the tribulation clouds were tumbling, as if there was a wild behemoth roaring inside. The coverage of the tribulation clouds had expanded again, covering a radius of 400 miles. Endless thunder and lightning wandered in the tribulation clouds. The terrifying aura made the people watching from thousands of miles away gasp. Sixth heavenly tribulation, no, Lu Yan screamed hysterically. 6th heavenly tribulation, you came at the right time, ha ha ha. Lu Ming laughed loudly. In the distance, the people watching all widened their eyes in disbelief. It was actually the 6th heavenly tribulation. There was still a 6th heavenly tribulation. They originally thought that Lu Ming had passed this tribulation and it was over. But they didn't expect that Lu Ming's heavenly tribulation was beyond imagination. There was actually a 6th heavenly tribulation. The 6th heavenly tribulation was a legendary heavenly tribulation. At least in Song State, it hadn't appeared for a long time. Run, run, run. Lu Yan went completely crazy and fled outside frantically. However, Xiao, in the sky, a sword light slashed down towards Lu Yan. Pucci, one of Lu Yan's arms was cut off. The endless power of thunder and lightning turned the arm into ashes. The power of thunder and lightning crazily drilled into Lu Yan's wound, making it difficult for his wound to heal. Originally, with his flame spirit body, even if one of his arms was cut off, he could grow it back in an instant. At most, he would lose some yuan qi. But now, under the destructive power of thunder and lightning, he couldn't do it at all. Xiao. Then, in the sky, 2 more weapons flew down. One was a saber, and the other was a spear. They were both made of thunder and lightning. The 6th heavenly tribulation weapon. No. Lu Yan tried his best to resist, but the power of the 6th heavenly tribulation had completely exceeded the scope of Lu Yan's strength. The heavenly tribulation saber slashed down and broke Lu Yan's heavy attack and defense. In the end, the heavenly tribulation spear pierced through Lu Yan's forehead. Lu Yan screamed and his whole body exploded, turning into flames that condensed a few miles away. At this moment, Lu Yan's face was pale and his aura was extremely weak. Just now, if he didn't have an inferior earth spirit body and a fire spirit body, he would have died. However, even if he escaped just now, the result was already doomed. Swish, in the sky, another saber slashed down. No. Lu Yan let out a long cry of unwillingness. He took one last look at Lu Ming. He hoped to see Lu Ming die under the heavenly tribulation as well. But he was disappointed. Lu Ming was like an invincible god of war. His whole body was covered in chaotic light as he fought against the heavenly tribulation weapon. With a punch, Lu Ming sent a heavenly tribulation weapon flying. Puff, the saber slashed down on Lu Yan's forehead. This time, Lu Yan could no longer recover. The destructive power of thunder and lightning destroyed his body and soul. Why? This was Lu Yan's last thought. Why? Originally, he wanted to take the opportunity to kill Lu Ming. Why did he die under the heavenly tribulation in the end? The people who were watching the battle from afar were also dumbfounded. Lu Yan carried the tribulation transcendence heavenly treasure and wanted to kill Lu Ming when he was transcending the tribulation. However, in the end, Lu Ming was fine. As for him, he sacrificed himself and died under the heavenly tribulation. Lu Yan is unlucky to have met such a monster. Someone sighed. Many people nodded. That was indeed the case. Lu Yan was just unlucky. If Lu Ming was just an ordinary cultivator, or even if he had an innate spirit body, he would have been killed by Lu Yan in the heavenly tribulation. But Lu Ming was not an ordinary cultivator. He was a monster who attracted the sixth heavenly tribulation. Senior brother Lu Yan is dead. We have to report this matter to the other senior brothers. This person can't be left alive. Some of the heavenly god sect disciples at the scene discussed with each other and then left the place. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming waved his fist and collided with the heavenly tribulation's combat weapons. Terrifying vibrations resounded through the sky. In the sky, all kinds of weapons were constantly striking down, but no matter how many heavenly tribulation combat weapons there were, they could not defeat Lu Ming. Good, this power is more like it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He found that the power of the seventh heavenly tribulation could truly temper his chaotic domain. Every time he punched and fought against the heavenly tribulation combat weapons, there would be bolts of lightning that filled his body, helping him temper his spirit body. In his body, there were bursts of dragon roars, as if a true dragon was about to awaken. And every time he collided with the heavenly tribulation combat weapons, it was a tempering of his chaotic domain. He could feel that his primal chaos domain was transforming into a complete primal chaos domain. The seventh heavenly tribulation lasted. For a long time, at least half an hour. Buzz, suddenly, Lu Ming's embryonic chaotic domain shrank and returned to his spirit soul. But then, it spread out again. But this time, the chaotic domain was no longer in its embryonic form, but a complete chaotic domain. The chaotic domain finally broke through and became a complete chaotic domain under the tempering of the sixth heavenly tribulation. Boom! The complete primal chaos domain enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming punched out, and a misty primal chaos light shot out, causing the tribulation weapons to explode. What a powerful force! Lu Ming was delighted. The complete primal chaos domain was too powerful. It was much more powerful than the embryonic primal chaos domain. At this time, the other Thunder Calamity soldiers in the sky also dispersed and disappeared without a trace. Have you passed the heavenly tribulation? Many people had the same question in their hearts. Hoo-hoo, at this moment, the tribulation clouds in the sky began to shrink and converge towards the center. Looks like he passed the lightning tribulation. This guy is incredible, he actually passed the sixth lightning tribulation. Impressive indeed, but his cultivation is only at the first layer martial dominator realm. The difference between him and the real geniuses is too great. Unless he manages to grow stronger, it's useless for him to die in the middle of his journey. The surrounding spectators began to discuss, believing that Lu Ming had finally transcended his heavenly tribulation. However, Lu Ming did not think so. He looked at the sky, and his eyes shone brightly. This was because he felt a strong pressure, which was several times stronger than that of the sixth lightning tribulation. There's more. Lu Ming whispered. Hoo-hoo, the tribulation clouds within a radius of a few hundred miles continued to converge, and finally turned into a tribulation cloud with a radius of 30 miles. Crackle crackle, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the tribulation cloud, causing the sky to rumble. At this time, the spectators also realized that something was wrong. What's going on? The tribulation clouds did not dissipate, but gathered together. That kind of fluctuation is heart palpitating. No way, there's still the seventh lightning tribulation? Those people guessed the final answer, and they were all stunned. The heavenly tribulation was not over, and there was still the seventh lightning tribulation. How could this be? No one had heard of anyone passing the seventh lightning tribulation in the Tsang prefecture for tens of thousands of years. There was a legend in the world that those who could pass the seventh lightning tribulation had the potential to become a great emperor. Although it was only the potential, it was already shocking enough. Ever since the disappearance of Emperor Tsang, no great emperor had been born in the vast Tsang prefecture. Every great emperor was a legend in the world. They were people who ruled over a region and ruled over the world. Such people had a long lifespan, and they were almost immortal. The ultimate goal of all cultivators was to become a great emperor. God, such a monster has appeared in the Dragon God Valley. I wonder if he can pass the tribulation. Look, it's the world refining tribulation bell. That's the world refining tribulation bell. Legend has it that the world refining tribulation bell only appears in the seventh lightning tribulation of the martial emperor tribulation. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared ahead. The tribulation clouds turned above Lu Ming's head, and countless lightning bolts gathered to form a bell. It was a huge lightning tribulation bell. Buzz, the huge bell vibrated and descended from the sky, shrouding Lu Ming. Lu Ming could not dodge the world refining tribulation bell. He was immediately enveloped by the world refining tribulation bell. There was a terrifying energy within the bell that enveloped Lu Ming. This was a refining power that could refine Lu Ming's entire body. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged, circulating his quintessence. The primal chaos domain covered his entire body, blocking this refining power. However, this refining power was extremely mysterious. Although a portion of it was blocked by the primal chaos domain, a small portion still seeped into the primal chaos domain and even into the spiritual god. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. The spiritual god was the weakest part of the human body. It was also the most crucial part. If the spiritual god was destroyed, it was equivalent to dying. The refining power poured into the spiritual god. Immediately, a tearing pain came from the spiritual god. This pain came from the soul, which was dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than the physical body. The power of refinement was actually able to refine even souls. Block it! Lu Ming roared, gritting his teeth and persevering. He knew that if he could not hold on, the spiritual god would collapse, and he would be completely refined by the world refining tribulation bell. Lu Ming finally encountered danger after transcending the tribulation. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the bell, resisting with all his might. There were at least hundreds of people watching from the outside. They were curious if Lu Ming could transcend the seventh tribulation. The seventh tribulation, the world refining tribulation bell, is extremely terrifying. It can refine everything. For tens of thousands of years, there have been geniuses in the Tsang prefecture who have faced such a tribulation, but they were all refined by the world refining tribulation bell. That's right. It's too difficult to transcend the seventh tribulation. Some people sighed. Time passed slowly. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, in the blink of an eye, 10 hours had passed. Lu Ming was still persevering in the world refining tribulation bell. At this moment, Lu Ming's appearance was extremely terrifying. All the muscles in his body seemed to have been corroded, leaving only a skeleton. The refining power had even begun to refine his bones. However, Lu Ming did not give up. He continued to resist and persevere. Time flew by quickly. 10 hours passed. Another 10 hours passed. Lu Ming's bones were about to be refined. Only the chaotic domain was still covering him. The soul fluctuation in the spiritual deity was extremely weak. As time passed, it became weaker and weaker. If Lu Ming's original soul power was equivalent to the moon, then Lu Ming's soul power was equivalent to a firefly. Another 10 hours passed. Lu Ming had been trapped in the world refining calamity bell for 30 hours. At this time, Lu Ming's physical body had completely disappeared. He had been refined by the world-refining calamity bell. Phew, at that moment, the black clouds in the sky slowly dispersed and disappeared. The world refinement calamity bell below also dissipated with a bang. As for Lu Ming, he was nowhere to be seen. There was no one in the sky. He had vanished into thin air. The heavenly tribulation has passed. Where is he? There is no one. It seems like this person did not pass the 7th stage of heavenly tribulation and was refined by the world-refining calamity bell. It's a pity that a monstrous talent of a generation died under the heavenly tribulation. I just said that no matter how monstrous a talent is, it's useless if he doesn't grow up. Sighs could be heard all around. Some people felt pity for Lu Ming. A monstrous talent of a generation had fallen under the heavenly tribulation. However, there were also people who were mocking and even gloating. Let's go. We have already wasted too much time looking for the treasure left behind by the great emperor. Some people spoke. Soon, there was no one left in this area. The sky was quiet. It was as if everything that had happened before was just an illusion. 2 hours later, a light spot suddenly lit up at the place where Lu Ming had just gone. Through the heavenly tribulation. At first, the light spot was still a little dim. However, it slowly became brighter and more resplendent. At first, it was like a firefly. Slowly, it became like a candle. Then, it became like the stars, the sun, and the moon. A terrifying attractive force was born from the light spot. The origin chi within a radius of tens of thousands of miles gathered towards the light spot. The light spot was like a black hole, devouring the origin chi. Hoo-hoo. Endless yuan chi converged as the light spot slowly took shape. It was a humanoid figure, a spiritual deity, Lu Ming's spiritual deity. Lu Ming hadn't died. He hadn't been refined. Earlier, when the tribulation clouds and the world-refining tribulation bell disappeared, it wasn't because Lu Ming had been refined and died. It was because Lu Ming had succeeded in transcending the tribulation. At this moment, Lu Ming was recovering. The suction force grew stronger and stronger. The origin energy within tens of thousands of miles was incredibly dense. Slowly, the origin energy around Lu Ming's spiritual divinity turned into liquid. The liquid wriggled and began to condense into a physical body. Lu Ming's physical body. Roar, a dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. Between heaven and earth, an illusory image of 9 dragons appeared, then entered Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Half a day later, Lu Ming's body completely appeared in the sky. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. With a thought, a set of clothes appeared and he put them on. I finally endured it. What a terrifying world-refining tribulation bell. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. Facing the corpse-refining tribulation bell, even Lu Ming had a narrow escape. In the end, he had endured it with his strong willpower. The world-refining tribulation bell was said to be able to refine the world. Its refining power was too terrifying. Not only could it refine the physical body, but it could also refine the spiritual deity and soul. However, after enduring it, the benefits were great. Lu Ming's current cultivation had completely surpassed the spiritual deity realm. He had entered the martial emperor realm. Now, he was in the early first layer of the martial emperor realm. Boom, Lu Ming got up and threw a punch. There was a loud rumbling sound in the sky. A fist force flew out and pierced a huge hole in a mountain peak. The hole was so big that it could be seen from front to back. This was the Yuan continent, the great emperor's mystic realm. It was not the godly ruins continent. Everything in the world was incomparably solid. Lu Ming could punch a hole in a mountain. How terrifying was his power? Moreover, it was only the strength of his physical body. There is actually a faint chaotic chi in my physical body. Lu Ming carefully sensed it and a trace of amazement appeared in his eyes. Within his muscles and bones, there was a faint aura of primal chaos. Although it was very faint, it was indeed primal chaos. Lu Ming's spiritual body had also reached the level of an inferior earth spiritual body. It was the same as what was recorded in the divine dragon battle body. However, because of the chaotic chi in his physical body, Lu Ming's spiritual body was stronger than an ordinary inferior earth spiritual body. My soul has also been greatly enhanced and tempered. What made Lu Ming the happiest was his soul. He could feel that his current soul, be it in terms of toughness, strength, or soul power, was many times stronger than before. It was at least 10 times stronger. One was heaven and the other was earth. According to Lu Ming's knowledge, it was extremely difficult to enhance one's soul. It was more than 100 times more difficult than enhancing one's martial cultivation. The stronger the soul, the stronger the spiritual god's vitality. Even if the spiritual god was injured, it would not die easily. In short, Lu Ming had successfully broken through to the martial royal realm and his strength had increased tremendously in all aspects. I wonder how my combat strength is now. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Lu Ming was confident that if he returned to the continent of God now, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill the 4th-level martial emperors of the continent of God. Of course, the martial royal realm of the Yuan continent was much stronger than the godly ruins continent. Lu Ming had not fought with them before, so it was hard to estimate. Also, Lu Ming stretched out his palm and faced the void. Phew, suddenly, a terrifying devouring power erupted from Lu Ming's palm. The origin chi between heaven and earth frantically gathered towards Lu Ming. Devouring power, the devouring power of the 9 dragons. According to the records of the dragon god's battle body, the dragon god's battle body that was formed from the 9 dragons retained the devouring power. Now, Lu Ming's body could erupt with devouring power at any time. It was more convenient than before. This way, my cultivation will be faster. Lu Ming smiled. With a thought, the devouring power disappeared. It has been more than 10 days since I entered the Great Emperor's secret realm. It's time for me to take action. I can't come to the Great Emperor's secret realm in vain. Lu Ming smiled and stepped into the air, disappearing from the place. The Great Emperor's mystic realm was a plain. It was vast and boundless and there were vast mountains everywhere. Lu Ming's speed was very fast. The mountains below him flashed past in a flash. There's a building. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a building halfway up a mountain. Lu Ming flew down. It was a palace. It looked very old, but it was in good condition. It was obvious that someone had lived in it in the past. Lu Ming stepped in. The palace was quiet and empty. Lu Ming walked around but found nothing. Even if there was something here, it must have been taken away by someone else. Next, Lu Ming saw a few places with buildings, but he didn't find anything after entering. There were also traces of fighting in some places. Obviously, someone had come earlier and taken the things in the palace. The Great Emperor's secret realm can't only be inhabited by the Great Emperor. It's said that there are many saints under the Great Emperor. As for the emperors, they're just servants. Lu Ming thought to himself. Even if he couldn't get the treasures left behind by the Great Emperor, it would be a great gain if he could get the treasures left behind by the saints. Obviously, the buildings that Lu Ming saw were the residences of the Great Emperor's subordinates. Soon, Lu Ming saw a cave dwelling in a valley. It was obviously a cave dwelling where a martial artist cultivated in seclusion. Lu Ming walked toward the cave dwelling. Whoosh, just as Lu Ming was approaching the cave dwelling, a sword light shot out from the cave dwelling and went straight for Lu Ming's throat. The sword was sharp, and it was definitely an emperor. Clang, Lu Ming stretched out a finger and flicked it at the long sword. The long sword buzzed and vibrated violently before it was sent flying. "It's you, Lu Ming." A delicate voice sounded. Lu Ming looked and was stunned. "Lady Qiu." It was Qiu Yingying who attacked Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, I'm sorry. I thought it was someone else." Qiu Yingying looked at Lu Ming apologetically. "It's okay. Where's your brother?" Lu Ming asked. "My brother is cultivating inside. In this cave abode, there is a heavenly Tao mark left by an expert." Qiu Yingying said. "A heaven path mark?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "That's right. You'll know when you come in," Qiu Yingying said. Lu Ming nodded and entered the cave dwelling with Qiu Yingying. The cave dwelling was very spacious. There was a mark on one of the walls that seemed to have been carved by someone's finger. Lu Ming glanced at it and was deeply attracted. This mark was like the embodiment of the Great Tao. One could comprehend the profundities of the Great Tao from this mark. It was very difficult for martial emperors to raise their strength. First, he had to comprehend the domain. domains were divided into 9 levels. It corresponded to the 9th layer of the martial emperor realm. Only when one's domain improved could one's cultivation increase. However, in order to increase one's cultivation base, one needed not only to refine one's true essence but also to refine one's spirit body. Therefore, every step forward in the martial emperor realm was not easy. As for these great Tao marks, they were carved into the stone walls by powerhouses when they were comprehending the heavenly Tao. Later generations could correspond to these marks and comprehend the heavenly Tao. From the heavenly Tao, they could comprehend their own domain and achieve the goal of improving their domain. After watching for a while, Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Below the stone wall, a figure sat cross-legged, quietly comprehending. It was obvious that Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao had also passed the martial emperor tribulation and broken through to the martial emperor realm. Qiu Hao must have been comprehending the heavenly Tao marks and Qiu Yingying was guarding for him. Qiu Yingying attacked when she saw someone coming. Miss Qiu, Brother Qiu is comprehending. Let's guard outside the cave. I'm afraid we'll disturb him if we stay here. Lu Ming said. Okay. Qiu Yingying nodded and walked out of the cave with Lu Ming. They waited quietly outside the cave. About 3 hours later, Qiu Hao walked out of the cave. He was overjoyed when he saw Lu Ming. Brother, you've finished comprehending? Qiu Yingying asked. Yes. The heavenly Tao marks are not very profound. Moreover, with my comprehension ability, I can only comprehend up to this point. Qiu Hao nodded and sighed. Brother Lu, go ahead and comprehend. I've already comprehended them before. Big brother and I will guard for you. Qiu Yingying said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded and walked into the cave abode. He sat cross-legged under the notch and stared intently at it. Buzz, in Lu Ming's eyes, the notch began to change. It turned into wisps of Tao aura. It was extremely mysterious. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and verified it with his own chaotic domain. The chaotic domain was the king of all domains. However, no matter how mysterious it was still a part of the great path of heaven and earth. It also needed to be comprehended from the great path of heaven and earth. Gradually, Lu Ming entered an ethereal state. Primal chaos is the beginning of all things and also the end of all things. As time passed, Lu Ming's body emitted a layer of chaotic light. The Qiu siblings sat cross-legged outside the cave to guard Lu Ming. Suddenly, the siblings opened their eyes at the same time and looked into the distance. 2 streaks of light streaked across the sky and flew toward them. Then, the streaks of light faded and 2 young men appeared in the sky. There's an ancient cave abode here. We're in luck. One of the young men smiled. The 2 of them descended from the sky and looked at Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. We want this place. Get out of here. The other young man waved his hand casually. We found this place first. Also, we have a friend who is cultivating inside. Qiu Yingying explained. Nonsense. So what if you found it first? Get out of here with your friend. The young man from before scolded. Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao's faces darkened. The other party was too overbearing. They wanted to take the place as soon as they arrived and told Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao to get out of here. My friend is cultivating. When he's done, we'll leave. Qiu Hao said. Nonsense. We don't have time to wait for you. If you don't leave, you'll stay here forever. The young man from before said coldly. A domain spread out from his body. Whoosh, his body flashed and attacked Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. The other young man did not attack. He just watched with a sneer. Qiu Yingying. Falling flowers and flowing water. Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao had no choice but to fight back. Both of them cultivated the water domain. Their domains spread out and formed numerous water dragons that wrapped around each other. People from the Divine Dragon Valley. Divine Dragon Valley is always going against the Divine Dragon sect. You're courting death. The young man from before snorted. He waved his hand and countless rays of light cut through the water dragons. He then attacked Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. Domain martial technique. Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao's faces changed. They quickly spread out their domains and formed 2 water shields in front of them. Bam! Bam! Bam, the rays of light cut through the water shields. The shields shook violently and were on the verge of collapsing. Break! The young man from before, who was from the Divine Dragon sect, pressed his palm down again. An even stronger ray of light burst out and pressed down on the Qiu siblings. Boom! This time, the water shield could no longer withstand the attack and exploded with a loud bang. The siblings let out a muffled groan as their bodies were sent flying. They crashed into the wall and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. How dare you stop me? You're courting death. The young man from the Divine Dragon sect strode toward the Qiu siblings, his face cold. I'll go in and have a look. As soon as he saw Lu Ming, the Heavenly God sect youth's expression changed. However, when he realized that Lu Ming was cultivating, his face was filled with surprise and ferocity. It's this brat. Even senior brother Lu Yan is no match for him. However, it's thanks to heaven's blessing that this brat is cultivating. Haha, as long as I kill this brat, the saintess will definitely look at me in a different light. The youth was overjoyed. His true chi burst forth as he sent a palm strike towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was still cultivating, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. The terrifying palm strike instantly closed in on Lu Ming. At this moment, the light of primal chaos spread out from Lu Ming's body. The primal chaos domain automatically bloomed outwards. Boom, the youth's palm strike landed on the primal chaos domain. Immediately, his body shook violently. His expression changed drastically as he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He flew out of the ancient cave mansion's entrance and fell to the ground. Whoosh, at this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. A cold light flashed across his eyes. No one would be in a good mood if they were interrupted at a critical moment in their cultivation. Lu Ming got up and took a step forward, appearing outside the cave abode. Brother Lu. Qiu Ying and Qiu Hao were overjoyed. Originally, they were extremely worried when they saw another person rush into the cave mansion. However, they could do nothing about it. Now that they saw Lu Ming come out unscathed, they were greatly relieved. It's him. When the youth outside saw Lu Ming, his heart trembled. They had seen Lu Ming from afar when he was going through his tribulation. Now that they saw Lu Ming, they were terrified. Let's go. Without hesitation, they turned and ran. The youth who was injured by Lu Ming did the same. Where do you think you're going? Come back. Lu Ming's palm faced the air as he suddenly sucked. Buzz, a terrifying devouring power erupted from Lu Ming's palm and enveloped the two youths from the Heavenly God sect. They were originally flying forward, but after being enveloped by the devouring power, their bodies seemed to be frozen. Then, they were pulled back by the devouring power. No. The two of them roared and attacked with all their might, trying to break through the devouring power. However, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and pressed down with his chaotic domain. Puff. Puff, their bodies shook violently as they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. They were directly pulled back by the devouring power. Furthermore, their essence blood, true yuan, and blood were rapidly flowing out of their bodies, flying into Lu Ming's palm. No, spare me. This situation caused the two of them to scream in fear. However, Lu Ming remained unmoved and continued to unleash his devouring power. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the two young men had turned into two dried corpses and died here. Qiu Ying and Qiu Hao gasped. Firstly, he was shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength. The two young men from the Celestial Divinity sect had both passed the Imperial Tribulation and become Imperial Emperors. On top of that, they had practiced domain martial skills and were extremely strong. Even if the Qiu clan's brother and sister joined forces, they could not defeat one of them. However, in Lu Ming's hands, the other party did not have the ability to retaliate at all. Lu Ming killed the two of them without moving a single step. Secondly, they were shocked by Lu Ming's overbearing means of devouring them directly and turning them into dried corpses. After devouring their essence blood, Lu Ming began to refine it. Now that Lu Ming had become a martial emperor and practiced the dragon god's combat body, his devouring power was much stronger than before. Soon, Lu Ming had almost finished refining the two men's essence blood. It's really useless. Lu Ming shook his head secretly. The energy he devoured was still useful for increasing his true yuan and condensing his spiritual body. However, it was useless for improving his domain. Domains were different from Intent Realm. Intent Realm had intent runes. One could devour and refine them into one's own Intent Realm runes to improve one's own Intent Realm. However, domains were even more mysterious. They did not have substance and were just a kind of comprehension of a martial artist. They were illusory and could not be devoured and refined. Therefore, one had to rely on one's own comprehension to break through domains. However, Lu Ming was satisfied. He only needed to focus on improving his domain. The improvement of his true yuan was still dependent on the devouring power. This was a huge advantage compared to others. Lu Ming, are you okay? Xiao Yingying asked. I'm fine. How about you? Lu Ming asked. We're just slightly injured. We'll be fine after some rest. Xiao Yingying said. Lu Ming, continue to cultivate. We'll protect you. Xiao Hao said. Lu Ming shook his head and said, there's no need. That heavenly Tao mark isn't too profound. I've already comprehended most of it. If I continue to comprehend it, I won't gain much in the short term. You'd better recuperate first. After the comprehension just now, the chaotic domain had improved a little. Not only was it completely stable, but it was also at the middle stage of the first level. Domains were divided into 9 levels. Lu Ming's cultivation could only break through to the second level of the Tao Martial Royal Realm if he cultivated the chaotic domain to the second level. Xiao Yingying and Xiao Hao sat cross-legged and took a healing pill to heal their injuries. 2 hours later, their injuries were almost healed. The 3 of them did not stay any longer. They soared into the sky and flew forward. Along the way, they came across some buildings and cave dwellings. However, they were all one step ahead of them. The 3 of them did not stop and kept moving forward. Not long after, they arrived at a vast land. There was a huge group of buildings in front of them. Many huge palaces stood on a piece of plain. From afar, Lu Ming and the rest could see figures flashing in those palaces. Many people were exploring this area. Such a large group of buildings. Could it be the great emperor's palace? Even if it's not, it must be the residence of a great figure. There must be treasures. Xiao Hao's eyes lit up. Let's go down and try our luck. Lu Ming said. The 3 of them flew down and landed in front of a huge palace. Boom! Boom! There was a shocking explosion in the palace. The 3 of them walked closer and saw 2 young men fighting fiercely. On the ground, corpses were strewn all over the place. Blood flowed continuously, and it had yet to dry up. Hand over the treasure. One of the young men shouted and attacked the other young man crazily. Don't even think about it. The treasure belongs to the fated. Since I got it, it means that I'm fated with the treasure. The other young man shouted. Bull *T. If I kill you, the treasure will be fated with me. The first young man shouted. The 2 of them fought fiercely, and the palace cracked and collapsed. Obviously, a treasure had appeared and everyone was fighting over it. The corpses on the scene belonged to the prodigies who had entered the place, but they were all dead now. Let's go look elsewhere. Lu Ming said. The 3 of them turned around and walked toward the other palaces. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, numerous figures flew out from one of the palaces. There were more than 100 of them, all of whom were young men who had entered this place. Their faces were deathly pale. Run! 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 The young men shouted. Buzz! Ah! 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 Shrill screams rang out. Most of the 100 or so people had their bodies pierced by the black light. They fell to the ground while screaming, no longer breathing. Only a dozen or so people managed to escape with their lives. Almost 100 people had died in an instant. Lu Ming saw that half of the people had passed the martial emperor tribulation and become martial emperors. The rest were still martial emperors, but they had all died in an instant. The great emperor's secret realm was not simple. It was dangerous at all times. Not only did they have to face the attacks of others, but there were also dangers in the process of exploring. I just saw someone sitting inside. Indeed, there seems to be someone, but there is no aura of life. He is dead. There must be treasures. The dozen people who survived did not leave, but wandered around. This is a formation. However, it has been many years and is no longer complete. If we can find a gap, we might be able to enter. A young man who practiced inscription Dao looked around, looking for a gap in the formation. Lu Ming did the same. He looked around the palace. Although Lu Ming could not inscribe formations because his second body had not recovered, he shared the knowledge of the second body. In other words, his main body had the knowledge and insight of the second body. Even if he could not break the formation, he could still find a gap. Follow me closely, Lu Ming said to Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. Then, he strode forward. Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao followed closely behind Lu Ming. On the other side, the other young men also started to look for a gap in the formation and stepped in. Lu Ming, you also know inscription Dao, but I didn't feel that you have a spiritual fire. Strange. Qiu Yingying looked at Lu Ming curiously as they walked. She found it strange. Lu Ming smiled and did not explain further. The three of them walked around. After a while, they finally passed through the formation and entered the hall of the palace. There is someone, Qiu Yingying said. There was a person sitting cross-legged in the hall. It was a woman who looked to be in her 40s. Unfortunately, she did not have the slightest bit of life force. Clearly, this was a corpse. Could this be someone from the Great Emperor's mystic realm? Great Emperor Song has been missing for 60,000 years. Could this person have also died 60,000 years ago? Qiu Hao guessed. Their hearts trembled. If this person had died 60,000 years ago and his body hadn't decayed yet, his cultivation base would be shockingly high. Sage, the three of them thought at the same time that only saints could maintain their bodies without decaying for so many years. Otherwise, even a top-grade ruler's body would have decayed after 60,000 years. How did this person die? There's no wound at all, Qiu Yingying said. Taking a closer look, Xianxia was unable to find any wounds on the other party's body. His storage ring is also gone. Could it be that he was killed and his storage ring was taken away? But why is there no wound? Lu Ming also frowned, unable to figure it out. The few of them looked around. In the hall, there were some chairs and tables, but after so many years, they had already decayed and turned into ashes. Finally, their gazes fell on the woman's body. She was wearing a purple feather robe. At first glance, it was a supreme treasure. Even after so many years, it still shone with a spiritual radiance. It was definitely a precious treasure. Since it was worn by a sage, it was very likely to be a sacred weapon. Sacred weapon. The few of their eyes lit up. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. A few young men rushed in. As soon as they entered, their gazes fell on the woman. Sacred weapon. This is definitely a sacred weapon. It's priceless. The few young men's eyes were burning with passion. Then, their gazes fell on Lu Ming and the others, and a ferocious look flashed past their eyes. Kill these people and we'll split the spoils equally. How about that? One of the young men said. Sure. Kill. The few young men charged towards Lu Ming and the others at the same time. All sorts of powerful attacks were unleashed. These few people were very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape from the array earlier. When they attacked together, their power was shocking. Courting death. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and a violent aura spread out from his body. Boom. Boom. Boom, Lu Ming threw out a series of punches. Streams of fist energy swept across the void. The attacks of the few young men collapsed under Lu Ming's fist energy. The fist energy didn't stop and continued to attack the few young men. No, the few young men's faces changed drastically. They wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Their screams were drowned by the fist energy. When the fist energy disappeared, the few young men's bodies had been penetrated by Lu Ming and they died on the spot. Yingying, this feather robe is for women. Take it. Lu Ming said. How can I? Qiu Yingying wanted to refuse. After all, they were just following Lu Ming. They relied on Lu Ming. They entered the hall and killed those people just now because of Lu Ming. She didn't do anything, but the treasure was hers. How could she accept it? It's fine. We can't use a woman's item. Take it. Lu Ming said. Qiu Yingying pondered for a while and nodded. She bowed to the woman and took off the feather robe and put it into her storage ring. Then, the three of them walked out of the hall. There's an underground palace up ahead. Let's go and have a look. There must be some great treasures there. The three of them heard the news as soon as they walked out of the hall. Streams of light streaked across the void and flew toward the depths of the buildings. An underground palace? The three of them looked at each other and saw the desire in each other's eyes. Shall we go and have a look? Qiu Hao said. Let's go. Lu Ming nodded. The three of them rose into the air and flew toward the depths of the buildings. Below them, the vast buildings flashed past in a flash. Soon, the three of them saw a dense crowd in the air ahead. There were at least a few thousand of them. Each of them emitted a powerful aura. More than half of them emitted the aura of martial emperors. Most of the young people who had entered this time were at the peak of the 9 Heavens Supremes, especially the local youths. Therefore, they had all broken through to the martial emperor realm as soon as they entered. The rest of them had yet to reach the peak of the 9 Heavens Supremes, so they had yet to break through. The group of people looked ahead. Lu Ming and the others went forward and looked ahead as well. In front of them, a place on a plain had collapsed. A faint light spread out from it. It was a corner of a building. Judging from its shape, it should be the corner of a huge palace. The rest of the palace was still buried underground. From the conversations of the people around them, Lu Ming and the others learned that there had been a great battle here. The ground had collapsed and they had discovered the palace. Everyone, this palace is buried deep underground. It must be extraordinary. How about we dig it out? Alright, I agree. Me too. Everyone chimed in. Facing such an underground palace, everyone was very tempted, wanting to go in and explore. Alright, let's begin then. Then, they began to dig. Everyone there was an expert with a high cultivation base, so it was not difficult for them to dig a palace. They broke open the ground and threw a large amount of rocks and soil into the distance. Soon, a huge palace was revealed in front of everyone. Rather than calling it a palace, it would be better to call it a fortress. The fortress was incomparably huge and magnificent. It was obvious that the person who lived in the fortress was extraordinary. Could it be the great emperor's palace? Someone guessed. There was a stone door in front of the fortress, but it was tightly shut. Whoosh, someone slashed a sword light at the fortress wall, but the fortress did not budge at all. It did not even leave a mark. It seemed that the only way to enter the fortress was through the door. Boom, someone slapped a palm print at the door. The door shook violently, but it did not open. Everyone, let's work together to break open the door. Someone suggested. Everyone nodded. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, suddenly, rays of light flew out from the crowd and blasted toward the door of the fortress. Rumble, the door shook violently and began to shake. It's working. Continue. Attack. More rays of light and attacks of various colors blasted toward the door. The door shook even more violently. Crack, finally, the door creaked and slowly opened on both sides. A moment later, the door was completely open. It was pitch black behind the door. At that moment, many people stopped and looked around. Now that the door was open, the people who were working together just now would soon become enemies and competitors because everyone wanted the treasure. At that moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt his heart palpitate for some reason. He had a feeling that a disaster was imminent. Kill, kill, kill. Just at this moment, a terrifying voice rang out from within the fortress. A heart-palpitating ripple was emitted from the door. Some of the young men standing at the front did not even have time to react before their bodies exploded. Oh no, retreat. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He pulled Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao and retreated frantically. Kill. 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 Within the fortress, roars filled with boundless killing intent could be heard. Their voices were filled with an intense unwillingness to accept defeat. An invisible wave of energy swept out from the door. One by one, the bodies of the young men exploded into pieces. Run, run, run. The remaining people were scared out of their wits and frantically ran away. However, the invisible ripple was rapidly spreading. One by one, the young men let out blood-curdling screams. Amidst their screams, their bodies were torn apart. Wang, a wave of energy spread towards Lu Ming, causing Lu Ming's heart to palpitate. Block it. Lu Ming set up his chaotic domain in front of him, covering Qiao Yingying and Qiao Hao. At the same time, his glabella shone, and a lightning cauldron appeared in front of him. Clang, the lightning cauldron was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. It shook violently and was sent flying. Then, the chaotic domain also shook violently. A terrifying force passed through the chaotic domain and acted on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body trembled, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Beside him, Qiao Yingying and Qiao Hao spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale. However, with the help of this force, Lu Ming retreated thousands of miles with the Qiao siblings and finally dodged the invisible attack. It was obvious how terrifying the ripple was. First, it sent the lightning cauldron flying. Then, it passed through the chaotic domain and injured Lu Ming. The others were even more miserable. There were originally thousands of people, but almost all of them had died in that attack. Only a small number of people managed to survive by relying on powerful secret techniques and powerful secret treasures. They all looked at the fortress in fear. That fortress was simply a fortress that could take their lives. Could there be a supreme expert living inside? What was that roar just now? After roaring a few times, the roar stopped and did not continue. What's going on? Lu Ming and the others stood in the distance and looked at the fortress with fear. This fortress was too strange. They waited for a while, but now, the fortress was silent. There was no movement. Buzz, at that moment, a jade talisman suddenly appeared on Qiao Yingying's body. The jade talisman vibrated slightly, and then a light shield enveloped Qiao Yingying. What's going on? Qiao Yingying was shocked. Whoosh! In the next moment, the jade talisman took Qiao Yingying and flew toward the fortress in front of them. It flew through the gate of the fortress and disappeared at an astonishing speed. Yingying! Qiao Hao turned pale with fright. He hurriedly chased after them and disappeared through the gate. There was nothing unusual. What's going on? Lu Ming was stunned. Why did a jade talisman suddenly fly out of Qiao Yingying's body and take her into the fortress? All of this happened so quickly that Lu Ming could not react in time. Let's go take a look. In the end, Lu Ming gritted his teeth. The lightning cauldron floated above his head and covered his body with the chaotic field. He also flew toward the gate of the fortress. There was nothing unusual until he reached the gate. Lu Ming did not stop and flew directly into the gate. Some people in the outside world were shocked when they saw the scene. What's going on? Those people flew in, but they're fine. Maybe they're fine now. Someone said. However, for a while, no one dared to go in. After a while, someone finally gritted his teeth and flew toward the gate. He flew into the gate and disappeared. Nothing unusual happened. Seeing this scene, more people flew in. Moreover, there were still people flying in from the distance. The fortress was very spacious and huge. After Lu Ming flew into the gate, a long passage appeared in front of him. After flying through the passage, he saw some forked corridors and passages. Where did Yingying and the others fly to? Lu Ming frowned, then randomly chose a passage and walked forward. On both sides of the passage, there were stone houses. Lu Ming walked into the first stone house and found nothing. When he walked into the second stone house, he finally found something. A skeleton. Lu Ming found a skeleton. The skeleton's bones were as white as jade. It was sitting cross-legged on the bed. It gave people the feeling that it suddenly died while cultivating cross-legged. Lu Ming guessed that it should be a ruler. After looking around for a while, Lu Ming left the place and went to the other stone huts. Lu Ming discovered some skeletons in these stone houses. They should be emperor-level skeletons. However, their storage rings were gone and Lu Ming did not find anything. Lu Ming walked along the passage and finally came to a secret room. There were a few boxes in the room. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he opened one of the boxes. Inside, there were some materials for refining weapons. Lu Ming was overjoyed after taking a closer look. That was because these materials were simply too precious. They were all materials that could be used to refine saint artifacts. If taken out, they would be priceless. Finally, he found something good. Lu Ming smiled and put the box of materials into the mountain river diagram. Next, Lu Ming opened the second big box. In the second box, there were also refining materials. They were all very precious and could be used to refine sacred weapons. Lu Ming put it away and looked at the third box. There were only 3 boxes here. The third box was the smallest. Are they all materials for refining weapons? Lu Ming thought to himself. He then opened the box. As soon as the box was opened, a strange energy wave spread out. The energy wave was extremely mysterious, like the aura of the heavenly path. It was very similar to the aura of the heavenly path mark that Lu Ming saw in the ancient cave abode. It was the aura of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Lu Ming looked into the box. Inside the box were pieces of chaotic colored stones. Each of them was about the size of a fist. There were 100 of them in total. Lu Ming's eyes widened as he thought of something. He was surprised. Are these the heavenly path stones? Lu Ming's heart pounded. The heavenly path stones, as the name suggested, contained the aura of the heavenly path. It was said that they were born from chaos when the heavens and earth were first created. They contained the great Tao and were extremely precious. Martial dominators could use the heavenly path stones to comprehend and improve their domains. Even saints could use the heavenly law stone to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. However, there were too few heavenly Tao stones. They were born at the beginning of the world and were extremely rare. Every time one was used, there would be one less heavenly Tao stone. As time passed, the number of heavenly Tao stones became fewer and fewer, and their prices also became more and more precious. I'm rich. There are so many heavenly law stones here. Lu Ming was delighted. He counted and found that there were a total of 108 pieces. My primal chaos domain is extremely difficult to cultivate, and it takes a long time to improve. It's much slower than other domains, but with the heavenly law stone, my speed won't be surpassed by too much. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. The power of the primal chaos domain and the emperor of myriad domains was astonishing, but there was a drawback. It was too difficult to cultivate. However, with the heavenly Tao stone, Lu Ming's comprehension speed would definitely increase greatly. Lu Ming kept the heavenly Tao stone in a storage ring. Lu Ming was afraid that if he kept it in the mountain and river diagram, it would be ruined by Dandan. After keeping the heavenly Tao stone, Lu Ming went out and continued to move forward. Not long after, there was light in front of him, and at the same time, there was a burst of medicinal fragrance. There was a medicinal fragrance. There were spiritual herbs. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he strode forward. Sure enough, there was a herb garden in front of Lu Ming. The rich medicinal fragrance kept drilling into Lu Ming's nose. There are so many spiritual herbs. This is the 1,000 chance fruit, and jade snow lotus. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the place, his eyes revealing a scorching glow. At a glance, there were at least level 9 spiritual herbs. Lu Ming could see that there were a few semi-sage herbs. Semi-sage herbs were one step away from becoming sacred herbs. Lu Ming once bought a semi-sage herb that was about to lose its spirituality. It was still planted next to the tree of enlightenment. Now, it had completely recovered. However, there were at least 7 semi-sage herbs here. In the end, Lu Ming looked to the front. There was a small tree about a meter tall. It was sparkling and translucent, overflowing with light and color. There was a mysterious fluctuation coming from it. The ancient heavenly liquid tree. Lu Ming whispered with ecstasy in his eyes. This was a sacred herb, a real sacred herb. Even Saint Realm experts would break their heads if they saw it. The branches and leaves of the ancient heavenly liquid tree would produce a kind of spiritual liquid called heavenly liquid every once in a while. It was priceless and more effective than the water of life. Whether it was to restore true essence or heal injuries, it was very effective. There was a skeleton half-squatting next to the ancient heavenly liquid tree, holding a jade bottle in its hand. It seemed that it was collecting the heavenly liquid tree. Lu Ming walked over and picked up the jade bottle. Sure enough, there was half a bottle of heavenly liquid in the jade screen. Great! Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then, his figure flickered, and he collected all the level 9 spiritual herbs and semi-sage herbs on the scene. Finally, he uprooted the ancient heavenly liquid tree and planned to plant it in the mountain and river diagram. After collecting the spiritual herbs, Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram with a thought. First, Lu Ming went to his second body. After a few months of recuperation and with the help of a bottle of supreme-grade water of life, his body had finally recovered. However, his origin chi had not fully recovered and needed to rest. Lu Ming took out half a bottle of heavenly liquid. His second body took it and drank it in one gulp. Then, he closed his eyes and continued to recuperate. Then, Lu Ming stepped out and went to the place where Dandan and Bubbles were. The valley was originally full of spiritual herbs, but now, almost all of them had been eaten. Dandan and Bubbles were sleeping there. As if sensing Lu Ming's arrival, Dandan opened his sleepy eyes and said, "Lu Ming, do you have any more spiritual herbs? Give me some more. I'm about to recover. Take them." Lu Ming waved his hand and more than 100 supreme-grade level 9 spiritual herbs flew out. Each of these spiritual herbs was supreme-grade level 9 spiritual herbs. Moreover, they had been nurtured in the herb garden for at least 60,000 years. Their medicinal efficacy was amazing, far surpassing that of ordinary supreme-grade level 9 spiritual herbs. So many supreme-grade level 9 spiritual herbs. Boy, it seems that you have encountered another fortuitous encounter. Dandan's eyes lit up. He grabbed 2 of them and stuffed them into his mouth. Chirp chirp, a white light flashed. Bubbles had woken up at some point. He grabbed a few spiritual herbs and gnawed on them. With these spiritual herbs, you should be able to recover, right? Lu Ming said, his heart aching. If he sold these spiritual herbs, he would definitely be able to get a lot of origin stones. Well, with these spiritual herbs, it's about time. If there are more, I will be able to level up. Dandan muttered, stuffing spiritual herbs into his mouth as he spoke. Oh, then these are for you too. Lu Ming took out the 7 semi-sage herbs. If Dandan and Bubbles could level up, they would be of great help to him. Naturally, he was willing to give them to them. Chirp chirp, these are semi-sage herbs. 7 of them. Dandan's eyes suddenly lit up. He kicked his limbs and pounced on Lu Ming. Bam! Ah, little one, you're pissing me off. How dare you kick me? Dandan roared and rushed to Lu Ming's shoulder, gnashing its teeth and glaring fiercely at Bubble. Chirp chirp, Bubble burped, blinked its big black eyes, and looked at Dandan innocently, which made Dandan so angry that he almost vomited blood. Come, here are 6 half-saint herbs, 3 for each of you. Lu Ming gave the 6 half-saint herbs to Dandan and Bubble respectively. That's not fair. Why do I only get 3? This little one gets 4. Dandan shouted. Go away. How old are you? Don't you find it shameful to be so serious with Bubble? Lu Ming had a look of disdain. Chirp chirp, Bubble took the 3 half-saint herbs, stuffed them into his mouth, and wriggled in Lu Ming's arms. Dandan's face turned blue with anger. He took the 3 half-saint herbs and ran away. Then, Lu Ming took out the ancient heavenly liquid tree. Swish, as soon as the ancient heavenly liquid tree was taken out, Dandan rushed over in an instant and said with wide eyes, Nest, sacred herb, a real sacred herb. Hey, this is the ancient heavenly liquid tree. It's different from other sacred herbs. It's a waste to swallow it directly. If you dare to touch it, I'll cook you. Lu Ming stared at Dandan. He was a little afraid that this guy would swallow the ancient heavenly liquid tree while he was away. Haha, how can that be? Who am I? How can I steal sacred herbs? Moreover, the ancient heavenly liquid tree's heavenly liquid is priceless. Swallowing it directly won't have any effect. I know. Dandan smiled brightly, but his eyes still glanced at the ancient heavenly liquid tree from time to time. Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to Dandan. He found a place and planted the ancient heavenly liquid tree. After that, Lu Ming came out of the mountain river diagram. This place is definitely the residence of an expert. Even if he's not a martial monarch, he's still a formidable expert. Let's search carefully. Lu Ming left the medicinal plant garden and proceeded along the passageway. Before long, he saw quite a few passageways that forked off into different directions. He randomly picked one and began to search for treasures in the fort. During this period, he saw many skeletons. The bones were sparkling and translucent, and they were all the skeletons of rulers. Nonetheless, the strange thing was that these skeletons were intact. They did not seem to have experienced a great battle when they were alive, so he did not know how they died. Moreover, he didn't see any storage rings. Lu Ming explored along the way and gradually approached the center of the fortress. In the center of the fortress was a large hall. At this moment, an intense battle was taking place. More than a dozen young men and women surrounded the two of them. The two people who were surrounded were Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. At this moment, Qiu Yingying was sitting cross-legged with a layer of holy light emanating from her body. She looked solemn as if she had fallen into an ethereal state. As for Qiu Hao, he held a shield in his hand, and a golden bell floated above his head. The shield and the golden bell both emitted rays of light, and a mysterious and unfathomable aura leaked out. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 rays of sword light pierced toward Qiu Hao from the left and the right. They were as fast as lightning, and their power was shocking. Buzz! The golden bell above Qiu Hao's head buzzed, and 2 rays of light scattered down, destroying the 2 rays of sword light. A sacred weapon is indeed powerful. One of the young men said. Everyone, let's attack together. That woman has obtained the inheritance of an expert here, and that man has obtained 2 sacred weapons. The sacred weapons are extremely powerful. 1 or 2 of us won't be able to defeat this kid. A red-faced young man said. That's right. Let's attack together. The others chimed in. The dozen of them were all first-layer martial royal realm cultivators. Their auras made Qiu Hao's face turn serious. Kid, you'd better hand over the sacred weapons. You can't take them for yourself. Also, interrupt that woman's inheritance and force her to hand it over. The red-faced young man said coldly. He looked at Qiu Yingying with a greedy look. This woman was too lucky to have obtained the inheritance of this place. The owner of this place was definitely a powerful expert. Who wouldn't want the inheritance of such an expert? Don't even think about it. If you interrupt my sister's inheritance, she will be severely injured or even killed. If you want to interrupt her, you'll have to do it over my dead body. Qiu Hao shouted angrily. He held the shield in his hand, and the golden bell above his head buzzed. Humph, kid, don't think you're so great just because you've obtained 2 sacred weapons. You've just obtained them and have yet to refine them. Moreover, with your cultivation, how much power can you unleash? You won't be able to stop us. The red-faced young man sneered. Let's see who dares to touch the people of the Divine Dragon Valley. At that moment, a voice came from a passage at the side of the hall. Then, a group of people appeared in the hall. There were more than 20 of them. Their auras were released. They were all martial royal realm experts. The Divine Dragon Valley, Qiu Hao's eyes lit up. He quickly shouted, Senior brothers, save us. It's you. A chuckle came from the group of people from the Divine Dragon Valley. A figure stepped out. The person was wearing a silver robe and had a cold expression. If it wasn't Yin Feng, who else could it be? Yin Feng. Qiu Hao's face turned pale. What's going on? Yin Feng strode out. The other young men and women looked pale. With so many people from the Divine Dragon Valley, it would be difficult to deal with them. We found the treasures and inheritances here together. Don't you think the Divine Dragon Valley is too greedy to take them all for yourselves? The red-faced young man said in a deep voice. Inheritances? Treasures? Yin Feng glanced at Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao and understood what was going on. A hint of greed flashed in his eyes. The 2 of you are quite lucky. One of you obtained the inheritances and the other a sacred weapon. Now, give me the sacred weapons. Yin Feng said. Give them to you? Qiu Hao's face turned pale. That's right. Give them to me. Can you keep them? Also, stop your sister's inheritance immediately. How can she accept the inheritance of such an expert? Yin Feng said with disdain. No, I can give you the treasures, but I can't stop Ying's inheritance. Xiao Hao gritted his teeth. No? Yin Feng's face turned cold and he said, if you don't hand them over, then you can deal with it yourselves. Yin Feng snickered and walked to the side with the other disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley as if it had nothing to do with them. You, the elder said that the disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley must be united and help each other. You are just leaving us in the lurch. Xiao Hao looked warily at the red-faced young man and shouted at the disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley. United? Of course we will be united, but you are just ants on an uncivilized island. What right do you have to be united with us? Plus, you want to take the treasures and inheritances. What a joke. Yin Feng snickered. Yin Feng seemed to have a high status in the Divine Dragon Valley. The others looked at Xiao Hao and Xiao Ying indifferently and didn't have any intention to help. Damn it. Xiao Hao cursed in his heart. Yin Feng and the others were despicable. They were trying to force Xiao Hao and Xiao Ying to hand over the treasures and the succession. Xiao Ying could be forced to hand over the treasure, but she had to be focused on receiving the inheritance. It would be very dangerous for her to be interrupted by force. Xiao Ying would be destroyed. He would never agree to this. Even if he had to die, Xiao Hao stood in front of Xiao Ying with a shield and a golden bell floating above his head. Kid, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The red-faced young man said coldly. Who do you want to fulfill your wish? At that moment, a clear voice could be heard in the hall. Whoosh, before he finished speaking, there was a flash of light, and a figure broke through the encirclement and appeared beside Xiao Hao. His speed was shockingly fast, and not many people saw how he appeared. Lu Ming. Xiao Hao blurted out instinctively. That's right. The person who had appeared was Lu Ming. He had been walking around aimlessly in the fortress. When he arrived, he saw the scene in the hall and appeared beside Xiao Hao with the wind origin skill. Yin Feng? Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming glanced at Yin Feng and the people of Dragon God Valley. The people of Dragon God Valley stood aside, clueless about what had happened. Lu Ming, it's like this, Xiao Hao briefly explained what had happened earlier and Lu Ming understood what was going on right away. Despicable. Lu Ming glanced at Yin Feng. It's this kid. Hee, let's see how you're going to die this time. Yin Feng was stunned when he saw Lu Ming, then he smiled coldly. Before he had broken through to the martial emperor level, he was no match for Lu Ming. However, now that he had broken through to the martial emperor level, his spirit body had transformed into an inferior earth spirit body. He was confident that he could crush Lu Ming. Kid, are you going to interfere? The red-faced young man looked at Lu Ming. What do you think? Get out of here if you know what's good for you. Lu Ming scolded coldly. Arrogant. You want to get involved in this matter alone? You're courting death. I'll kill you first. The red-faced youth shouted coldly and waved his hand. A blood-red sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. This person was a disciple of the Blood Demon House, one of the 13 top sects in the Tsang province. Clang, Lu Ming flicked his finger and deflected the blood-red sword light. At the same time, his body moved and he punched the red-faced young man. How could this be? The red-faced youth's sword light was sent flying by Lu Ming's flick of a finger. This startled him. The long sword in his hand flashed, and dozens of sharp blood-red sword lights burst out, stabbing towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's fist energy crushed through the red-faced youth's sword light. Then, the fist energy landed on the red-faced youth's body. The red-faced youth screamed as his body was sent flying. His body twitched a few times before he stopped moving. There was no trace of life left in him. Lu Ming's punch had scattered the spiritual deity within the red-faced young man's body. At the side, the other youths were shocked. Killing the red-faced youth with a single punch had shocked them. Who else wants to die? Lu Ming glanced at the other youths. The youths' faces changed. Let's attack together. I don't believe that we can't kill him with more than 10 of us working together. A youth growled. Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming appeared beside him and punched him. This person was dead. Who else? Lu Ming said calmly. Cold killing intent filled the air, causing the remaining youths' faces to turn pale. Innate spiritual body. This person must have an innate spiritual body. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such strong combat strength. They growled in their hearts, believing that Lu Ming had an innate spiritual body. Once an innate spiritual body broke through to the martial royal realm, the spiritual body would undergo a transformation. The worst-case scenario would be an inferior earth spiritual body. Their combat strength would be strong enough to crush martial artists of the same level. This guy, at the side, Yin Feng's eyes flashed coldly. Lu Ming had also broken through to the martial royal realm and his combat strength was extremely strong. However, Yin Feng did not take him seriously. He could also kill a martial artist of the same level with a single move. Get lost. Lu Ming scolded. The youth's faces turned pale, but they could only retreat helplessly. However, they only walked to the side and did not leave. They could tell that Yin Feng and his group were not on good terms with Qiu Hao and her sister. They would not give up so easily. They might be able to take advantage of the situation later. Why aren't you leaving? Lu Ming looked at Yin Feng and his group. Humph. Yin Feng's face darkened. He harumphed and said, Lu Ming, do you think you can keep these treasures and inheritances? You'd better give them to us. We'll help you bring them out and hand them over to the sect. Hand them over to the sect? We'll do it ourselves. You don't have to worry about it. Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming, don't be so arrogant just because you have some strength. I'll see what makes you so confident that you can keep these treasures. Yin Feng stepped forward and a powerful aura spread out from his body. Loser, you're looking for a beating again? Lu Ming said in disdain. Times have changed. Lu Ming, today, I'll let you see the difference between us. Yin Feng's body glowed with silver light. A dragon roar resounded throughout the hall. Silver light spread out from his body and turned into a silver dragon that coiled around his body. Silver dragon war body, a terrifying spiritual body. Silver dragon star fist. Yin Long yelled. His body was like a beam of silver light as he charged toward Lu Ming. The silver emperor spirit weapon glove on his fist exuded a dazzling glow. The fist force blasted out and the space shook violently. Boom, Lu Ming was very casual. He took a step forward and punched out. This punch did not have any abnormalities. It was ordinary. Dong, the two fists collided. It was like two meteors colliding. The terrifying sound waves caused the hall to rumble violently. Then, a figure retreated continuously. It was Yin Feng. He retreated 7 steps. With each step, the hall rumbled as if it was shaking violently. Impossible. Yin Feng's eyes flashed with disbelief. After breaking through to the Emperor realm, his spiritual body reached the low-grade Earth spiritual body. It was incomparably powerful. With the addition of his domain and Emperor spirit weapon, he originally thought that he could crush Lu Ming. But now, with just one move, he was completely at a disadvantage. And from the looks of it, Lu Ming didn't use his full strength. Low-grade Earth spiritual body, you lowly ant, how can you cultivate a low-grade Earth spiritual body? Yin Feng roared. You think you're noble? Low-grade Earth spiritual body, you think you're great? I'll let you know that even if we're both low-grade Earth spiritual bodies, you're not worth mentioning in front of me. Lu Ming said coldly and took a step forward. Dong, with one step, the hall rumbled. Lu Ming came in front of Yin Feng. His body was like a dragon, twisting and swaying. A powerful force followed his arm and punched out. Explode for me. Yin Feng roared. The aura on his body began to surge wildly again. Yin Feng's aura was shocking. He had reached the peak of LV1 martial royal realm. The Great Emperor's mystic realm had only been open for a dozen days and Yin Feng's cultivation had already reached the peak of LV1 martial royal realm. However, it was not hard to understand. A genius like Yin Feng who had lived in the Yuan continent since he was young had reached the peak of the martial royal realm. The reason why he had not broken through to the martial royal realm was because he had been suppressing it to enter the Great Emperor's mystic realm. They had been suppressing it for too long and had accumulated too much. Once they broke through to the martial royal realm, their cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. It was normal for them to reach the peak of LV1 martial royal realm in a dozen days. It would not take long for them to break through to LV2 martial royal realm. Yinfeng unleashed his full strength to fight against Lu Ming. Dong, the two fists collided and a bell rang. However, the result was the same. Although Yinfeng had unleashed his cultivation, he was still no match for Lu Ming. He was completely suppressed by Lu Ming and was forced to retreat. Lu Ming did not even use the chaotic realm. He only used the dragon god's battle body and the hell-suppressing skill. Although Lu Ming's spiritual body was the same as Yinfeng's, a low-tier spiritual body, Lu Ming had been trained by the world-refining Calamity Bell. There was a trace of chaotic chi in his body, which made Lu Ming's spiritual body stronger than an ordinary low-tier spiritual body. It was close to a medium-tier spiritual body. Boom. Boom, Lu Ming continued to throw out punches. He was like an invincible god of war, completely suppressing Yinfeng. Puff, Yinfeng's body shook violently. He kept retreating and spat out a mouthful of blood. The others were shocked. Yinfeng had an innate spiritual body. Now that he had evolved into a low-tier spiritual body, he was still no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming, the young man from the desolate island, was so strong that it was beyond their imagination. What? Is this all you've got? Is this the source of your confidence? Don't you want to show me the difference between us? Lu Ming mocked. Yinfeng let out a beast-like growl. He was too sullen. He had been suppressed by Lu Ming when he was at the martial royal realm. And Lu Ming spoke. At his spine, a blood-red light flashed. From his third bloodline, a strand of energy flowed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was covered in a layer of blood-red light, and a boundless killing intent enveloped Yinfeng. Being shrouded by the endless killing intent, Yinfeng shuddered violently. Boom, borrowing the power of his third bloodline, Lu Ming's strength greatly increased. When his fist collided with Yinfeng's fist again, a cracking sound rang out from Yinfeng's arm. His arm was completely deformed. Yinfeng let out a blood-curdling scream as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Suppress. Lu Ming pressed down with his hand, and the phantom of the suppressing hell monument appeared on his arm, pressing down on Yinfeng. Bang, Yinfeng raised his arms and resisted with all his might. However, he was pressed down by Lu Ming's palm, causing Yinfeng to kneel down. With a thud, he knelt heavily on the ground in front of Lu Ming. Even if you want to beg for mercy, you don't need to be so courteous, do you? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Arg, I'm going to kill you. Yinfeng's eyes were red. He let out an angry roar and struggled frantically. Last time, he was stepped on by Lu Ming 9 times in a row. He had become the laughingstock of Dragon God Valley and was ridiculed by his competitors. Now, he was kneeling in front of Lu Ming. This was a great humiliation that he would never be able to wash away in his lifetime. Even if he were to rise up in the future and rule the world, this incident would be a stain in his life. He was furious, he roared, and he couldn't wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. However, what welcomed him was Lu Ming's kick. Lu Ming lifted his leg and kicked out. The sole of his foot was imprinted on Yinfeng's face again. Yinfeng let out a scream and slid out along the floor. Whoosh, Lu Ming took a step forward and chased after Yinfeng, wanting to step on him again. Enough. A voice came from the crowd of Dragon God Valley. Then, a figure rushed out at an astonishing speed. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, the figure instantly clawed out 9 times. 9 blood-red dragon claws clawed at Lu Ming. The claw wind whistled and its power was shocking. Lu Ming had a feeling that if he was hit by the dragon claws, he would be smashed to pieces. Lu Ming listened to the sound and struck out 9 times. His palms were covered by the chaotic domain and clashed with the 9 blood-red dragon claws. Bam! 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 After 9 consecutive explosions, Lu Ming's figure was stopped. The figure borrowed the force and floated back dozens of meters. Second level martial royal realm. Lu Ming was shocked and looked at the other party. It was a young man in his 20s. He looked younger than Lu Ming and was very handsome. Furthermore, he had eye-catching blood-red hair that was tied up casually. You. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he recognized this person. There were 13 top sects and factions that had entered the Great Emperor mystic realm. There were many geniuses and experts. This was especially so for the local geniuses. They had received the best training since young, and many of them had innate spiritual bodies. They were extremely powerful. However, there were still leaders among these people who suppressed the rest. The leader of Dragon God Valley was the person in front of him, He Yu. Lu Ming had heard people talking about this on their way to the Great Emperor mystic realm. Therefore, Lu Ming recognized this person. This person was indeed powerful. He had only entered the Great Emperor mystic realm for a short while, and his cultivation had already broken through to the second-level martial royal realm. It was shocking. Ah, He Yu, help me kill him. Help me kill this bastard. Yin Feng shouted hysterically. He was about to go crazy. Lu Ming, your battle strength is admirable. Let's fight another day. Let's go. Unexpectedly, He Yu did not continue the battle. Instead, he retreated. He Yu, what are you doing? Help me kill this bastard. Yin Feng shouted. Nonsense. He Yu glanced at Yin Feng coldly, before grabbing him and entering a path. The geniuses of Dragon God Valley exchanged glances with one another, before following He Yu out of the place. After walking for a while. He Yu, why didn't you kill that bastard and take the treasure? Yin Feng still did not give up and asked. Because even if I were to attack, I'm not confident that I can defeat this Lu Ming. He Yu came to a stop and said in a serious tone. What? The people of Dragon God Valley, including Yin Feng, were stunned. After a while, Yin Feng said, how is that possible? Your cultivation has already broken through to the second-layer martial royal realm, and your innate spiritual body is at the mid-tier earthly spiritual body. How is it possible that you can't defeat that kid? He Yu frowned as if he was in deep thought. After a while, he let out a sigh and said, this Lu Ming is giving me a dangerous feeling. He did not use his full strength in the previous exchange. I have a feeling that if we were to fight to the death now, I would be the one to die. What? Yin Feng and the others were stunned once again. They found it hard to believe. He Yu, the peerless genius of Dragon God Valley, believed that he was no match against Lu Ming. How was this possible? Let's go. Let's not provoke him in the Great Emperor's mystic realm for now. Once my cultivation improves, I'll have full confidence. He Yu said as he strode forward. Lu Ming watched as He Yu and the others left. He did not chase after them. He was not afraid of He Yu, but he was afraid of unnecessary trouble. Now, Qiao Yingying was trying her best to receive the inheritance. If he fought with He Yu, it would cause too much of a commotion and affect Qiao Yingying's inheritance. Seeing that He Yu and the others had left, the onlookers did not dare to stay any longer. They all took to their heels and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only Qiao Yingying, Qiao Hao, and Lu Ming were left in the hall. Lu Ming, you saved us again. Thank you. Qiao Hao walked to Lu Ming's side and cupped his fists at Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with gratitude. During this period of time, the siblings had been saved by Lu Ming many times. Otherwise, they did not know what would have happened to them. He was naturally very grateful to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and said, there's no need to be so polite. We're friends, aren't we? Since I met you, do you want me to stand by and do nothing? Lu Ming said it casually, but Qiao Hao was even more grateful. By the way, Lu Ming, I obtained 2 sacred weapons here. You can have this shield. Qiao Hao handed the shield to Lu Ming. Brother Qiao, this is your opportunity. Why are you giving it to me? Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. Sacred weapons were very precious. To be honest, Lu Ming was also very tempted. However, this was Qiao Hao's opportunity. Lu Ming would naturally not steal it from someone else. Lu Ming, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to keep these 2 sacred weapons. This golden bell is very compatible with me, but this shield is not very compatible with me. Perhaps it's more suitable for you. Qiao Hao insisted on giving the shield to Lu Ming. Seeing Qiao Hao like this, Lu Ming could only take the shield. It's so heavy. Grabbing the shield, Xianxia felt a slight weight on his palm. Lu Ming had cultivated the dragon god battle body and was extremely strong. However, this shield still made him feel slightly heavy. Its weight was astonishing. The shield exuded a mysterious fluctuation, which was somewhat similar to the air-frozen bead and thunder cauldron that Lu Ming had obtained. A saint artifact shield is definitely a rare treasure. Lu Ming also liked it a little. If he took this shield out, it would be invaluable. Immediately, Lu Ming and Qiu Hao sat cross-legged on either side of Qiu Yingying and began to refine their respective saint weapons. True essence poured into the shield, and the shield hummed lightly, emitting a buzzing sound as it emitted a brilliant light. Not long after, the shield shrank rapidly and flew into Lu Ming's forehead, disappearing without a trace. The shield could be considered to be at the initial stage of refinement. Of course, it was impossible for Lu Ming to completely refine the shield, nor was it possible for him to unleash the full power of the shield. This was a saint weapon, just like the Thunder Cauldron. Lu Ming had the Thunder Cauldron for many years, but he could only unleash a small portion of its power. The difference in their cultivation was too great. Lu Ming stood up and saw that Qiu Hao was still refining the golden bell. The golden bell floated above Qiu Hao's head, emitting rays of light that enveloped Qiu Hao. After a while, the golden bell turned into a beam of golden light and disappeared into Qiu Hao's forehead. He had also begun to refine it. Buzz, at this moment, a powerful fluctuation came from Qiu Yingying's body. So powerful. Facing this fluctuation, Lu Ming felt like he was facing a Saint Realm expert. The terrifying pressure made him feel like he was about to suffocate. However, as soon as the fluctuation came out, it quickly retracted into Qiu Yingying's body and disappeared. At this moment, Qiu Yingying opened her eyes. "Yingying, did you succeed?" Qiu Hao looked at Qiu Yingying expectantly. "Yes." Qiu Yingying nodded. Qiu Hao was overjoyed. "Lu Ming, thank you for saving me." Qiu Yingying bowed to Lu Ming. Although she had been receiving the inheritance, she still had a vague sense of what was happening in the outside world. She knew that Lu Ming had saved them. Otherwise, Qiu Yingying would have been lucky if she could keep her life, let alone receive the inheritance. "You're welcome." "Yingying, why were you suddenly brought in? What happened?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "It's that jade pendant. When I first entered the Great Emperor's mystic realm, I got it by accident. I didn't know what it was for, so I kept it with me. I didn't expect it to be the key to the inheritance. I received the inheritance with this jade pendant," Qiu Yingying said. Lu Ming sighed. This was an opportunity. "Yingying, did you get any useful information from the inheritance?" Qiu Hao asked curiously. "I haven't fully digested the inheritance. I just received it, so I don't know much. I only know that it's the inheritance of an absolute saint senior," Qiu Yingying said. "Absolute saint?" Lu Ming and Qiu Hao were shocked. An absolute saint was close to becoming a great emperor. They were happy for Qiu Yingying to receive the inheritance of an absolute saint. "However, I received an important piece of information from the inheritance. It's about Emperor Song. It said that 7 types of inheritances will appear. Once 7 rainbow bridges break through the void, Emperor Song's palace will appear," Qiu Yingying said. 7 types of inheritances? That's easy to understand. "Yingying, you're one of them. But what do you mean by 7 rainbow bridges?" Lu Ming frowned. Qiu Yingying shook her head, indicating that she had no idea. "Let's go. Let's get out of here first. I'm afraid that the other places have already been searched," Lu Ming said. Immediately, the 3 of them headed out. After making many turns, the 3 of them exited the fortress. Buzz, as soon as the 3 of them got out of the fortress, the entire fortress shook violently. Rays of light shone from above. Finally, under everyone's shocked gazes, the light gathered on the fortress, forming an incomparably huge rainbow. It pierced through the void and extended to an unknown place, disappearing into the vast sky. "Rainbow Bridge. That's the Rainbow Bridge," Qiu Hao exclaimed. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Rainbow Bridge. Now, they understood. It seemed that there were 7 types of inheritances in this secret realm. Every time someone received an inheritance, a rainbow bridge would be activated that led to the depths of the void. When the 7 rainbow bridges converged, Emperor Tsong's palace would appear. Whoosh! 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 The fortress shook, and many young people in the fortress flew out. They looked at the rainbow bridge in the sky in confusion. What's going on? Many people looked at each other. Let's go and find the next inheritance, Lu Ming said. They naturally would not explain it to others. The 3 of them flew into the sky and left the place. Whoosh! Not long after they flew out, a rainbow light suddenly broke through the void in the distance. Rainbow bridge. Another rainbow bridge. Obviously, someone had received the inheritance. One end of the 2 rainbow bridges broke through the void in the same direction. Everyone in the great emperor's mystic realm began to search for the inheritances frantically. The next inheritance must be mine. I must get the next inheritance. Many youths looked determined and confident. Especially the leaders of the 13 sections. Their eyes shone brightly. These leaders were only the leaders of this batch who had entered the mystic realm. They were not the leaders of the younger generation in their sections. Many of the younger generation in the various sects had already broken through to the martial emperor realm. Most of the geniuses were in the martial emperor realm. Some of them were even more talented than them. The great emperor's mystic realm was their opportunity. If they could obtain an inheritance, they would be able to compete with the younger generation in the future. Lu Ming, Qiu Yingying, and Qiu Hao flew aimlessly. They did not have any clues to find the inheritance. They could only rely on luck. Whoosh! Whoosh! In front of them, a few rays of light were flying in the same direction. The 3 of them did not pay much attention to it. However, from time to time, they would see rays of light flying in the same direction. The 3 of them were curious. At that moment, another figure flew past. Lu Ming stopped him. What a coincidence. This person was also a disciple of the Divine Dragon Valley. There might be an inheritance in front of us. This Dragon God Valley disciple only left behind a sentence and hurriedly left. An inheritance? The 3 of their eyes lit up. It seemed that another person had found an inheritance. Let's go and take a look, Lu Ming said. The 3 of them flew in that direction. After flying for more than an hour, the terrain gradually became desolate. Although the terrain was flat, there was no vegetation. The 3 of them continued to fly. There's someone in front. Qiu Yingying pointed ahead. There was a person lying there motionless. The 3 of them flew over and found that the person was dead. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. How did this person die? There's no wound. Qiu Hao checked and said. It's in his dantian. Lu Ming discovered an extremely tiny hole in the clothes of this person's dantian. After unbuttoning this person's clothes, he discovered that there was also an extremely tiny hole in this person's dantian. It seemed to have been pierced by a sharp weapon. It was a fatal blow. Even the spirit god did not manage to escape. The 3 of them checked it out and continued forward. However, not long after, the 3 of them stopped again. That was because this time, they saw several corpses at once. After examining them, they found that the cause of death for each of the corpses was the same. Their dantian had been pierced by a sharp weapon, and they were killed with a single strike. Judging from their lingering auras, these people should be Jizuan realm cultivators. The 3 of them continued on their journey, but soon, the 3 of them were shocked. Corpses. The road was littered with corpses. In one place, there were more than 1,000 corpses. Each corpse had died in the same way. Their dantians were all pierced. Among these people, some were even rulers. As they moved forward, they saw even more corpses. In total, there were more than 5,000 corpses. All of these people were geniuses. Any single one of them would be a top existence if they were to be placed in the continent of God. But now, they were all dead without a single sound. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The Yuan continent was indeed many times more dangerous than the godly ruins. Where is this place? Why is it so evil? Qiu Yingying's face turned pale. What kind of existence can kill so many people? Moreover, their wounds are all the same. This is unbelievable. Qiu Hao's heart was pounding. Such a scene was too evil. Anyone would be scared. boom, suddenly, a violent explosion was heard in front of them. A figure rushed into the sky and then swooped down. Get lost, get lost. The figure roared. The battle saber in his hand slashed out rays of saber light in all directions. Its power was extremely shocking. He's so powerful. He's not weaker than Yin Feng. Qiu Yingying exclaimed. Such a powerful figure seemed to be in mortal danger at this moment. He was killing and slashing out dazzling saber light. Ding! Ding! When he slashed out with his saber light, there was a clanking sound in the air. That's a type of butterfly. Qiu Yingying suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed. At the same time, Lu Ming and Qiu Hao also saw it. It was a type of butterfly that was almost transparent. It was shockingly fast. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to see it. Moreover, this butterfly had two sharp thorns on its tail that looked like two tiny swords. The sword-tail disc, those three words appeared in Lu Ming's mind. The sword-tail disc was an extremely terrifying insect. These ferocious insects were transparent, and their speed was astonishing. They came and went without a trace. Moreover, there were two sword-like spikes on their tails. These spikes had terrifying attack power and penetrating power. Moreover, they were extremely fast. Ordinary people would be pierced by the spikes before they could even discover them, dying miserably on the spot. That was how the sword-tail disc got its name. Lu Ming finally knew how those people died. They were killed by the sword-tail disc. At this moment, the person in front of them was surrounded by hundreds of sword-tail discs. He tried his best to defend himself. When he saw Lu Ming and the others, his eyes lit up and he rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. This guy wants to drag us down with him, Qiu Hao said. A golden bell appeared above his head and scattered a light screen that enveloped him. On Qiu Yingying's body, a feather robe emitted light and covered her. Go back, Lu Ming said coldly and threw a punch at the young man. The terrifying fist force drowned the young man. How dare you, the young man shouted angrily. Lu Ming curled his lips. This person wanted to drag them down with him, but Lu Ming didn't dare to fight back. Boom, the young man had no choice but to slash with his saber. It hit Lu Ming's fist force and sent the young man flying with a loud bang. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, the thorns on the sword-tail disc stabbed a few small holes in the young man's body. Fortunately, they didn't hit any vital parts. The young man soared into the sky and flew into the distance. His voice came from afar, just you wait. Then, he disappeared into the horizon. A group of sword-tail discs chased after him. However, the young man had successfully dragged Lu Ming and the others down with him. At least half of the sword-tail discs that were attacking the young man were attacking Lu Ming and the others. Whoosh! Whoosh! A sharp sound broke through the air as hundreds of thorns pierced toward Lu Ming and the others. Buzz! Lu Ming activated the chaotic domain. The chaotic domain spread out and enveloped all the sword-tail discs. Then, Lu Ming pressed down with one hand and the terrifying power of the chaotic domain crushed toward the sword-tail discs. The chaotic domain was millions of pounds heavy. Under the heavy pressure, the pressure was astonishing. Looks like it's not safe ahead. I'm afraid there will be a large number of sword-tail discs. Yingying, brother Qiu, Lu Ming looked at Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. His meaning was clear. It was too dangerous to continue. Given Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao's strength, they would be in danger. Lu Ming, big brother, and I will wait for you outside. Qiu Yingying was very smart and said quickly. She knew that if she and Qiu Hao followed Lu Ming, they would be a burden to Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only move freely if he was alone. Okay, wait for me outside. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming, be careful, Qiu Yingying said worriedly. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled and flew away. Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao went back the way they came and left. Whoosh! Lu Ming was alone. His speed suddenly increased. Like a phantom, he flashed across the void. Whoosh! 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 After Lu Ming flew for a while, hundreds of sword-tail discs attacked Lu Ming. It was very sudden and too fast. An ordinary martial king would not be able to survive such an attack. However, Lu Ming was not an ordinary martial king. The chaotic territory covered his body and the sword-tailed disc spikes could not break through Lu Ming's chaotic territory. The chaotic territory shook and the spikes were all shattered. Boom, then, Lu Ming threw a punch and the chaotic domain crushed forward. Those sword-tail discs exploded under the powerful fist force. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to move forward. Along the way, Lu Ming encountered several waves of attacks. However, Lu Ming rushed past them and shattered them in the air. Soon, a forest appeared in front of him. That is, Lu Ming looked into the distance. The forest covered a large area. In the center of the forest, there was a tall tower in the shape of a sword. It looked like a divine sword that pierced the sky. Even from a distance, one could see it. Is that the land of inheritance? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Scram! Not far away, a person was charging forward. This person was very strong and should be someone with an innate spirit body. However, at this moment, a large group of sword-tailed discs flew out from the forest below and attacked this person. This person tried his best to attack, but he couldn't break through the sword-tailed disc's obstruction at all. Several large holes were pierced into his body, and he almost died here. He could only retreat in a sorry state. Lu Ming looked around and found that there were many corpses in the forest. Because they all wanted to charge through this forest and were killed by the sword-tail disc. Presumably, this forest was the lair of the sword-tail disc. Who knew how many sword-tail discs resided here? In order to reach the sword pagoda, one had to pass through this forest. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, another group of sword-tail discs flew out towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming pressed forward with one hand, and the chaotic field spread out and enveloped the group of sword-tail discs. Then, with a shake, the sword-tail discs were all killed and fell into the forest like raindrops. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stepped forward, heading towards the sword pagoda. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a cold shout sounded, and then two rainbow lights flashed towards Lu Ming. The rainbow lights faded, and two figures appeared. It's you. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. One of them was the young man who had been attacked by the sword-tail discs and then led the sword-tail discs to Lu Ming and Xiao Yingying. Lu Ming didn't go looking for him, but he appeared on his own. The other person's aura was also very strong. Obviously, he was a prodigy of the same level as this person. Your field is very mysterious. It can actually suppress the sword-tail discs. No wonder you didn't die. Now, take the two of us there. The young man who had dragged Lu Ming and Xiao Yingying into the water said coldly. Is there something wrong with your head? Lu Ming sneered. What did you say? The young man's eyes turned cold. You framed me and wanted to drag me into the water to help you escape. Now, you're asking me to take you there? Is there something wrong with your head? Lu Ming continued. If you don't take me there, you'll die now. The young man said, and his body was filled with cold murderous intent. Is that so? Then, you can go to hell. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, he threw out a punch. The chaotic field was driven by Lu Ming's fist force, and it crushed towards the young man. How dare you make a move? You're courting death. Ah, no, the young man began to yell, but then he realized that Lu Ming's fist force was unbelievably powerful. He exerted all his strength and slashed with his saber, but under Lu Ming's fist force, the saber light was shattered and the fist force hit him directly. Bam, half of his body exploded. Although his combat strength was not weaker than Yin Feng's, Lu Ming did not use the chaotic field when he fought with Yin Feng previously. Now that he used the chaotic field, it was simply crushing. Swoosh, Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed half of the young man's body. Spare me, the young man was not dead yet, and he begged for mercy in horror. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Lu Ming swung his hand and threw half of the young man's body into the forest. Suddenly, a dense sword-tail disc flew out from the forest. No, the young man yelled. The next moment, the sword-tail disc engulfed him, and his body was pierced into a hornet's nest, and he died on the spot. Did I say you could leave? Lu Ming took a step forward, and his body was like a stream of light. The other young man was almost scared to death when he saw Lu Ming's combat strength. He fled in horror. However, Lu Ming's speed was so fast that he caught up with him in a few breaths. The result was already determined. With one move, the young man was half dead. Lu Ming did the same and threw the severely injured young man into the forest, where he was pierced by thousands of arrows. Then, Lu Ming continued to move forward. In the forest, a dense sword-tailed disc rushed out and pounced on Lu Ming. Whoosh, Lu Ming covered his body with the chaotic field and used the wind origin technique. His entire body seemed to have turned into a long spear and rushed through. Wherever Lu Ming passed by, the sword-tailed discs would explode one after another. Amidst the densely packed sword-tailed discs, a passageway was created. The sword-tailed disc could not stop Lu Ming in the slightest. Soon, Lu Ming successfully rushed through the forest and approached the sword pagoda. Strangely, as soon as he rushed through the forest, the sword-tailed disc stopped chasing and all retreated. Boom, clang, not far from the sword pagoda, there was a terrifying rumble. Someone was fighting. Get lost, the Emperor Domain fruit is mine. You want to get the Emperor Domain fruit? Dream on. Die for me. Sword light, saber light, and palm prints surged. In that area, there were 4 figures fighting in a chaotic battle. These 4 people's combat strength was very shocking, and they were even stronger than Yin Feng. No wonder they could break through the sword-tailed disc's encirclement and rush here. Emperor Domain fruit. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He looked around and found 3 fruit trees. On each tree, there was a fruit. Each fruit was sparkling and resplendent, and there was the aura of the great Tao lingering around it. It's really the Emperor Domain fruit. The royal region fruit was a rare treasure. It was said that a low-level martial royal realm martial artist could raise his cultivation by 1 level after consuming the royal region fruit. Even a high-level martial royal realm martial artist would benefit greatly from consuming the royal region fruit, as it could help him break through his bottleneck. If a martial royal realm martial artist wanted to raise his cultivation, he would first have to raise his realm, then cultivate his true origin and condense his spiritual body. However, the royal region fruit could raise one's cultivation by 1 level. The most amazing thing was that it would be useful for martial artists regardless of their realm. This kind of treasure was simply heaven-defying. It was no wonder that these people were fighting over it. The 3 royal region fruits are mine. Lu Ming moved and pounced toward the royal region fruits. The chaotic realm that he cultivated was 10 times or even 100 times more difficult than an ordinary realm. However, if he had the royal region fruits, how much effort and time could he save? Such a rare treasure was hard to come by. Since Lu Ming had come across it, he would not give it up. You're courting death. Trying to snatch the royal region fruits? Die. The 4 people who were fighting noticed Lu Ming and roared furiously. They attacked Lu Ming at the same time. The 4 people's combat strength was shocking, surpassing Yin Feng and the others. Even Lu Ming could not ignore the 4 people's furious attacks. Boom. 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 Boom, Lu Ming threw out 4 punches in a row and destroyed the 4 people's attacks. How powerful. The 4 people were shocked when they saw Lu Ming destroy their attacks with just a punch. We are no match for this person's combat strength alone. If he gets the royal region fruits, we will have no chance at all. One of the young men said. That's right. Why don't we team up and kill this person before fighting for the royal region fruits? All right. That's what I was thinking. The figures of the 4 young men flashed and surrounded Lu Ming in the middle. A powerful steam engine was emitted and locked onto Lu Ming. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted and formed a terrifying sound wave that attacked one of the young men in front of him. At the same time, he threw a punch at the young man in front of him. If he wanted to fight, he had to focus on one of them. The young man's expression changed. He didn't expect that Lu Ming would dare to make the first move when facing the 4 of them. Sword chi bloomed in his hand, and a sharp sword chi burst out, breaking apart the blast of air that Lu Ming spat out. However, when his sword slashed towards Lu Ming's fist, his expression changed greatly. The primal chaos domain pressed down. His sword light was like a willow leaf in the wind, swaying rapidly as if it would collapse at any moment. At this moment, the other 3 people also made their move. A saber light, a palm print, and a spear light bombarded Lu Ming at the same time. But Lu Ming pretended not to see it. The primal chaos domain covered Lu Ming's entire body. Boom. Boom. Boom, the three attacks landed on the primal chaos domain. The primal chaos domain shook violently, but it did not break. Their expressions changed greatly. What kind of domain is this? Why is it so terrifying? The three of them had the same thought in their minds. The primal chaos domain was a legendary domain. Not many people could recognize it. Moreover, they never thought that there would be someone in this world who could cultivate the primal chaos domain. The three people's attacks did not break the primal chaos domain, but Lu Ming's attack continued to crush it. Bang! The young man's sword light finally couldn't hold on and collapsed. The primal chaos domain erupted with a terrifying fist force. Puff! The young man's body shook violently, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His body flew out like a cannonball. Whoosh! Then, Lu Ming's figure flashed, dodging the attacks of the other three people. Cold killing intent enveloped the other three people. At this moment, the sword pagoda not far away emitted a buzzing sound, and the door at the bottom of the pagoda suddenly opened. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, two streaks of sword light flew toward the sword pagoda from another direction and rushed into the gate at an extremely fast speed. The sword pagoda opened, and two experts rushed in. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming's third bloodline appeared, turning into a blood-red spear. Lu Ming grabbed it. Total annihilation, the blood-red spear swept out, containing the terrifying power of the primal chaos domain and the primal chaos domain. Bang! 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 The three young men were sent flying by Lu Ming like sandbags. They flew thousands of meters away, spitting out mouthfuls of blood as they looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming's battle strength was too terrifying. He was almost invincible among those of the same level. After sending the three young men flying with one move, Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he pounced on the Emperor Domain fruit. This time, the three young men did not dare to stop him. They watched as Lu Ming plucked the Emperor Domain fruit and put it away. After plucking the Emperor Domain fruit, Lu Ming did not stop. He rushed into the sword pagoda and rushed in through the door at the bottom. Who is this person? What terrifying battle strength! I'm afraid he's comparable to the leaders of the 13 sects. Indeed, but the two sword lights just now were the two leaders, Luo Xiang from the Life and Death Sword faction and Wang Xiao from the Nine Heaven Sword sect. This is interesting. Three leaders fighting for the inheritance. This is going to be interesting. Let's go take a look. Following that, the few young men also flew toward the sword pagoda. As soon as Lu Ming flew into the sword pagoda, he found that the sword pagoda was filled with sharp sword chi. Sword chi slashed toward him. It was the aftermath of the sword chi. In the sword pagoda, there were two people fighting fiercely. Sword chi filled the entire sword pagoda. What powerful battle strength! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Of the two young men, one was wearing an ordinary black robe. He was handsome, and there was a sword mark between his eyebrows. It seemed like a divine sword would fly out at any time. The other person was wearing a robe with clouds. He was tall and had a wild aura. Both of them were sword cultivators and used long swords. Clang! 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 In an instant, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Their long swords collided and sword chi was rampant. Both of their cultivations were at rank 2 martial royal realm, which was comparable to He Yu, the leader of the Divine Dragon Valley. Luo Xiang, this inheritance is mine. The young man in the robe said coldly. Wang Xiao, the inheritance is not something you can talk about. Luo Xiang replied coldly. At that moment, the two of them saw Lu Ming. However, their eyes were cold and they did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. You guys can continue fighting. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He soared into the sky and dashed toward the top of the sword pagoda. There was no staircase in the sword pagoda. The center was empty and led to the top. If one wanted to go up, they would have to rush up from the center. Get lost. As soon as Lu Ming rushed up, Wang Zhao's eyes turned cold and a sword light slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming struck out with his palm and shattered the sword light. He did not stop and continued to move upward. Not bad. Wang Zhao's eyes turned cold. He gave up on Luo Xiang and became one with his sword. He turned into a sword light and shot up to the sky, stabbing toward Lu Ming from below. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He used the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps and took 9 steps in a row. Wang Zhao's expression changed abruptly. His body fell down involuntarily. Swoosh, at this moment, Luo Xiang caught up with Lu Ming. He soared into the sky and chased after Lu Ming. With the help of Wang Zhao's power, Lu Ming's body swayed and he dashed to the highest floor in an instant. With a twist of his body and a stomp of his feet, Lu Ming moved dozens of meters horizontally and landed on the highest floor. Then, Luo Xiang flew up. Swoosh, after Luo Xiang, it was Wang Xiao. He landed on the ground and looked at Lu Ming gloomily. As the leader of the 9 Heaven Sword sect in the mystic realm this time, he was actually kicked down by Lu Ming, an unknown person. This made his expression turn ugly. At that moment, Lu Ming's attention was attracted by something in front of him. There were 3 balls of light floating in the air in front of him. In one of the balls of light, there was a book that looked like it was made of gold. Strangely, there was a human figure on the book's surface, dancing with a sword. It was very mysterious. It was a martial technique, a sword principle martial technique. In the second ball of light, there was a sword. The sword's body was snow white. With one look, one could feel a terrifying sword radiance. A sacred weapon, this sword was definitely a powerful sacred weapon. In the third ball of light, it was much simpler. There were only about 100 fist-sized stones. The heavenly law stone, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Almost at the same time, the 3 of them moved. Lu Ming pounced on the heavenly law stone. To Lu Ming, the sword principle martial technique was useless to him. He was not a sword cultivator and did not practice the sword. Although the sacred weapon was precious, it was not very useful to him. If he took it out, he would just sell it. These were not as attractive to him as the heavenly law stone. The heavenly law stone was the foundation of increasing one's strength. As long as one had strength, one would not be afraid of not having treasures. Lu Ming pounced on the heavenly law stone, Luo Xiang pounced on the sword principle martial technique, and Wang Xiao pounced on the sacred weapon. Bam, Lu Ming grabbed the ball of light. The ball of light shook but was not broken. It really has a defensive function. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Next, the chaos domain covered Lu Ming's palm. Circulating the suppressing hell heavenly skill, he slammed his palm into the ball of light. Wang, the ball of light shook violently. Although it didn't break apart, the light of the ball of light dimmed a little. Continue, Lu Ming unleashed a barrage of attacks. The primal chaos domain combined with the hell-suppressing heaven skill was extremely powerful. The ball of light constantly shook and flickered. In less than 10 breaths, Lu Ming had already sent out over 100 attacks. Finally, the ball of light collapsed into motes of light and disappeared. Lu Ming reached out and collected over 100 heavenly Dao stones into his storage ring. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. In total, he had obtained more than 200 heavenly Dao stones. The heavenly Dao stones were extremely precious. Even a Sage Realm expert would want to look for them. Lu Ming's trip to the Great Emperor's mystic realm had not been in vain. After keeping the heavenly Dao stones, he looked around and realized that Luo Xiang and Wang Xiao had yet to break apart the ball of light. Sword light burst out from their hands and slashed at the ball of light. The ball of light shook and its light dimmed. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. His body moved and pounced towards the ball of light that Wang Xiao was in. He slammed his palm out and the ball of light shook violently. "What are you doing?" Wang Xiao shouted angrily. Lu Ming sneered. He couldn't be bothered with him and slammed his palm out again. "Brat, you dare to fight with me for the sacred weapon? You're courting death." Wang Xiao shouted angrily. The sword light in his hand flashed and slashed towards Lu Ming. Bam, Lu Ming kicked out. This kick was also a combination of the hell-suppressing heaven skill and the primal chaos domain. Wang Zhao's sword light was scattered. His body swayed slightly and he took 2 steps back. Bam, Lu Ming slammed his palm on the ball of light again. With a poof, the ball of light was destroyed. Lu Ming grabbed the sacred weapon and kept it in his storage ring. "Brat, hand over the sacred weapon." Wang Xiao let out a furious roar and pounced on Lu Ming. His sword aura surged toward Lu Ming like rainbows. "You want the sacred weapon? Let's see if you have the ability." Lu Ming sneered. When Lu Ming entered, Wang Xiao was the first to attack him. Now that he had the chance to snatch a sacred weapon, how could Lu Ming be polite? His palm was like a knife as he slashed down continuously. Under Lu Ming's palm, Wang Xiao's sword light was destroyed. Damn it! Wang Xiao was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. However, he was shocked to find that he could not do anything to Lu Ming. In fact, Lu Ming's attack was stronger than his. He was suppressed by Lu Ming. Swoosh! Swoosh, Lu Ming waved his palm. With the help of the primal chaos domain, he slashed out 12 times in an instant. It was as if 12 mountains were pressing down on Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao raised his cultivation to the peak of LV2 martial royal realm. Sword light burst out, trying to break out of the mountains. Clang! 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 Sparks flew in all directions as the sword chi was destroyed. Wang Xiao used all his strength and finally broke through a gap. He rushed out of Lu Ming's attack range and retreated far away. He felt the blood in his body churning as he looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. At the same time, Luo Xiang also broke through the ball of light and put away the sword principle manual. Damn it! Wang Xiao was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. Originally, the three of them had 3 treasures. However, in the end, Lu Ming got 2 of them and he did not get a share. That was a holy weapon. If he could refine it, his combat strength would definitely increase greatly. Unfortunately, it had fallen into Lu Ming's hands. He stared at Lu Ming viciously. What? Do you want to die? Lu Ming glanced at Wang Xiao, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Buzz, at that moment, a spot of light suddenly lit up in front of the 3 of them. The spot of light was dazzling, and slowly, a small sword appeared. The small sword was only the size of a palm, but it was dazzling. The light was like tiny swords that spread out in all directions. Inheritance, the 3 of them were shocked. Their eyes shone with a fiery light. Almost at the same time, the 3 of them moved and pounced on the light sword. However, in the next moment, their faces changed. They pushed forward with their palms, and then the 3 of them stepped back together. What a strong pressure! What a strong sword chi! Lu Ming's eyes were a little solemn. When he rushed out just now, he felt the powerful sword chi from the light sword as if it was going to tear him apart. If he had not blocked it in time, he would have been injured. Presumably, Luo Xiang and Wang Xiao were in the same situation. It seemed that it was not that easy to get the light sword. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming covered his body with the chaotic domain and walked forward step by step. A layer of ripples appeared in the chaotic domain. That was because it was being attacked. Small sword chi was densely packed and endless, constantly stabbing the chaotic domain. Luo Xiang and Wang Xiao also stepped forward. Of course, they were also being attacked and were trying their best to resist. The speed of the 3 of them became very slow. However, Lu Ming covered his body with the chaotic domain and walked forward step by step firmly. His speed was still faster than Luo Xiang and Wang Xiao. Lu Ming was a few meters ahead, which made Luo Xiang's eyes flash. As for Wang Xiao, he was furious as he gritted his teeth and charged forward. Whoosh! 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 4 figures rushed up from the bottom of the sword pagoda. They were the 4 youths who fought with Lu Ming for the Emperor Region fruit. It's the inheritance. The sword pagoda's inheritance. When they saw the light sword, their eyes flashed with greed as they stepped forward. But at the same time, they were attacked by the sword chi and their speed was slower than a snail. The power of the sword chi is getting stronger. Lu Ming's face turned serious. The closer they got to the light sword, the stronger the pressure and the power of the sword chi. The ripples on the chaotic domain became more intense. Boom! Lu Ming used offense as defense and began to use the hell-suppressing heaven skill to break the sword chi. This way, it was better. Lu Ming's speed suddenly increased. Seeing this, Luo Xiang and Wang Xiao also began to attack. Sword chi burst out from their hands and collided with the sword chi that pierced towards them. Dense collision sounds rang out in the air. But their speed was still inferior to Lu Ming's. The light sword was not far from them. In a short while, Lu Ming was already close to the light sword. He was less than a meter away from the light sword. He could reach out and grab it. At this point, the power of the sword chi light had reached an astonishing level. Damn it, no! Wang Xiao roared in his heart. Seeing that the inheritance was about to be taken by Lu Ming, he was extremely unwilling. He tried his best to move forward, but it was impossible for him to get close to the light sword. Lu Ming did not hesitate. His palm covered with the chaotic domain, he grabbed the light sword and successfully grabbed it. Buzz, at this moment, the light sword trembled slightly and shone brightly. A terrifying sword chi burst out. Lu Ming's face changed. He felt that the chaotic domain on his palm could not withstand it and was about to shatter. A terrifying sword chi broke through Lu Ming's palm and blasted towards Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming's body involuntarily retreated after being hit by the sword chi. He slid along the ground for dozens of meters. He had failed, the lightsaber did not acknowledge him. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled, not too surprised. The inheritance here was obviously a sword Dao inheritance. Since he did not cultivate the sword, it was normal for him to be rejected by the light sword. Previously, he had only wanted to give it a try. Even if he could not obtain the inheritance, Lu Ming could be considered to have returned from a fruitful journey. The 3 Emperor Domain fruits and more than 100 heavenly Dao stones were all extremely useful to Lu Ming. Of course, there was also a Saint Weapon Battle Sword, which was also very valuable. Haha! Seeing Lu Ming being pushed back by the light sword, Wang Xiao laughed in his heart and urged the rear to charge forward. He and Luo Xiang approached the Sword of Light at almost the same time. Luo Xiang, you want to compete with me? Dream on. A small squirrel appeared in Wang Zhao's hand. Sword rat. Luo Xiang's expression changed. Go, attack him. Wang Xiao stared at Luo Xiang. Squeak squeak, the squirrel squeaked and revealed a look of fear. Wang Xiao, this place is filled with powerful sword chi. By asking the sword rat to attack me, you are asking it to die. Luo Xiang said. Humph, hurry up and attack. Otherwise, I will kill you right now. Wang Xiao could not be bothered with Luo Xiang's words as he stared at the sword rat with murderous intent. Squeak squeak, the sword rat was so frightened that its body trembled. It then nodded as a look of sorrow flashed across its eyes. With a swoosh, it charged towards Luo Xiang. At this moment, Luo Xiang was the same as Wang Xiao. He needed to use all his strength to resist the sword chi and could not free himself to attack. Bang! The sword rat bombarded Luo Xiang's protective True Yuan and domain, causing Luo Xiang's body to tremble as he retreated. But that sword rat was also exposed to the endless sword chi. The sword rat wailed and turned into ashes under the sword chi. Haha, I finally seized the opportunity. Wang Xiao laughed and grabbed the lightsaber. The inheritance is mine. Wang Xiao grabbed the lightsaber with excitement in his eyes. He naturally saw that Lu Ming was repelled by the lightsaber because Lu Ming was not a sword cultivator and was naturally unable to obtain the approval of the lightsaber. But he was a pure sword cultivator who had practiced the sword since he was young and was a famous genius in the 9 Heaven Sword sect. How could he not obtain the approval of the lightsaber? But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly opened wide. The lightsaber buzzed for a moment as a violent force erupted. Wang Xiao was also sent flying like Lu Ming. No, how could this be? Wang Xiao was unable to believe it and let out a furious roar. He was also rejected by the lightsaber. How could this be? Sword cultivators should be brave, persistent, decisive, persistent, sharp, and daring to act. But you are despicable and shameless. Wang Xiao, you are not worthy of using a sword. Luo Xiang's indifferent voice sounded out. Bang! Bang! Subsequently, Luo Xiang took a few steps forward and arrived before the lightsaber. Without the slightest hesitation, he grabbed the lightsaber. When Luo Xiang grabbed the lightsaber was unusually quiet. The powerful sword chi vanished without a trace in an instant, and it was like a docile pet. Luo Xiang has obtained the approval of the lightsaber. A young man said. Impossible, the inheritance is mine. Wang Xiao could not accept this fact. He roared angrily and pounced at Luo Xiang. Buzz, the lightsaber shook and released a powerful sword chi that sent Wang Xiao flying. Then, the lightsaber flashed and disappeared into the space between Luo Xiang's eyebrows. Whoosh, Luo Xiang jumped down from the sword pagoda and rushed out. At this moment, the sword pagoda began to shake. Let's go. Lu Ming jumped down from the sword pagoda and rushed out of the pagoda. The others also rushed out of the pagoda one by one, including Wang Xiao. However, his face was extremely gloomy. Buzz, the sword pagoda shook. Then, a rainbow bridge broke through the sky and rushed into the boundless void, joining the other two rainbow bridges. In the distance, a sword light flashed and flew into the distance. It was Luo Xiang. He had just obtained the inheritance and needed time to digest it. Luo Xiang, don't even think about obtaining the sword principal inheritance. Wang Zhao's eyes flashed coldly. He turned into a sword light and chased after Luo Xiang. Lu Ming shook his head. Wang Xiao was a narrow-minded person. No wonder he could not obtain the sword principal inheritance. He was far inferior compared to Luo Xiang. Lu Ming did not care about this matter and stepped out. Soon, Lu Ming rushed out of the swordtail disc and returned to where he came from. Lu Ming did not care much about the inheritance here. He had the inheritance of the 9 dragons and the Chaos Emperor. The 9 dragons and the Chaos Emperor were the pinnacle experts in the world. Even among the great emperors, they were at the peak. Lu Ming did not care about these small inheritances at all. Even if he obtained them, they would not be of much use to Lu Ming. Lu Ming wanted more treasures, such as the Heavenly Law Stone. These were of great use to Lu Ming. Soon, Lu Ming found Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao. Lu Ming, how is the inheritance? Qiu Yingying asked curiously. He was taken away by Luo Xiang. Lu Ming smiled. Luo Xiang, the peerless genius from the Life and Death Sword sect. Qiu Yingying's eyes flickered. You know him? Lu Ming asked. Qiu Yingying nodded and said, my brother and I have been in the Yuan continent for 2 years. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy. In these 2 years, besides cultivating, we have not been idle. We have investigated some of the major forces in the Tsang continent and some of the outstanding geniuses. The Life and Death Sword sect is a special existence among the 13 top sections. The other sects have many disciples, but the Life and Death Sword sect has very few disciples. They are very strict when it comes to accepting disciples. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, the Life and Death Sword sect had the least number of people entering the Great Emperor's secret realm. And this Luo Xiang is the most terrifying genius in the Life and Death Sword sect. It is said that he started practicing swordsmanship when he was 6, reached the spiritual sea realm when he was 7, and reached the peak of the Supreme Being when he was 9. Qiu Yingying said. Started practicing swordsmanship when he was 6, and reached the peak of the Supreme Being when he was 9? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This kind of cultivation speed was too fast. It was unimaginable. Although they were in the Yuan continent, it was too shocking. Lu Ming had obtained the 9 dragons bloodline, so his cultivation speed was already very shocking. However, it took him more than 10 years to reach his current level. Although Luo Xiang's talent is not bad, he looks like he is in his 20s. It is not that exaggerated. Lu Ming was puzzled. This is the most terrifying thing about Luo Xiang. It is said that he could have broken through to the Emperor realm long ago, but he has been suppressing himself at the peak of the Supreme Being. His goal is to nurture his sword's soul and train his heart of the sword. He has been suppressing himself for 15 years. Qiu Yingying said. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with shock. In order to nurture his sword's soul and train his heart of the sword, he was willing to suppress himself at the same realm for 15 years. This kind of person was too terrifying. Now that Luo Xiang had broken through and obtained the sword art inheritance, he would definitely rise in the future and become an absolutely terrifying person. Lu Ming secretly remembered Luo Xiang's name in his heart. Disregarding everything else, just his temperament alone was worthy of respect. Lu Ming asked himself if he would be able to suppress his cultivation level for 15 years. However, everyone's path was different. Lu Ming had his own path. Lu Ming's path might not be suitable for him. After chatting for a while, they left. Following that, the entire secret realm became even more lively. Everyone was searching for the remaining inheritances. Days passed. In the secret territory, there was a sea of blood. The roar of a dragon could be heard. Suddenly, a silhouette soared into the sky and stood above the sea of blood. This person was none other than the leader of Dragon God Valley, Hiyu. Wang, within the sea of blood, a rainbow bridge soared into the sky and disappeared into the void. The fourth inheritance had appeared. In the middle of a sea of flowers, a peerlessly beautiful woman stood in the middle. Her entire body shone with a resplendent light. The light emitted by the sea of flowers converged into a rainbow bridge that rushed into the void. The fifth inheritance had appeared. There was also a rainbow bridge in the middle of a desert. The sixth inheritance, in an ancient divine palace, a young man was bathed in the divine light and disappeared after a while. When he rushed out of the divine palace, a rainbow bridge soared into the sky above the divine palace. The seventh inheritance had appeared. Whoosh! 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 Several figures appeared beside the young man and bowed respectfully. Congratulations, senior brother Sure, for obtaining the inheritance. The 7 inheritances have all appeared. Emperor Tsong's palace is about to appear. This time, Emperor Tsong's treasures belong to our heavenly god sect. The young man spoke with a majestic tone, as if he was a deity speaking. Emperor Tsong's treasures belong to our heavenly god sect. The other young men spoke one after another. At this moment, everyone in the secret territory looked at the void. The 7 inheritances have all appeared. Emperor Tsong's palace is about to appear. On a mountain peak, Lu Ming, Qiu Yingying, and Qiu Hao stood against the wind and looked at the void. During this period of time, they had also been searching for the inheritances. Unfortunately, their luck seemed to have run out as they did not find any of the inheritances. High up in the sky, 7 rainbow bridges rushed into the void from all directions and gathered in one place. The entire Great Emperor's secret territory could see it. Boom! Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering explosion at the place where the rainbow bridges gathered. Following that, the cry of an eagle resounded through the heavens and earth. In the depths of the void, there seemed to be a huge object that was about to break through the void. Emperor Tsong's palace is about to appear. Charge, I want to seize the opportunity. I didn't get any of the 7 inheritances. Emperor Tsong's inheritance is mine. One by one, figures flew into the sky from all directions and rushed towards the place where the rainbow bridges gathered. Looking from below, the scene was very majestic. Countless figures were densely packed together and gathered in one place. It was very exciting. Let's go too, Lu Ming said. Then, they soared into the sky and flew toward the sky. At this moment, another cry of an eagle resounded through the sky. Rumble! The void shattered as a huge object broke free from the void and slowly appeared in front of everyone. It was an eagle, an extremely huge eagle. To be precise, it was a building in the shape of an eagle. From afar, it looked very lifelike and a vast aura pressed down on everyone's hearts. Was this Emperor Tsong's palace? Everyone's eyes lit up. Legend had it that Emperor Tsong had become an emperor as an eagle. He was a supreme Fey emperor. There are a lot fewer people, Qiu Yingying said softly. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, when they entered the Great Emperor's secret territory, there were more than 300,000 people. But now, there were less than 200,000 people here. Almost all of the others had died. More than 100,000 people had died. What a shocking number. The Great Emperor's secret territory had great opportunities, but it was also accompanied by great dangers. For example, at the Sword Dao inheritance ground, at least 10,000 people had died under the swordtail disc. Rumble! A moment later, a huge eagle appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was huge, too huge. The eagle covered the sky and they couldn't see the end of it. The entire eagle was black and shiny. No one knew what material it was made of. Where's the entrance? Everyone was looking, but they couldn't see an entrance. The eagle's body was bare. Obviously, it couldn't be the real palace. The real palace must be inside the eagle. Caw! At this moment, the eagle's cry resounded through the sky. Everyone saw the eagle's mouth open, revealing a black passage. Could this be the passage to Emperor Tsong's palace? Everyone looked at each other. In the end, some people gritted their teeth and rushed towards the eagle's mouth. Charge! Charge! Once someone made a move, the others could no longer hold back and rushed towards the goshawk's mouth. Swoosh! 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 The crowd swarmed toward the goshawk's mouth like a swarm of bees. Lu Ming, Qiu Yingying, and Xiao Hao followed the crowd and charged toward the goshawk's mouth. The people at the front had already rushed into the goshawk's mouth and were not in danger. Seeing that nothing was wrong, the people at the back rushed forward even more crazily. Who knew if they would get some supreme treasure if they went in first? Naturally, the crowd was going crazy. Whoosh, Lu Ming was flying. Behind him, a terrifying palm print blasted towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Without even looking, he struck back with his palm and collided with the palm print behind him. Boom, the force was rampant. Lu Ming twisted his body and looked behind him. A young man in a white robe glanced at Lu Ming coldly and then sped forward. Someone from the heavenly God sect. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Obviously, the white-robed young man from the heavenly God sect wanted to kill him and sneak attacked him from behind when he was not paying attention. Xianxia from the heavenly God sect. Lu Ming whispered in a cold voice. They continued to fly. Soon, Lu Ming and the others also flew into the passage. The goshawk was very large, so the passage was also very large. A large group of people flew in, but it was not crowded at all. Ah! Ah! At this moment, there was a shrill scream in front of them. What's going on? There's danger in front. Someone exclaimed. Swoosh swoosh, at this moment, there was an ear-piercing sound in front of them. Moreover, this sound was coming from afar. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, on the walls of the passage on both sides of Lu Ming and the others, streaks of black light shot out rapidly. Immediately, someone screamed as his body was pierced by the black light and died. Defend! Lu Ming threw out a few punches in succession, destroying dozens of black rays of light. Lu Ming could clearly see that this jet-black light was not solid, but its power was astonishing. Its penetrative power was terrifying. Many people revolved their true essence to defend themselves, but it was useless. The jet-black light pierced through them. Those below Emperor level, please withdraw. Those below Emperor level, please withdraw. Someone shouted. Those below rulers could not block these lights at all and would be shot to death. Screams rang out continuously as people were shot to death. Inside the passageway, a series of domains spread out. Those who had broken through to become rulers had to use their domains and vital essence to protect their bodies to barely block the black light's attack. The feather robe on Qiu Yingying's body glowed and covered her whole body, blocking the light around her. As for Xiao Hao, a golden bell floated above his head. It scattered a light screen and easily blocked the light. As for Lu Ming, he was enveloped by the primal chaos domain. That kind of light could not touch him at all. No one flinched and continued to fly forward. Along the way, they saw many corpses. Nonetheless, most of them were supreme venerables. Only a few rulers were shot to death here if they were careless. However, as they continued to move forward, the power of the jet-black light slowly became stronger. In the beginning, it shot out from the left and right sides, but later on, endless jet-black light shot out from all directions. Its power was astonishing. Gradually, some of the rulers showed signs of being unable to withstand it. This passageway was very long. They flew for thousands of miles, but they still did not reach the end. Damn it, I'm not satisfied. Someone roared because he was about to be unable to withstand it. If they continued forward, they would die. They could only retreat unwillingly. As they continued forward, it became more and more difficult to walk. However, Lu Ming, Qiu Yingying, and Xiao Hao were very relaxed. Qiu Yingying and Xiao Hao's treasures were sacred weapons. Their defensive power was astonishing and unfathomable. Naturally, this attracted the attention of others. What a mysterious treasure. If I can get it, I can enter Emperor Tsong's chamber. Greed flashed in someone's eyes. Many people gathered around the three of them. How can the likes of you enjoy such a treasure? Give it to me. A young man with a cold gaze threw a palm at Xiao Hao. Buzz, the golden bell above Xiao Hao's head vibrated, and an invisible ripple spread out and rushed toward the young man. The young man's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. What a mysterious treasure. It must be a sacred weapon. Hand it over. Kill. The other young man took a step forward and charged towards Xiao Hao. A few others attacked Xiaoying. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly and strode forward. He stretched out his hand and punched at the young men. Brat, it's good that I didn't look for you. Meddling in other people's business. Die. A young man said coldly and punched at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming punched out, and the violent fist force crushed the young man. The young man screamed and flew back. His protective true origin and domain were shattered by Lu Ming's punch. His body was instantly penetrated by the dense jet black light, and he died on the spot. Then, Lu Ming punched out a few more times, and a few more young men were sent flying. Their true origin and domain were penetrated by Lu Ming, and they all died under the jet black light. The remaining young men's faces changed drastically. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. He could completely crush them. At this moment, an extremely sharp force attacked Lu Ming from behind Lu Ming. When Lu Ming heard it, he knew that it was sword chi. It was extremely sharp, and the person who attacked was shockingly strong. Whoosh, Lu Ming activated the wind origin technique. At the critical moment, he moved 1 meter to the side and dodged the sword. It's you again. When he saw the person who attacked him, Lu Ming's killing intent surged. This person was the white-robed young man from the celestial god sect who had attacked Lu Ming outside the passage. You're lucky. After his attack failed, the white-robed young man retreated and wanted to retreat. You've attacked me repeatedly, and now you want to leave? Did you ask for my permission? Lu Ming said coldly. The aura on his body surged. He took a step forward and rushed toward the white-robed young man. The black light did not pose much of a threat to Lu Ming. Seeing Lu Ming rushing toward him, the white-robed young man's face changed and he quickly rushed forward. However, his speed was no match for Lu Ming's. In just a few breaths' time, Lu Ming was already close to him. Brat, how dare you attack me? I'm an elder of the celestial god sect. Seeing that he could not escape, the white-robed young man turned around and shouted at Lu Ming. Die. Lu Ming charged toward him. This person is so naive. He had attacked Lu Ming repeatedly, trying to kill Lu Ming. Now he wants to threaten Lu Ming with the person behind him. Isn't he stupid? The white-robed young man swallowed his words when he saw Lu Ming's punch. He could only try his best to defend himself. Rays of sword light shot out from his hand with shocking power. This person should have an innate spiritual body. His cultivation had reached the peak of the first layer martial royal realm. His combat strength was not bad, but unfortunately, he was no match for Lu Ming. Bang! Whoosh, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of the white-robed young man. He then threw a kick at him. Bang! The white-robed young man's protective true energy and domain were shattered by Lu Ming's kick. Suddenly, countless rays of light shot toward the white-robed young man. The white-robed young man tried his best to defend himself. Fortunately, he had an innate spiritual body and had evolved into an inferior earth spiritual body. He managed to survive after a hole was made in his body. However, Lu Ming charged toward him again. Bang! Lu Ming reached out his claw and pierced through the white-robed young man's domain. He then grabbed the white-robed young man's neck and almost shattered his true energy. Naturally, his true yuan and domain disappeared without a trace. Help! The white-robed young man screamed in fear as countless rays of black light shot toward him. Lu Ming activated his chaotic domain and covered the white-robed young man, blocking the rays of black light. The white-robed young man took a deep breath and said, Lu Ming, let me go. My uncle is an elder of the heavenly god sect. If you kill me, nonsense. Lu Ming shouted coldly as a murderous intent burst out from his body. The white-robed young man swallowed his words. Tell me, who sent you to kill me? Lu Ming said coldly. It's, the white-robed young man was about to answer when a voice came from the other side. You better let him go. A few young men walked out from the passage. The young man leading the group was tall and slender. His eyes were bright like a deity and his aura was intimidating. The aura of the second layer martial royal realm spread out from his body. There were 2 other young men behind the young man. They were both at the peak of the first layer martial royal realm. Their domains covered the area and the rays of black light could not harm them. That's the leader of the heavenly god sect, Xianxia. Some people passed by and whispered to each other. They then rushed forward and left the place. "Senior brother Xianxia, save me!" The white-robed young man screamed when he saw Xianxia. "Brat, quickly release me. Otherwise, senior brother Xianxia will definitely put you in a life-and-death situation." Then, the white-robed young man scolded Lu Ming again, his arrogance rising again. "Really?" Lu Ming sneered. He lifted the white-robed youth and sent him out of the range of the domain. Instantly, 7 or 8 black beams of light pierced through the white-robed youth's body, causing him to bleed profusely. He let out a miserable scream. "Brat, you're courting death. How dare you?" Behind Xianxia, the two youths berated. Boom, Xianxia stepped forward. His powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming as he said coldly, "I said, let him go." His tone carried an air of superiority as he ordered Lu Ming. "Who do you think you are? Furthermore, this person has ambushed me time and time again. He is dead for sure." Lu Ming said coldly. Xianxia's eyes were dark as he said, "If you kill him, I'll definitely kill you." "Really?" Lu Ming wore a ferocious expression on his face as the murderous intent on his body grew colder. "No," the white-robed young man retreated in horror. Boom, the power in Lu Ming's hand suddenly erupted and drowned the white-robed young man. Under Lu Ming's terrifying power, the white-robed young man's body was smashed into pieces. Die. At this moment, Xianxia's murderous intent exploded. His body was bathed in a sacred radiance. He took a step forward and the void rumbled. Xianxia raised his hand and pressed down. A huge sacred palm pressed down on Lu Ming. "Petty tricks." Lu Ming sneered. He also took a step forward and threw out a palm. A chaotic palm blasted out and faced Xianxia head-on. The two palms collided with each other, resulting in a brilliant explosion. A shockwave spread out from the collision, shattering the pitch-black light in the surroundings. Bam, in the next moment, Xianxia's sacred palm print collapsed. The chaotic palm print did not stop as it continued to attack Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. The sacred radiance on his body became even brighter and a long spear appeared in his hand. "Spear of divine punishment." Xianxia shouted softly. The sacred spear cut through the void, seemingly able to penetrate everything in the world. It pierced toward Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Xianxia's cultivation had reached the second realm of the martial royal realm and he had cultivated a medium-earth spiritual body. His battle strength was shocking and he was on the same level as He Yu, Wang Xiao, and Luo Xiang. Among the geniuses who had entered the great emperor mystic realm, he stood at the peak. Not many people could withstand this move of his. However, he met Lu Ming. The chaotic domain covered him. Lu Ming used the suppressing hell skill and punched out. The suppressing hell monument's shadow flashed on his fist and it directly hit the tip of the sacred spear. Dang, a deafening sound rang out. Xianxia's sacred spear trembled violently. A terrifying power flowed through the spear and into Xianxia's arm, causing his body to tremble. Bam, in the next moment, the sacred spear exploded. Xianxia's body shook and he retreated a few hundred meters. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. How can this be? The other two youths were dumbfounded. Even Xianxia's battle strength was not Lu Ming's match. How could this be possible? "Let's go." Xianxia did not say a word and turned to leave. "You think you can come and go as you wish? How can it be so easy?" Lu Ming said coldly. He stepped forward and activated the wind origin technique. He instantly closed in on Xianxia. A terrifying fist force blasted towards Xianxia. Xianxia roared angrily and used all his strength to fight Lu Ming. However, although he was strong, he was still inferior to Lu Ming. In less than 10 moves, he was beaten by Lu Ming until he vomited blood. "Senior Xianxia, we will avenge you." When the other youth saw this scene, he was so frightened that he left behind a sentence and charged forward with all his might, escaping without a trace. "Hee hee, these are your senior and junior brothers?" Lu Ming mocked. Xianxia roared angrily and tried his best to resist. However, under Lu Ming's chaotic domain, he was forced to retreat. Die. Lu Ming's punch broke through Xianxia's defense and was about to kill him. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Xianxia's body. A shadow appeared on Xianxia's body and an invisible force burst out. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This force was very similar to the light sword that Lu Ming faced in the sword pagoda. That was the same level of power. Bang! Lu Ming was hit by this force and his body flew backward. Lu Ming, I will definitely kill you next time. Xianxia left behind a sentence and rushed into the depths of the passage. It turns out that Xianxia has also obtained an inheritance. Lu Ming frowned. Xianxia should have also obtained an inheritance. As he had just obtained the inheritance and had not refined it, this inheritance had the function of automatically protecting its owner. If it was refined, this function would disappear. Next time, if the inheritance cannot protect its owner, I will definitely kill you. A sharp light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming, are you all right? Qiu Yingying stepped forward and asked. I'm fine. Let's go. They continued to move forward. Although the black light in this passage was very powerful, it was mainly a threat to supremes or some weak emperors. The stronger ones could still block it. The three of them walked for another 1,000 miles or so and finally reached the end. The passage disappeared. In front of them was a flat land, but it was filled with gray fog. The fog drifted, greatly affecting one's vision. Some of the young men rushed into the mist and disappeared. Lu Ming and the other two did not hesitate and rushed into the fog. The fog was quiet. There was no sound at all, as if there were no living creatures. It was dead silent. Vaguely, only the heartbeats of the three people could be heard. However, after walking for a while, only one of the three people's heartbeats could be heard. Lu Ming turned his head and saw that Qiu Yingying and Xiao Hao had disappeared. What's going on? Just a moment ago, Qiu Yingying and Xiao Hao had been following behind him. Why did they suddenly disappear? Yingying, brother Qiu. Lu Ming called out. His voice spread far and wide, but there was no response. Lu Ming searched for a while, but he did not see anyone. Just now, many young men had rushed in, but now, he did not see anyone. Could it be a formation? No, it's not a formation, Lu Ming observed carefully. There was no formation here at all. This area is very strange. It can affect one's senses. Perhaps they're not far away from me, but we're ignoring each other. Lu Ming thought to himself. There were many wonderful places in the world. No one had set up a formation, but they had functions that were even more mysterious than a formation. It seems that we can only meet up after walking out of this area. Thinking of this, Lu Ming determined the direction and walked straight ahead. However, not long after, Lu Ming stopped. He found that there was an invisible energy around him that was seeping into his body and slowly attacking his soul. Yes, there was an invisible energy here that could attack his soul. Even his primal chaos domain could not defend against it. Luckily, Lu Ming's soul had been refined inside the World Alchemy Calamity Bell when he was overcoming the Martial Dominator Tribulation, allowing him to strengthen his soul by more than 10 times. The attack was nothing to Lu Ming. Lu Ming ignored him and continued forward. Along the way, he noticed that there were many craters on the ground. Some of the craters looked like palm prints. Could it be that in the distant past, there was a great battle here? Lu Ming guessed. Bang! Lu Ming punched the ground, but the ground didn't move at all. There wasn't a single mark. So hard. Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. The ground here was made from a kind of strange metal. It was tough and indestructible. Even with Lu Ming's strength, he couldn't leave a single mark on it. The thing that left the craters on the ground was definitely a terrifying existence. As Lu Ming continued forward, he found that the energy attacking his soul was getting stronger. Although it was nothing to Lu Ming's current soul strength, it was definitely a great challenge for the other geniuses. There's a strong fluctuation ahead. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He found that there was a strong fluctuation coming from ahead. It seemed like there was an expert cultivating ahead. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment. He withdrew his aura and decided to go forward to take a look. Soon, a giant object appeared ahead. It was an eagle, a giant eagle. It was covered in golden feathers and was as big as a mountain. That kind of fluctuation was coming from this giant eagle. However, the giant golden eagle was obviously dead. There was no sign of life on it. However, the fluctuation was indeed terrifying. The closer he got, the scarier Lu Ming felt. The aura of a Saint Realm expert. Moreover, the fluctuation is more profound than that of an ordinary Saint Realm expert. Lu Ming thought. Lu Ming had sensed the aura of a heavenly mystic saint and the aura of Dragon God Valley's Elder Hong. However, they were nothing compared to this giant golden eagle. This giant golden eagle was definitely not just a bright saint, but a great saint or absolute saint when it was alive. There's a word. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He found that there was a word under one of the giant golden eagle's wings. It was the word evil, evil. What did it mean? Lu Ming didn't know. Moreover, Lu Ming didn't see any wounds around the giant eagle's body. He didn't know how it died. I wonder if I can keep this giant eagle. It's full of treasures. Lu Ming thought. He took out a higher quality storage ring and activated his true yuan. He let the storage ring fly above the giant eagle. A gravitational force was generated from the storage ring. To Lu Ming's surprise, Lu Ming easily put away the giant eagle's body. Haha, I've made a fortune. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He put away the storage ring and continued forward. This area was dead silent. It was as if Lu Ming was the only one in this vast world. This feeling would drive one crazy if one stayed here for too long. Moreover, there was an invisible energy that kept seeping into Lu Ming's body and attacking his soul. After walking for a long time, when Lu Ming took a step forward, the environment around him changed drastically. The fog disappeared and Lu Ming came to a platform. One step away, so close yet so far away. He walked out of the fog just like that. Voices came from ahead. Lu Ming looked and found that many people had gathered here. Qiu Yingying, Qiu Hao. Lu Ming saw the two of them at a glance. Lu Ming. The two of them saw Lu Ming and walked over happily. When did you pass through the fog? Lu Ming asked. We just arrived a while ago, Qiu Yingying explained. The two of them had encountered the same thing as Lu Ming. After walking into the fog, they were separated from the others. It was as if they were the only ones left in the world. There was also the energy that attacked the soul. They gritted their teeth and walked forward. They did not expect to pass through the fog so smoothly. However, they were different from Lu Ming. Lu Ming touched the giant eagle's body, but they did not touch anything. Lu Ming. At this moment, a deep voice was heard. 3 young men walked over and greeted Lu Ming. It was the 3 Yuan brothers. The 3 Yuan brothers were telepathic. When they joined forces, their strength was not weak. After entering the Great Emperor Mystic Realm, they had successfully broken through to the Martial Emperor Realm. It was not strange for them to come here. What's going on in front? Lu Ming's gaze looked ahead. Many people stopped in front of him. It seemed that they were blocked. There's an abyss in front. It's blocking the way. Qiu Yingying explained. Lu Ming walked closer to take a look. It was indeed an abyss that was 100 miles wide. There was a terrifying devouring force under the abyss. Once a person flew into the abyss, they would be swallowed and fall into the abyss. No one could escape. Lu Ming walked forward and found a stone bridge. This stone bridge led to the other side of the abyss. That's the Heavenly Path Stone. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted, revealing a look of shock. That was because the stone bridge was covered with Heavenly Path stones. At a glance, he did not know how many of them there were. Countless Heavenly Path stones formed a stone bridge that was 100 miles long, leading to the other side of the abyss. Heavens, how many Heavenly Path stones were there? His heart twitched violently. Was this the work of the arch? It was too shocking. The Heavenly Path stones on the stone bridge can't be dug out at all. Someone tried before, but he was knocked down into the abyss. The eldest of the 3 Yuan brothers, Yuan Tian, explained. Lu Ming nodded. He had guessed that. Otherwise, with so many Heavenly Path stones in front of them, this place would have been flooded with blood. Many young people gathered at the head of the bridge, looking at the stone bridge with worried faces. Someone is on the bridge again. Qiu Yingying whispered. At the head of the bridge, a young man stepped on the stone bridge. When he stepped on the stone bridge, his body trembled slightly as if he was under a terrifying pressure, but he gritted his teeth and continued forward. After a while, his body suddenly trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. He hurriedly retreated from the stone bridge and let out a long breath. It still doesn't work. The young man sighed. Humph, what a piece of trash. Let me do it. A cold voice sounded. A young man walked out of the crowd and stepped on the stone bridge. Wang Xiao. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Wang Zhao's body emitted a sharp aura, like a sharp divine sword that could cut through everything. He walked forward step by step at a very fast speed. Soon, he had crossed more than half the distance. After crossing more than half the distance, he gradually slowed down, but it did not take long for him to cross the 100-mile stone bridge and disappear from everyone's sight. A leader is indeed powerful. Only prodigies with at least an inferior earth spirit body can cross the stone bridge. The heavenly path chi on it is too powerful. Many people sighed. It's because of the heavenly path chi. Lu Ming thought to himself. There were too many heavenly path stones on the stone bridge. The heavenly path chi on the stone bridge was definitely terrifying. The heavenly path chi was very useful for martial artists and inscriptionists. It could be used to comprehend the path and improve one's cultivation. However, this was referring to the heavenly Tao aura. Within a certain range of concentration, if the heavenly Tao aura was too concentrated, not only would it not be beneficial, it would instead be harmful. The powerful heavenly Tao aura could crush people to death. Damn it, it wasn't easy for me to enter the Grey Emperor's palace. Could it be that I'm going to be blocked by a stone bridge just like that? But now, their path was blocked by a stone bridge. They were truly unwilling to accept this. More and more people tried, but most of them failed. Some tried to force their way through, but they were crushed to death and fell into the endless abyss. I'll give it a try. Lu Ming stepped forward. Qiu Yingying, Wan Tian, and the others did not stop him. They knew how strong Lu Ming was. The stone bridge could not do anything to Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped forward and covered his body with the primal chaos domain. What a rich heavenly path chi. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The heavenly path chi here was too strong. It was many times stronger than the heavenly path marks that Lu Ming had faced before. This strength was far beyond what they could bear. Not only could they not comprehend the path, but there was also a strong pressure on his body. This was the pressure of the heavenly path. However, Lu Ming's primal chaos domain shook, and the heavenly path chi disappeared without a trace. Everything in the world comes from the primal chaos domain. The primal chaos domain is the emperor of thousands of domains. The heavenly path chi is useless against the primal chaos domain. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, he continued forward. The stone bridge was very narrow, only allowing one person to pass. Lu Ming strode forward and soon crossed half of the bridge. However, at this time, Lu Ming suddenly turned around and went back the way he came. What's that guy doing? I saw that he was relaxed just now. I thought he would be able to pass. Why is he going back now? It didn't mean anything at the beginning. Maybe he was relaxed because he was going all out. It's normal for him to be tired now. That's true. After all, this stone bridge is not something that anyone can cross. Lu Ming's actions caused some people to discuss. Qiu Yingying, Qiu Hao, and the others were also surprised. Based on their understanding of Lu Ming, with Lu Ming's strength, it should not be a problem for him to cross the stone bridge. Why did he go back the way he came? Soon, Lu Ming reached the end of the bridge. Yingying, brother Qiu, come up. I'll bring you over. Lu Ming said. What? Qiu Yingying, Qiu Hao, and the three Wan brothers were stunned. The others were also stunned. Lu Ming was going to bring someone over? How was that possible? It was difficult for others to cross alone. Even a prodigy like Wang Xiao had difficulty crossing the second half of the bridge. Now, Lu Ming said that he was going to bring someone over. It was unbelievable. Yingying, Lu Ming called again. Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao finally reacted. Ah, okay. Qiu Yingying was the first to step forward. She walked in front of Lu Ming, and Qiu Hao stood behind Lu Ming. Stepping on the stone bridge meant that one's life was in danger, but they chose to believe in Lu Ming. Along the way, Lu Ming had brought them too many miracles. Brother Wan, I'll send Ying and the others over first. I'll find you later, Lu Ming said to Wan Tian. Ah, okay. Wan Tian nodded in a daze. Let's go. The chaotic domain enveloped Xiao Ying and Xiao Hao as the three of them stepped onto the stone bridge. Although the chaotic domain was magical, it was only level 1 now. Moreover, the stone bridge was very narrow and could only accommodate one person. Therefore, Lu Ming could not bring too many people at once. He could only bring 2 or 3 people. Therefore, he planned to send the 3 Wan brothers over after sending Qiao Ying and the others over. Everyone looked at Lu Ming. Some people sneered, thinking that Lu Ming would play with fire and burn himself. Lu Ming and the other 2 stepped onto the stone bridge. The powerful heavenly path aura outside pressed down on the chaotic domain, causing it to tremble. However, it resisted in the end. The 3 of them walked forward step by step. Soon, they surpassed the distance Lu Ming had walked and continued forward. Soon, the 3 of them successfully reached the other side. He did it. This person can actually bring people over. Unbelievable. This person must have some kind of treasure that can resist the heavenly path aura. Look, he's back. Someone shouted. In front of the stone bridge, a figure stepped forward. It was Lu Ming. Soon, Lu Ming returned to the starting point. Whoosh, a figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was a young man with fiery eyes. Brat, bring me over now. This young man was the one who sneered the most, thinking that Lu Ming would die on the bridge. Now that he saw that Lu Ming could really bring people over, he was the first to rush forward. Me too, bring me over. Bring me. One by one, the young men stepped forward and surrounded Lu Ming. I'm not free. Lu Ming glanced around indifferently. What do you mean by that? Not free? Today, even if you're not free, you have to be free. If you don't bring me over, don't go over yourself today. The young man who spoke first had a cold expression on his face. A cold aura locked onto Lu Ming. The others also had unfriendly expressions. Indeed, you want to go over and get the great emperor's treasure. How dare you leave us here? Someone spoke, which almost made Lu Ming laugh. You don't have the ability to go over, yet you're blaming Lu Ming. If you can't get it, you can't let Lu Ming get it either. Get lost. Lu Ming roared. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Some of the weaker cultivators couldn't help but retreat. Everyone, let's join forces. With so many of us, we can take him down. Let's control him and let him send us over one by one. The young man who spoke first yelled. Boom. Boom. Boom, auras burst out. There were at least a few hundred people present. Each of them stared at Lu Ming with unfriendly eyes. Their aura suppressed Lu Ming. How can you people be like this? How can you force us to bring him or not? Lu Ming, don't worry about us. You cross the bridge first. Wan Tian's deep voice resounded. Brat, surrender obediently. If you cross the bridge alone, your friends will fall into the endless abyss. The young man who spoke first said coldly. Hee hee. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He looked at the young man and said, You brought this upon yourself. As soon as his voice fell, Lu Ming's figure moved and appeared in front of the young man. The young man's face fell, and he wanted to retreat, but Lu Ming waved his hand, and his primal chaos domain spread out, forming a giant primal chaos hand that crushed the young man's defenses and grabbed him. Let go of me. What are you doing? Let me warn you, my senior brother is the leader of the Heaven King Palace. The young man shouted, threatening Lu Ming. I'll send you down to the abyss to play. Lu Ming sneered. You dare? Everyone, let's attack together and take him down. The young man roared loudly, encouraging the others. Put him down. You're courting death. More than 10 people roared as they charged at Lu Ming. More than 10 attacks fell on Lu Ming. Lightning element technique. Lu Ming transformed his primal chaos domain into a lightning domain and executed the lightning element technique. 10 lightning spears appeared in the air and pierced through the air. Puff. Puff, more than 10 young men were penetrated by the lightning spears and died on the spot. Killing more than 10 first-layer martial dominator realm cultivators with a single attack, causing the others to be dumbfounded. They finally realized that not only was Lu Ming able to cross the bridge by himself, he was also able to bring people over with him. After killing more than 10 young men as an example, the others did not dare to attack. Lu Ming grabbed the young man's hand and pulled him out of the abyss. No, the young man screamed as he stared at the abyss. Below him. I'll send you down. Lu Ming said coldly as he reached out his hand. The young man was immediately devoured by the devouring force of the abyss and fell into the abyss. Only cries of agony could be heard. Who else wants to go down? I don't mind sending you on your way. Lu Ming scanned the crowd. No one dared to make a sound. Lu Ming's combat strength was more than enough to crush them. Brother Wan, let's get on the bridge. Lu Ming said. The 3 Wan brothers nodded. They stood in a row with Lu Ming and moved forward. Soon, they crossed the stone bridge. In front of the stone bridge was a stone wall that blocked the way. The stone wall was indestructible and could not be broken. There was a light door on the stone wall. It was the only way out. Those who had crossed the bridge had obviously left through this light door. Let's go in. Lu Ming said. Everyone nodded and stepped into the light door together. The space trembled. In the next moment, Lu Ming arrived in a stone room. Lu Ming looked around and found that he was the only one in the stone room. Qiao Yingying and the others were nowhere to be seen. It seemed that the door was a teleportation portal. They had been teleported here and scattered. Whoosh, suddenly, Lu Ming felt a sharp qi slashing at Lu Ming. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming took a step back and retreated rapidly. However, the sharp qi was also shockingly fast. It followed Lu Ming and slashed at him. What's that? Lu Ming frowned. He could only vaguely see a black light slashing at him. As for what it was too fast for him to see clearly. Get lost. Lu Ming yelled and threw a punch at him. Clang, the sound of metal clashing was heard. Lu Ming's violent fist force crushed forward and finally repelled the thing that was slashing at him. At this moment, Lu Ming finally saw what attacked him. A pair of wings, a pair of black wings. They were not the wings of a monster but made of strange metal. Every single feather on the wings was black and shiny. They were filled with sharpness, like sharp divine swords. Lu Ming thought of Hai Peng Tian from the continent of divine ruins. Hai Peng Tian also had a pair of wings, which was an emperor spiritual weapon. However, that pair of wings was trash compared to the one in front of him. The pair in front of him was a divine weapon. Lu Ming took a liking to her at first glance. I'm lucky to encounter a divine weapon as soon as I teleported here. Lu Ming smiled. He stepped forward and pounced at the black wings. He reached out his hand and was about to grab the black wings. Whoosh, the black wings spread open and slashed at Lu Ming like 2 divine swords. They were extremely sharp. Lu Ming punched and used the heaven-suppressing hell skill. He covered it with the chaotic field and bombarded the wings. With a clang, the wings were sent flying again. Whoosh, after the wings were sent flying, they flapped and tried to escape. You have some intelligence. However, you can't escape from me. Lu Ming pressed forward with one hand. The chaotic field exploded and covered the entire stone room. No matter how the black wings flew, they could not escape from the chaotic field. Shrink. The chaotic field began to shrink and finally trapped the black wings. Refine. Then, Lu Ming's ethereal force surged into the black wings and began to refine them. So it's the sacred weapon of Ming. Black wings. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The sacred weapon of Ming was Ming Xing's personal weapon. Above that, there were great sacred weapons and absolute sacred weapons. After that round of refinement, Lu Ming had only grasped the basics of this winged sacred weapon. With his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to completely refine it. He could only slowly refine it in the future and deepen his grasp of the black wings. With a toss of the black wings automatically flew behind Lu Ming and sank into Lu Ming's back. The next moment, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Whoosh, on his back, the black wings spread out, making Lu Ming look as if he had grown a pair of wings out of thin air. Swoosh, with a flap of the black wings, Lu Ming's figure disappeared from the spot at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming circled around the stone room dozens of times before returning to his original spot. Not bad. Lu Ming was very satisfied with the black wings. He had the black wings. If combined with the wind origin technique and the air-frozen bead, his speed would definitely be greatly increased. At the same time, the black wings also had a powerful attack power. Moreover, the wings could wrap around the entire body and had a powerful defensive ability. This sacred weapon could be said to be one of the few sacred weapons with all kinds of functions. If sold, the price would be more than 10 times more expensive than other sacred weapons of the same level. With a thought, the black wings retracted and sank into his skin, disappearing. Next, Lu Ming looked around. Apart from the black wings and the passageway in front of him, there was nothing else in this stone room. Lu Ming stepped forward and walked towards the passageway. Suddenly, there was a cry. At the entrance of the passageway, a huge black goshawk suddenly appeared and swooped towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. This goshawk was of course not real. It was condensed from some kind of energy. More importantly, it appeared too suddenly. Lu Ming subconsciously retreated rapidly. However, he found that the goshawk did not chase after him. Instead, it floated in the air and looked at Lu Ming. "Young man, go back. Don't continue forward. Otherwise, there will be a great disaster." The goshawk suddenly spoke. "Who are you?" Lu Ming asked. "It doesn't matter who I am. Go back, there's no road ahead." The goshawk spoke again. "Disaster? No path? I don't believe it. If I don't try, how will I know that there is no path?" Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. Along the way, they had encountered so many obstacles. How could Lu Ming be blocked by a goshawk? The goshawk seemed to sigh, then it flapped its wings and pounced on Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming activated his primal chaos domain and punched out. The violent fist force crushed out, causing the stone room to rumble and shake. "This is primal chaos domain?" Goshawk cried out in surprise. Then, it flapped its wings rapidly and a terrifying gale swept out. The gale collided with Lu Ming's fist, creating bursts of explosive sounds. Finally, the gale disappeared, and Lu Ming could not help but retreat a few steps. What a powerful force! Lu Ming's face turned solemn. "It seems that I can't do it without using my full strength," Lu Ming thought to himself. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Suddenly, another figure appeared in the void. It was a black shadow shrouded in black light, and its specific appearance could not be seen clearly. As soon as it appeared, it pounced on the goshawk. The black shadow and the goshawk engaged in an intense battle. "Young man, I'll hold him back. You go over." An old voice came from the black shadow. It sounded gentle and comfortable. "Don't go over. You have to hear me," the goshawk shouted. Boom! The black shadow pounced on the goshawk and launched an even more violent attack. The battle was intense. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. What was going on with the goshawk and the black shadow? Was it a checkpoint here? Or a test? Why did one let him go over and the other not? Maybe it's just a test. I'll pass. Lu Ming made up his mind. Since he had already come this far, it was impossible for Lu Ming to give up and leave just because of a few words from a goshawk. Whoosh! Lu Ming activated the wind origin technique and the power of the air-frozen bead surged. Taking advantage of the gap between the goshawk and the black shadow, his figure flashed and rushed into the passage and disappeared. Boom! The goshawk and the black shadow exchanged a blow and both retreated. Sigh. The goshawk looked at Lu Ming's back and sighed. "Hee, Emperor Tsong, it's impossible for you to stop them. You've lost this round." A cold and harsh laughter came from the black shadow. It was completely different from the gentle voice just now. However, Lu Ming could no longer hear those words. He walked along the passage and soon, light appeared in front of him. He had reached the end of the passage. Clang! Boom! In front of him, there was a violent explosion and the sound of metal colliding. Someone was fighting. Lu Ming slowed down and rushed over from the entrance of the passage. Whoosh! As soon as Lu Ming rushed out, he saw a small black flag flying toward him. There was demonic chi on the small flag. Emperor-level spiritual weapon, ownerless. Lu Ming thought. Get lost. Suddenly, there was a loud roar in front of him. It was very domineering. A huge palm that was completely formed by demonic chi grabbed at Lu Ming and the small flag. Humph! Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He threw a punch and the huge palm exploded. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed the small black flag in his hand. Kid, how dare you stop me? A domineering voice sounded. In front of Lu Ming, a young man looked at him coldly and his body was full of demonic chi. This is, Lu Ming glanced at the young man and skipped over him, looking elsewhere. It was a huge hall that was incomparably spacious. In the void, there were beams of treasure light flying around. Among them, there were many young men chasing after these beams of treasure light. Emperor-level spiritual weapons, and even sacred weapons. Lu Ming was astounded. Most of the treasures flying in the air were ruler-level spiritual weapons, and there were more than 100 of them. Among them, there were also saint weapons and even medicinal pills. More than 10 young men were flying in the air, chasing after the treasures. Occasionally, they would even fight one another because of the treasures. How powerful! Lu Ming discovered that these young men possessed powerful cultivations. They were all second-layer martial dominators. Lu Ming saw a few familiar faces among them. The leader of the Dragon God Valley, He Yu, the leader of the Nine Heavens Sword Sect, Wan Shao, the leader of the Heavenly God Sect, Shi Tian, the leader of the Sword of Life and Death Sect, Luo Xiang. They were the leaders of their respective sections. Indeed, those who were able to make it here were extremely powerful. Kid, how dare you ignore me? In front of Lu Ming, the young man with a strong demonic chi pointed his finger at Lu Ming. A black finger that looked like the finger of a demon pierced through the void and stabbed in Lu Ming's direction with a terrifying might. If the finger were to hit, Lu Ming would die for sure. Such a domineering person, trying to take someone's life. Lu Ming's expression became cold as he threw out a punch. Bang! Break for me! A sinister look flashed across the eyes of the demonic youth, but in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He could feel a terrifying power coming from his finger. This power was like an avalanche, like an ancient divine mountain crashing into his finger. Crack! His finger made a cracking sound as it was deformed. He roared and retreated rapidly, taking more than 10 steps back as he looked at Lu Ming with a sinister expression. In the previous move, Lu Ming had broken his finger bone with a punch. After taking a look at Lu Ming, there was a trace of graveness in this person's eyes. He did not continue to attack. Instead, his figure swayed and he dashed toward an Emperor-level spirit weapon combat sword. His domain spread out and shrouded the Emperor-level spirit weapon combat sword. Suppress! At this moment, Lu Ming also made his move. With a wave of his hand, the chaotic domain spread out and suppressed the 2 Emperor-level combat weapons. Then, he put them away. Is this a treasure trove? Lu Ming looked around and saw the light flying in the sky. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. In the next moment, Lu Ming made his move again without hesitation. There were more than 10 youths present, and each of them had a strong cultivation. If he continued to delay, he would not have a share. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than 10 youths made their moves at an extremely fast speed. There were fewer and fewer lights flying in the sky as they put away the Emperor-level combat weapons. In a short time, Lu Ming had obtained 8 Emperor-level combat weapons. Get lost! Boom! In the sky, there were more people fighting. 2 youths were fighting over a saint weapon. However, the 2 of them were wary of each other. When they saw the saint weapon flying away, they stopped and chased after the saint weapon. Soon, the Emperor-level combat weapons were almost all collected. There were only a few saint weapons left in the sky and a few jade boxes flying in the sky. Those jade boxes were the fastest. They were like bolts of lightning that streaked across the sky. It was difficult to stop them. Whoosh, Lu Ming's figure soared into the sky and pounced on a saint weapon. This sacred weapon was a jade bracelet filled with dense devil qi. Lu Ming thought of Xianxia. This jade bracelet was very suitable for Xianxia. Scram. Lu Ming wasn't the only one who was interested in this jade bracelet. There were two other youths as well. One of them was the demonic youth who had attacked Lu Ming before. The other person was dressed in a green robe and had an evil smile on his face. The green-robed youth made a grabbing motion with his hand, and streams of green mist spread toward Lu Ming. As soon as the fog appeared, a disgusting smell filled the air. Poison gas. This poisonous gas was extremely poisonous. However, what Lu Ming was least afraid of was lethal poison. The power of devouring enveloped Lu Ming's entire body. Ignoring the green mist, Lu Ming charged through it and sent a palm strike at the green-robed youth. The green-robed youth didn't expect Lu Ming to completely ignore the poisonous gas. His expression changed. He waved his hand and a swarm of poisonous insects appeared in front of him. The poisonous insects formed a shield in front of him. Lu Ming's palm struck down and a large number of poisonous insects exploded. The green-robed youth trembled and retreated dozens of meters. Bam! Then, Lu Ming's leg was like a steel whip, sweeping toward the young man with a sinister demonic aura, forcing him to retreat. Lu Ming's right hand grabbed the jade bracelet. Buzz buzz, the jade bracelet in Lu Ming's hand was still vibrating non-stop. What a strong spirituality! Lu Ming was delighted. The stronger the spirituality of a sacred weapon, the higher the grade and the more precious it was. For example, Lu Ming's lightning cauldron and air-frozen pearl were definitely extraordinary. Hand over the sacred weapon and I'll spare your life. The green-robed youth said and stared coldly at Lu Ming. If you want to die, come here. Lu Ming's simple reply was extremely domineering. The green-robed youth's face was gloomy and cold-killing intent emanated from his body. He was one of the 13 top forces that had entered the Great Emperor's mystic realm, the leader of the Desire Poison sect. He was very strong and was good at using poison. Even the leaders of the other sects were wary of him. Now, Lu Ming actually dared to speak to him in such a manner. Courting death, in his heart, he had already sentenced Lu Ming to death. 10,000 poisons massacre. The young man in the green robe shouted coldly. His figure moved and he pounced on Lu Ming. He waved his palm and densely packed poisonous insects appeared. These poisonous insects had hard carapaces on their bodies and they constantly spurted poisonous gas from their mouths. Moreover, what was even more amazing was that these poisonous insects could actually combine. Countless poisonous insects formed a combat weapon and charged at Lu Ming. In the air, more than 10 combat weapons appeared. They were all made of poisonous insects. Some were swords, some were sabers, the similarity was that all of them were filled with poison. Devour. Lu Ming stretched out his palms. The terrifying devouring power shrouded all the poisonous insects in it. The devouring power exploded and the dense poisonous gas was instantly absorbed by Lu Ming. The poisonous insects were also instantly sucked dry of their blood essence. Their blood fell to the ground like raindrops. What a powerful poisonous gas. After devouring so much poisonous gas, Lu Ming felt his body go numb. Lu Ming could not help but sigh at the power of the poisonous gas. This was the first time Lu Ming's body went numb from a poisonous gas. In the past, any poisonous gas would be devoured by Lu Ming's devouring power and would be refined. It would not affect Lu Ming at all. This is the Yuan continent after all, this poisonous gas reminded Lu Ming. After all, this was the Yuan continent and not the mainland of the divine ruins. The laws of heaven and earth were perfect and everything in heaven and earth was different from the mainland of the divine ruins. It was possible that some terrifying poisonous gas could be born here. Even the devouring power could not devour the poisonous gas. Lu Ming warned himself that he could not be careless when dealing with poisonous gas in the future. Of course, the green-robed youth's poisonous gas was nothing to Lu Ming. It only made Lu Ming's body go numb for a moment before it was refined by the devouring power. The green-robed youth looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. His poisonous gas was actually devoured by Lu Ming. How was this possible? Even experts with a much higher cultivation than him wouldn't dare to touch his poisonous gas, let alone swallow it into their bodies. You want to use this poisonous gas to poison people? Ridiculous. Lu Ming smiled indifferently and took a step forward. The terrifying chaotic domain pressed down on the green-robed youth. The green-robed youth's face changed drastically and he tried his best to resist. However, his poisonous gas had lost its power and his combat strength was much weaker than the other leaders. He was crushed by Lu Ming's chaotic domain. He vomited blood and his body flew far away. Many of his bones were broken. Boom. Boom, at this moment, the battle for the sacred weapons had reached its climax. More than 10 youths fought fiercely over a few sacred weapons. In the end, the sacred weapons were taken by different people. Luo Xiang of the Life and Death Sword sect had become stronger after obtaining the Sword Dao inheritance. His sword qi pierced through the air and cut through everything. He took a sacred weapon battle sword. Xianxia of the Heavenly Divine sect was like a deity. He also took a sacred weapon. He Yu of the Dragon God Valley had the Blood Dragon battle body and was extremely powerful. He also took a sacred weapon. Bang, at this moment, a flying jade box was accidentally smashed by someone. Suddenly, a palm-sized, translucent armor appeared in the air, flickering with a strange fluctuation. That's a spiritual god defensive treasure. Someone cried out in alarm. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the jade armor. Their eyes were burning with passion. A spiritual god defensive treasure. It's a spiritual god defensive treasure. No matter how strong a martial artist's spiritual body was, the spiritual god was the most fragile and fatal weakness of a martial artist. If one were to encounter dangers that could harm one's soul in secret realms, ruins, or forbidden lands, a spiritual god defensive treasure could save one's life. This kind of treasure was extremely difficult to refine as it was linked to one's soul. It was priceless and could not be bought on the market. It's mine. It's mine. More than 10 young men moved at the same time and rushed toward the jade armor. Get lost. It's you. Boom. Boom. Boom, more than 10 people fought fiercely. Sword chi and saber light crisscrossed. Everyone wanted to get their hands on the jade armor. For a moment, no one could get it. Whoosh, a pair of black wings appeared on Lu Ming's back. At the same time, he used the wind origin technique and disappeared. In the next moment, he broke through the obstacles and appeared near the jade armor. It's you? A young man hollered. Sacred light surged toward Lu Ming like a tide. It was the leader of the Heavenly Divinity sect, Xianxia. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted and stepped forward. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and the chaotic domain burst out. The divine energy on Xianxia's body trembled violently. His body trembled and he was sent flying by Lu Ming. Whoosh, Lu Ming stretched out his hand and formed a big hand to grab the jade armor. Don't even think about it. The rest of the people were engaged in a chaotic battle. However, the moment they saw Lu Ming approaching the jade armor and was about to obtain it, they attacked Lu Ming one after another. At least 5 or 6 attacks were launched toward Lu Ming. These people were the leaders of their sections. Their cultivation had reached the 2nd layer martial royal realm and their attacks were terrifying. It was even more terrifying when they joined forces. Block it. The black wings on Lu Ming's back closed together and enveloped Lu Ming. At the same time, the primal chaos domain spread out and covered his entire body. Dong. Dong, an intense explosion resounded. The primal chaos domain and the black wings shook violently. However, it was blocked by Lu Ming in the end. At the same time, Lu Ming grabbed the jade armor and put it into his storage ring. Hand over the treasure. Otherwise, die. Cold voices rang out one after another. At least 6 oars locked onto Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced around and saw 6 youths surrounding Lu Ming. Xianxia, He Yu, Wang Xiao, the demonic youth, the green-robed youth, and a burly youth. The others, such as Luo Xiang, stood to the side and did not make a move. I'm afraid the 6 of you aren't enough to take my life. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. And, Lu Ming looked at He Yu and said, we're from the same sect. Are you going to attack me too? This treasure isn't something you can handle. Hand it to me and I'll report it to the sect and give you a reward. He Yu said coldly. Hand it to you? Haha, what a hypocrite. If you want it, just say it. Lu Ming mocked. Humph, then I'll test you and see what you're made of. He said coldly. His body was filled with blood-red light and a dragon's roar resounded. A layer of blood-red dragon scales appeared on the surface of his skin. Bam, He took a step forward and his entire body was like a human-shaped dragon as he pounced towards Lu Ming. His hand also became like a dragon's claw as he grabbed at Lu Ming. Blood Dragon War Body. I'd like to see how strong it is. Lu Ming threw out a punch. Bam, the fist collided with the dragon's claw and there was a dull explosion. Then, Hiyu's body trembled and he was forced to retreat continuously. This person is so strong. He can actually force Hiyu to retreat. The eyes of the surrounding youths froze. Among them, Hiyu was the strongest in close combat. No one was a match for Hiyu in close combat. However, Lu Ming had forced Hiyu to retreat. It was simply shocking. We'd better attack together. This person is demonic and not easy to deal with. Tian said with a cold murderous intent. Lu Ming was someone he had to kill. I think so too. Hiyu, you don't have any objections, right? Wang Xiao said and looked at Hiyu. It's fine. This person has no respect for the law and even dares to hurt the disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley. He's lawless and deserves to be killed. Hiyu said coldly. Haha, so many of you against one person and you're still speaking so righteously. How despicable. A disdainful voice was heard, but it wasn't Lu Ming but Luo Xiang. Humph. Tian and the others' eyes turned cold, but they didn't say anything. Attack. Tian said and made the first move. Sacred light burst out from his body and formed a sacred spear, which he threw at Lu Ming. At the same time, Wang Xiao released sword aura from his palm. An extremely sharp sword gleam cut through the void and slashed toward Lu Ming. Following this, the young man with a sinister demonic aura and the young man in a green robe attacked at the same time. Together with Hiyu, the six of them had both close combat and long-range attacks. Since they were all peerless geniuses, their strength far surpassed that of ordinary emperors. Even a fourth-layer martial royal realm expert would be killed instantly when the six of them worked together. Even a fifth-layer martial royal realm expert would have to retreat. Kill! Lu Ming yelled as he flapped his black wings and dashed toward one of them. Lu Ming wouldn't stand in the middle like a fool and be treated as a target. If they wanted to fight, they would defeat them one by one. Lu Ming chose the young man in a green robe. Among the six of them, the young man in a green robe posed the least threat to Lu Ming. Lu Ming dodged 3 of the attacks and took 2 of them head-on. He arrived in front of the young man in a green robe and activated his third bloodline. Streams of energy flowed into Lu Ming's body, further strengthening Lu Ming's strength. He reached out with his left hand and unleashed a devouring force that engulfed the young man in a green robe. At the same time, he threw a punch with his right hand. The hell-suppressing heaven skill combined with the chaotic domain was unleashed. Bang! The space trembled and formed a terrifying fist intent that slammed toward the young man in a green robe. The young man in a green robe's poisonous aura was devoured by the devouring force. Following this, Lu Ming's fist intent landed on him. The young man in a green robe let out a cry of agony as his body was blasted apart by Lu Ming's fist intent and turned into a cloud of green mist. The next moment, the mist gathered and tried to reform his body. The young man in a green robe's spiritual body was a poison spiritual body among the medium earth spiritual bodies. Like a flame spiritual body, it had a strong vitality and could turn into poisonous gas to reduce the cold. Destroy. Lu Ming pressed his palm down and the chaotic domain spread out, enveloping the green-robed youth and refining him. Save me! The green fog tumbled as the green-robed youth screamed. Of course, his voice was emitted by energy vibrations. Let him go. A loud roar was heard and a demonic aura surged. A small pagoda with demonic aura flew out from the youth's head and rapidly grew in size, suppressing Lu Ming. Sacred weapon. Without a doubt, this small pagoda was also a sacred weapon. These people were the leaders of their respective sections. To be able to come this far, they had naturally gained a lot. Each of them had obtained a sacred weapon. The youth with the demonic aura was called Mo Jia and he came from the Sky Universe Demon Sect. His small pagoda was the sacred weapon he had obtained when he entered the great emperor's mystic realm. Although he couldn't unleash much of the power of a sacred weapon with his cultivation, it was still stronger than an emperor-grade spiritual weapon. The small pagoda grew to the size of a small mountain and pressed down on Lu Ming. There was a terrifying suction force under the pagoda that seemed to want to suck Lu Ming in. Shwa, the black feather wing on Lu Ming's back flapped out and rapidly grew in size. It slashed towards the small pagoda like a blade. Dang, the small pagoda shook and demonic aura tumbled as it was sent flying. However, the black feather wing was suppressed by the small pagoda and flew back. Boom. Boom, wang. Wang, at this moment, a powerful aura rose from He Yu, Wang Xiao, Shi Tian, and the burly youth. Each of them had a battle weapon floating out from their bodies. They were all sacred weapons, they had all used their sacred weapons to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face turned serious. If he didn't use his sacred weapons and fought with his own strength, Lu Ming wouldn't be afraid even if he was surrounded by 6 experts. He might even be able to win. However, since all of them had used their sacred weapons, their strength was reduced. It would become a clash between sacred weapons. This wasn't good for Lu Ming. Wang, Lu Ming's glabella lit up and the lightning cauldron floated out. Pung! At this moment, a sword light flashed in the sky, and a jade box was shattered. A jade talisman flew out of the jade box. He Yu and company besieged Lu Ming, but the others were not watching the show. They were chasing after the 2 remaining jade boxes in the sky. The jade box from before contained a jade armor. It was clear that the treasure in the jade box was even more precious. As soon as the jade talisman appeared, the remaining few people began to fight over it. He Yu, Shi Tian, and the others' faces paled. Humph, I'll spare him this time, Shi Tian said. He was the first to rush into the sky and participate in the struggle for the jade talismans. When the others saw this, they all went to fight for the jade talismans. Lu Ming's expression was calm, and he didn't participate. Instead, he looked at the last jade box. This jade box was the fastest, dancing in the air like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh, Lu Ming suddenly made a move. He clawed out with his palm, and a large hand formed to grab the jade box. However, the jade box was extremely agile, and in a flash, it dodged Lu Ming's palm. Then, Lu Ming's figure flickered as he executed the wind origin art, chasing after the jade box at lightning speed. However, the jade box emitted a bright light, and its speed suddenly increased, leaving Lu Ming in the dust. F***ck. Lu Ming cursed inwardly. How could a jade box be faster than him? Was there any justice in this world? Lu Ming chased after the jade box. On the other side, the battle for the jade talisman had already been decided. In the end, the jade talisman was obtained by a peerless woman. Shi Tian and the others' eyes flickered, but they didn't continue to fight for the jade talisman. It was obvious that they were wary of this woman. At this time, everyone's attention was on the last jade box. Then, everyone made a move. Their figures dashed toward the jade box, but the jade box was incomparably agile. It flickered in the air, evading everyone's attacks. Even when someone used a holy artifact, it was useless. I suggest that we spread out in all directions of the stone room, and use our domains to envelop the stone room. This way, the jade box has nowhere to run. Someone suggested. All right. I have no objections. Let's fight for the jade box after we get it. Someone else said. Everyone had no objections. Their figures flickered, and they spread out in all directions. There were a total of 13 people. Originally, the 13 leaders of the top sex, including Lu Ming, had a total of 14 people. However, the green-robed young man was killed by Lu Ming, and now there were only 13 people left. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz, each of the 13 cultivators unleashed a domain, which expanded rapidly and slowly shrouded the entire stone chamber. The jade box's range of movement became smaller and smaller. In the end, it had no choice but to be shrouded by the domain. Haha, it's mine. A young man was overjoyed. It was Shi Tian. In the end, the jade box was shrouded by his domain. Come here. Shi Tian shouted, and his domain shrunk rapidly. The jade box glowed and tried to escape. Then, with a bang, the jade box exploded, and the thing inside was revealed. It was actually a pill. On it, there was a bright fluorescent light, and a strange phenomenon appeared, surrounded by the aura of the Great Tao. When they saw the pill, everyone's eyes widened. The breakthrough sage pill, it's the breakthrough sage pill. This breakthrough sage pill is mine. Mo Jia was the first to shout. The others also revealed a blazing light in their eyes. It was the breakthrough sage pill. Even Lu Ming's heart was burning with excitement. The breakthrough sage pill could help one break through to the martial sage realm. It was extremely difficult for a martial king to break through to the martial sage realm. There were many people at the peak of the martial king realm in Yuan continent. For example, there were many experts at the peak of the martial king realm in the 13 top sects in Song province. However, there were very few martial sages. A martial saint was considered an expert in the primordial continent. However, even top geniuses like Xianxia and He were not confident that they could break through to the martial sage realm. In history, there were many outstanding geniuses who had reached the peak of the martial king realm early on, but they could not break through to the martial sage realm. They were stuck at the peak of the martial king realm for their entire lives, and died when their lifespan was exhausted. The breakthrough sage pill could increase one's chances of breaking through to the martial sage realm by 30%. 30% was a terrifying probability. It would make countless experts at the peak of the martial king realm fight for it. Especially for top geniuses like them. If the probability was increased by 30%, they would be confident that they could break through to the martial sage realm in the future. Don't even think about it. The breakthrough sage pill happens to be in my realm. It is fated to be with me. Xianxia shouted and shrank his realm. He wanted to snatch the breakthrough sage pill. However, the breakthrough sage pill seemed to have a mind of its own. With a tremble, it broke through Xianxia's realm and escaped from Xianxia's control. It's mine. The others flew up and pounced on the breakthrough sage pill. Various rays of light condensed into large hands and grabbed at the breakthrough sage pill. However, the breakthrough sage pill emitted rays of light. It flew past and pierced through the large hands, causing them to miss. Swoosh, Lu Ming performed the wind origin skill and flapped his black wings. He was as fast as lightning as he pounced on the breakthrough sage pill. In an instant, he appeared a few meters away from the breakthrough sage pill. However, to Lu Ming's surprise, although the break sage elixir was stopped for a moment, it was only for a moment. The break sage elixir pierced through the giant hand that Lu Ming had formed. Even the giant hand formed by the chaotic domain could not stop the break sage elixir. The level of my chaotic domain is still too low. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He knew that it was not because the chaotic domain was useless, but because the level of his chaotic domain was too low. It was only a level 1 domain, which was why it could not stop the break sage elixir. Subsequently, the others made their moves, but none of them managed to get the break sage elixir. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Bubbles and Dandan appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. The two of them were still burping, and their mouths were filled with medicinal fragrance. Another spiritual elixir? As soon as Dandan appeared, its eyes rolled around. Dandan, Bubbles, help me get the break sage elixir. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan and Bubbles. Chirp chirp, as soon as Lu Ming finished his words, Bubbles waved its pair of small claws outward. As the bubbles danced, space began to surge like waves. Dang, the break sage elixir was flying, but suddenly it seemed to have hit a hard wall, making a loud thud. Bubbles had done something to the space and froze it. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Bubbles was indeed a space-time spirit mouse. It could control time and space. Even in Yuan continent, where space was extremely stable, Bubbles could still control it. Bubbles waved its claws and controlled the space to form a space box, sealing the break sage elixir inside. As for Lu Ming, he dashed over. Stop him! Wang Xiao shouted, and a sword radiance slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand and dispersed the sword radiance. The mountain river diagram appeared between his eyebrows. He wanted to keep the break sage elixir into the mountain river diagram. But at this moment, the saint-breaking pill shone brightly. The light was like a sharp sword, breaking through the frozen space formed by the bubble in one fell swoop. Then, like a bolt of lightning, it rushed to the side of the stone room. At the side of the stone room, there was a passage. The breakthrough sage pill rushed directly into the passage. Where do you think you're going? Lu Ming used the wind element technique. With a flap of his black wings, he flew towards the tunnel like a bolt of lightning. Chase! Behind him, the others also chased after him. Dandan, stop them! Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan. Leave it to me. Dandan grinned. Whoosh! When Lu Ming rushed into the tunnel, Dandan opened its mouth and a light flashed. A shield condensed and blocked the entrance of the tunnel. The first to arrive was Xianxia. His fist landed on the shield with a loud bang, but the shield did not budge. Damn it! Xianxia roared. Then, the others also arrived and launched their attacks. However, they could not break the tortoiseshell shield in a short time. During this period of time, Dandan had swallowed too many spiritual herbs, as well as a few half-saint herbs from before. Her injuries had long recovered, and she had even advanced. The tortoiseshell shield that he had condensed with all his strength would not be broken so easily. Damn it, the core is inside. Break the tortoiseshell. Let's attack together. Anxious voices sounded. Xianxia, Wang Xiao, and the others joined forces to attack. The tortoiseshell shield vibrated. It would not be long before it was broken by them. However, it was enough for Lu Ming to block it for a while. After Lu Ming rushed into the passage, he did not stop and chased after the breakthrough sage pill at an extremely fast speed. Chirp chirp, Bubble cried and suddenly flew out from Lu Ming's shoulder. It opened its mouth and a transparent bubble suddenly appeared, enveloping the breakthrough sage pill. The breakthrough sage pill shone and wanted to break through, but it could not break through for a while. This transparent bubble not only contained the space domain, but also the time domain. Bubble flew over and swallowed the transparent bubble. Its furry body flashed and it returned to Lu Ming's shoulder. Then, it opened its mouth obediently and the breakthrough sage pill flew out. Lu Ming grabbed the Xing-breaking elixir in his hands. Lu Ming, I'll seal it. Dandan said. Then, she waved her claws. Dense inscriptions appeared and wrapped around the saint-breaking elixir, forming a sealing formation. Not only could it prevent the saint-breaking elixir from flying around, but it could also prevent the loss of its medicinal efficacy. Breakthrough sage pill. Lu Ming revealed a smile. He took out a jade box and put the Xing-breaking elixir into a storage ring. The breakthrough sage pill was priceless. For those who were stuck at the peak of the martial royal realm and could not break through, it was more precious than any holy weapon. Those people were willing to buy a breakthrough sage pill even if they had to sell their family's fortune. Of course, Lu Ming did not plan to sell it. It would be useful to keep it with him. After putting away the breakthrough sage pill, Lu Ming looked ahead. There seemed to be light in front of the passage. We should be close to the core of the great emperor's palace. Lu Ming thought and stepped forward. As for Dandan and Bubble, they returned to the mountain river diagram to continue digesting the medicinal efficacy. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the passage. But strangely, looking out from the entrance of the passage, it seemed to be a starry sky. And that light came from the starry sky. Is it really a starry sky outside the passage? Lu Ming muttered in his heart. After pondering for a while, he stepped out and walked out. The moment Lu Ming stepped out of the passage, he felt the space around him change. The next moment, he found himself in a starry sky. It was a real starry sky. There were stars all around him. He was floating in the starry sky. That is, the next moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes wide in shock. There were two huge creatures in the starry sky in front of him. One of them was a huge goshawk. This goshawk was too huge and majestic. It covered the sky and the sun as if it was bigger than the stars. A pair of huge eyes was looking at Lu Ming. It's alive, this huge goshawk was actually alive. Opposite the goshawk was a human figure. This human figure was also incomparably huge, like a giant that could support the heavens and earth. However, this figure's appearance could not be seen clearly. It was shrouded in a layer of black light. It was distorted in the starry sky and looked extremely evil. This huge figure seemed to be sizing up Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming discovered that both the goshawk and the gigantic human figure seemed to be injured and severely injured. One of the goshawk's wings was missing. There were many wounds all over its body. Some of the wounds were even bleeding. The huge eyes were bright but seemed a little lifeless. It was a very strange feeling. As for the huge figure, it was not much better. It was missing a leg and there were claw marks on its body. There was even a big hole in its chest. Ha ha ha, Emperor Tsong, it seems that you have lost in the end. You have fought against me for 60,000 years. In the end, I am still slightly better. You will be buried here. At this moment, the huge figure laughed. Lu Ming's mind was also buzzing. Lu Ming was dumbstruck and in disbelief. Tsongdi, that figure was called Tsongdi. Could it be that the giant eagle in front was Tsongdi? Legend had it that Tsongdi's original form was a goshawk. Tsongdi was not dead. At this moment, Lu Ming was shocked beyond words. Tsongdi had disappeared for 60,000 years and was still alive. Now, Lu Ming saw it with his own eyes. In that case, the giant figure was obviously a great emperor as well. Soul Extinguisher Shakyamuni, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. A voice came out of the goshawk's mouth. Ha ha ha, you want to drag me down with you? Dream on. So many people have entered this secret realm, and they're all competing and killing each other. How many vengeful spirits, baleful chi, and soul chi have been produced? I've already recovered a little after absorbing all that soul chi. Even if it's just a little, it's enough to suppress you. In addition, there are some young geniuses who are about to reach here. As long as I devour their flesh and blood, I'll be able to recover a little more. As your sovereign, that will be the day you die. Tsongdi, 60,000 years ago, I have already prepared a tomb for you. Even if you resist stubbornly and resist me for 60,000 years, what's the use? The result has already been decided. Even the heavens are on my side. The giant figure laughed. At this moment, countless thoughts appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Through the conversation between Tsongdi and the giant figure, Lu Ming's doubts were resolved. According to the outside world, Tsongdi suddenly disappeared 60,000 years ago and there was no news of him since then. Now it seemed that Tsongdi had encountered a strong enemy and fought with him. In the end, he had resisted for 60,000 years and had yet to appear. As for Tsongdi's subordinates, Lu Ming had found many skeletons. Most of them were killed by a strong enemy. This enemy was also a great emperor. He was incomparably strong and fought a shocking battle with Tsongdi. In the end, both sides were injured. But what shocked Lu Ming was that Tsongdi and the giant figure were both injured, but they were still fighting. This fight had lasted for 60,000 years. The ability of a great emperor was really unbelievable. But now, the intrusion of Lu Ming and the others seemed to have broken the deadlock. Previously, Lu Ming suddenly raised his eyebrows. Previously, in the stone room where he had obtained the black feather wings, there had been an eagle that had appeared and stopped him from advancing. That eagle should have been formed by the Azure Emperor. The black silhouette that was fighting with the Firmament Emperor should be the giant silhouette in front of him, the Soul Extinguisher King. Tsongdi didn't want Lu Ming and the others to continue, but the soul-destroying Shakyamuni wanted Lu Ming and the others to continue, because he wanted to refine Lu Ming's flesh and blood. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. At this time, the huge shadow looked at Lu Ming and said in a loud voice, "Why are you alone?" "Alright, I'll refine you first and wait for the others." Finished speaking, an incomparably huge hand grabbed towards Lu Ming. "Run!" Lu Ming turned around and ran without hesitation. However, that huge hand covered the sky and the sun. It was too huge. Moreover, the aura that it exuded was extremely terrifying. In an instant, Lu Ming felt as though his body was about to explode. The chaotic domain covered his body and vibrated non-stop. Dragon roars could be heard from Lu Ming's body and there seemed to be 9 dragons emerging from his body. Chaotic domain, it's actually the chaotic domain. The Soul Extinguisher King's voice was filled with shock. Chaotic domain, such a genius should be killed. The Soul Extinguisher King's voice was filled with killing intent. Don't even think about it. With a long roar, a huge wing swept out, as if it was going to split the starry sky. It struck the huge hand and shattered it. "Tsongdi, you're courting death." The Soul Extinguisher King's body shone brightly and charged towards the Xianxia like a deity. The Xianxia let out a long roar and engaged in a fierce battle with the Soul Extinguisher King. The scene of the two fighting in the starry sky was too horrifying. The stars were destroyed and the starry sky was shattered. Both Xianxia and the Soul Extinguisher King were still far away from Lu Ming. However, the aura of the battle made it hard for Lu Ming to breathe. It was extremely stifling. Great Emperor, this is a great emperor. He's too strong. An emperor is like an ant in front of him. No, even a sage is an ant. Lu Ming muttered to himself and retreated rapidly. There was no door in the starry sky and there was no way out. He couldn't see the passageway that he came from. Lu Ming could only retreat and try his best to stay away from the two great emperors. Little brat, since you're here, your fate is sealed. You'll become my nourishment. The Soul Extinguisher King's voice was heard and a black ray of light shot across the starry sky towards Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to be frozen and couldn't move at all. Chirp chirp, at this moment, the bubbles appeared. It chirped and waved its claws rapidly. There was a cracking sound in the space around Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt his body relax and he could move again. The black wings flapped. At the same time, the energy of the wind-calming bead in his glabella gushed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming retreated frantically. Even if he was facing a great emperor, Lu Ming wouldn't wait for death. Even if the chances of survival were slim, he would fight for it. One of the top 10, the Spacetime Spirit Rat, is still alive. All the more you should be killed. The Soul Extinguisher King's killing intent was extremely strong. Don't even think about it. Emperor Tsang roared and spat out a ray of light that blocked the ray of light that the Soul Extinguisher King shot at Lu Ming. Emperor Tsang, you can't stop me. Even if I don't kill you today, I'll kill the kid who comprehended the chaotic domain and the spacetime spirit rat. The Soul Extinguisher King's voice was filled with endless killing intent. At this moment, at least a dozen rays of black light shot towards Lu Ming. So many? Lu Ming's pupils shrank rapidly. Although Emperor Tsang and the Soul Extinguisher King were severely injured and had been fighting each other for 60,000 years, they were still terrifying existences to Lu Ming and could easily kill him. Emperor Tsang roared and flapped his wings. A dozen feathers flew out and blocked the rays of black light like a dozen divine swords. But in the end, the Soul Extinguisher King was stronger. A ray of black light dodged Emperor Tsang's attack and shot towards Lu Ming. Chirp chirp, Bubbles screamed and spat out a transparent bubble that suddenly appeared in front of him. It shrouded the black light and hoped that it could block it. But when the black light flew past, the transparent bubble shattered. Although Bubbles was a spacetime spirit rat and could control spacetime, its cultivation was too far away from the opponent and it was useless. The black light continued to shoot towards Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if the blood in his body had frozen. He couldn't move his body. Am I going to die here? A thought appeared in Lu Ming's mind. The great emperor was too strong. He was the top expert in the world and Lu Ming didn't stand a chance against such an expert. The black light was about to hit Lu Ming's glabella. Wung, at this moment, Lu Ming's glabella lit up and the lightning cauldron rushed out. The lightning cauldron expanded to 10,000 feet in size and blocked in front of Lu Ming. Dong, the black light hit the lightning cauldron and the cauldron shook violently. Lightning flashed in the sky and destroyed the black light. Holy battle weapon! The Soul Destroyer Shakyamuni roared. Great, a lightning-attributed holy battle weapon is the perfect counter for you. Looks like the heavens are not looking after you. A lightning-attributed holy battle weapon is enough to deal with you. Emperor Tsang exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, Emperor Tsang's voice rang in Lu Ming's mind. Kid, lend me your holy battle weapon. All right. Lu Ming did not hesitate. With a thought, the lightning cauldron flew forward. The Azure Emperor flapped his wings, causing the lightning cauldron to rapidly fly towards him. Not only that, the lightning cauldron rapidly expanded until it was about the same size as the Azure Emperor. Boundless lightning crackled around it, exuding an incomparably terrifying aura. Is this the true power of the lightning cauldron? Lu Ming's eyes widened. He now knew that the lightning cauldron was a holy battle weapon. In the past, Lu Ming could only unleash a tiny bit of its power. With Lu Ming's cultivation, he could not unleash much of the lightning cauldron's power. But now that the lightning cauldron was in Emperor Tsung's hands, it was completely different. The huge lightning cauldron pressed down on the soul destroyer Shakyamuni. Countless lightning bolts as thick as mountains bombarded the soul destroyer Shakyamuni. The soul destroyer Shakyamuni roared. The black light on his body twisted and there was even a sizzling sound as black smoke rose. His cultivation technique was perfectly countered by lightning. However, with his cultivation, if he was at his peak, the lightning cauldron would not be a threat to him. But now, he was extremely weak. The lightning cauldron was a huge threat to him. Moreover, it was under Emperor Tsung's control. Boom! Boom! The lightning cauldron pressed down slowly. Infinite lightning cauldrons drowned the soul extinguisher Shakyamuni completely. Tsongdi, you can't kill me. You can't kill me with just a Supreme Saint weapon. The soul destroyer Shakyamuni roared. I just need to suppress you temporarily. Tsongdi's voice rang out. Then, a voice echoed in Lu Ming's ears, Kid, I can't return this lightning cauldron to you for the time being. However, as compensation, I'll give you my storage ring. Whoosh, a ray of light flashed, shattering the void and appearing in front of Lu Ming in an instant. This was a storage ring, the Azure Emperor's storage ring. Lu Ming's heart began to race. He grabbed the storage ring. Kid, I'm going to bring the soul-destroying Discipline Emperor away from here. I'll use the force of the rift to suppress him. You guys should leave at once. The Tsong Emperor's voice rang out again. After that, Lu Ming felt a powerful force tugging at him and Lu Ming disappeared from this space. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in the void. I'm out. Lu Ming looked ahead and saw a huge eagle. That was the Azure Emperor's chamber. He had exited from it. At this moment, the space around Lu Ming rippled and several figures appeared in the air. Those who entered the Azure Emperor's chamber were all teleported out. Including Shi Tian, Wang Xiao, and the others. Damn it, what's going on? Wang Xiao roared. They were blocked by Dandan's tortoiseshell shield. They attacked with all their might and were about to shatter it, but at this moment, they were inexplicably teleported out. It was the same for the others. Some of them were about to obtain a treasure but were suddenly teleported out. They were extremely angry and unwilling. At this moment, the Azure Emperor's chamber let out a long cry. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, it flapped its wings and flew into the depths of the sky. Rumble, in the depths of the sky, the space cracked open and the Azure Emperor's chamber flew into it and disappeared. What's going on? Why did the Azure Emperor's chamber suddenly fly away? No, it's my treasure. The scene was noisy. Some people roared and some were shocked. Lu Ming, is it because of you? Suddenly, a voice resounded, making many people quiet down. They couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. Wang Xiao. Lu Ming looked at Wang Xiao coldly. The person who roared just now was Wang Xiao. Lu Ming, you used despicable means to stop us. You were the only one who entered the core of the Azure Emperor's chamber. Not long after you entered, we were teleported out and the Azure Emperor's chamber flew away automatically. It must be because of you. Wang Xiao said coldly. What? Only Lu Ming entered the core of the Azure Emperor's chamber? He actually entered the core of the Azure Emperor's chamber? Many people looked at Lu Ming. They were surprised and deep in thought. That's right, Lu Ming. Did you obtain the Azure Emperor's inheritance and that's why the Azure Emperor's chamber flew away? Shi Tian stepped out and said coldly. His body was emitting a sacred light. Most of the people's eyes lit up when they heard this. They stared at Lu Ming with fervent gazes. The Azure Emperor's inheritance, when they thought of these 4 words, everyone's hearts burned with passion. I didn't obtain the Azure Emperor's inheritance. Lu Ming explained. Haha, who would believe that? Lu Ming, you must have obtained the Azure Emperor's inheritance. Now, hand it over. It's impossible for you to take it for yourself. Wang Xiao said. That's right, the Azure Emperor's inheritance is not something you can take for yourself. Shi Tian said. Yes, hand over the inheritance. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. It's best to search his storage ring and his soul. Everything will be clear so that he doesn't hide anything. Yes. The rest of the people shouted as well, staring coldly at Lu Ming. They slowly formed a circle, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. What are you doing? Do you think there's no one in the Dragon God Valley? Senior and junior brothers, help Lu Ming. Xiaoying shouted from the crowd. Yes, senior brothers, let's help Lu Ming break out of the encirclement. Wan Tian chimed in. Hee hee, what a joke. This is Lu Ming's personal feud with the other sections. Disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley, listen up. No one can help Lu Ming. Otherwise, if you offend the other sects because of your personal feud and cause the Divine Dragon Valley to become enemies with the other sects, you will bear the consequences. Yin Feng shouted. His voice could be heard from afar. When he found out that Lu Ming had entered the Azure Emperor's core, he was extremely jealous and wished that Lu Ming would die. That's right. Disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley, don't move. He said, and his powerful aura locked onto Qiu Yingying, Qiu Hao, Wan Tian and the others. You're despicable. The elders have already said that we should work together. Qiu Yingying shouted. Shut up. Yingying, you don't have to say anything. These clowns can't do anything to me. Lu Ming's voice could be heard. Arrogant brat, hand over Emperor Tsung's inheritance or you'll die a horrible death. Hurry up. The surrounding youths stared greedily at Lu Ming. I've already said that I didn't get Emperor Tsung's inheritance. Also, let me remind you, if you want to attack me, you'd better be prepared to be killed. Lu Ming said with a cold murderous intent in his eyes. Ridiculous, we have so many people, let's see who you can kill. Wang Xiao sneered and stepped out. A battle sword floated above his head, emitting a terrifying aura. It was a sacred weapon. On the other side, Shi Tian stepped out with a sacred weapon above his head. Mo Jie did the same and appeared in another direction. In addition to the three of them, there were three other people who were leaders. They took out their sacred weapons and surrounded Lu Ming. 3 breaths, Lu Ming, I'll give you 3 breaths. If you don't hand over the Emperor's inheritance, you'll stay here forever. Wang Xiao said coldly. 1. Then, Shi Tian started counting. The other youths looked coldly at Lu Ming, their murderous intent filling the air. They were ready to attack at any time. 2. Shi Tian said again. Swoosh, at this moment, a pair of black wings appeared behind Lu Ming's back. With a flap, Lu Ming's figure soared into the sky. He's trying to escape. Don't even think about it. Wang Xiao, Shi Tian, and the other leaders reacted the fastest and chased after Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming suddenly stopped in midair. Then, he changed his direction, passing by Shi Tian and the other 5 and dashing downward. Who said I'm trying to escape? Since you want to kill me, then I'll kill you. Lu Ming shouted and rushed into the crowd below. The black wings were like 2 heavenly blades that slashed across. Immediately, more than a dozen youths were cut in half. More than a dozen youths were killed in one move. Attack together and kill him. Someone shouted. Suddenly, countless attacks were launched at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's primal chaos domain spread out. The black feather wings enveloped the primal chaos domain, and its power was even more terrifying. With a sweep, some of the attacks were destroyed. Whoosh, Lu Ming rushed into the crowd as if there was no one around. With a sweep of his black feather wings, another dozen people were killed. Whoosh! 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 Then, the black feathers on the black wings flew out like divine swords, piercing in all directions. Puff puff puff, one by one, the youths had their glabella or dantian pierced through. No, miserable shrieks rang out. In an instant, over 100 people had died at Lu Ming's hands. The smell of blood filled the air. Lu Ming, you evil demon! You willfully slaughter the innocent. Today, I must eliminate you. Roared Shi Tian. His eyes had turned red. Half of the people Lu Ming had killed were disciples of the Heavenly Divinity sect. Evil demon? Killing the innocent? What a joke. You were the one who attacked first and wanted to kill me. I've already said that if you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed. Do you really think that I can't fight back when you want to kill me? Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. He flapped his black feather wings, avoiding Xianxia and the other leaders as he attacked the others. The other youths, even geniuses with innate spirit bodies, were no match for Lu Ming. One by one, the youths screamed miserably as they were killed by Lu Ming. Their attacks couldn't cause any harm to Lu Ming. The ground was covered with corpses. Soon, hundreds of people had died at the hands of Lu Ming. Outside the crowd, Yin Feng and the others gasped. This guy is getting more and more terrifying. I must find a chance to kill him. Yin Feng thought. Back off, all of you back off. Xianxia roared. Those youths frantically fled in all directions, as far as possible from Lu Ming. Xianxia and the other 5 pursued Lu Ming with all their might. Swoosh, Lu Ming's figure suddenly stopped. Xianxia and the other 5 once again surrounded Lu Ming. This time, they focused their energy and locked onto Lu Ming, fearing that Lu Ming would escape. Lu Ming, an evil demon like you can't stay in this world. Xianxia roared. Quickly hand over Emperor Tsung's inheritance and I'll leave your corpse intact. Wang Xiao said coldly. Haha, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Bam, Lu Ming stepped forward and walked towards Wang Xiao. Let's attack together. Wang Xiao's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. He really didn't dare to face Lu Ming alone. Attack. Boom. Boom. Boom, Xianxia and the rest activated their sacred weapons. The power of the sacred weapons erupted and they were about to attack Lu Ming. Chirp chirp, at this moment, the bubbles on Lu Ming's shoulders buzzed. Suddenly, 6 transparent bubbles appeared in the surroundings, enveloping Xianxia and the other 5 people. Kill. Lu Ming roared and charged towards Wang Xiao. Space-time domain. Wang Xiao roared as his mind trembled. At the same time, he pushed his saint weapon with all his might. Whoosh, a shocking sword chi slashed out violently. The transparent bubble trembled and was split open by the sword chi. The might of a sacred artifact was incomparably strong. The bubble would not be able to trap the 6 of them for long. The others also manipulated their sacred weapons to break the transparent bubble. But this moment was enough for Lu Ming. 9 seals of the divine gate, seal. Lu Ming shouted. 5 sealing portals suddenly appeared around Wang Xiao, emitting boundless multicolored light as they sealed Wang Xiao. As Lu Ming broke through to the martial monarch realm, Lu Ming had also achieved a breakthrough in the 9 seals of the divine gate, allowing him to cultivate 5 sealing portals. The 9 seals of the divine gate was a secret technique used by martial monarchs. It was extremely powerful. The 5 sealing portals sealed Wang Xiao in an instant. Kill. Lu Ming appeared in front of Wang Xiao and punched him. Boom, the power of the punch made Wang Xiao tremble in fear. Buzz, however, right at that moment, a suit of armor appeared on Wang Xiao's body and enveloped him completely. Dong, Lu Ming's punch landed on the armor. The armor vibrated and Wang Xiao was sent flying dozens of miles away. He crashed into a huge mountain and spat out a mouthful of blood. A sacred artifact armor. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This sacred artifact armor was most likely worn by Wang Xiao before he came in. Lu Ming sighed. These people are really rich. They even have a sacred artifact armor. Whoosh, Lu Ming's figure flashed as he charged toward Wang Xiao. Catch him. Stop him. Xianxia and the others shouted as they charged toward Lu Ming. However, they were slower than Lu Ming. As soon as they moved, Lu Ming appeared in front of Wang Xiao. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in your turtle shell. Lu Ming said coldly as he stomped down. Boom. Kill. At this moment, Xianxia arrived. Get lost. Lu Ming grabbed one of Wang Xiao's legs and used Wang Xiao as a big hammer, swinging it toward Xianxia. Boom, Xianxia was sent flying by Wang Xiao. Ah, Lu Ming, I'll kill you. Wang Xiao roared as blood spurted from his mouth. Although he was protected by a sacred artifact armor, the continuous attack still caused energy to seep in, causing him to be seriously injured. Nonsense. Lu Ming grabbed one of Wang Xiao's legs and swung it again, smashing it heavily on the mountain peak. Dong, the mountain peak trembled as gravel flew everywhere. A large crater was formed on the mountain peak. Wang Xiao wailed as he spat out another mouthful of blood. Just now, Wang Xiao and Shi were the most arrogant. Lu Ming simply stared at one of them and ruthlessly tortured him until he was afraid. Boom. 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 Following that, Lu Ming swung Wang Xiao and smashed him crazily on the mountain peak. The mountain peak trembled as gravel flew everywhere. A large piece of the huge mountain peak was forcefully shattered. When Shi Mo Jia, and the rest were about to attack, Lu Ming swung Wang Xiao and smashed them. Wang Xiao was now covered by the armor and was like a sledgehammer. It was very convenient to use. In the distance, the others were dumbfounded. Wang Xiao was the leader of the 9 Heaven Sword sect in this great emperor's mystic realm. But now, he was in such a miserable state. He could not resist Lu Ming and was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. As for Wang Xiao himself, he even had thoughts of dying. He had lost all his face. Rumble, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Heaven and earth shook violently. Moreover, the shaking became more and more intense. It was as if the entire world was shaking violently. Boom. Boom. Following that, the ground cracked open and lava rushed out 1,000 feet high. Not good, this mystic realm is about to collapse. Figures rushed into the sky one after another. Someone roared. Maybe it's caused by Emperor Tsong flying away. What should we do? If the mystic realm collapses, we will all die here. There was an uproar at the scene. Someone screamed in horror. Fly up. When we first entered this arcane pocket realm, it looked like a bubble. There must be an end to it. Fly up and get out of here. Yes, up. Whoosh. Whoosh, streaks of light flew into the depths of the sky. Gotcha, in the sky, space suddenly split open, revealing a pitch-black spatial crack. Several youths screamed miserably as they were swallowed by the spatial crack. If they were in the godly ruins, Huangqi cultivators wouldn't have any problems entering the dark space. However, it was different here. The space was stable, but at the same time, the cracks in the dark space were even more powerful. If Huangqi cultivators entered the dark space, they would die. The space is about to crack. Be careful of the space cracks. Someone shouted. One figure after another flew towards the sky at an extremely fast speed. Shi Mo Jia, and the rest had ugly expressions on their faces. They couldn't be bothered to deal with Lu Ming as they flew up into the sky, fleeing for their lives. Get lost. Lu Ming threw Wang Xiao into a crack in the ground and threw him into the lava. Then, he flapped his black wings and soared into the sky. In a few breaths, Lu Ming appeared beside Qiu Yingying, Qiu Hao, and Wan Tian. I'll take you with me. Lu Ming said. The chaotic domain enveloped Qiu Yingying and the rest. Then, he flapped his black wings and soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning. Rumble, the ground shook more and more violently. Below them, the ground cracked open and lava raged. It was like the end of the world. In the sky, streaks of light flew up into the sky one after another. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, they finally saw a light screen. We're here. Someone rushed into the light screen. The light screen trembled and disappeared. It really works. Everyone was overjoyed and rushed into the light screen. Lu Ming saw Mo Jia, He Yu, Shi Tian, and the others rushing into the light screen one by one. Then, the others did the same. Yingying, you guys go out first. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Qiu Yingying asked. Killing someone. Lu Ming said coldly. Then, he waved his hand and sent Qiu Yingying and the others into the light screen and disappeared. Then, Lu Ming looked down diagonally. Over there was a sword light that was flying upwards at an extremely fast speed. It was Wan Xiao. He was beaten half to death by Lu Ming and thrown into the lava by Lu Ming. If it weren't for the Saint artifact armor, he would have been burned alive. It took him a lot of effort to rush out and escape into the sky. But now, he was at the back. Lu Ming flapped his black wings and used the wind origin technique. His body turned into a black light and flew down. Quick, quick, quick. Wang Xiao flew with all his strength. The secret realm was collapsing more and more. If he was late, he wouldn't be able to escape. At the same time, he kept roaring in his heart. In his mind, he was planning how to get revenge on Lu Ming after he got out. Suddenly, he saw a black light flash and pounce at him at extreme speed. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Wang Xiao roared. I'm here to kill you. Lu Ming sneered. He looked down and used the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomp. The power of the 9 steps merged into one and turned into a huge footprint that stomped toward Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao roared and slashed out. The sword light slashed at Lu Ming's footprint. The footprint was broken, but his body was blasted down. Whoosh, Lu Ming chased after Wang Xiao again. Lu Ming, you're crazy. Do you want to die? Wang Xiao roared in horror. He had the Saint Artifact armor that could block Lu Ming's attack. But if he couldn't get out before the secret realm collapsed, even the Saint Artifact armor couldn't save his life. Kill. Lu Ming swooped down and slashed out with the black feather wings like a blade. The Saint Artifact armor appeared on Wang Zhao's body. He held the combat sword and slashed at Lu Ming. Clang, the combat sword slashed at the black feather wings. Sparks flew everywhere. Lu Ming's body was slightly obstructed, but Wang Zhao's body was like a cannonball, plunging downward. Rumble, at this time, heaven and earth shook even more violently. More and more space cracks appeared in the sky. The ground below was completely covered by magma. This secret realm would completely collapse at any time. But Lu Ming didn't have any intention of stopping. He continued to rush toward Wang Xiao. Madman, you're a madman. Stop it, stop it. Wang Xiao roared hysterically. At this time, he was really scared. Lu Ming was a madman. In order to kill him, he didn't even care about his own life. If this went on, both he and Lu Ming would die here. It would be best if Lu Ming died. But he didn't want to die. Now, he regretted. He regretted provoking Lu Ming, a madman. People have to pay the price for their actions. Wang Xiao went crazy. He wanted to dash into the sky, but Lu Ming's black wings slashed down, completely blocking his path. He could only try his best to resist as he fell again. Dong. Dong, Lu Ming swooped down and attacked Wang Xiao. The two of them were getting further and further away from the sky and closer to the ground. Boom, crack, the ground exploded and lava filled the sky. Scorching aura kept surging. More and more spatial cracks appeared in the sky, covering the sky like a spider web. Bam, some of the spatial cracks shattered like glass. The sky was falling, this mystic realm was about to be destroyed. At this moment, the others had already rushed out. Only Wang Xiao and Lu Ming were left in this mystic realm. Arg! Wang Xiao roared, his voice filled with despair. Now, even if he wanted to rush out, it would be very difficult. Lu Ming, since you're going to die, let's die together. Wang Xiao roared and attacked Lu Ming. Clang, his divine weapon slashed at Lu Ming's black wings. His body trembled, and he was sent flying backward by the power of the chaotic domain above. Who wants to die with you? Lu Ming spoke coldly. He spread his black wings and soared into the sky, flying thousands of miles high in the blink of an eye. However, there were spatial cracks in front of him. There was no way out. Chirp chirp, at this moment, Bubble chirped and emitted a milky white light. It waved its claws and a spatial tunnel appeared in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped in and disappeared. No, no, take me with you, Wang Xiao broke down when he saw this. He flew toward the spatial tunnel frantically. However, the spatial tunnel disappeared in the next moment. Only Wang Xiao was left yelling. Lu Ming appeared in the sky thousands of miles above. However, Bubble did the same thing again and opened another spatial tunnel. In Yuan continent, Bubble could not open a spatial tunnel for too long with its cultivation base. It could only open thousands of miles each time, but it was enough. After a few times, Lu Ming saw the light screen again and rushed in. Outside the tomb, where Lu Ming and the others entered, there was a Saint Realm expert from each of the 13 sects waiting quietly with some deacons. The tomb was also floating quietly in the air. Suddenly, there was a violent roar in the void behind the tomb. Caw, soon after, they heard the long cry of an eagle. That space began to tremble unstably. Some places even began to crack. What's that? A goshawk. Someone shouted. They saw an enormous goshawk soaring into the sky in that space, breaking through the void as it soared into the sky. That's not a real goshawk. It's a fortress. Could it be Emperor Tsong's palace? Emperor Tsong's palace? Emperor Tsong is not dead? Voices sounded one after another. The 13 Saint Realm experts' eyes were incredulous. If the Tsong Emperor didn't die and returned, the Tsong state would probably change. However, the giant goshawk did not break through the sky. Instead, it shattered the void and was faintly discernible. Soon, it completely disappeared into the depths of the void. What happened in Emperor Tsong's secret realm? They were full of doubts, but they could only wait quietly. Click, not long after, the tombstones of the great necropolis suddenly opened, from which several figures rushed out. As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the light screen, his surroundings changed. Lu Ming found that there was a platform in front of him and many people were standing there, looking in his direction. Lu Ming. Brother Lu. On the platform, Qiu Yingying, Qiu Hao, Ruan Tian, and the others looked over and were overjoyed when they saw Lu Ming. Obviously, they were not at ease and were waiting here. Lu Ming flew over and nodded to them. Boom. Boom, there was a series of roars in the secret realm. Looking at the secret realm from here, one could see a huge ball with mountains and lakes inside. But at this time, the mountains and lakes had exploded and the whole ball was full of cracks. In the end, the entire sphere exploded. That region was filled with chaos. A secret realm exploded and returned to chaos, disappearing into the endless void. Wang Xiao did not rush out, he was definitely not alive. Let's go. Lu Ming said. They randomly chose a passage and went back the way they came. Not long after, they returned to the inner part of the tomb and found that the door of the tomb was already open. They rushed out one after another. As soon as they rushed out of the light screen, they saw people moving in the air. As long as they were not dead, most of them had come out. The people present took the initiative to divide into 13 areas. Lu Ming and the others flew towards Dragon God Valley's area. What happened in Emperor Tsong's secret realm? Why did it collapse? An old voice rang out. A Saint Plain cultivator couldn't help but ask. Many people looked at each other. They did not know why Emperor Tsong's secret realm collapsed. Among us, one of us definitely knows that Lu Ming from the Divine Dragon Valley entered the core of Emperor Tsong's bedroom. Thereafter, something happened. I'm guessing that he must have obtained Emperor Tsong's legacy. In the Heavenly Divine Sex area, Shi Tian was the first to speak. What? Emperor Tsong's inheritance? Many people heard this and looked in the direction of Dragon God Valley, including some Saint Realm experts. How tempting was Emperor Tsong's inheritance? Who was Lu Ming? An expert from Celestial Divinity Sect stepped out, emitting a terrifying aura. This person was Celestial Divinity Sect's Saint Realm expert. It's him. Shi Tian pointed at Lu Ming. This time everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. Is this true? Saint Realm experts from other sects asked. I can testify that what Shi Tian said is true. Mo Jia from the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect stepped out and looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. I can testify too. I saw him enter the core of Emperor Tsong's palace with my own eyes. Another genius leader of a sect stepped out. In that case, hand over Emperor Tsong's inheritance. The Celestial Divinity Sect's Saint Realm expert stared at Lu Ming and stepped out, wanting to go towards Lu Ming. Boom, on Dragon God Valley's side, Elder Hong stepped out and stood in front of Lu Ming like a mountain, blocking the aura of the Celestial Divinity Sect's Saint Realm expert. What? You want to protect him? How can Dragon God Valley take the Emperor Tsong's inheritance for themselves? The Celestial Divinity Sect's Saint Realm expert said. The other sects also sent their Saint Realm cultivators over. I didn't get Emperor Tsong's inheritance. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke, his voice spreading across the entire area. You didn't get it? The Saint Realm expert's eyes narrowed. Nonsense, many of us saw you enter the core of Emperor Tsong's palace and you still want to deny it? Shi Tian shouted. I can testify that junior brother Lu Ming did enter the core of Emperor Tsong's palace. A cold voice came from Dragon God Valley's area. Lu Ming's gaze was like lightning as he looked at Hiyu. This person was despicable. They were from the same sect, but he wanted to kill Lu Ming and betrayed Lu Ming. Yin Feng, who was standing beside He Yu, sneered. Hee hee, the disciples of the Dragon God Valley have spoken. Looks like it's true. The sage realm expert from the heavenly divinity sect sneered and his aura became stronger. I told you, I didn't get Emperor Tsung's inheritance. Lu Ming spoke again as he looked at Shi Tian, Mo Jia, He Yu, and the others. Speaking of which, Lu Ming had saved them. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, they would have been killed by the soul destroyer Shakyamuni and their flesh and blood would have been refined. Everyone would have died then. But now, these people wanted to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming would remember these people. There would be a time to settle this score in the future. Words are no proof. We want to test it. The sage realm expert from the heavenly divinity sect said coldly. You want to test it? The heavenly divinity sect is so overbearing. Do you think the Dragon God Valley will be afraid of you? Elder Hong was overbearing and his aura was violent like a real dragon. The confrontation between the two sage realm experts made many of the youths pale as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts. It was so uncomfortable that they wanted to vomit blood. Lu Ming was slightly better. He had seen the terrifying aura of the two emperors. Although the sage realm expert's aura was strong, it couldn't affect his heart. Lu Ming, did you really enter Emperor Tsung's chamber? Elder Hong asked Lu Ming. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming, waiting to see how Lu Ming would answer. Yes, I did enter the core of Emperor Tsung's chamber. Lu Ming nodded. Looks like no one is slandering you. You admitted it yourself. The sage realm expert from the heavenly divinity sect said. Entering the core of Emperor Tsung's chamber doesn't mean you got the inheritance. Lu Ming, what did you see in the core of Emperor Tsung's chamber? What did you do? Elder Hong asked again. I saw Emperor Tsung. Lu Ming said. These words were undoubtedly like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in everyone's minds. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming saw Emperor Tsung? Could it be that Tsung Di was still alive? Is Tsung Di still alive? The sage realm expert from the celestial divinity sect asked with a hoarse voice. Lu Ming nodded his head and said, That's right, Grey Emperor is still alive. Hiss hiss hiss, a series of gasps could be heard. Who would have thought that the Tsung Emperor was still alive? Then the Tsung province would really change greatly. If the Azure Emperor is still alive, why hasn't there been any trace of him in the past 60,000 years? Someone raised a question. That's right, Lu Ming. Speak clearly. What did you see? What did you get? Someone asked. The reason why Emperor Tsung has disappeared for 60,000 years is because he is seriously injured. Moreover, he has been confronting a great enemy for 60,000 years. At that moment, Lu Ming didn't hide anything. He told her everything he had seen. However, there was one thing that he had made a slight change. In fact, the soul destroyer Shakyamuni had the upper hand. However, Lu Ming said that Emperor Tsung and the soul destroyer Shakyamuni were on par. After 60,000 years of confrontation, Emperor Tsung used his lightning cauldron to gain the upper hand and suppress the soul destroyer Shakyamuni. Soul destroyer Shakyamuni, it's the soul destroyer Shakyamuni. The soul destroyer Shakyamuni is still alive? The sage realm experts present seemed to have heard of the soul destroyer Shakyamuni's name. While they were shocked, they also revealed a solemn expression. I see. Many of them who hadn't heard of the soul destroyer Shakyamuni were shocked. They finally knew why Emperor Tsung had suddenly disappeared 60,000 years ago. It turned out that he had encountered a great enemy. Many of the youths who had entered the secret realm were shocked. They recalled the many skeletons they had seen in the great emperor's secret realm. Obviously, they had all been killed by Emperor Tsung's enemy. Senior Emperor Tsung borrowed my sacred weapon, the lightning cauldron, to bring the soul destroyer Shakyamuni into the infinite void. He said that he would return the lightning cauldron to thank me for my help. In the end, Lu Ming said. The meaning of his words was simple. Emperor Tsung was still alive, but he hadn't obtained Emperor Tsung's inheritance. Moreover, Emperor Tsung was indebted to him. Once Emperor Tsung had defeated his enemy, he would return to find him. He was using Emperor Tsung's name to intimidate the experts of the other sections. If they were to touch Lu Ming now, they would have to answer to Emperor Tsung when he returned. Haha, little brat, there's no need to use Emperor Song to threaten us. The celestial god sect's sage realm expert sneered. They naturally wouldn't believe Lu Ming's words completely. But there was one thing that they could be sure of. Grey Emperor was indeed still alive. Previously, they had seen Emperor Song's palace break through the void. With their sage realm cultivation, they could feel a faint trace of Emperor Song's aura. Now that Lu Ming had mentioned it, they were certain that Emperor Song was in the palace. Since Emperor Song wasn't dead, it was impossible for Lu Ming to obtain Emperor Song's inheritance. A living emperor wouldn't pass down his inheritance. If they wanted someone to inherit his mantle, they could just accept him as a disciple. If Lu Ming didn't obtain Emperor Song's inheritance, there was no point in capturing Lu Ming. Instead, they would offend Dragon God Valley. It wasn't worth it. A few Sage Realm experts looked at each other and shook their heads. Let's go. Since Emperor Song isn't dead, we should make plans early. Let's go back and report to the sect leader. A few Sage Realm experts spoke one after another. Then, they left with the youths of their respective sections. The celestial god sect's Sage Realm expert snorted. His eyes flickered a few times, but he didn't continue to pursue Lu Ming and turned to leave. Senior brother Yu, I heard that Lu Ming killed Wu Sandu of the Desire Poison sect in Emperor Song's palace. It seems like our Dragon God Valley will have another peerless genius. At this moment, a voice rang out from within the Dragon God Valley. It was so loud that it spread far and wide. Yin Feng, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. Yin Feng was purposely trying to harm him. Wu Sandu was the green-robed youth that Lu Ming had killed in Emperor Song's palace. True enough, when the Saint Realm expert from the Desire Poison sect heard this, he stopped in his tracks. He turned around and looked at Lu Ming, his body exuding a cold murderous intent. Brat, so Wu Sandu was killed by you. The Desire Poison sect's Sage Realm expert's voice was cold. A layer of poisonous fog emitted from his body and a powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. Hee hee. Within the Dragon God Valley's group, Yu and Yin Feng sneered. Just a moment ago, Lu Ming had managed to escape under such circumstances. How could they be willing to accept that? Hence, they purposely announced that Lu Ming had killed Wu Sandu. I was the one who killed him. So what? In the Emperor's mystic realm, we were competing. He wanted to kill me first, so how can I not kill him? Lu Ming said loudly. Then I'll kill you to avenge him. The Desire Poison sect's elder roared and stepped forward. Poisonous fog filled the air. Roar, a dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. Elder Hong seemed to have turned into a violent dragon. His long hair danced in the wind as he stared at the Desire Poison sect's Sage Realm expert and said, the Great Emperor Mystic Realm doesn't forbid killing. Naturally, there will be competition for treasures. Your Desire Poison sect is proficient in using poison. Many of the sects here have probably lost their members to your Desire Poison sect. Should we also settle the score with your Desire Poison sect? If the younger generation fights and dies, they can only blame themselves for being useless. As an elder, you want to deal with a junior? Do you have any shame? Elder Hong was extremely domineering and his voice was like a bell. The Desire Poison sect's Sage Realm expert's face turned ugly. However, it made sense. If the younger generation fought and died, it could only be said that they were useless. If the elders intervened because of this, especially the Sage Realm experts, wouldn't it be a mess? You kill my juniors, I kill yours. Then, these sects would never be able to develop. There are many elites in Dragon God Valley, but my Desire Poison sect isn't bad either. Let's wait and see. The Desire Poison sect's Sage Realm expert looked coldly at Lu Ming before he waved his sleeves and left. In the blink of an eye, everyone from the Desire Poison sect had left. Damn it, he managed to escape with his life. Yin Feng gritted his teeth in the crowd. He's lucky. There are plenty of ways to kill him in Dragon God Valley. Yu also said coldly. Originally, they wanted to use the Desire Poison sect's experts to get rid of Lu Ming. However, they did not expect Elder Hong to be so domineering and protect Lu Ming. They were unwilling to let Lu Ming escape. Lu Ming turned around and looked coldly at Yu and Yin Feng. It was as if he was looking at 2 dead men. These 2 people had tried to kill him time and time again. He had to kill these two people. Alright, let's return to Dragon God Valley first. Elder Hong said as he took out a battleship. Everyone boarded the battleship and the battleship flew towards Dragon God Valley. A few days later, everyone arrived at Dragon God Valley. Outside the Dragon God Valley, everyone got out of the battleship. Elder Hong led them into the Dragon God Valley. They flew past the outer valley and into the snowy mountain inside. They arrived in front of a huge palace. The palace seemed to be made out of white jade. In front of the palace was a huge square. Lu Ming and the others landed on the square. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, there were already many people surrounding the square. Clearly, they had already known about their return and had rushed over to watch. This time, they were entering the Great Emperor's mystic realm. Naturally, it attracted many people because they were very curious. Alright, all of you have passed the Divine Dragon Valley's test. Next, there are 2 things you need to do. Elder Hong stood at the highest point and said loudly. The scene quieted down. The first thing is to hand over the treasures and manuals that you have obtained from the Great Emperor's mystic realm. Of course, these are all voluntary. If you feel that they are useful to you, you can keep them. If they are not useful to you, you can hand them over to the sect. The sect will compensate you. You can be compensated with origin stones or sect contribution points. Sect contribution points are equivalent to 100 pieces of mid-grade origin stones. Sect contribution points can be used to exchange for any treasures in the sect's treasure Dragon Hall. As long as the Dragon God Valley has it, it can be exchanged. Elder Hong announced loudly. Sect contribution points can be exchanged for any treasures? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was a little tempted. His Dragon God battle body was currently an inferior Earth spiritual body. However, it could be upgraded continuously. The treasures needed to upgrade it were related to true dragons. True dragon bones, dragon blood, dragon marrow, etc., could be used to upgrade Lu Ming's Dragon God battle body. Of course, these true dragon treasures could only be used by true dragons that were martial emperors and above. Such treasures could only be found by chance. It was very difficult to find them in the outside world. However, all the martial artists in the Divine Dragon Valley had awakened the true dragon bloodline. Living fled dragon bloodline, there should be treasures related to true dragons. As long as there were treasures, they could be exchanged with contribution points. Lu Ming had already started to think about what treasures he should hand over later. The second thing is to join the Divine Dragon Valley and become an official disciple of the Divine Dragon Valley. However, the Divine Dragon Valley is divided into 7 valleys. They are Ice Dragon Valley, Silver Dragon Valley, Blood Dragon Valley, Red Dragon Valley, Purple Dragon Valley, Black Dragon Valley and Cloud Dragon Valley. Next, I will briefly explain the characteristics of the 7 Dragon Valleys. You can choose from the 7 Dragon Valleys. Following this, Elder Hong briefly explained the characteristics of the 7 Dragon Valleys. The Ice Dragon Valley was the leader of the 7 Dragon Valleys. The Valley Master of the Divine Dragon Valley was the Valley Master of the Ice Dragon Valley. Among the 7 Dragon Valleys, the Ice Dragon Valley was the strongest. Many people in the Ice Dragon Valley had awakened the Ice Dragon bloodline and cultivated the Ice Dragon battle body. The Blood Dragon Valley was extremely bloodthirsty. They were good at killing and cultivated the Blood Dragon battle body. The Cloud Dragon Valley was the weakest among the 7 Dragon Valleys. It also had the least number of people. The entire Cloud Dragon Valley only had a little over 100 people. Furthermore, there were no rules regarding which dragon body to cultivate. The most heterogeneous dragon body could join the Cloud Dragon Valley. The Cloud Dragon Valley had a special characteristic, which was freedom. They were as free as the clouds. Free and unrestrained, like the rolling clouds, Cloud Dragon Valley. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He found it interesting. Alright, it's time to hand over your treasures. Elder Hong announced loudly. Above the square, there was a huge counter. There were a few white-haired old men who were in charge of inspecting the treasures and registering their information. By the side, many people were watching curiously. They wanted to see what treasures they could obtain in the Great Emperor's mystic realm. I'll go first. A burly young man walked up and took out a few spiritual herbs and a spiritual weapon. The spiritual weapon was an emperor's spiritual weapon. Not bad. An emperor's spiritual weapon is worth 1,000,000 medium origin stones or 10,000 sect contribution points. Do you need sect contribution points or origin stones? A white-haired old man asked. I need sect contribution points. The burly young man said. Alright, I'll register it first. When you join one of the Dragon Valleys, I'll issue you an identity token and give it to you. The white-haired old man said. The burly young man nodded and registered his information. Alright, next. The white-haired old man said. Following that, another young man walked up and handed over the treasures that he did not need. Of course, some had more and some had fewer. There were all kinds of treasures. Be it spiritual herbs, refining materials, cultivation technique manuals, spiritual weapons, they could all be handed over. The white-haired old men would appraise the price and they would be compensated accordingly. Soon, thousands of people went up to hand over their treasures. However, none of them took out a sacred weapon. After all, sacred weapons were extremely precious and rare. Even in the great emperor's mystic realm, not many people had obtained one. Moreover, even if they had obtained one, most people would not be willing to take it out. I'll go. Lu Ming smiled and walked up to the front of the counter. With a wave of his hand, a pile of spiritual weapons appeared on the counter. They emitted all kinds of treasure light. Emperor spiritual weapons. They are all Emperor spiritual weapons. There are so many of them? On the counter, there was a pile of Emperor-level spiritual weapons. There were at least a dozen of them. The white-haired elders were also slightly stunned. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He had killed many opponents in the great emperor's mystic realm. These people were all geniuses. Many of them had emperor-level spiritual weapons in their hands. Lu Ming still had quite a number of emperor-level spiritual weapons in his hands. What he took out were all useless to him. There were hammer-type weapons, axe-type weapons, and ring-type emperor spirit weapons. These spiritual weapons were equivalent to scrap metal in Lu Ming's hands. It was better to hand them over to the sect in exchange for useful resources. There are a total of 15 emperor-level spiritual weapons, worth 15,000,000 mid-grade primal stones. Do you want to exchange them for primal stones or sect contribution points? The white-haired elder asked. Exchange them with sect contribution points. Lu Ming said. There were quite a number of mid-grade primal stones in the storage rings of the opponents he had killed. It was enough for Lu Ming to use for a period of time. If he exchanged them for sect contribution points, he could exchange them for other treasures. Alright, we will register them. Do you have any other treasures to hand over? The white-haired elder asked again. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. His palms glowed. This time, 2 weapons appeared. One of them was a battle sword. When the battle sword appeared, there was a shocking sword chi that pierced through the clouds. The other was a palm-sized knife. There was a green mist on it and a disgusting stench was emitted. It was frightening. Sacred weapons, 2 sacred weapons. Someone exclaimed. Everyone's gaze fell on the 2 sacred weapons. Some people's gazes were burning with passion. It's actually a sacred weapon. It seems like the harvest in the great emperor's mystic realm is really bountiful. Who is this person? He should be from another continent. He actually obtained 2 sacred weapons. It's really a great opportunity. Many people discussed and were extremely envious. The great emperor's mystic realm was something that could only be found by chance. It was a pity that one's cultivation was below that of a martial emperor. Most people had surpassed that realm. The eyes of the white-haired elders also lit up. This was the first time someone had taken out a saint weapon and handed it in. These 2 items are bright saint weapons. They are 100 times more valuable than emperor weapons. Do you want to exchange them for contribution points or mid-grade origin stones? The white-haired old man took the 2 sacred weapons and examined them carefully before asking. Convert them all into contribution points. Lu Ming said. Alright, 2 bright saint weapons, plus 15 emperor-grade spirit weapons, a total of 15,000,000 sect contribution points. Do you have anything else you want to hand over? After the white-haired old man finished speaking, he looked at Lu Ming with some hope. No more. Lu Ming shook his head. More than 2 million contribution points should be enough for a period of time. That can't be right. Lu Ming, the treasures you obtained shouldn't be limited to just these, right? At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Without looking, Lu Ming could tell that it was Yin Feng's voice. Lu Ming coldly glanced at Yin Feng and said, I have nothing to hand over. Nothing? Who are you trying to fool? Where is your wing-shaped sacred weapon? Where are your other treasures? You should have obtained quite a lot. Why don't you take them out and hand them over to the sect? Yin Feng sneered. I do have other treasures, but I can use them myself. Elder Hong also said that I can keep whatever I can use. If you have treasures that you can use, will you hand them over? Lu Ming sneered and asked. Of course I will. I am wholeheartedly devoted to the sect. Yin Feng said. Oh, I forgot. A trash like you can't obtain any treasures. Naturally, you are willing to hand them over. Lu Ming said in disdain. You. Who are you calling trash? Yin Feng was furious. Aren't you? Do you want to fight with me to prove that you are not trash? Lu Ming said. Yin Feng was speechless. He was clear about Lu Ming's battle strength. It was extremely terrifying. If they were to fight, he would only be tortured by Lu Ming. You don't even dare to fight. If you are not trash, then what are you? Lu Ming said in disdain. Yin Feng was trembling with anger, but he could not refute. Lu Ming, I remember that you have obtained a break sage pill. You don't need it now. Why don't you hand it over? At this moment, Yu, who was standing beside Yin Feng, said coldly. What? A break sage pill? At this moment, the entire place became extremely quiet. Countless pairs of eyes stared intently at Lu Ming. Many people had a burning glow in their eyes. A break sage pill. Lu Ming had obtained a break sage pill. Phew, some people's breathing had even become heavy. There were many people around the square. Many of them were peak martial emperors, but they were stuck at the peak of the martial emperor realm, unable to break through. Some of them were at the end of their lifespan. The break sage pill was too tempting for them. If this was not the Divine Dragon Valley, where there were martial emperors, some of them would have already snatched it. Lu Ming frowned. This move of Yu's was extremely sinister. If he did not hand in the breakthrough sage elixir, there would be countless pairs of eyes in the Dragon Divine Valley staring at him. In the future, unless Lu Ming did not step out of the Dragon Divine Valley, who knew if someone would secretly make a move on him, this move was ruthless. Lu Ming, since you have the Xing-breaking elixir, why don't you hand it over and contribute to the sect? You have no use for such a treasure now. Moreover, you might die at any time. Wouldn't such a treasure be wasted? Yin Feng shouted. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He then ignored Yin Feng and Yu and bowed to the white-haired old men. Seniors, I have nothing to hand over. Can I register it? Sure, register it. The white-haired old man said. Lu Ming nodded and was about to register it. Wait. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Then, an old man in a silver robe appeared in the sky. Elder Hong and the other white-haired old men's faces changed when they saw the old man in the silver robe. They stood up and bowed. Greetings, Valley Master Yin Long. Many people around the square bowed to him. What? Valley Master Yin Long? Valley Master Yin Long of the 7 Great Valleys? In the middle of the square, the young men who had not officially become disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley were shocked. The Valley Masters of the 7 Great Dragon Valleys were important figures who stood at the peak of the Divine Dragon Valley. Even in the vast Song continent, they were top figures. Now, Valley Master Yin Long of the 7 Great Dragon Valleys had come personally. Grandfather! Yin Feng shouted in surprise when he saw Valley Master Yin Long. Many people gasped when they saw him. Yin Feng's grandfather was Valley Master Yin Long. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. Yin Feng's background was beyond his imagination. Valley Master Yin Long landed on the ground and nodded. What happened just now? It's him. That kid from the uncivilized island. He obtained a treasure in the great emperor's secret realm and wanted to take it for himself. He has no use for a treasure like the break sage pill now. Moreover, he is the only one who has entered the core of Emperor Tsong's palace. I suspect that he has obtained Emperor Tsong's treasures or his legacy. He added fuel to the fire. What? Emperor Tsong's legacy? His words were like a bomb that caused an uproar among the crowd. Many people looked at Lu Ming in shock. Even Valley Head Silverdragon's eyes shone with a fiery light. If the breakthrough sage elixir was only tempting to the peak martial royal realm experts, the Emperor Tsong's treasures and legacy would be tempting even to the Valley Master of Silver Dragon Valley. I have already said that I have not obtained Emperor Tsong's legacy. I have already proven this in front of the experts of the various sections. Elder Hong is here to prove my words. Lu Ming said. That's right. Lu Ming has not obtained Emperor Tsong's legacy. Elder Hong said. Emperor Tsong's legacy is very important. I suggest that Lu Ming hand over everything for us to check. Lastly, we will search his soul. This is the only way to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Yin Feng said loudly with a vicious look in his eyes. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Lu Ming laughed out loud and said, I have already said that I have not obtained the legacy. Elder Hong has also proven this. Moreover, I have already said that those who enter the Emperor's secret realm can hand over any treasures they find. Now, you are forcing me to hand them over. Is this how Dragon God Valley treats their disciples? This is so disappointing. How dare you? The Valley Master of Silver Dragon Valley shouted coldly and said, You're just a reserved disciple, how dare you talk about the Dragon God Valley? How audacious. Feng'er is right, I need to search your soul to make sure. Having said that, the Valley Master of Silver Dragon Valley stepped forward and locked his aura on Lu Ming. Lu Ming realized that he could not move his body at all. It was as if he was frozen in place. Yin Jing, you are already so old and you are a Valley Master. Don't you find it embarrassing to treat a junior in this manner? At that moment, a gentle voice resounded in the area. As the voice resounded, Lu Ming suddenly felt his body relax and he regained his freedom. Many people were shocked. Who dared to speak to Valley Master Silver Dragon like that? Valley Master Silver Dragon frowned and looked at the sky. In the sky, two figures stepped on the air and flew over. It was an old man with a gentle smile on his face. Behind the old man was a middle-aged man. Senior Long Yuanshan. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The middle-aged man following behind the old man was Long Yuanshan. Greetings, Valley Master Yun Long. Many people bowed when they saw this old man. Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Another Valley Master had arrived. The Silver Dragon Valley Master stared at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and said, What? Do you want to be a busybody? What do you mean meddling in other people's business? This little guy is right. How can my Dragon God Valley treat its disciples like this? It is up to him whether he wants to hand it over or not. To be honest, let's not talk about the fact that this brat did not obtain Emperor Tsong's inheritance. Even if he did, it is up to him whether he wants to hand it over or not. Our Divine Dragon Valley only needs to ensure his growth. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said calmly. What if I forcibly search your soul? The Silver Dragon Valley Master asked. You can give it a try. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes flashed and a mysterious aura emanated from his body. The Silver Dragon Valley Master looked at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master with a serious expression. After a while, he looked at Elder Hong and asked, Elder Hong, are you sure that this brat did not obtain Emperor Tsong's inheritance? He can't have it because Emperor Tsong is not dead. Elder Hong said. What? The Silver Dragon Valley Master was shocked. Not only him, but everyone present was also shocked. Emperor Tsong was not dead. These 4 words were too shocking and could explain everything. After a while, the scene slowly quietened down. Let's continue. The Silver Dragon Valley Master waved his hand and walked to a chair at the side and sat down. Continue. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master also sat down. Little guy, register your name. The white-haired old man said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and registered his name before walking down the stage. Then, one by one, they went up to hand over their treasures. Just like that, 2 days and 2 nights passed and the task of handing over their treasures was finally over. Next was the second task, which was to choose one of the 7 dragon valleys to join. An elder from each dragon valley came and set up a counter in the square. Here, each elder represents a dragon valley. If you want to join a dragon valley, go forward and register. Elder Hong pointed at the 7 counters. The 7 counters each had a symbol that represented a different dragon valley. However, the Silver Dragon Valley and the Cloud Dragon Valley were special. The other dragon valleys sent their elders and only the valley masters of these 2 dragon valleys came personally. I want to join the Ice Dragon Valley. Someone stepped forward and walked toward the Ice Dragon Valley. Let me see your spiritual body. The elder of the Ice Dragon Valley said. This young man emitted a cold aura and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. Yes, it's the Ice Dragon War body. You can join. The elder of the Ice Dragon Valley nodded and registered the young man's information. Senior, I want to join the Purple Dragon Valley. I want to join the Black Dragon Valley. The young men stepped forward and chose the Dragon Valley they wanted to join. Yin Feng naturally joined the Silver Dragon Valley. He had joined the Blood Dragon Valley. Senior, I want to join the Cloud Dragon Valley. A young man walked to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and said respectfully. Unexpectedly, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master shook his head and said, You're not suitable for the Cloud Dragon Valley. Go. Many people were stunned. The Cloud Dragon Valley would not accept them, as long as their spiritual bodies were suitable, the other dragon valleys would accept them. This was because these young men had been tested for their talents and were very good. They were qualified to join the Divine Dragon Valley but the Cloud Dragon Valley would not accept them. You don't know, right? The Cloud Dragon Valley only has a little over 100 people and is the weakest among the 7 dragon valleys. Naturally, the number of people joining is the least. Also, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master has a strange way of accepting people. He doesn't accept ordinary people and only accepts people based on his mood. A local disciple explained. Accepts based on his mood? Many people were speechless. As expected, a few more people wanted to join the Cloud Dragon Valley but were rejected by the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Lu Ming, which Dragon Valley do you want to join? Xiao Ying asked. I don't know yet. Lu Ming shook his head. He had not decided yet. His spiritual body was the Divine Dragon Battle body. To be honest, he could join any Dragon Valley. As for his domain, it was the Chaotic Domain. It would not matter if he joined any Dragon Valley. However, he had already excluded the Silver Dragon Valley and the Blood Dragon Valley. He would not join these 2 Dragon Valleys. The remaining Dragon Valleys were fine. You don't know? Lu Ming, I'll go and register. I want to join the Ice Dragon Valley. Xiao Ying said. Go. Xiao Ying and Xiao Hao had similar physiques and had joined Ice Dragon Valley. As for the 3 Wan brothers, they had joined Red Dragon Valley. Everyone present had joined the 7 Dragon Valleys. This time, there were more than 20,000 people who had entered the Great Emperor Mystic Realm. However, only 12,000 people had come out. More than half of them had stayed in the Great Emperor Mystic Realm forever. 12,000 people. Up until now, other than Cloud Dragon Valley, the other 6 Dragon Valleys each had more than 1,000 people. Only Cloud Dragon Valley had no one. Many people looked at each other. Cloud Dragon Valley was really strange. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master had come personally but had not accepted a single disciple. At this moment, Lu Ming stepped out and walked towards the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. This kid wants to join Cloud Dragon Valley. Yin Feng's eyes flashed. He did not want Lu Ming to join Cloud Dragon Valley. This was because, given his status, he had friends in the other 6 Dragon Valleys. If Lu Ming were to join them, he had 100 ways to kill Lu Ming. However, if Lu Ming were to join Cloud Dragon Valley, it would be troublesome. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master has always accepted disciples based on his mood. I hope he will not accept Lu Ming as his disciple. Yin Feng thought to himself. Around the square, many people looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had a treasure like the Break Sage elixir on him. Naturally, he would be the center of attention. Senior, I am Lu Ming. I would like to join Cloud Dragon Valley. Lu Ming walked in front of the Cloud Dragon Valley master and bowed. Joining Cloud Dragon Valley was Lu Ming's final decision. Firstly, the Cloud Dragon Valley master's motto was to be free. Lu Ming liked this very much. Also, Long Yuanshan was in Cloud Dragon Valley. Long Yuanshan's character was not bad. Lu Ming had a good impression of Long Yuanshan. Furthermore, Long Yuanshan and the Cloud Dragon Valley master had both helped Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming chose to join Cloud Dragon Valley. As for the fact that Cloud Dragon Valley was the weakest, he did not even consider it. He had come to the Yuan continent to cultivate. As long as he had a stable environment to cultivate in, he would be fine. You really want to join the Cloud Dragon Valley? Have you thought it through? The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley smiled and did not reject him directly like the others. Many people's hearts stirred. Could it be that the Cloud Dragon Valley Master was going to take Lu Ming in? Junior has thought it through. Lu Ming said firmly. Alright, welcome to the Cloud Dragon Valley. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master smiled and agreed. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming bowed to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Little guy, your name is Lu Ming, right? Are you willing to take this old man as your master and become this old man's 9th true disciple? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master spoke again. His words shocked everyone present. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master actually took the initiative to accept Lu Ming as a true disciple? This guy is really lucky. Yin Feng gritted his teeth. If Lu Ming became the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's true disciple, it would be even more troublesome for him to deal with Lu Ming. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was famous for being protective and his strength was extremely terrifying. Even his grandfather, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, was wary of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. The other youths present looked at Lu Ming enviously. What kind of honor and opportunity was it to be accepted as a disciple by a Valley Master? Even though the Cloud Dragon Valley was the weakest among the 7 Dragon Valleys, he was still a Valley Master and his cultivation was unfathomable. Lu Ming was also stunned. He had not expected the Cloud Dragon Valley Master to accept him as a true disciple. Little guy, what do you think? If you are not willing, I will not force you. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said warmly. Disciple Lu Ming greets Master. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming bowed. He had just arrived in the Yuan continent and needed a backer. This would be of great help to his cultivation in the future. Great, ha ha ha. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master laughed when he saw Lu Ming agree. This guy, I don't know what kind of luck he has to be accepted as a disciple by the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. He is just a lowly ant from a desolate island. I don't know what the Cloud Dragon Valley Master sees in him. Some of the local youths were so envious that their eyes turned red and they spoke with disdain. If his talent is not good enough, it is useless to have a good master. He will still be trampled by others in the future. Someone said sourly. Some were unhappy and some were happy. Qiu Yingying, Qiu Hao and the Ruan brothers were truly happy for Lu Ming. Alright. At that moment, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master stood up and scanned the crowd. He said, my disciple might have some treasures on him after entering the Emperor's secret realm. That is his opportunity. I don't care about the competition between peers. If any old man dares to do anything to him, don't blame me for my bad temper. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master had always been a gentle person. However, at that moment, a cold aura emanated from him. The entire square was filled with a terrifying aura. Some of the peak martial royal realm experts felt as if there was a huge rock on their chests and they could not breathe properly. Forget about the break sage pill. Many people laughed bitterly in their hearts. Previously, there were many people who coveted Lu Ming's shin-breaking elixir. However, the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley was famous for being protective of his own people. Moreover, he was very powerful. Those who coveted the shin-breaking elixir put aside their thoughts. Compared to the break sage pill, their lives were more important. Haha, Lu Ming, no, 9th junior brother, congratulations. We are brothers from now on. Long Yuanshan laughed loudly. Greetings, senior brother. Lu Ming bowed to Long Yuanshan. I am Master's second disciple. You can call me second senior brother. Long Yuanshan laughed. Alright, let's go back to the Cloud Dragon Valley. After saying that, the Cloud Dragon Valley master stepped into the air and left. The disciple recruitment was not over yet. However, after the Cloud Dragon Valley master had accepted Lu Ming as his core disciple, he did not want to accept any more and left immediately. Ninth junior brother, let's go to the Cloud Dragon Valley. Long Yuanshan grinned and was extremely forthright. He then followed the valley master of the Cloud Dragon Valley and stepped into the air. Lu Ming followed closely behind. They were not heading towards the outer valley, but the deep snow mountain. As they walked in the air, snow fell from the sky. At a glance, huge snow mountains rose from the ground and one could not see the end of them. Dragon God Valley, it snows all year round, not stopping for a single day. It's really amazing. Legend has it that there's a terrifying ice dragon sleeping in the depths of the Great Snow Mountain, which caused such a phenomenon. That terrifying ice dragon is the guardian beast of Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as a legend came to his mind. Below them, huge snowy mountains flashed past. Suddenly, a huge glacier valley appeared in front of them. This glacial canyon was quite unique. Above it were misty clouds, and snowflakes were falling from the clouds, making the entire glacial canyon look like a snowy wonderland. Yuanshan, bring Ming-Er to a cave residence. Ming-Er must be tired after entering the Great Emperor's secret realm. Let's rest first. The Cloud Dragon Valley master was carefree and casual. He left as he pleased and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming was speechless. Ninth junior brother, master is like this. He's casual, but he treats his disciples extremely well. Long Yuanchuan smiled at Lu Ming and explained. Second senior brother, I heard that there are only 100 disciples in the Cloud Dragon Valley. Is that true? Lu Ming asked curiously. That's right. There are only 120 people in the Cloud Dragon Valley, including Master. The other valleys have a lot of disciples, deacons, and elders. However, there are no elders in the Cloud Dragon Valley. We only have Master and his 9 true disciples. The rest are ordinary disciples. Long Yuanchuan said. No elders? Is there only Master among the older generation? Lu Ming was even more curious. Yes, because there were only 6 valleys in the Divine Dragon Valley in the past. Each valley had a long history and there was no Cloud Dragon Valley. Cloud Dragon Valley was founded by Master. Long Yuanshan said. Founded by Master. Lu Ming was shocked. He was very curious about this master that he had just acknowledged. Lu Ming knew that it was extremely difficult to establish an independent valley in a large sect like the Divine Dragon Valley. He was afraid that countless people would oppose it. However, the valley master of the Cloud Dragon Valley could do it. He was definitely not simple. Ninth junior brother, let's go. I'll bring you to your place of residence. Long Yuanshan said and stepped forward. Lu Ming followed. The Cloud Dragon Valley was huge and spacious, but there were only 100 or so people. After flying for a while, they finally met 2 young men. Greetings, senior brother. The 2 young men bowed when they saw Long Yuanshan. You're welcome. Let me introduce you. This is Master's new true disciple. Long Yuanshan pointed at Lu Ming and introduced. The Valley Master's new disciple? The 2 young men looked at Lu Ming curiously and bowed. Greetings, senior brother. Ah? Senior brother? Lu Ming was stunned. Ninth junior brother, they are ordinary disciples of the Cloud Dragon Valley. They address us as senior brothers. Long Yuanshan transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. So that's how it is. There's no need for such formalities. Lu Ming smiled. Go ahead. With a wave of his hand, Long Yuanshan led Lu Ming deeper into the canyon. The deeper they went, the thicker the yuan qi became. Of Master's 9 disciples, other than the 2 of us, some are in seclusion, some are cultivating outside, and some are carrying out missions. If there's a chance in the future, I'll introduce them to you one by one. As they walked, Long Yuanshan explained the situation of the Cloud Dragon Valley. Soon, they arrived in front of a huge ice cave. The entrance to this ice cave was tightly shut. Junior brother, this cave is yours from now on. There is a formation at the entrance. I'll teach you how to control it. Long Yuanshan took out a jade talisman and handed it over to Lu Ming. Thank you, second senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Ninth junior brother, familiarize yourself with it. I estimate that master will summon you in a few days. Long Yuanshan smiled and walked away. Lu Ming picked up the jade talisman and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He memorized the method in the jade talisman. At the entrance, there was a simple formation that only required true origin to control. Lu Ming stepped forward and true origin spread out. With a click, the entrance to the ice cave opened. Lu Ming stepped in. Then, he controlled the formation and the entrance closed. Lu Ming carefully looked around the cave. The cave was huge. There was an ice bed, an ice table, an ice chair, etc. Lu Ming took a closer look and found that something was wrong. This was not ordinary ice, but ice jade. It was crystal clear and emitted a slight chill. Cultivating here could help to temper one's spiritual body. In addition, there was more than one bedroom in the ice cave. There were other ice rooms that were connected by passageways. Lu Ming looked around and found that there were more than 10 ice rooms. One of the ice rooms had a trickle of spring water that did not freeze. Lu Ming was very satisfied with this cave. The heaven and earth origin chi here was several times richer than in the outer valley. Let's count the gains this time. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the ice jade bed. With a wave of his hand, he took out all the storage rings he had obtained this time. On the way back, Lu Ming just casually counted them. He sorted out the middle-grade origin stones, spirit herbs, spirit weapons, etc. As for the spirit herbs, Lu Ming kept them all in the mountain river diagram for Dandan and Bubbles to eat. Finally, Lu Ming kept the most valuable items in a storage ring. This time, Lu Ming had gained a lot from this trip to the Great Emperor's mystic realm. Some spirit herbs and refining materials, not to mention. Sacred herb, ancient heavenly sap tree. Heavenly law stones, more than 200 pieces. Sacred weapons, Lu Ming took out 2 to exchange for contribution points. There were 3 left. One was the black feather wings, another was the shield that Qiu Hao had given him, and the third was a jade bracelet. Lu Ming planned to give it to Xianxia. In addition, there were 3 Emperor Region fruits and 1 Saint Breakthrough pill. Most importantly, Emperor Tsong had given him a storage ring. This was the storage ring of a great emperor. Just thinking about it made Lu Ming's heart pound. It was a pity that he had lost his lightning cauldron. That was a sacred weapon. In Emperor Tsong's chamber, Emperor Tsong seemed to have used the lightning cauldron to suppress the soul extinguisher Dharma King. However, the soul extinguisher Dharma King had obviously recovered more than Emperor Tsong. The 2 of them had entered the depths of the void. It was still unknown who would win this battle. Perhaps Emperor Tsong would never appear again. Therefore, Lu Ming most likely would not be able to get his lightning cauldron back. Fortunately, with Emperor Tsong's storage ring as compensation, Lu Ming felt a little better. Let's see what's in Emperor Tsong's storage ring. Are there any Emperor weapons? Emperor pills? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He picked up the storage ring and poured his true yuan into it. Lu Ming was stunned. He couldn't open it. Continue. He gritted his teeth and continued to increase his true yuan, but he still couldn't open it. I'll continue. After a while, Lu Ming gave up. Damn it, there's Emperor Tsong's mark on this storage ring. With my cultivation, I can't break this mark at all. Lu Ming wanted to howl at the sky. He was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He couldn't eat the fat meat in his mouth. This reminded Lu Ming of the time when he had just started cultivating and obtained a king's storage ring. He couldn't open it either because he wasn't strong enough. The situation was so similar, but this time, Lu Ming was even more depressed. This was a great emperor's storage ring. He had exchanged his sacred weapon, the lightning cauldron. Lu Ming was unwilling to give up. He tried a few more times, but in the end, he could only give up helplessly. His cultivation wasn't enough to break Emperor Tsong's mark. If he wanted to slowly break it, he wouldn't be able to do it without the cultivation of a saint realm. Lu Ming despised Emperor Tsong for a long time. Since he gave the storage ring to him, why didn't he remove the mark on it? Lu Ming had no choice but to keep Emperor Tsong's storage ring. Then, with a flash, the black wings appeared on his back. Lu Ming was ready to refine the black wings again. In the future, Lu Ming would have to refine the black wings frequently. This way, the power of the sacred weapon could be slowly unleashed. A day later, Lu Ming sacrificially refined the black feather wings again and put them away. Just like that, another 2 days passed. Lu Ming refined the shield and the soul spirit defense armor one after another. The shield flew into Lu Ming's forehead and disappeared, floating in his divine sense. As for the spiritual god defensive armor, it entered the dantian and covered the spiritual god's entire body. The spiritual god was now wearing a jade armor. After refining these treasures, Lu Ming took out 3 royal realm fruits, planning to refine them to improve his cultivation. A low-level martial dominator realm fruit could improve their cultivation by 1 layer after refining it. It was extremely precious. However, Lu Ming practiced the chaotic domain, thus he was not confident. He opened his mouth and swallowed one of the royal realm fruits, before refining it. A day later, after refining the royal realm fruit, Lu Ming shook his head and let out a wry smile. Indeed, it was impossible for others to improve their cultivation by 1 layer after refining 1 royal realm fruit. His cultivation remained at the 1st layer martial dominator realm. Continue. Following this, Lu Ming took out another royal realm fruit and began refining it. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming had refined all 3 royal realm fruits, but his cultivation had only reached the peak of the 1st layer martial dominator realm. He had not even broken through to the 2nd layer martial dominator realm. The chaotic domain is indeed difficult to improve. 3 royal realm fruits can only help me reach the peak of the 1st layer martial dominator realm. Lu Ming let out a wry smile. However, it was not bad to reach the peak of the 1st layer martial dominator realm. Once the opportunity came, Lu Ming would be able to break through to the 2nd layer martial dominator realm. Now that I have reached the martial dominator realm, it's time to practice a domain martial skill. Lu Ming thought to himself. After his trip to the martial emperor's secret ground, he realized that his attacks were too simple. Most of the time, he relied on the hell-suppressing heaven skill and the chaotic domain to crush his opponents. The hell-suppressing heaven skill combined with the hell-suppressing monument's bloodline was extremely powerful. It was enough to unleash a terrifying power in the martial dominator realm. However, it was too simple to use the hell-suppressing heaven skill alone. As for the primal chaos flipping sky seal, although it was extremely powerful, it also consumed a lot of energy. It could be used as a trump card and could not be used normally. Therefore, Lu Ming needed to cultivate an offensive domain martial technique. As for movement techniques, he didn't need them for the time being. Firstly, even though the wind origin art was only a conceptualized battle technique, when paired with the wind frozen pearl and the black wings, his speed would be astonishing. Secondly, the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps. Although it was not a domain martial technique, after Lu Ming cultivated the 9th step, its power was still shocking, especially when combined with the dragon god battle body. Therefore, there was no need for him to cultivate any movement techniques for the time being. It was mainly about attacking. Moreover, Lu Ming wanted to cultivate a technique that would allow him to unleash the power of a spirit weapon or even a saint weapon. When Lu Ming executed the hell-suppressing heaven skill, he would generally fight with his physical body. Even if he had an emperor-level spirit weapon or a sacred weapon, it would be useless. For example, if his opponent was a swordsman and held a sacred weapon and fought with him, his opponent would have the additional power of the sacred weapon while he did not. Wouldn't he be at a disadvantage? What kind of domain martial technique should I cultivate? Lu Ming pondered. The memory fragments of the 9 dragons contained many domain martial techniques. In the chaotic domain, other than some very special domains that couldn't be transformed, all other domains could be transformed. For example, the spear domain, the sword domain, therefore, Lu Ming could cultivate these types of domain martial techniques. 13 strikes. After a while, Lu Ming chose a domain martial technique. The 13 strikes was a spear art. When Lu Ming's cultivation was still low, he had always used a spear. Therefore, he still had a soft spot for spears. However, later on, when his cultivation was high, there was no suitable spear art. The health-suppressing heaven art was powerful, so Lu Ming slowly stopped using spear art. Moreover, the power of the 13 strikes made Lu Ming quite satisfied. The 13 strikes used the spear domain as the foundation. Using the spear, the attacks were like a storm, one after another. When cultivated to the highest level, the spear could continuously erupt with 13 waves of power. The destructive power was astonishing. Swoosh, in the next moment, a spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Infinite Dragon Spear, buzz, the Infinite Dragon Spear vibrated and let out a loud buzzing sound. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed, no, the Infinite Dragon Spear's level isn't high enough. Although the second body had refined the Infinite Dragon Spear in the past, allowing it to reach the level of a level 9 spiritual weapon, for Lu Ming's current cultivation, an ordinary level 9 spiritual weapon wouldn't be able to unleash Lu Ming's strength. Instead, it would shatter the spiritual weapon due to the excessive power. I'll wait for the second body to fully recover before slowly refining and upgrading it. Lu Ming thought as he kept the Infinite Dragon Spear. Then, another spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This spear was an Emperor's spiritual weapon that Lu Ming had obtained in the Great Emperor's secret realm. Buzz, the spear vibrated and made a buzzing sound. Lu Ming was quite satisfied. If there's a chance, I'll get a sacred weapon spear and a pair of sacred weapon gloves. Lu Ming thought. With a pair of sacred weapon gloves, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage when using the suppressing Hell Heaven skill. Immediately, Lu Ming carefully comprehended the mysteries of the 13 stored power strikes. But soon, Lu Ming received a message from Long Yuanshan. Long Yuanshan was looking for him. When he opened the door of the cave dwelling, he saw Long Yuanshan standing outside. Ninth junior brother, master is looking for you. Long Yuanshan said. Lu Ming nodded. He had been in seclusion for 7 days. It was time for the Cloud Dragon Valley master to look for him. Lu Ming followed Long Yuanshan into the depths of the Cloud Dragon Valley. Soon, they arrived at the end of the Cloud Dragon Valley. There was a cave dwelling here. After entering the cave dwelling, they saw the Cloud Dragon Valley master sitting on an ice platform. Master, ninth junior brother is here. I'll take my leave. Long Yuanshan bowed and then left the place. Disciple greets master. Lu Ming bowed to the Cloud Dragon Valley master. The Cloud Dragon Valley master smiled and nodded. He glanced at Lu Ming and said, not bad, your cultivation has reached the peak of the first layer Martial Emperor realm. Your foundation is solid. You will be able to break through to the second layer Martial Emperor realm soon. Lu Ming did not say anything. He only listened quietly. Ming-er, show me your domain. Let me have a look. The Cloud Dragon Valley master said. Lu Ming nodded and unleashed the chaotic domain without hesitation. There was no need to hide the chaotic domain. He would unleash it whenever he encountered a strong enemy. Those with good eyesight would be able to recognize it. As expected, the primal chaos domain spread out. The Cloud Dragon Valley master's eyes widened as he exclaimed, Primal Chaos Domain. It was obvious that the Cloud Dragon Valley master was extremely shocked. After a while, the Cloud Dragon Valley master finally calmed down and began to ponder with a frown. After more than 10 minutes, the Cloud Dragon Valley master spoke again, Ming-er, I didn't expect you to be so talented. You have mastered the legendary chaotic domain. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and rubbed his nose. The Valley Master had said that he had nothing to teach Lu Ming in the future. It seemed like he was destined to explore on his own. Ming-er, you have to be careful. The stronger the domain, the harder it will be to cultivate it. Especially when breaking through to the next realm, it will be more difficult. It is the same for the chaotic domain. So you have to spend more time on the chaotic domain in the future. After pondering for a moment, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master warned seriously. Lu Ming nodded. He had already noticed this. Also, from today onwards, you can enter any place in the Cloud Dragon Valley as you wish, including my library. There are all the cultivation experiences that I've accumulated along the way. You can go and comprehend them. Who knows, they might be of some help to you. The Valley Master said. Thank you, Master. Lu Ming was overjoyed and bowed to express his gratitude. He could enter any place in the Cloud Dragon Valley and the Valley Master's cultivation experience. The Valley Master's cultivation was unfathomable. Lu Ming estimated that he was definitely not a bright sage. He might have surpassed the bright sage realm. The cultivation experience of such a person was definitely precious. If Lu Ming were to comprehend it, it would be of great help to his cultivation. At this moment, a jade token appeared in the Valley Master's hand and said, "This is your identity token. It contains your information and your contribution points. Take a look and see if it is correct." Lu Ming took the identity token and inserted his true yuan into it. A row of information appeared in his mind. It was his basic information. In the contribution points column, he had 15 million contribution points. It was the contribution points that he had exchanged for the sect treasure. There was no mistake about it. Lu Ming kept the identity token. "Ming-er, there is one thing that you have to take note of. Although I have accepted you as a core disciple and you have joined the Cloud Dragon Valley, the Cloud Dragon Valley is a part of the Divine Dragon Valley. So, for the first 2 years, you will still have to listen to the arrangements of the Divine Dragon Valley and complete some basic tasks. After 2 years, you will not have to do any tasks and can choose for yourself," the Valley Master said. Lu Ming nodded. This was very easy to understand. Lu Ming was not too surprised. As a new disciple, it was normal for them to contribute to the sect. Also, you have offended the people of Silver Dragon Valley. Those guys are narrow-minded. You have to be careful of them during this period of time. Their elders won't dare to interfere, but I won't interfere with the competition between the younger generation. You have to rely on yourself. Finally, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master gave another warning. "Thank you, Master. I will be careful," Lu Ming said. "All right, go ahead." Cloud Dragon Valley Master waved his hand. Lu Ming bowed and then left. 15 million contribution points, I can't waste them. Let's see if there are any true dragon materials for exchange. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. If he had the materials from a true dragon, he would be able to upgrade his dragon god battle body. Lu Ming continued to fly outwards, intending to ask around at the Treasure Dragon Hall. Before he could fly far, a figure blocked in front of Lu Ming. It was a young lady in a snow-white dress. She looked like she was only 18 or 19 years old. She had a graceful figure and was very beautiful, like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. "Stop." The young lady opened her arms and blocked in front of Lu Ming. "You are?" Lu Ming stopped and asked. "You are the new pro-disciple that Master has accepted?" The young lady blinked her big eyes curiously and looked at Lu Ming carefully. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Judging from her tone, she should be another pro-disciple of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Lu Ming nodded and said, "That's right. I am the 9th disciple that Master has accepted, Lu Ming." "Haha. It's really you. Quick, call me senior sister." "I am your 8th senior sister, Xianxia. I am no longer your junior sister." The young lady almost jumped up and laughed excitedly. Lu Ming was speechless. It turned out that she was his senior sister, but she was so young. In the end, Lu Ming had no choice but to cup his fists and say, "Greetings, 8th senior sister." Good. Cough cough. Xianxia was overjoyed, but she still pretended to be mature. She glanced at Lu Ming and coughed a few times, saying, "Junior brother, follow senior sister in the future. Senior sister will guarantee that you will have a good life." As she spoke, she patted her towering chest, causing it to shake violently. Lu Ming could not help but take a few more glances. However, Xianxia did not seem to notice it at all. She continued to pat her chest and said, "Junior brother, I heard that your battle strength is not bad. You displayed great prowess in the Great Emperor's mystic realm. Come. Let's spar a few moves." After speaking, she looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. Spar a few moves? Lu Ming was speechless. That's right. AI, there are too few people in our Cloud Dragon Valley. It's so boring. Those ordinary disciples don't even dare to fight with me. In the past 10 years, Master has only accepted 3 successor disciples. As for the other senior brothers, they are already so old and their cultivation levels are so high. I'm not their match at all. There's also that killing maniac. He's out there training and killing every day. Xuanning mumbled in her heart, but her mouth never stopped talking. Lu Ming was speechless. He quickly interrupted Xuanning and said, "Senior sister, I have something to do. Next time." After speaking, he was about to leave. "No, it has to be now. Today. Are you looking down on me?" Xuanning stared and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Rumble, the punch was so powerful that it caused the space to tremble violently. So strong. Lu Ming was shocked. He did not dare to be careless. The chaotic domain spread out as he threw a punch at Xuanning. Dong, the two fists collided. Lu Ming's body shuddered as he felt a terrifying force surging toward him. His body shuddered and he was forced to take 9 steps back before he could regain his balance. However, Xuanning did not move at all. What a terrifying force. Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. Xuanningshin's strength was beyond his imagination. Most shockingly, he felt that Xuanningshin had only used her physical strength. She did not use much of her true energy. Her physical strength alone was enough to force him to take 9 steps back. Not bad. A first-layer martial royal realm cultivator was able to take a punch from me and only take 9 steps back. Not bad, not bad. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too low. Xuanningshin murmured. She looked at Lu Ming curiously and said, "Junior brother, you should work hard on your cultivation. Once your cultivation improves, you can spar with me." With that, without waiting for Lu Ming to speak, he left in a jog. Lu Ming was speechless. This senior sister was too weird. Most importantly, although the other party looked young, he was shockingly powerful. Even Lu Ming was taken aback by this. It seems that there are many geniuses in Yuanlu. Moreover, my cultivation is too low. Lu Ming thought to himself. Haha, 9th junior brother, don't mind her. That girl is just like that. 2nd senior brother. Lu Ming smiled and said, I don't mind. Moreover, 8th senior sister's strength is profound. I admire her very much. 9th junior brother, let me tell you something. Long Yuanshan smiled mysteriously and said, actually, 8th junior sister is not human. Not human? Demon? Lu Ming's eyes moved as he whispered. 8th junior sister's true form is a dragon, a pure-blooded true dragon. Long Yuanshan said. What? A pure-blooded true dragon? Lu Ming was shocked. In the continent of God, Lu Ming had never met a pure-blooded divine beast. The pure-blooded divine beast was only 90% divine beast bloodline. However, 90% divine beast bloodline was not much different from a pure-blooded divine beast bloodline. A pure-blooded divine beast bloodline had an innate advantage and was incomparably powerful. Even a human's innate spiritual body was inferior to a pure-blooded divine beast bloodline. Especially a terrifying existence like a true dragon. It was said that a true dragon was born with the strength of a spirit sea realm cultivator. If they did not cultivate, they would naturally grow to adulthood and enter the martial emperor realm. Once they cultivated, their achievements would be even higher. Moreover, after a pure-blooded divine beast bloodline reached the martial emperor realm, their physique would undergo another transformation and become even more terrifying. Of course, true dragons were also differentiated by talent. After entering the martial emperor realm, their physique was also differentiated by strength. Lu Ming felt that Xuanningshin's physique was definitely not at the level of an inferior earth spiritual body. It had even surpassed the intermediate earth spiritual body. So she was a true dragon. No wonder she was so powerful. Yuanlu, as expected of Yuanlu. Not long after I arrived, I met a pure-blooded true dragon. Then, there must be other pure-blooded divine beasts in Yuanlu, such as Qilins and phoenixes. Lu Ming's heart was filled with endless anticipation. Yuanlu would definitely be more exciting and brilliant than the continent of God. The rise of geniuses and the competition of many divine beasts made Lu Ming's blood boil. 9th junior brother, where are you going? Long Yuanshan asked. I'm going to the treasure dragon palace to exchange for some useful things. Lu Ming said. Oh, I'm going to the Treasure Dragon Palace too. I'll take you there. Long Yuanshan smiled. All right. Lu Ming nodded and followed Long Yuanshan to the Treasure Dragon Palace. The Treasure Dragon Palace was located on top of a huge snowy mountain. The disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley could exchange their contribution points for treasures. Here. Of course, they could also exchange their treasures for contribution points. Soon, Lu Ming and Long Yuanshan arrived at the Treasure Dragon Palace. Outside the Precious Dragon Palace, there were many people coming and going. Fortunately, the palace was huge enough to accommodate so many people. So many experts. Lu Ming scanned the area with his spiritual sense and noticed that all the people here were Monarch Realm experts. As for those below the Monarch Realm, he didn't see a single one. There were counters all around the Treasure Dragon Palace. Junior brother, feel free to walk around. I still have things to do here. Long Yuanshan said. Senior brother, go ahead and do your work. Lu Ming nodded. Long Yuanshan nodded and walked towards a house. As for Lu Ming, he casually looked around. After looking around for a while, Lu Ming walked to a counter. A white-haired old man was sitting in front of the counter. Senior, may I ask if there are any spiritual liquids here? Lu Ming asked. Of course there are. There are various kinds of spiritual liquids recorded in this jade token. You can take your pick. The old man took out a jade token and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He noticed that there were hundreds of spiritual liquids recorded in it. The functions and effects of each spiritual liquid were clearly recorded. Lu Ming looked at them one by one. After a while, he returned the jade token to the old man. Senior, I need 1,000 Spirit Night. How do I exchange it? Lu Ming asked. 1,000 Spirit Night can promote the growth of spiritual herbs. It's something that alchemists need. It's very precious. 1 or 2,000 contribution points. The old man said. 1,000 contribution points is really expensive. Lu Ming murmured in his heart. 1 contribution point was equivalent to 100 mid-tier primal stones. 1,000 contribution points was equivalent to 100,000 mid-tier primal stones, and it was only 1 or 2 taels. The price was almost the same as the top-tier life elixir. However, in order to help the Tree of Enlightenment grow, it was worth it. Senior, I'll exchange it for 10 kilograms of 1,000 Spirit Night. Lu Ming said. Alright, give me your identity medallion. The old man said. Lu Ming handed the badge to the old man. The old man took out a disc and scanned the badge, before returning it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming discovered that the contribution points in the badge had decreased by 100,000, leaving him with 2,050,000 contribution points. Following this, the old man took out a jade jar and handed it to Lu Ming. The jade jar was filled with 1,000 Spirit Night, a total of 10 kilograms. Lu Ming put it away with a satisfied look. Senior, do you have any materials from a true dragon that are above the martial dominator realm, such as dragon bones, dragon blood, dragon marrow, etc.? Lu Ming whispered to the old man. Lu Ming had obtained dragon bones that were not full of spirituality when he was in the Divine Wilderness mainland. However, the dragon bones were not very powerful when they were alive. Furthermore, too much time had passed and most of their spirituality had been lost. That kind of dragon bone was not very useful to Lu Ming now. We do have materials from a true dragon that are above the martial dominator realm and full of Spirit Night, but there aren't many of them. Besides, the price is quite high. The old man said after a slight hesitation. Senior, I'm willing to exchange it. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. I'll ask around for you. The old man took out a sound-conducting jade talisman and transmitted the message. Soon, the old man received the message. According to your request, there's a dragon bone that weighs 30 kilograms. It's suspected that the true dragon's cultivation was in the sacred realm when it was alive, and its Spirit Night was full of Spirit Night, but the price is 2 million contribution points. Do you want it? The old man said. 2 million contribution points? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. A dragon bone weighing 30 kilograms was priced at 2 million contribution points. That was the price of 2 sacred weapons. However, the old man had mentioned that the true dragon was in the sacred realm when it was alive. No wonder it was so expensive. I'll do it. In the end, Lu Ming clenched his teeth. The old man glanced at Lu Ming in astonishment. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the first layer martial dominator realm, but he was able to earn 2 million contribution points. Sure, give me a moment. The old man left the counter. Lu Ming knew that the old man was going to retrieve the dragon bone. A while later, the old man returned with a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. You can check it first. Lu Ming took the storage ring and scanned it with his spiritual senses. He discovered that there was a piece of snow-white dragon bone lying quietly in the storage ring, exuding a powerful spiritual essence. Vaguely, one could even see small dragons swimming on the dragon bones. This was definitely not the bone of an ordinary martial dominator realm true dragon. It was most likely left behind by a sacred realm true dragon. Lu Ming wore a joyful expression and handed his identity badge to the old man. Let's go back and refine it. I wonder what level my dragon god battle body can reach with this dragon bone. Lu Ming's heart was burning. After putting away the dragon bone, he did not delay and returned to the Cloud Dragon Valley. After entering the cave, Lu Ming first poured 5 kilograms of 10,000 spirit liquid on the Tree of Enlightenment before sitting down cross-legged. With a thought, the dragon bone appeared in front of Lu Ming. Roar! The dragon bone was crystal clear and a faint dragon roar could be heard from it, emitting a powerful spiritual essence. Great! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His body emitted a powerful devouring force that enveloped the dragon bone. Immediately, strands of essence flew toward Lu Ming like tiny true dragons and flew into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming circulated the true dragon battle technique and the cultivation method of the dragon god battle body. He began to absorb and refine the essence to refine his spirit body. Just like that, time flew by day. As time passed, the size of the dragon bone gradually became smaller and the radiance on it gradually dimmed. Lu Ming's body emitted bursts of dragon roars and a layer of sacred radiance emanated from him. Lu Ming's spirit body was undergoing a transformation. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Cracks appeared on the dragon bone and with a bang, it turned into a pile of powder. There was no more spiritual essence on it. Roar! At this moment, a deafening dragon roar could be heard from Lu Ming's body. The shadow of 9 dragons appeared on Lu Ming's body and surrounded Lu Ming's body. After a while, it entered Lu Ming's body and disappeared. The muscles all over Lu Ming's body were wriggling and his bones were cracking. It was only after a while that everything quieted down. Huff! At this moment, Lu Ming let out a long breath and opened his eyes. Mid-level Earth spiritual body. Lu Ming felt the powerful energy in his body and a thought flashed through his mind. Mid-level Earth spiritual body. Lu Ming's spiritual body had successfully completed its evolution and reached the mid-level Earth spiritual body. This was a transformation of the essence from a low-level Earth spiritual body to a mid-level Earth spiritual body. If others knew about this, it would probably cause a huge uproar. The essence of a spiritual body was difficult to improve. Ordinary martial emperors would temper their spiritual bodies while increasing their cultivation. When their cultivation increased, their spiritual bodies would also become stronger. However, this kind of increase was only a quantitative increase. For example, if a martial artist with a low-level Earth spiritual body increased his cultivation, his spiritual body's power would become stronger. However, he would still be a low-level Earth spiritual body. Advancing from a low-grade Earth spiritual body to a medium-grade Earth spiritual body was a qualitative improvement. Lu Ming had completed the improvement of his essence. The higher the essence level of the spirit body, the more powerful it would be. Moreover, when one's cultivation level increased, the extent of the improvement of the spirit body would also be greater. It was very difficult for a spirit body to improve its intrinsic quality. There were very few ways to improve one's spiritual body. Just like De in the past, he obtained the cultivation method of the 10,000 spirit body by chance. It was a method that could improve the essence of the spirit body, but it was also very difficult. It required the blood and essence of 10,000 kinds of creatures. De had spent 10,000 years but had not succeeded. Once he succeeded, his spiritual body would evolve into a low-level Earth spiritual body. It was rumored that there were some treasures of heaven and earth in the Yuan continent that could enhance the essence of one's spirit body. However, those treasures of heaven and earth were extremely rare and priceless. The dragon bones that cost 2 million contribution points can only improve one's spiritual body from a low-level earth spiritual body to a mid-level earth spiritual body. I don't know how many resources I will need to improve my spiritual body in the future. Lu Ming sighed. He had been looking forward to improving his spiritual body to a high-level earth spiritual body. Now, it seemed like an extravagant hope. The resources and dragon essence needed to improve his dragon god battle body were much greater than he had imagined. Moreover, the further he progressed, the more dragon essence he would need to improve his spiritual body. The amount of dragon essence needed to improve his spiritual body from a mid-level earth spiritual body to a high-level earth spiritual body was 10 times more than the amount needed to improve his spiritual body from a low-level earth spiritual body to a mid-level earth spiritual body. Later on, if he wanted to improve his spiritual body to a heavenly spiritual body, he would need an astronomical figure. Just thinking about it gave Lu Ming a headache. Let's take it slow. After my cultivation has improved, I will go out and adventure more to earn origin stones and contribution points. This was Lu Ming's plan. Then, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. He comprehended the 13 strikes and the chaotic flipping sky seal. The chaotic flipping sky seal, like other realm martial techniques, was divided into 6 levels. Lu Ming was only at the first level and was about to break through to the second level. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Lu Ming had joined the Cloud Dragon Valley for more than a month. After 10 days of hard work, the chaotic flipping sky seal had successfully reached the second level. And Lu Ming had also reached the second level of the 13 strikes. With a casual swing of the long spear, he could release 4 forces in an instant. The power was astonishing. At this moment, Lu Ming received a message. He had a mission. The Dragon God Valley had assigned him a mission. Generally, new disciples would be given a mission by the sect within 3 months. Lu Ming followed the instructions of the mission and flew out of the Dragon God Valley. On a small snowy mountain, there were already a few people waiting there. These people also had the same mission as Lu Ming. You are Lu Ming. Lu Ming landed. Some of them recognized Lu Ming. When Lu Ming had just joined the Dragon God Valley, he had caused a huge commotion. The Silver Dragon Valley Master and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had personally come. In the end, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had personally accepted Lu Ming as his disciple. Many people had been watching the battle, thus it was normal for some of them to recognize Lu Ming. How should I address you? Lu Ming brought his fists together and scanned the crowd. Apart from Lu Ming, there were 4 other people. One of them was a bulky man in his 30s with a buzz cut. His aura was the most intimidating among them. The other 3 were slightly younger. 2 of them were young men in their 20s and a young woman in her 20s. Both of them had a voluptuous figure. I'm Su Long. The man with buzz cut introduced himself. Following this, the other 3 introduced themselves too. Of the 2 young men, one was called Zhang Kong and the other was called Fu Xing. The young woman was called Duan Yin. The few of them did not hide their cultivation level. Lu Ming scanned them with his spiritual senses and found out their cultivation level. Su Long's cultivation was the strongest, at the peak 3rd layer martial dominator realm. Meanwhile, Fu Xing and Duan Yin were both 3rd layer martial dominators. One was in the early stage, while the other was in the late stage. Zhang Kong's cultivation was at the peak 2nd layer martial dominator realm. Lu Ming was the weakest, with a cultivation of the peak 1st layer martial dominator realm. I believe everyone is aware of our mission. The Feng clan of the 6 Void Mountain is a subsidiary clan of the Dragon God Valley. A while ago, the patriarch of the Feng clan was murdered out of nowhere, and the Feng clan was unable to find any clues. A few days later, the 2nd master of the Feng clan was murdered out of nowhere too. The Feng clan panicked and asked for help from the Dragon God Valley. Our mission is to find the reason behind the deaths of the patriarch and the 2nd master of the Feng clan, and find the culprit, to ensure the safety of the Feng clan. Su Long briefly explained the mission this time. Lu Ming and the others nodded. They had seen the mission before. Alright, let's move out. Su Long said. The Feng clan of the Six Void Mountain was located in the territory of the Divine Dragon Valley. It was a small clan that was affiliated to the Divine Dragon Valley, and was quite far away from the Divine Dragon Valley. The 5 of them traveled day and night, and it took them 10 days to arrive at the Feng clan. Such an eerie aura. Duan Yen shuddered as they approached the Feng clan. The others frowned as they felt the air was exceptionally cold. Up ahead, there was a continuous stretch of palaces. A group of people came out to welcome them. The one leading the group was a young man with a pale face. He immediately bowed when he saw Lu Ming and the others. Feng Yi of the Feng clan greets the envoys of the Divine Dragon Valley. Don't mention it. Su Long waved his hand. After some introductions, the group knew that Feng Yi was the only son of the Feng clan's patriarch. The people who followed Feng Yi to welcome them were the higher-ups of the Feng clan. Everyone, let's talk inside. Feng Yi led Lu Ming and the others into the Feng clan's residence. Such an eerie aura. Lu Ming frowned as he entered the Feng clan's residence. He could feel that the aura here was even colder. Did anything happen to the Feng clan recently? Su Long was the first to speak as the group took their seats in the main hall. 3 days ago, my third uncle died too. Feng Yi said with a sorrowful expression. The others of the Feng clan wore terrified expressions. The Feng clan had no idea who they had offended. The higher-ups of the Feng clan had died mysteriously one after another, causing the Feng clan to fall into a state of panic. No one knew who would be the next one to die. Do you know how they died? Su Long asked. No idea, we've checked carefully. There are no wounds, not even a single wound. Feng Yi said while shaking his head. No wounds? How is that possible? Fu Xing said in disbelief. There really are no wounds. We've checked carefully. My father, my second uncle, and my third uncle are all the same. There are no wounds at all, as if they died suddenly. However, they are all martial dominator realm experts, so it's impossible for them to die suddenly. Someone must be behind this. Feng Yi said while clenching his teeth. Does the Feng clan have any enemies? Su Long asked. Our Feng family is considered relatively weak in this region of Six Void Mountain. Normally, when we do things, we tremble with fear. How could we dare to offend other forces? Therefore, our Feng family has always been on good terms with other families and forces. We virtually don't have any enemies. Feng Yi said. Su Long, Lu Ming, and the others frowned. There were no enemies and no wounds, which meant that there were no clues. How could he investigate? Could it be that he had to wait for the rabbit to show up, wait for the other party to attack again? The hall suddenly quieted down, and the atmosphere seemed a little heavy. I suggest that we open the coffin for an autopsy. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. The one who spoke was Lu Ming. Open the coffin for an autopsy? Everyone looked at Lu Ming. I don't think that's a good idea. My father and the others have just been buried not too long ago. It's a little disrespectful to open a tavern now. Feng Yi said. I also agree with opening the coffin for an autopsy. Otherwise, without any clues at all, how are we supposed to investigate the matter? If the other party doesn't make a move after that, wouldn't this matter be left unsettled? Su Long said. Then, Fu Xing, Duan Yen, and Zhang Kong spoke one after another, agreeing to open the coffin for an autopsy. Feng Yi's expression changed, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and nodded, agreeing to this matter. Under the lead of Feng Yi and the Feng family's upper echelons, the group headed to the back mountain. Soon, they arrived at the burial place of the Feng family's patriarch and the others. Feng Yi arranged for the Feng family's men to act. Soon, 3 purple gold coffins were placed in front of Su Long and the others, and the coffin lids were already opened. 3 middle-aged men were lying quietly inside the purple gold coffins. The 3 of them were emperors, and their corpses wouldn't be corroded without at least 100 years of age. Lu Ming, Su Long, and the others carefully examined the corpses. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyebrows twitched, as if he had discovered something. His eyes were filled with doubt, but he didn't say anything. Then, everyone carefully examined the corpses. Sure enough, there weren't any wounds, not even the slightest. No wounds? Lu Ming frowned. He recalled the men of the Tsang Emperor in the Martial Emperor's mystic ground, who had died in the Martial Emperor's mystic ground without any wounds. Lu Ming speculated that those people had been killed by the soul-destroying Mage Emperor. However, Lu Ming didn't think that the soul-destroying Mage Emperor had escaped from the Martial Emperor realm and came here to kill a low-level Martial Dominator realm cultivator every few days. It was impossible. The soul-destroying Mage Emperor, destroying his soul? By the way, could it be that these people's souls were destroyed? Lu Ming's heart shuddered as he thought of this possibility. His eyes flickered with astonishment. He had a feeling that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. After a careful examination, the Feng family's men buried the three patriarchs, and the group returned to the main hall. Su Long, Fu Xing, and the others frowned, as they couldn't find any clues. Strange, there aren't any wounds. Could it be that their souls were destroyed? Su Long said in a serious tone. The others remained silent. It was highly possible. If the culprit has a grudge against the Feng family and is here to seek revenge, the next target would most likely be you, young Master Feng. Fu Xing said, causing Feng Yi's face to turn even paler. What should I do? Esteemed envoys, please save me. Whatever you want, my Feng family will try our best to satisfy you, even if it means going bankrupt. Feng Yi begged. Don't worry. Since we've accepted the mission, we'll definitely complete it and guarantee your safety. Su Long said. How about this, why don't we take turns protecting young Master Feng? Junior brother Lu Ming and junior brother Zhang Kong will be in a group, Fu Xing and I will be in a group, and senior brother Su Long will be alone. How does that sound? Duan Yan's gaze shifted as she spoke. I'm fine with it. Fu Xing let out a smile. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. This grouping was quite interesting. Among the five, he and Zhang Kong had the lowest cultivation, but they were grouped together. This didn't make sense. The corners of Lu Ming's lips gradually curled into a smile. The mission was quite strange to begin with. Among the five of them, Su Long, Fu Xing, and Duan Yan were all third-layer Martial Dominator realm cultivators, while he was only a first-layer Martial Dominator realm cultivator. The arrangement didn't make sense at all. Logically speaking, since Su Long, Fu Xing, and Duan Yan were all third-layer Martial Dominators, it implied that the mission could only be completed with a cultivation of the third-layer Martial Dominator realm. What was the meaning of placing a first-layer Martial Dominator realm cultivator in the mission? Could it be that someone was manipulating the mission, or could it be that someone had purposely placed Su Long, Fu Xing, and Duan Yan here? Lu Ming immediately recalled Yin Feng and He Yu. He thought of these situations since the moment he saw Su Long and the rest. It was just that Duan Yan's arrangement now gave him a reminder. Okay, I have no objections. Lu Ming's mind spun as he directly agreed. Zhang Kong mused for a moment and also nodded in agreement. Okay, then let's do that. If the other party is really seeking revenge, then the next target will definitely be young Lord Feng. As long as the other party appears, we'll make it difficult for the other party to escape. Su Long announced. Starting from that night, everyone took turns to guard the surroundings of Feng Yi's bedroom. On the first day, it was Lu Ming and Zhang Kong. On the second day, it was Fu Xing and Duan Yan. On the third day, it was Su Long. That night, everything was calm and peaceful. Nothing happened at all. It was the same for the second day and the third day. Just like this, 6 days passed in a blink of an eye. On the seventh day, it was Lu Ming and Zhang Kong's turn again. The night sky was quiet, the cold wind whistling. In a hidden corner, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. His aura was restrained, and his spiritual sense spread out, enveloping the entire Feng family mansion. On the other side was Zhang Kong. Very soon, it was late at night. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past in the night sky. Swoosh, right at this time, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. His figure dashed out, as fast as lightning, pouncing towards that shadow. And on the other side, Zhang Kong clearly sensed it too, pouncing out at the same time as Lu Ming. Whoosh, that shadow seemed to know that he was discovered and also swiftly rushed out, his speed shockingly fast. 3 figures, one in front and one behind, rushed out of the Feng family mansion and rushed towards Six Void Mountain. Six Void Mountain was incomparably huge. Inside, there were countless dangerous peaks, and the terrain was extremely complicated. Once that shadow rushed out of the Feng family mansion, it rushed straight into Six Void Mountain. From high up in the sky, the other party's figure could not be seen at all. One could only similarly rush into Six Void Mountain to chase after the other party. Lu Ming and Zhang Kong rushed into Six Void Mountain one after another. Their auras firmly locked onto the other party, chasing all the way. But the other party's speed was shocking, and he seemed to be very familiar with Six Void Mountain's terrain. Turning left and right in Six Void Mountain, the two people could not catch up at all for a while. I'll go ahead and block them. You chase after them from behind. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Lu Ming, and then he soared into the sky. Black wings stretched out from his back, and with a flap, Lu Ming flew forward at an extremely fast speed. His speed suddenly increased by several times. Lu Ming wanted to rush to the front and intercept the other party, so that the other party had no way out. But at this moment, in the vast mountains below, a shrill scream rang out. It was from Zhang Kong. Lu Ming's expression changed. His figure swooped down, rushing towards the source of the sound. Bang! Lu Ming landed in a valley. The voice just now came from here, but now, there was no one here. There's blood. Lu Ming saw blood. According to the aura of the blood, it was Zhang Kong. But there was only blood, and no one. Lu Ming's spiritual sense spread out, but he did not sense anything at all. Not only did that person from before disappear, even Zhang Kong's aura also vanished without a trace. Lu Ming frowned. Just this short while, the other party and Zhang Kong actually disappeared without a trace together. It was too strange. Lu Ming speculated that the other party was absolutely incomparably familiar with Six Void Mountain. There was even a secret hiding place nearby. Lu Ming started searching in the vicinity. But after searching for a while, he still found nothing. Lu Ming speculated that Zhang Kong was most likely dead. Helpless, Lu Ming could only return to the Feng family. Just returning to the Feng family, he saw a group of people waiting at the Feng family's gate. Feng Yi, as well as the Feng family's other powerhouses. Su Long, Fu Xing, and Duan Yan were all there. The three people faintly protected Feng Yi in the middle. The moment they saw Lu Ming return, everyone's eyes lit up. Junior apprentice brother Lu Ming, how was it? Did you catch the culprit? Su Long asked. Lu Ming shook his head and said, no, the other party is incomparably familiar with this area of Six Void Mountain and did not catch up. N? Did not catch up? What about junior apprentice brother Zhang Kong? Duan Yan frowned and asked. Zhang Kong is most likely dead. Lu Ming said, recounting the matter of them chasing that shadow previously. That's not right. After Lu Ming finished speaking, Duan Yan opened her mouth coldly, staring at Lu Ming with an unfriendly gaze. What's not right? Lu Ming said. You said that the culprit was able to inflict serious injuries and even killed junior apprentice brother Zhang Kong within an instant, but you could not find any trace of the culprit. That's not right. How could the culprit disappear so quickly? Secondly, you said that you could not find any trace of junior apprentice brother Zhang Kong and the culprit. May I ask, junior apprentice brother Zhang Kong's cultivation is at the peak second layer martial dominator realm, but the culprit was able to inflict serious injuries or even kill him in an instant. On the other hand, your cultivation is only at the first layer martial dominator realm. Why didn't the culprit continue to target you, instead allowing you to search the place before letting you go? Why didn't the culprit kill you too? Duan Yan asked coldly. At the side, the others also looked puzzled. Are you suspecting me? Lu Ming let out a hollow laugh. That's right, you chased after the culprit together with Zhang Kong. Zhang Kong, whose cultivation was higher, was killed, but you were still alive. I suspect that you're a coward, who chose to leave Zhang Kong alone when he was in danger. Furthermore, you were the one who killed Zhang Kong, and you were trying to rob him of his treasures, right? Duan Yan scolded loudly, a cunning look flashing in her eyes. Lu Ming, is that true? Fu Xing stared at Lu Ming with an unfriendly look. Are they trying to make things difficult for me? Lu Ming let out a hollow laugh in his heart. It turned out that Duan Yan and Fu Xing were up to something. They were purposely picking on him. These two were most likely from the Feng faction. How ridiculous! If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. What are you trying to do? Just tell me. Lu Ming said calmly. Humph, I'm right, so you have nothing to say now. Since you're a suspect, you better seal your cultivation and let us watch over you. Once the mission is over, we'll bring you back to the Dragon God Valley to receive your punishment. Duan Yen said. Hee, seal my cultivation? Sure, come here, let's see if you can seal my cultivation. Lu Ming let out a hollow laugh. His eyes flickered with an icy murderous intent. Sealing his cultivation, didn't that mean they could do whatever they wanted to him? Why would Lu Ming seal his cultivation? How ridiculous. Are you trying to resist? Duan Yen snapped coldly. Previously, she had heard that although Lu Ming had only ranked up to the martial dominator realm not long ago, his strength was shocking. Even geniuses like he were no match against Lu Ming in the martial emperor mystical ground. Although her cultivation was 2 layers higher than Lu Ming's, she was not confident that she could defeat him in a battle. Nonsense, if I say you're guilty, would you be willing to kneel down before me? Lu Ming let out a hollow laugh. Humph, you're the most suspicious person in Zhang Kong's death today. You should give us an explanation. Duan Yen snapped. Explanation? Who do you think you are? Why should I give you an explanation? Lu Ming said disdainfully. Duan Yen and Fu Xing's faces turned unpleasant. Alright, today's incident might not be junior brother Lu Ming's fault. Duan Yen, stop guessing. Our priority now is to find the culprit and complete the mission. Duan Yen and Fu Xing seemed to be afraid of Su Long. They glanced coldly at Lu Ming, walked to the side, and did not continue to ask. Now we can basically confirm that the other party is here for revenge. The next target is young Lord Feng. Su Long spoke again, causing Feng Yi's face to turn pale. Esteemed envoys, you must save me. Feng Yi cried out with a look of horror on his face. Don't worry, judging from the previous situation, the other party only wants to sneak attack at night, which means that they are not very strong and are afraid of us. Now, we have to lure them here. Su Long said. Lure? How? Feng Yi said. We'll set up a formation around young Lord Feng's bedroom. Once the other party comes and steps into the formation, it'll be like catching a turtle in the wind. Su Long said confidently. Feng Yi's eyes lit up and said, that's right, why didn't I think of it? My Feng family also has a few 9th grade inscribers who can set up the formation together. I also cultivate the Tao of inscription, and I can lend you a hand. Duan Yen stepped out and said. Lu Ming just listened, and a faint light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He did not say anything and did not say that he would help set up the formation. Now, his second body was almost healed and was cultivating in the mountain and river diagram. Okay, then let's take action now. Su Long said. Immediately, the Feng family's inscribers and Duan Yen set up a formation in Feng Yi's bedroom. They also used various concealment formations to conceal the aura of the formation. If one did not observe carefully, one would not be able to see the formation. They were busy until the second night before they finished setting up the formation. That night, Lu Ming and the others did not guard near Feng Yi's bedroom. Instead, they returned to their rooms to rest. Guarding near Feng Yi would only alert the enemy. In this way, there was no movement. After 2 days. Until the third night. Help! Suddenly, a cry for help cut through the quiet night sky. It was Feng Yi's voice. Whoosh, Lu Ming, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes and rushed out. As soon as he rushed out, he saw a figure rushing into the sky from Feng Yi's bedroom. This figure was still holding Feng Yi in his hand and flying toward the 6th Void Mountain. Chase! At this moment, Su Long, Fu Xing, and Duan Yen appeared and chased after the figure with extreme speed. Lu Ming also chased after the figure. One chasing and one fleeing, they rushed into the 6th Void Mountain in a blink of an eye. Once they rushed to the range of 6th Void Mountain, the other party swooped down, charging into the mountain forest. Lu Ming and the other 3 followed closely behind, rushing into the forest. Help! Feng Yi shouted. In the night sky, Lu Ming and the others could clearly see that the figure in front of them was wearing a loose black robe. He grabbed Feng Yi and continued to move forward at an extremely fast speed. In the dark forest, he was like a ghost. Today, you won't be able to escape. Surrender! Su Long shouted. The true essence in his body surged, and his speed increased. In the blink of an eye, the group had traveled thousands of miles in the Six-Void Mountain. Lu Ming and the others were getting closer and closer to the black-robed man. Stop! At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. Su Long, Duan Yan, and Fu Xing jumped in fright and involuntarily stopped. Lu Ming, what are you doing? What's the meaning of this? Duan Yan reprimanded Lu Ming. What are you shouting for? You'll know when you see that person. Lu Ming said indifferently. Duan Yan and the others looked forward and couldn't help but be stunned. Because at this moment, the black-robed man also stopped and didn't continue to escape. Strange, Lu Ming stopped. Why didn't the black-robed man seize the opportunity to escape? Why did he stop? Su Long, Duan Yan, and Fu Xing were full of doubts. Because there's a great killing formation in front of us. Once we step in, we'll die without a doubt. Lu Ming said. What? Great killing formation? Su Long and the other two's faces changed wildly. Duan Yan looked carefully and said, Impossible, there's no trace of a formation in front. It's impossible for there to be a great formation. If there really was one, how could I not see it? Lu Ming, don't talk nonsense here. Oh? If you don't believe me, you can go ahead and try. Lu Ming smirked coldly. Duan Yan's expression changed. Seeing how confident Lu Ming was, she became doubtful and didn't dare to go forward. She wouldn't joke around with her life. Su Long and Fu Xing were also doubtful. Hee, I didn't expect this formation to be so well hidden and still be discovered by you guys. As expected of a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. The black-robed man in front of them laughed coldly, his voice hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. Who are you? The Feng clan is a subsidiary clan of my Dragon God Valley. You dared to kill a member of the Feng clan, which means you're going against my Dragon God Valley. I'll give you a chance now, let Feng Yi go. Su Long said coldly. Hee, a disciple of the Dragon God Valley, how impressive. The black-robed man smirked. Hee, don't pretend anymore. Right then, Lu Ming sneered and said, You've been plotting all this while. From the moment we stepped into the Feng family, no, from the moment you sought help from the Divine Dragon Valley, you've been plotting all this while. Your goal is to lure us here and into that array. Am I right, master of the Feng family? What? Lu Ming's words made Su Long, Duan Yan, and Fu Xing dumbfounded. Feng clan's patriarch? How was that possible? Lu Ming, what nonsense are you talking about? Feng clan's patriarch, we saw it with our own eyes, he's already dead. Duan Yan reprimanded. Who said that the person we saw was the real Feng clan's patriarch? Lu Ming smiled faintly. This, Su Long, Duan Yan, and the others fell silent. Indeed, who said that the person they saw was the real Feng clan's patriarch? If the person they saw wasn't the real Feng clan's patriarch, then wouldn't Feng Yi be? Their cold gazes fell on Feng Yi. At this time, the black-robed man had already put Feng Yi down. Feng Yi wasn't injured at all. I didn't expect you to see through my plan even though it was so well hidden. The black-robed man suddenly sighed and removed the hood covering his head. Su Long, Duan Yan, and Fu Xing's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, it was the Feng clan's patriarch. He looked exactly the same as the Feng clan's patriarch they saw when they opened the coffin. In other words, the Feng clan's patriarch they saw when they opened the coffin was a fake. In the martial world, using special methods to alter another person's appearance was a simple matter. In the martial world, one's aura was the most important factor in identifying people. Appearances could change, but aura remained the same. However, they had never seen the Feng clan's patriarch before, thus they couldn't recognize his aura. Therefore, it was easy for the Feng clan to find a fake person to impersonate the Feng clan's patriarch. Young man, my plan can be said to be flawless. I really want to know, how did you find out? The Feng clan's patriarch looked at Lu Ming with curiosity, but he wasn't flustered. Flawless? Hee, in my opinion, it's full of flaws. There are too many loopholes. Impossible. The Feng family head's eyes turned cold. How could there be so many loopholes in his meticulous plan? If you want to hear it, I'll tell you so that you can die in peace. Firstly, the first loophole was discovered when the coffin was opened. Lu Ming said. There were loopholes in the coffin? Impossible. The one who spoke was not the Feng family head, but Feng Yi. Su Long, Duan Yan, and Fu Xing were also puzzled. They had examined the coffin carefully and found nothing. There were no wounds on the bodies of the three people, so they could not find any clues. What loophole? Lu Ming, you'd better not talk nonsense. Duan Yan mocked. Shut up. Listen carefully if you're stupid. Lu Ming glanced at Duan Yan coldly and scolded. You, Duan Yan's beautiful face flushed red. Lu Ming actually called her stupid. Alright, let's listen to Junior Lu Ming. Su Long tried to smooth things over again. According to my deduction, the three people who died in the Feng family, the second master and the third master, were really killed. Moreover, the one who killed them was you, right? Lu Ming said. The Feng family head smiled coldly and did not answer directly. However, they are your family after all. You killed them and used them to set up a trap, so you felt guilty. Therefore, when you buried them, you dressed them up meticulously. Therefore, after they were buried, their bodies were neat and tidy. However, although the Feng family head's body was dressed neatly, it was not meticulous. Some parts were a little careless. This explains a lot. If that person is really the Feng family head, why didn't he do it meticulously like the second master and the third master when he was buried? That's impossible. This can only mean that the Feng family head is fake. Therefore, when Feng Yi was buried, he was not as meticulous. Lu Ming explained slowly. Feng Yi's eyes widened. Lu Ming said that in his heart. In fact, that was indeed the case. The patriarch of the Feng family also had a look of surprise in his eyes. He said, "You're so young, but your observation skills are so meticulous. How admirable. Even I didn't expect this. This guy." At the side, Su Long, Duan Yan, and Fu Xing had to admit that they hadn't thought of this either. There is also the second point. 3 days ago, a black shadow lured me and Zhang Kong out. I guess that you wanted to defeat us one by one, but you are too familiar with the terrain of the Six Void Mountain. Moreover, after you attacked Zhang Kong, you completely disappeared in a few breaths of time. I speculate that there must be a secret passage or something nearby. This makes me think that this person might be someone from the Feng family. Otherwise, how could he be so familiar with the surrounding area? The third point is just now. We clearly set up a formation in Feng Yi's bedroom, but you were able to easily take Feng Yi away from the formation. It's obvious that Feng Yi is in cahoots with you. He's in cahoots with you. Your identity is pretty obvious. Who else could it be apart from the patriarch of the Feng clan? You've set up a trap to lure us here. In other words, you just want to kill us. However, I'm very curious. Why do you want to kill us? We are disciples of the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming explained in detail before asking his doubts. Trying to kill us? How bold of the Feng clan. In my opinion, the Feng clan shouldn't exist anymore. Duan Yan said coldly. Ha ha ha, so what if you know the truth? So what if you didn't break the formation? Today, you will die. The patriarch of the Feng clan burst out laughing. Bang, following this, a terrifying aura was emitted from the patriarch of the Feng clan. The aura of the peak 4th layer martial dominator realm. Your cultivation, why is it only the peak 4th layer martial dominator realm? Su Long, Duan Yan, and Fu Xing were astounded. According to the information, the patriarch of the Feng clan was only a 3rd layer martial royal realm cultivator from a small clan. His battle prowess could not be compared to the disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley. Therefore, they did not take him seriously at first. However, the aura that the patriarch of the Feng clan was emitting was the peak 4th layer martial dominator realm. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, figures flashed in the forest. 8 figures appeared and surrounded Lu Ming and the rest. they were 8 old men. Their auras had all reached the third-layer martial dominator realm. So many third-layer martial dominators, how is this possible? Duan Yen exclaimed. According to the records, the patriarch of the Feng clan had the highest cultivation in the Feng clan, who was at the third-layer martial dominator realm. The other elders were usually at the second-layer martial dominator realm. The Feng clan was not one of the top sects in the Tsang continent like the Dragon God Valley. The Feng clan was only a small clan in the Six Void Mountain. The number of experts they had was not comparable to the Dragon God Valley. In the Dragon God Valley, there were many martial dominator realm experts. Even those with a cultivation of the fourth-layer martial dominator realm and above could be easily found. However, a small clan like the Feng clan did not have that many martial dominators. However, 8 third-layer martial dominators had appeared at the same time, which did not match the records. Su Long, Duan Yen, and Fu Xing's faces darkened. Today, you will all die. The patriarch of the Feng clan wore a cold expression with a murderous intent. A powerful aura encapsulated Lu Ming and his crew. Kill. The patriarch of the Feng clan uttered a roar and charged at the 4. I'll deal with him. Su Long roared as a peak third-layer martial dominator realm aura burst out from his body. His domain was unleashed as he charged at the patriarch of the Feng clan. Dong, the two exchanged blows. Su Long's figure was knocked backward, but he managed to resist the attack. At that instant, the 8 old men of the Feng clan made their moves too, charging at Fu Xing and Duan Yen. As for Lu Ming, a mere first-layer martial dominator realm cultivator was not a threat to them. The place was immersed in a chaotic battle. Su Long and a patriarch of the Feng clan were engaged in a fierce battle. Without a doubt, the disciples of the Dragon God Valley were stronger than the disciples of the small clans. Duan Yen and Fu Xing were able to resist the attacks of the 8 old men for the time being, although they were at a disadvantage. On the other hand, Su Long was at a disadvantage facing the patriarch of the Feng clan. After all, Su Long's cultivation was 1 layer lower than the patriarch of the Feng clan. Su Long was not a peerless genius who could defeat those with higher cultivation. Therefore, despite his outstanding strength, he was still suppressed by the patriarch of the Feng clan. Die. The patriarch of the Feng clan was engulfed in a black glow as he charged at Su Long. Puff. Su Long spat out a mouthful of blood. Hee, kid, you're dead for sure this time. You're only a first-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. Let me deal with you. Feng Yi appeared behind Lu Ming. His aura was locked onto Lu Ming's figure. Peak second-layer martial dominator realm. Is that so? Lu Ming let out a calm smile. Kill. At that instant, Su Long uttered a roar as his aura skyrocketed. At that instant, Su Long suddenly unleashed his aura of the fourth-layer martial dominator realm. Even though his cultivation was only at the early stage of the fourth-layer martial dominator realm, his outstanding strength allowed him to be on par with the patriarch of the Feng clan. Concealing his cultivation? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Su Long had been concealing his cultivation, but he had no choice but to reveal it now. The people of the Feng clan were startled by Su Long's sudden outburst. Feng Yi's eyes flickered coldly as he said, "Kid, I'll kill you first before dealing with the others." Die. Feng Yi's claw was pitch black as it grabbed at Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming immediately lashed out a punch at Feng Yi's claw. Following a crack, Feng Yi's claw became twisted as its bones were shattered into pieces by Lu Ming's punch. Feng Yi let out a cry of agony. Bang! Lu Ming lashed out another punch at Feng Yi's dantian. A terrifying force exploded, destroying Feng Yi's dantian instantly. Feng Yi's figure was sent flying a few hundred meters like a kite with its string cut. He crashed into a small hill and stopped breathing. Even though Feng Yi's cultivation was at the peak of the second-layer martial dominator realm, his strength was still weaker than the disciples of the Dragon God Valley, not to mention He Yu, Wan Xiao, and the other geniuses. He stood no chance against Lu Ming. The patriarch of the Feng clan let out a roar as a ferocious murderous intent burst out from his body. Kill that brat. The patriarch of the Feng clan yelled. Kid, die. An old man who was initially attacking Duan Yen and Fu Xing lunged at Lu Ming. A palm print that was as black as ink, with a fishy smell, blasted toward Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as his figure was encapsulated with the chaotic domain. He executed the hell-suppressing heaven art and lashed out a punch. The force of the punch swept through the air, causing the foul stench to dissipate. Bang! The fist collided with the palm, resulting in a shocking shockwave. Following this, the old man let out a groan as his figure was sent flying by Lu Ming. His figure flew into the air with blood leaking out from his mouth. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure flashed as he charged at the other party. He punched out with both fists, and dozens of fist energies drowned out the other party. The other party roared and tried his best to resist, but under Lu Ming's storm-like fists, he was unable to withstand a single blow. When the fist energy dissipated, the old man was also smashed into pieces. A third-layer martial royal realm expert was instantly killed by Lu Ming, which greatly shocked everyone present. This Lu Ming is really that strong. A light flickered in Duan Yen and Fu Xing's eyes. No one knew what they were thinking. Junior brother Lu Ming, come and help me kill this person. At this moment, Su Long roared. All right. Lu Ming nodded, and with a flicker of his body, he rushed towards the battlefield between Su Long and the Feng family patriarch. Boom! Lin Fan threw out a punch, and the air buzzed. The terrifying fist energy flew towards the head of the Feng family. After exchanging a blow with Lu Ming, the Feng family patriarch's body shuddered and was knocked a step back. First-layer martial royal realm, how could he be so strong? He must be a peerless genius of the Dragon God Valley. The Feng family patriarch's eyes flickered with astonishment. Kill! Su Long also launched a fierce attack. Under the joint attack of Lu Ming and Su Long, the Feng family patriarch was at a disadvantage. Ding-ling-ling, at that instant, a black bell floated above the Feng family patriarch's head, emitting a tinkling sound. An invisible ripple spread out from the bell, and Lu Ming could feel his spiritual deity shuddering as it was attacked by an invisible force. The tinkling sound of the bell was able to attack the spiritual deity. To be precise, it was attacking the soul of the spiritual deity. However, Lu Ming's soul was extremely powerful. Moreover, the spirit deity was wearing a jade armor. At this moment, the jade armor was emitting a layer of light that enveloped the spirit deity. Lu Ming's spirit deity merely trembled a little and was fine. On the other hand, Su Long's face turned pale as his body shuddered. Kill, kill. The Feng family patriarch took hold of the opportunity and launched a fierce attack at Lu Ming and Su Long. Lu Ming threw out 2 punches to block the attack, but Su Long's body shuddered violently as a trail of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. Junior brother Lu Ming, hold him off for now. I'll help junior sister Duan Yen and the others kill those people, and then I'll help you. At that instant, Su Long yelled and backed off, leaving the Feng family patriarch to Lu Ming alone, exposing Lu Ming to the attacks of the Feng family patriarch. Haha, it seems like the disciples of the Dragon God Valley are also scheming against each other. You shall die first. The Feng family patriarch laughed coldly as the bell above his head continued to tinkle, emitting an invisible ripple that surged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, his pitch-black palm emitted a disgusting stench as he hurled it at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flickered coldly, but he did not say anything. He unleashed his true force and fought against the Feng family patriarch. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had exchanged over 10 blows with the Feng family patriarch. Damn it, why is my soul-shaking bell useless against this kid? Besides, his strength is too powerful. The Feng family patriarch was even more shocked as the battle continued. No matter what he did, he could not defeat Lu Ming. Lu Ming was like a boulder in the middle of an ocean, standing firm. On the other hand, Su Long charged toward Duan Yen and the others. With his cultivation of the 4th-layer martial dominator realm and his outstanding strength, he had gained the upper hand. In just a short while, he had slain 3 old men in a row, turning the tide of the battle. Whoosh! 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 The sword in Su Long's hand danced like a dragon, emitting a shocking sword intent. Duan Yen and Fu Xing cooperated with Su Long and attacked the remaining 4 old men like a storm. Puff! Another old man was slashed in half by Su Long's sword. The remaining 3 old men were no match for Su Long and the others. Let's go! The remaining 3 wanted to escape, but Su Long and the others each took one of them and tied them down. Not long after, the old man who was fighting against Su Long was slain too. The remaining two old men were killed by Su Long one after the other. The Feng family patriarch was the only one left at the scene. Damn it, how could this be? The Feng family patriarch yelled furiously. The strength of the people from the Dragon God Valley had exceeded his expectations. Based on the difficulty of the mission he had requested from the Dragon God Valley, it was unlikely that they would send a fourth-layer martial dominator realm disciple. However, to his surprise, Su Long had concealed his cultivation. His actual cultivation was at the fourth-layer martial dominator realm. On the other hand, Lu Ming's strength was even more shocking. His cultivation of the first-layer martial dominator realm was able to resist him. Besides, Lu Ming had seen through his plan. Lu Ming and the others did not enter the formation, which led to the current situation. Damn it, screw it. The Feng family patriarch's eyes flickered viciously as he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the bell on his head, causing it to emit a crimson glow. The bell chimed continuously as its power grew stronger. Waves of invisible forces surged toward Lu Ming, attacking his spirit deity. However, they were all blocked by the jade armor. Meanwhile, Su Long, Duan Yen, and Fu Xing stood aside, but they did not lend Lu Ming a hand. Senior brother Su Long, please lend me a hand. Let's kill this man together. However, Su Long was unfazed. A cold sneer appeared on his face as he said, Junior brother Lu Ming, you've just entered the Divine Dragon Valley. Although you're talented, you're still lacking in battle experience. We'll leave the Feng family's patriarch to you. We'll support you. There's indeed something fishy. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as a cold light flickered in his eyes. He initially thought that there was something fishy about Duan Yen and Fu Xing, but now it seemed like there was something fishy about Su Long as well. In the beginning, Su Long had hidden his cultivation level and harbored ulterior motives. Now, he wanted Lu Ming to deal with the head of the Feng family alone. He was obviously trying to use the head of the Feng family to deal with Lu Ming. The Feng family's patriarch naturally saw the problem between Lu Ming and the others. He took the opportunity to launch a flurry of attacks at Lu Ming. He still had a chance to kill Lu Ming. Senior brothers, I can't hold on for much longer. Lu Ming shouted as he exchanged a palm strike with the Feng family's patriarch. He intentionally retreated towards Su Long and the others. Ding ling ling, the Feng family's patriarch chased after Lu Ming. The Soul Buster bell vibrated and an invisible fluctuation enveloped Su Long and the others. Damn it! Su Long and the others cursed in their hearts, but they had no choice but to defend themselves. Senior brothers, thank you for your help. Lu Ming sneered, causing Su Long and the others' faces to turn ashen. Ding ling ling, the Soul Buster bells ringing made Su Long and the others pale. It was obvious that the spirit god had suffered heavy injuries. Senior brother Su Long, we have to take him down as soon as possible. Duan Yen said. If this continued, their souls would suffer heavy injuries. Injuries to the physical body were easy to heal, but injuries to the soul were difficult to heal. The spiritual herbs that could heal the soul were shockingly expensive. Go all out. Su Long said. Whoosh! 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 A dazzling sword ray shot out from Su Long's hand, attacking the Feng family's patriarch. Duan Yen and Fu Xing cooperated with Su Long. And at this time, Lu Ming deliberately wandered around the Feng family patriarch's side, occasionally launching an attack. Junior brother Lu Ming, what are you doing? Why aren't you attacking with all your might and taking him down? Su Long shouted. That won't do. I was fighting alone just now and my vitality was greatly damaged. I'm exhausted and I need to recover slowly. Lu Ming spouted nonsense. Su Long's expression was ugly. He knew that Lu Ming was taking revenge on them for not making a move earlier. If Lu Ming didn't do anything, Su Long and the other two wouldn't be able to take down the Feng family patriarch. As time passed, their faces became paler and paler. It was obvious that their souls had suffered significant damage. This kind of soul injury would take at least a few years of recuperation. Damn it! Su Long, Duan Yen, and Fu Xing roared in their hearts. It was all Lu Ming's fault. If Lu Ming cooperated with them and went all out, with Lu Ming's battle prowess, he would have taken down the Feng family's patriarch long ago. How could their souls be injured, in the blink of an eye? dozens of moves had passed. It's about time. Lu Ming's lips curved into a smile. The black feather wings suddenly appeared behind him, slashing horizontally. Peng, the black feather wings was a saint artifact. How could the Feng family patriarch block it? The black feather wings sent him flying, crashing to the ground and vomiting blood. Swish, in a flicker, Lu Ming appeared in front of the Feng family patriarch. He slapped 9 times on the Feng family patriarch's body, sealing the Feng family patriarch's true essence. The Feng family patriarch slumped weakly to the ground. Saint artifact. Su Long, Duan Yan, and Fu Xing's eyes were filled with dread. Lu Ming, since you have a saint artifact, why didn't you use it earlier? Duan Yan glared hatefully at Lu Ming as she shouted. You think I can use a saint artifact whenever I want to? It consumes a lot of true essence. Just now, I was fighting against the Feng family patriarch and exhausted a lot of my true essence. I just recovered a little bit. Lu Ming casually explained. But Lu Ming's eyes were bright and his breathing was steady. How could there be a lack of true essence? He was obviously lying. But they did not help Lu Ming just now. Thus, they couldn't refute Lu Ming's words. A cold light flickered in the depths of Su Long's eyes, followed by a faint smile. I believe that junior brother Lu Ming has used his full strength. Now that the Feng family patriarch has been captured, let's ask him why he wants to kill us. The few of them walked to the front of the Feng family patriarch. Old man, speak, why do you want to kill us? If you don't tell the truth, I'll peel your skin and pull out your tendons. I'll make you beg for death. Duan Yan spoke viciously, her eyes were filled with resentment. Her soul was injured by the Feng family patriarch, and it would take a few years for her to recover. She really wanted to peel his skin and pull out his tendons. I set everything up and lost everything. I'll speak, I'll tell you everything. The Feng family patriarch sighed, looking somewhat down and out. All of this started from an ancient ruin that I accidentally discovered. The Feng family patriarch sighed again. An ancient ruin? The eyes of Su Long, Duan Yan, and the others flickered. Normally, when it came to ancient ruins, there was a great chance that some treasure would appear, which was a great fortunate encounter for them. That's right. When I was in Six Void Mountain, I accidentally entered an ancient cave abode and obtained a cultivation method from it. It requires the blood and soul of others to cultivate, and my cultivation can advance by leaps and bounds. The Feng family patriarch said. No wonder your cultivation is different from the records. You've reached the 4th layer martial dominator realm. Su Long said. It was obvious that he believed the story. That's right, I've indeed practiced that martial art. Furthermore, according to the records, the younger the genius, the more useful their blood and soul would be, allowing their cultivation to improve at a faster rate. The Feng family patriarch said. Therefore, you set up a trap to lure the disciples of the Dragon God Valley to kill you and use their blood and soul to improve your cultivation. Su Long said. That's right. The Feng family patriarch nodded. How bold of you, aren't you afraid that your whole clan will be wiped out? Duan Yan snapped. Ha ha ha, if my plan worked, my cultivation would improve greatly after killing you all. By then, I would have taken all the treasures in the ancient ruins and left the Tsang continent. The Yuanlu is so vast, how could the Dragon God Valley find us? What a pity, I was defeated by a 1st layer martial dominator realm kid. The Feng family patriarch burst out laughing. You're saying that there are treasures in the ancient ruins? Duan Yan grasped the Feng family patriarch's words and her eyes flickered with greed. Su Long and Fu Xing reacted the same way. That's right. The Feng family patriarch nodded. Quick, bring us there. Duan Yan said anxiously. No, unless you promise to let me go, I won't bring you there. Without me, you won't be able to find the 6th Void Mountain. The Feng family patriarch said. Humph, if you don't, I'll kill you now. Duan Yan's eyes flickered coldly as a murderous intent encapsulated the Feng family patriarch's figure. Clang, Su Long pointed his sword at the Feng family patriarch's neck and said, Bring us there, or you'll die now. If there's really an ancient ruin, I promise to let you go. You'll really let me go, unless you discover the blood oath. The Feng family patriarch said. Swoosh, Su Long's sword vibrated and a ray of sword chi shot out, slicing off one of the Feng family patriarch's ears. Nonsense, I'll do what I say. If you don't take it seriously, you'll die now. In the end, the Feng family patriarch had no choice but to nod and agree to bring Su Long's group to the ancient ruins. Let's go, you point the way. Su Long lifted the Feng family patriarch and said. To the east. The Feng family patriarch pointed out the direction. Lu Ming's group rose into the air and flew in the direction the Feng family patriarch pointed. They flew all the way to the depths of the Six-Void Mountain, flying a distance of more than 100,000 miles. Finally, they landed in a remote canyon. They arrived in front of a cave in the depths of the canyon. This cave was indeed very hidden. If one had to search slowly, it would not be easy to find it. This ancient ruin is an ancient cave dwelling. It's very big inside. I estimate that it's the place of seclusion of a peerless expert. The Feng family patriarch said. Greed flashed in Su Long's eyes, saying, You better be telling the truth. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Every word I say is true. That bell of mine was obtained from this cave dwelling. The Feng family patriarch said. These words made Su Long, Duan Yin, Fu Xing, and the rest believe him even more. That bell was indeed incomparably mysterious. It could injure one's soul. This kind of treasure was very difficult to buy in the outside world. Su Long took it without any courtesy on the way, not asking Lu Ming, the person who defeated the Feng family patriarch. Lu Ming did not say a word along the way, only following the group. If you're worried, I can lead the way in first. Anyway, my cultivation is sealed, there's no way I can escape. The Feng family patriarch said again. Alright, you lead the way. Su Long put down the Feng family patriarch. The Feng family patriarch immediately strode into the cave. Su Long, Duan Yin, and Fu Xing hurriedly followed, as if afraid that the treasures inside would be taken away by others. Lu Ming walked at the back and followed in. Walking into the cave, there was a narrow passage. After going all the way in, about a few hundred meters later, they saw a faint light. Walking through the passage, the front suddenly opened up. It was a huge underground cave. On the surrounding walls, there were gems emitting a faint light. Arriving here, the Feng family patriarch's face revealed a sinister smile. He suddenly strode forward and knelt down. This subordinate greets elder demon soul. The Feng family patriarch kowtowed to a figure. A human figure. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. Only then did they realize that there was a figure sitting cross-legged in the middle of the underground cavern. It was an old man. He looked very, very old. There were only a few strands of white hair left on his head. The skin on his face was shriveled and wrinkles piled up like mountains. His entire body seemed to be devoid of flesh and blood. He looked like a skeleton sitting there. However, those eyes were eerily black as they stared at Lu Ming and the others, revealing a deep desire. There was actually someone else in the ancient cave dwelling. It was an old man who looked like a skeleton. He, you did well. The skeleton-like old man let out an ear-piercing and unpleasant laugh. Thank you for your praise, elder. This is what I should do. The head of the Feng family said with a flattering expression. What happened? Lu Ming and the others slowly retreated. Duan Yin shouted loudly. We've been tricked. Lu Ming said in a deep voice. A trap? Duan Yin was stunned. Feng family patriarch, his purpose is probably to bring us here. He told us to go around him before he brought us here. It was all an act. Lu Ming said. Ha ha ha, brat, you really are smart. That's right, I was faking it. My goal was to bring you here and sacrifice you to Elder Devil Soul. If I could capture you and bring you here, that would be even better. If I couldn't capture you, then I could trick you here. The head of the Feng family laughed. It was fake. The ancient ruins were all fake. The head of the Feng family's purpose was to bring them here. Look over there. Duan Yin suddenly pointed behind the skeleton-like old man and said with a trembling voice. Lu Ming and the others looked over and were shocked. There was a pile of bones there. No, to be precise, it was a pile of dried corpses. It was just like after being devoured by Lu Ming's devouring power. This person wants to use us to recover, Duan Yen said with a trembling voice. At this point, how could they not guess the old man's purpose? They would be idiots if they didn't. It was obvious that this old man was injured and wanted to use them to recover. Who are you? We are disciples of the Dragon God Valley. If you kill us, the experts of the Dragon God Valley will not let you go. Duan Yen shouted. Hee, Dragon God Valley? 80,000 years ago, this old man killed countless of them. The skeleton-like old man sneered. His words made Su Long and the others feel like they had fallen into an ice cellar. 80,000 years ago, this old man had lived for at least 80,000 years. It was impossible for a martial emperor to live that long. In other words, this old man was a true Saint Realm expert. They actually ran into a true Saint Realm expert. Run! Duan Yan and Fu Xing turned around and ran. Die! Die! The skeleton-like old man bellowed. Then, a shocking scene appeared. Duan Yan and Fu Xing's bodies stiffened abruptly, stopping in midair. Then, both of them fell limply to the ground, no longer showing any signs of life. Both of them died after being bellowed by the skeleton-like old man. They didn't even see how the old man attacked. Duan Yan and Fu Xing didn't even have any injuries on their bodies. Su Long's body trembled violently, cold sweat trickled down his back. Boom, at this time a vast aura burst out from the skeleton-like old man's body. This aura was as deep as the sea, as if it was a world, as if it was the law of heaven and earth. True Saint Realm, the aura of a true Saint Realm expert. Plop, Su Long fell to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly as he begged, Senior, please spare my life. As long as Senior spares this wretched life of mine, this junior will go through water and tread on fire, become an ox or a horse, to repay Senior's kindness. Even Lu Ming was speechless. This Su Long was scared out of his wits after the skeleton-like old man released his aura, kneeling down and begging for mercy, without any dignity of a cultivator. If you want me to spare you, that's fine too. Relax your mind, I will engrave a restriction on your soul. You will obey my every command in the future, and I can spare you. The skeleton-like old man's aura quickly withdrew, and his shriveled voice continued to ring out. Su Long's face was completely pale, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. If the old man engraved a restriction on his soul, then he would have to obey the old man for the rest of his life and become his slave. But if he didn't agree, the old man was a true Saint Realm expert. Didn't he see how Duan Yan and Fu Xing died with just a shout? What? You still need to hesitate? Let me tell you, I am an elder of the evil spirit sect. It is your great fortune to join my evil spirit sect. The skeleton-like old man sneered. What? You are an elder of the evil spirit sect? Su Long's face was filled with fear when he heard the skeletal old man's words. At this moment, he kowtowed without any hesitation and said loudly, this junior is willing to submit to Senior and the evil spirit sect. Evil spirit sect? Lu Ming frowned slightly. He had never heard of this faction, but why was Su Long so terrified when he heard this name? Su Long's fear came from the depths of his heart. It was not an act. This meant that Su Long was truly terrified when he heard the name Evil Spirit Sect. Lu Ming guessed that the Evil Spirit Sect might be a great sect outside the Tsang province. At least you know what's good for you. Relax your mind. The skeletal old man smiled coldly. A wisp of black light spread out from between his brows and shot into Su Kong's body, disappearing without a trace. Su Long immediately revealed a respectful expression towards the skeletal old man and said, this subordinate, Su Long, will definitely not hesitate to die for elder in the future. Kid, what about you? Relax your mind and submit to this old man. As long as you help this old man deceive more people, this old man will definitely reward you handsomely in the future. The skeletal old man said. He's willing to be your lackey, but I'm not interested. Lu Ming said calmly. What did you say? Kid, you're courting death. The skeletal old man shouted coldly. You don't have to scare me. In my opinion, you don't have much strength now, do you? Lu Ming stared at the skeletal old man and said. The skeletal old man's expression changed slightly. Kid, this old man is indeed injured, but this old man can easily deal with a mere martial emperor. Is that so? In my opinion, it's more like a fox borrowing the tiger's might. When we first came in, you killed Duan Yin and Su Long with a loud shout. That method should have directly destroyed their souls. Then, you deliberately released the aura of a saint-stage cultivator to intimidate us. But if you really have the strength of a saint-stage cultivator, why do you need to do this? You released your saint realm aura too deliberately. Moreover, you needed the Feng family's patriarch to lure us here. In my opinion, you shouldn't use that kind of method too much. Otherwise, your injuries will worsen. Also, you can't leave this place. You'll worsen your injuries. Am I right? Lu Ming slowly retreated as he explained. The skeletal old man's expression changed. Su Long's expression also changed. Damn it, this Lu Ming knew so much. Why didn't he say it earlier? Su Long roared in his heart. If Lu Ming had said so earlier, he would not have sought refuge with the skeletal elder. He might have been able to escape if he had risked his life. Little guy, you're very careful, but you still have to die. Su Long, kill him for me. The skeletal old man instructed. Su Long's expression changed. He had no confidence in dealing with Lu Ming. Elder, although this person's cultivation is weak, but... Kill him for me, kill him. Kill. The skeletal old man shouted coldly. Su Long screamed as if he was in endless pain. Elder, please spare my life. I will kill him now. Kill him. The skeletal old man said. Lu Ming, go to hell. At the next moment, Su Long pounced on Lu Ming with a ferocious look in his eyes. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, a terrifying sword light was released from Su Long's long sword, aiming at Lu Ming's vital points. Bang. Bang. Bang, Lu Ming threw a few punches and broke Su Long's sword light. Lu Ming, what's the use of resisting? You are destined to die. Even if you escape back to the Divine Dragon Valley, Yin Feng will not let you off. Su Long roared. You are indeed sent by Yin Feng. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. This Su Long had hidden his cultivation level previously. When Lu Ming was fighting with the Feng family's head, he stood at the side and watched, wanting to kill with a borrowed knife. Lu Ming had been suspicious. Now it seemed that it was true. Originally, I wanted to find an opportunity to kill you while you were unprepared. Haha, but it's the same to kill you now. Su Long seemed to have gone crazy as he launched a torrential attack on Lu Ming. He had already surrendered to the evil spirit sect's elders. This matter must not be spread out. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Therefore, Lu Ming must die. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming's third bloodline appeared, and a wave of energy surged into Lu Ming's body. Then, the chaotic domain erupted as he executed the hell-suppressing heaven art and punched at Su Long. Boom. This punch directly pierced through all of Su Long's defenses. The terrifying fist force bombarded Su Long's chest. Half of Su Long's body exploded and was sent flying into the distance. Apart from a few trump cards, this punch was almost Lu Ming's full strength. It was enough to kill a fourth-layer martial emperor expert. Su Long could not resist at all. After killing Su Long with a single move, Lu Ming's black wings appeared. With a flap, his figure rushed toward the entrance of the passage. Chaotic domain, it's actually the chaotic domain. I didn't expect a genius to comprehend the chaotic domain in the Smaltsong continent. Kill, I must kill him. Shocking murderous intent flashed in the skeletal old man's eyes. Wisps of black light appeared between his eyebrows. Kill. The skeletal old man suddenly roared. A black ray instantly tore through the void and appeared behind Lu Ming, shooting toward Lu Ming. Its speed was unbelievably fast, as if it had teleported. Lu Ming was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. This ray of light directly penetrated the chaotic domain and shot into Lu Ming's body, rushing toward the spirit god. Dang, the ray of light landed on the spirit god. The jade armor on the spirit god emitted a brilliant glow, forming a barrier that blocked the black ray of light. Lu Ming's body shuddered slightly, before he continued to rush toward the exit. A defensive artifact for the spirit god, such a rare artifact. Damn it, I can't let him escape. The skeletal old man let out a deep roar as his body emitted a cracking sound. It floated in the air like a skeleton that had been sitting there for tens of thousands of years. Elder, remove the seal on my cultivation. I'll help you to hunt down that kid. The patriarch of the Feng clan yelled. There's no point in keeping a piece of trash like you alive. Die. The skeletal old man's eyes flickered coldly as he opened his mouth and inhaled. A layer of black light encapsulated the patriarch of the Feng clan, who let out a cry of agony as his body shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a dried corpse. Su Long's, Duan Yan's, and Fu Xing's corpses also turned into dried corpses. The essence of their flesh and blood had been devoured by the old man. At that instant, his skin began to emit a faint glow. Kill. With a low roar, he turned into a ray of black light and rushed out of the cave, chasing after Lu Ming. Lu Ming flew out of the cave. The wind-settling bead's energy flowed into him. He executed the wind origin spell and the black feather wings to fly away. However, he didn't fly far before a shocking sound of breaking wind came from behind him. A ray of black light was flying toward him at an extremely fast speed. This old man actually wants to kill me regardless of his injuries. Lu Ming spread his black wings, which were more than 10 meters wide. With a flap, Lu Ming turned into a black bolt of lightning. He tore through the void and traveled 100 miles in an instant. This was the Yuan continent. This speed was extremely shocking. However, Lu Ming realized that the black light behind him was even faster and was slowly approaching him. Air-frozen pearl. Lu Ming increased the energy of the air-frozen pearl and his speed suddenly increased. He was barely able to keep up with the speed of the old man behind him. The two of them chased and fled. In the blink of an eye, they had left the Six Void Mountain and were heading into the distance. The chase lasted for half a day. This brat, his speed is actually so fast. But if you want to maintain this speed, let's see how long you can last. Behind him, the skeletal old man sneered. True enough, at this moment, Lu Ming gradually slowed down. To maintain the speed and fly at full speed consumed too much true qi. Continuously using the wind origin skill and controlling the black wings consumed a lot of true qi. Now, Lu Ming's true qi was running out. The skeletal old man and Lu Ming were getting closer and closer. Kid, even if I was severely injured 80,000 years ago and have yet to recover, it's still a piece of cake for me to deal with a puny first-layer martial royal like you. The skeletal old man's voice was unusually cold. Old man, do you really think you can catch up with me? Lu Ming's voice was still calm. Is that so? I'd like to see what other tricks you have. The skeletal old man sneered. Whoosh, suddenly, a passage appeared in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped into it. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared thousands of miles away. Space-time territory, this is the space-time territory. The skeletal old man screamed in shock. That's right. Lu Ming had asked Bubble to help him open up the space-time territory. He appeared thousands of miles away in an instant and distanced himself from the skeletal old man. After distancing himself, Lu Ming waved his hand and a large pile of origin stones appeared in the air. Lu Ming's palm erupted with a powerful devouring power and devoured the origin stones. He then continued to fly while refining the origin stones to replenish his true qi. Don't even think about escaping. The skeletal old man roared, his sunken eye sockets flashing with raging flames. The two of them continued their chase. When the distance between the skeletal old man and Lu Ming narrowed, Lu Ming asked Bubble to help him open a space-time channel. The distance between the two of them increased once more. This happened several times. The skeletal old man flew into a rage, but he still couldn't catch up to Lu Ming. No, I can't let this continue. I'm heavily injured, and if this continues, it'll be detrimental to my recovery. I have to quickly take down this person. Moreover, this person actually has the help of the space-time spirit mouse. Didn't the space-time spirit mouse die in battle? Why did it appear again? Let's take advantage of the fact that the space-time spirit rat is still not strong enough to kill it. The skeletal old man's eyes flashed, and in the end, he gritted his teeth and steeled his heart. Break! The skeletal old man roared. Then, a ray of light split from his body and entered the space. It flashed and disappeared. However, the skeletal old man's aura had weakened a little. In front of him, Lu Ming was flying. Suddenly, the space in front of him fluctuated. A black light flashed, and a figure appeared. Lu Ming's pupils shrank, and his body stopped abruptly. It was the skeletal old man. The skeletal old man actually appeared in front of Lu Ming. Boom, the skeletal old man emitted a powerful aura, locking onto Lu Ming. "Kid, let's see where you can run to now." The skeletal old man sneered. Swoosh, behind him, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. A black light flashed, and another skeletal old man appeared behind Lu Ming. Two black-robed old men surrounded Lu Ming. At this time, Lu Ming realized that the skeletal old man didn't have a lower body. Only his upper body was left. The skeletal old man was wearing a large black robe. He didn't notice it at all when he was in the cave. "Kid, you're really not simple. You've comprehended the primal chaos domain and have a space-time spirit mouse as your companion. A person like you can't be allowed to grow. Today, die." The skeletal old man sneered. A black light suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows. The black light was like a divine sword, shooting towards Lu Ming at an incredible speed. With a thought, Lu Ming's primal chaos domain spread out and blocked in front of Lu Ming. Chi, the black light shot into the primal chaos domain and made a chi-chi sound. But in the end, the primal chaos domain weakened a part of its power. The remaining part shot into Lu Ming's body and rushed towards the spirit god. Dong, the black light struck the jade armor on the spiritual deity, causing it to vibrate. In the end, the jade armor blocked the black light, but a small part of its power still passed through the armor and hit the soul. Lu Ming felt his soul tremble and a numbing itch came from it. What a strange attack. It directly attacks the soul. Fortunately, I have the jade armor and my soul force is extremely powerful. That's why I can block it. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Kid, not only do you have a spirit god defensive treasure, but your soul force is also extremely powerful. Then you deserve to die. When the skeletal old man saw that his attack couldn't do anything to Lu Ming, the killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. Old man, you were seriously injured tens of thousands of years ago. You've been struggling at death's door for tens of thousands of years. You don't have much strength left. Why don't you find a place to heal? You're courting death. Dandan, who was on Lu Ming's other shoulder, shouted. Hee, even if this old man is seriously injured and has less than 100% of his strength left, killing you is more than enough. The old man sneered. His body emitted a layer of black light. His body began to become illusory, and the black light became brighter and brighter. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn as he focused 120% of his attention. Although the old man had been seriously injured a long time ago, he was still a genuine Saint Realm expert. No Saint Realm expert could be underestimated. Roar, the old man's body became more and more illusory. Finally, he turned into a huge pitch-black Grim Reaper, holding a Grim Reaper scythe. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. He thought of the underworld child of the divine wilderness continent. The underworld child's bloodline was a Grim Reaper that could harm the soul. Die. The Grim Reaper scythe slashed at Lu Ming. In front of him, the skeletal old man sneered. His eyes were filled with raging flames. Two black divine swords shot out from his eyes, stabbing at Lu Ming. Lightning, flame. Lu Ming shouted. The primal chaos domain turned into a sky full of lightning, forming a lightning domain. At the same time, the lightning domain burned with raging flames. The primal chaos domain could transform into tens of thousands of domains, except for some equally terrifying domains that could not be transformed. Lu Ming guessed that lightning and fire should be able to restrain the skeletal old man according to his cultivation technique. Sizzle, the Grim Reaper scythe and the two black divine swords bombarded the lightning and fire domains, producing sizzling sounds. At the same time, black smoke rose. It worked, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Break for me. Whoosh, both the death god scythe and the black divine sword became more powerful. They broke through Lu Ming's lightning fire domain and slashed toward Lu Ming. Chirp chirp, Bubble waved its claws and set up a space-time defense around Lu Ming. Although the skeletal old man's attack was mysterious, it was blocked by the space-time defense and its power was weakened. Then, it went through the defense of the black feather wings and hit the spiritual deity. Dong, the jade armor shook violently. The powerful force went through the jade armor and hit Lu Ming's soul. Lu Ming's face changed and he was forced to retreat. The old man's attack was indeed terrifying. Even though Lu Ming had the jade armor and his soul was dozens of times stronger than an ordinary person, he still felt a tearing pain. If it was an ordinary person, even with the jade armor, their soul would have been destroyed. Still not dead? Lu Ming was shocked, but he did not know that the skeletal old man was even more shocked. The old man's soul attack could even destroy the soul of a LV7 Marshal Royal. However, Lu Ming, who was only a LV1 Marshal Royal, had blocked it. This was an attack that the old man had launched regardless of his injuries. It was very harmful to his severely injured body. Kill. I must kill him. Otherwise, if he spreads the news that I am still alive, it will be troublesome. The skeletal old man shouted in his heart. He ignored his injuries and launched another attack. The death god scythe slashed down again. The skeletal old man in front of him threw out a huge palm print toward Lu Ming. This time, not only did he launch a soul attack, but he also launched an ordinary attack. Leave this to me. Dandan flew out and opened its mouth. An illusory world flew out and attacked the huge palm print. At the same time, Bubble attacked and many terrifying space-time blades slashed toward the old man. If you want to fight, let's fight to the death. Lu Ming's eyes flashed fiercely. He did not care about the death god scythe behind him. He flapped his wings and charged forward. He wanted to counterattack. His glabella shone and a shield appeared in front of him. It became as big as a mountain. Boom! The illusory world that Dandan spat out bore the brunt of the attack and collided with the gigantic palm print. The illusory world collapsed under the impact of the gigantic palm print. Thereafter, it faced the gigantic shield that Lu Ming had summoned. Dong, this shield was a saint weapon, indestructible. The palm print slammed into the shield, causing it to tremble and be sent flying. However, the palm print also disappeared. The palm print was neutralized. Bubble's spacetime blade continued to slash at her opponent. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. It seemed his opponent was truly weak to the extreme. Other than his soul attacks being a bit powerful, his ordinary attacks weren't strong at all. Kill! Lu Ming roared and punched with both fists. More than a dozen fists blasted towards the skeletal old man along with Bubble's spacetime blade. The skeletal old man's expression changed. His entire body was covered in a pitch-black light, and he continuously sent out palm prints. Boom! 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 A violent explosion sounded. After a terrifying collision, the skeletal old man's body floated back. At the same time, the death god scythe also slashed Lu Ming, causing Lu Ming's soul to feel a tearing pain. However, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and withstood it. Kill! With a flap of his black wings, Lu Ming charged towards the skeletal old man in front of him. He stared at the skeletal old man, completely ignoring the death god scythe's attack behind him. Swish, the black wings were like two heavenly blades, slashing towards the skeletal old man. At the same time, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he swept it out. 13th strike, the emperor-level long spear vibrated 4 times in a row. 4 terrifying forces instantly erupted and blasted towards the skeletal old man. At the same time, Dandan and Bubble's attacks also arrived, crushing their opponent at the same time. The skeletal old man roared and stretched out his bony claws, slapping out continuously. A terrifying collision erupted, and the 4 swept out in all directions. In the end, the skeletal old man was at a disadvantage and was sent flying. The black light on his body trembled for a while. Damn it, kid, I want you to die. The skeletal old man roared crazily, and the black light on his body burned like a flame. Behind him, the huge death god turned into a ray of light and merged into the skeletal old man's body. Boom! Following that, a terrifying aura spread out from the skeletal old man's body. It was like an immemorial divine mountain, pressing down on Lu Ming's body. This was the terrifying aura of a saint stage expert. Not good, this old man is going all out. Dandan exclaimed. Demonic soul blade kill. The skeletal old man roared, and the black light on his body condensed into a shocking giant blade, slashing towards Lu Ming. The giant blade slashed through the clouds in the sky, splitting them in half. This giant blade made Lu Ming feel a terrifying sense of danger. Buzz, the shield flew out and blocked in front of him. Then, Dandan and Bubble set up their defenses. Bam! 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 The giant blade slashed down, and the shield flew out. Then, Dandan and Bubble's defenses were shattered. The giant blade then slashed towards Lu Ming. The black wings closed in front of him, and above them was shrouded in the chaotic domain. Clang! The giant blade slashed on the black wings, and the black wings shook violently. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, Lu Ming's entire body smashed towards the ground like a meteorite. Boom! Lu Ming smashed heavily on the ground, creating a large crater. Nest, what a powerful force! Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt the blood in his body churning, and several bones in his body were broken. The skeletal old man flew toward Lu Ming, holding an illusionary giant blade in his hand. A powerful aura shrouded Lu Ming, and the flames in his eyes burned fiercely. Lu Ming was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. The martial arts he practiced were shocking, and he had many treasures, including a few sacred weapons. He did not look like a first-layer martial dominator at all. At the same time, he had a space-time spirit mouse and a little tortoise with him. He could not recognize them, but they were definitely shocking. Together, Lu Ming's vitality was too strong. Even if the skeletal old man was severely injured, he could still kill an ordinary first-layer martial dominator easily. However, Lu Ming was still alive. He had already used some forbidden techniques, regardless of his injuries, but Lu Ming was still alive. While the skeletal old man was shocked, he was even more determined to kill Lu Ming. What should I do? If this continues, I will be exhausted to death by this old man. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Oh right, the prison-suppressing boulder. Lu Ming's eyes flickered all of a sudden. It was obvious that the skeletal old man had practiced an unorthodox martial art. The prison-suppressing boulder was extremely effective against unorthodox and demonic martial arts. Lu Ming had almost forgotten about it. It was related to the fact that Lu Ming had refined his spiritual flesh after reaching the martial dominator realm. After Lu Ming had refined his spiritual flesh, he had subconsciously neglected the remaining two bloodlines. He had almost never used them. With a thought, the prison-suppressing steel floated out. Suppress! Lu Ming growled, and the prison-suppressing steel rapidly enlarged, suppressing the skeletal old man. The prison-suppressing steel. It's the prison-suppressing steel. Impossible. Wasn't the prison-suppressing steel shattered? The moment the skeletal old man saw the prison-suppressing steel, he let out a hysterical cry. His voice was filled with endless fear. Then, he turned and ran. When the skeletal old man saw the prison-suppressing steel, he didn't even dare to make a move and directly ran. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel shook, and the word below emitted a dazzling light. The prison-suppressing steel became as tall as the sky and instantly appeared above the skeletal old man's head, suppressing him. Ah! The skeletal old man screamed in horror, and a terrifying black light spread out from his body. At this moment, the skeletal old man's aura was extremely strong. He waved his hand, and a terrifying saber light slashed at the prison-suppressing steel. This saber was many times more powerful than the saber that he had slashed at Lu Ming previously. Lu Ming's expression was grave. The skeletal old man's saber was truly going all out. However, the prison-suppressing steel emitted a terrifying aura that could suppress everything in the world. When it came crashing down, the saber light that the skeletal old man slashed out instantly collapsed. Boom! Then, the prison-suppressing steel heavily pressed down on the skeletal old man's body. The skeletal old man screamed miserably, and his withered body directly exploded, turning into ashes. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This was because he didn't activate the prison-suppressing steel at all. It was completely the prison-suppressing steel that killed the enemy automatically. Moreover, its power was shockingly strong, many times stronger than when Lu Ming activated it himself. The prison-suppressing steel could actually kill the enemy automatically and erupt with shocking power. Lu Ming found it unbelievable. Swoosh, at this moment, a black light flew out from the place where the skeletal old man's body exploded. Its speed was shockingly fast, as if it had shattered the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Brat, wait for the revenge of my evil spirit church. The skeletal old man's unpleasant voice came from afar. He's not dead yet. Lu Ming frowned. The skeletal old man's body was destroyed, but a wisp of his soul had escaped. Wang. The prison-suppressing steel trembled, as if it was angry. Then, it quickly shrank and flew back to Lu Ming's head, where it floated quietly. Lu Ming looked at the prison-suppressing steel curiously. It seemed that the prison-suppressing steel was not to be trifled with. Its origins were astonishing. Lu Ming had not displayed the true power of the prison-suppressing steel. What he had displayed was most likely just the tip of the iceberg. The prison-suppressing steel is actually attacking the enemy on its own? This has never happened before. Strange, could it be that the other party has cultivated some evil arts? But I've encountered people who cultivated the evil arts, the demonic arts, and even the ghostly arts before, but none of them have ever caused such a phenomenon. Lu Ming frowned as he pondered. He felt that the prison-suppressing steel shouldn't have attacked him just because the other party had cultivated an evil art. There must be some other reason, but Lu Ming still didn't know what it was. Back in the Godly Ruins Continent group, that big man from the Heavenly Divinity sect said that the Heavenly Divinity sect had a fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. It shouldn't be wrong. I must think of a way to get that fragment. Lu Ming thought to himself. However, the Heavenly Divinity sect was extremely powerful. Some people even said that the Heavenly Divinity sect's overall strength might be the strongest among the 13 top sects in the Tsang province. It would be extremely difficult to obtain the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming suddenly looked in front of him, at the place where the skeletal old man's body had been destroyed. The skeletal old man didn't leave anything behind, not even a storage ring. But now, Lu Ming saw a piece of black paper floating down. Lu Ming's heart moved, and he kept the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. His body moved, and he appeared beside the paper, grabbing it in his hand. A secret skill. Lu Ming glanced at it and found that it was a secret skill recorded on the paper. Let's leave this place first. Lu Ming kept the paper, and with a flap of his black wings, he tore through the void and left this place. The battle just now might have attracted the attention of the nearby experts. A few 100,000 li away, Lu Ming found a secluded cave and entered it. Sitting in the cave, Lu Ming waved his hand and summoned a pile of origin stones. His devouring force burst out and devoured the origin chi of the origin stones, refining them and recovering his strength. A few hours later, Lu Ming's true chi had fully recovered. Furthermore, his true chi was flowing smoothly and had reached the peak of its refinement. I'm about to have a breakthrough. Lu Ming's face was filled with joy. Previously at the Dragon God Valley, he had refined 3 royal domain fruits. Both his domain and cultivation had reached the peak first layer martial dominator realm, only a step away from the second layer martial dominator realm. After a period of time and the battle with the skeletal old man, his potential had been suppressed, and he was finally about to have a breakthrough. Lu Ming's palm glowed as a heavenly Dao stone appeared, which flew toward Lu Ming's head and floated above Lu Ming's head, emitting streams of heavenly Dao aura. Lu Ming began to cultivate in silence. A few days later, a powerful devouring force was emitted from Lu Ming's body. The origin chi of the heavens and earth surged toward Lu Ming and was devoured by Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming took out a pile of intermediate origin stones to assist his cultivation. As the origin stones were devoured, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. Second layer martial dominator realm, Lu Ming finally had a breakthrough. His chaotic domain was upgraded to the second layer martial dominator realm, while his cultivation had also reached the second layer martial dominator realm, greatly increasing his strength. However, Lu Ming did not stop cultivating. He continued to stabilize his cultivation. 3 days later, Lu Ming finally came to an end. His cultivation of the second layer martial dominator realm had thoroughly stabilized. Let's see what kind of secret technique the skeletal old man left behind. At this moment, Lu Ming took out the paper left behind by the skeletal old man and began to read it. The black paper was made of an unknown material. It was extremely tough and flexible. It felt as light as a feather when he held it in his hand. Lu Ming inserted his true qi into the paper. Lines of tiny words appeared on the paper. Secret soul attack technique, godly sword art. After a while, Lu Ming put down the paper with a hint of excitement in his eyes. What was written on this paper was a soul attack technique. According to what was written on it, cultivating this secret technique would allow one's soul to be tempered, and its strength would constantly increase. At the same time, one could use a special method to condense spiritual strength into a divine sword that could be used to attack another person's soul. Lu Ming could not help but recall the attack of the skeletal old man. The eyes of the skeletal old man had emitted a black glow, which was like a godly sword attacking one's soul. This was a priceless treasure. It was almost impossible to buy it in the outside world. It could refine one's soul and increase the strength of one's soul. It could also be used to attack one's soul. This was extremely suitable for Lu Ming. His soul had been refined by the world-refining calamity bell. It had been broken and then rebuilt. The strength of his soul was dozens of times stronger than an ordinary person's. If he cultivated the godly sword art, his soul attack would be extremely powerful. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Whoosh, Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 black rays of light shot out from his eyes. They were like 2 black divine swords that pierced forward. They flew a few hundred meters and disappeared into the walls of the cave. The divine sword art is so mysterious. I haven't mastered it yet. According to the records, when I master it to a high level, I can become invisible. With a shout, I can destroy the opponent's soul and kill them without leaving a trace. Lu Ming muttered. The more he cultivated, the more Lu Ming felt that the divine sword art was unfathomable. He recalled the time when the Feng family's patriarch had brought them to meet the skeletal old man. The skeletal old man had killed Duan Yen and Fu Xing with a single shout. It was likely that he had the ability to destroy their souls with a single shout. There was also the Feng family's second master and third master. They should have died because their souls were destroyed. That was why they didn't have any wounds on their bodies. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. The divine sword art would definitely become his trump card in the future. I have been in seclusion for more than half a month. It's time to go back. Lu Ming walked out of the cave and looked into the distance. What entered his eyes was a vast mountain range. He realized that he was lost. He didn't know where he was. Previously, when the skeletal old man was chasing him, he had randomly chosen a direction to escape. He didn't pay attention to where he was escaping to. I'll find a place with people and ask around. Lu Ming soared into the sky and disappeared. Half an hour later, a city appeared in front of him. Lu Ming flew into the city. Not long after, he flew out again. I never thought that I would be in the territory of the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Lu Ming muttered. Sky Universe Demon Sect. He thought of Xianxia. Since I'm here, I should go and see Xiaoqing. How is she doing? Why didn't she enter the Great Emperor's mystic realm? Lu Ming had a lot of questions in his heart. Then, he moved and flew in the direction of the Sky Universe Devil Sect according to the information he had just obtained. Lu Ming flew at full speed. After more than a day, huge mountains came into view in front of him. Those were all demon mountains, demonic mountains that were tens of thousands of feet tall pierced into the sky. This region was filled with surging demonic chi. This was the entrance to the Sky Universe Demon Sect. When Lu Ming flew closer, Lu Ming saw a shocking scene. In the depths of the Devil Mountains, there was a pillar of devil chi that towered up into the sky. It was incomparably large, even larger than most of the Devil Mountains. Could it be that the devil chi here was formed by that pillar of devil chi? Lu Ming muttered to himself as he continued flying. Stop. Suddenly, with a loud shout, 2 figures appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking his path. The 2 young men were in their 20s. They wore black robes and carried demonic sabers on their backs. There was a demonic mark between their eyebrows. They were disciples of the Sky Universe Devil Sect. Halt. If you continue forward, you will reach the entrance of the Sky Universe Devil Sect. What business do you have here? One of the young men asked. Greetings to the 2 of you. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, I'm here to look for someone. Oh? Looking for someone? Looking for a disciple of the Sky Universe Devil Sect? Tell me, what's her name? Maybe I can help you ask. One of the young men said. Her name is Xianxia. Have the two of you heard of her? Lu Ming said. What? You're looking for the Saintess? The two young men's faces suddenly changed as they shouted in a low voice. Saintess? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. How did Xianxia become the Saintess of the Sky Universe Devil Sect? He remembered that after Xianxia joined the Heavenly God Sect, she became the Saintess of the Heavenly God Sect. Could it be that Xianxia also became the Saintess of the Sky Universe Devil Sect? At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Kid, leave now. Hurry up and leave. One of the young men on the left said coldly. Why? I'm really looking for Nianqing. Lu Ming said. How dare you? How dare you call the Saintess by her name? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? You're just a second-level martial royal realm cultivator and you want to get close to the Saintess? Dream on. The young man on the left scolded. Lu Ming frowned and said, Guys, I'm an old friend of the Saintess. I'm from the same place. From the same place? The two young men were stunned. The one on the right said, You're from the Divine Wilderness continent? That's right. Lu Ming nodded. The two young men looked at each other and one of them said, Kid, you'd better not lie to us. Otherwise, you'll end up miserable. Also, you're from the same place as the Saintess. What's your relationship with her? The Saintess is very busy and needs to cultivate in seclusion. We can report this to the higher-ups. If we find out that you're lying, kid, you know the consequences. I'm Nianqing's boyfriend. Lu Ming said after a slight hesitation. What? How bold, kid, you're courting death. The two young men uttered furious roars and glared at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Kid, you dare to disrespect the Saintess. You deserve to die. Who do you think you are? A mere ant dares to claim that you're the Saintess' boyfriend. You won't be leaving today. The two young men snapped as they drew out their demonic sabers. An icy aura encapsulated Lu Ming's figure. They both possessed a cultivation of the peak second-layer martial royal realm. Lu Ming frowned and said, I'm telling the truth. You can report this to the Saintess and tell her that Lu Ming is here to see her. She'll know what I'm talking about. How bold of you to say such nonsense. Die. The young man on the left yelled as he slashed at Lu Ming with the demonic saber in his hand. At the same time, the young man on the right slashed at Lu Ming's head with his demonic saber. It seemed like they were going to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flickered coldly as a long spear appeared in his hand and collided with the two demonic sabers. Clang! Clang! The demonic sabers vibrated as a terrifying force surged into them. The two young men's bodies shuddered violently as they were knocked backward. Only after retreating a few dozen steps and stepping on the void with a rumbling sound did he stabilize his body. How bold of you to fight back. You're courting death. You won't be leaving this place today. The two young men yelled at Qi Nan. The two of you, Lu Ming asked nicely, and everything he said is true. Yet, you want to kill me. This is outrageous. Lu Ming said coldly. If they weren't at the Heavenly Demon Sect, they would have been killed by the previous attack if they wanted to kill Lu Ming. What do you mean by telling the truth? Bullshit. You're insulting the Saintess. One of them yelled. Whoosh, at that instant, a demonic glow flickered as another young man appeared. What's going on? The young man placed his hands behind him. His gaze was sharp, and his aura was several times stronger than the two young men guarding the entrance. Senior brother Jin Yu, you're just in time. Here comes a pervert who dares to claim that he's the boyfriend of the Saintess Xianxia, one of the young men yelled. What? The young man with the name Jin Yu wore an icy expression as a murderous intent was emitted from his body, encapsulating Lu Ming's figure. An ant dares to claim that you're the boyfriend of the Saintess. You're dead meat. Jin Yu stepped forward as his powerful aura suppressed Lu Ming's figure. Peak 4th layer martial dominator realm. Kid, kneel down now and slap yourself 200 times, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Jinyu stared at Lu Ming in a condescending manner. Ridiculous, Nianqing and I are in a relationship. We've known each other for many years. Why would you say that? Lu Ming said coldly. How could Lu Ming avoid such a question? He could tell that these young men had different thoughts about Xianxia. Therefore, he would not avoid it. He wanted everyone to know that Xianxia was Lu Ming's girlfriend. Die! Jinyu yelled and slammed his palm down. Bang! A huge fiend palm print pressed down on Lu Ming with a loud bang. Its power was shocking. Previously, the patriarch of the Feng clan had also been a peak 4th-layer martial dominator, but his aura was nothing compared to Jinyu's. Evidently, this person was a heaven's chosen. Break! Lu Ming murmured as he stabbed forward with his spear. 13th strike, whoosh, a spear glow tore through the sky and stabbed at the demonic palm print. Four streams of energy burst out from the tip of the spear and penetrated the demonic palm print, causing it to dissipate into demonic chi. A mere 2nd-layer martial dominator has some strength, but you're still going to die. Jinyu's eyes were cold as his aura grew stronger. His demonic chi burned like flames. Stop it. At that instant, a crisp voice could be heard. Jinyu was startled. He turned around and his expression changed drastically. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Saintess." "Greetings, Saintess." The two young men from before bowed as well. Saintess? Lu Ming glanced in the direction of the voice. A woman was flying toward them. She was wearing a long black dress. Her figure was graceful and her skin was fair. She was extremely beautiful. However, she was not Xianxia, but an unfamiliar woman. Clearly, there was more than one saintess in the Sky Universe demon sect. This was very normal. Many sects would have titles such as Holy Maiden, Holy Sun, Zongzi, etc. These people were the most talented geniuses of a sect, and they had the potential to inherit the position of sect leader in the future. However, there would usually be more than one such person. Some sects had 2, 3, or even more. Every single one of them was extremely talented, and they competed with each other. Only the strongest would be able to inherit the position of sect master. The woman stepped into the air and arrived in front of Lu Ming. What's going on? Saintess Lu Yu, an audacious pervert has come here. He dares to claim that he is Saintess Nianqing's boyfriend. I'm going to kill him. Jinyu said respectfully. Although his cultivation was not bad, he was respectful and fearful in front of Lu Yu. Nianqing's boyfriend? Interesting. Lu Yu's eyes flashed and an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She looked at Lu Ming and said, "Are you really Nianqing's boyfriend?" "That's right. Whether it's real or fake, we'll know once we see Nianqing," Lu Ming said. "Okay, I'll believe you this time. But you have to know that if you lie, the Sky Demon sect will be your burial ground." There was a trace of killing intent in Lu Yu's eyes. "I'm just a LV2 Martial Royal Realm cultivator. How dare I?" Lu Ming smiled. "Okay, I'll take you to see Nianqing," Lu Yu said. Saintess, Jinyu's face changed. "Shut up. Do you have a problem with my decision?" Lu Yu glanced at Jinyu coldly. Jinyu broke out in a cold sweat and quickly lowered his head, not daring to say anything. "Let's go." Lu Yu stepped into the air and walked toward the depths of the Sky Demon sect. Lu Ming followed behind Lu Yu. On the way, some people looked at Lu Ming in surprise, but when they saw that it was Lu Yu who led the way, no one said anything. After crossing many demon mountains, the demon chi in front of them became denser and denser. Soon, they arrived at an incomparably huge demonic mountain and landed in front of a huge palace. "This is Nianqing's residence," Lu Yu said. There was a trace of anticipation in Lu Ming's eyes. He hadn't seen Xianxia for more than half a year. He wondered if she was doing well since they parted ways on the continent of God. "Saintess Lu Yu, may I know why you're here?" A middle-aged woman appeared in front of Lu Yu and bowed slightly. "Please tell her that an old friend is here to see Nianqing," Lu Yu said softly. "An old friend?" The middle-aged woman looked at Lu Ming and said, "Is he the one?" "Yes, this is Lu Ming. He said that he's Nianqing's boyfriend." Lu Yu smiled. "The Saintess's boyfriend?" The middle-aged woman's face suddenly changed. She said, "He's just a LV2 Martial Royal Realm cultivator." "Saintess Luyu, are you mistaken? This is the Sky Demon sect. I don't think he dares to lie. Whether he's right or wrong, just tell Nianqing to come out and see him," Luyu said. The middle-aged woman's eyes flickered. She pondered for a moment and said, "All right, I'll tell the Saintess." Saying this, the middle-aged woman turned around and went into the palace. A moment later, a figure came out from the palace and appeared in front of Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, is that really you?" A surprised voice could be heard. A glamorous figure stood in front of Lu Ming and observed him carefully. "Nianqing." Lu Ming wore a smile on his face. It had been more than half a year since they last met. He finally saw Xianxia in Yuanlu. It had been half a year since they last met, but Xianxia was still as beautiful as ever. In fact, the devilish glow she exuded was even more intense than before. She exuded a unique charm that would cause the hearts of those who saw her to palpitate. Lu Yu, who was standing beside Xianxia, was also beautiful. However, when she stood next to Xianxia, she was subconsciously outshone. The others' gazes naturally shifted from Lu Yu to Xianxia. Lu Yu's eyes flashed with jealousy, but she smiled and said, "Junior sister Nianqing, it seems like he's telling the truth when he says he's your boyfriend." "That's right." Xianxia nodded. "Ha ha ha, then I'll have to congratulate junior sister Nianqing. But I'm a little curious. Your boyfriend's cultivation is too low. He's only a second-layer martial emperor." At this point, Lu Yu stopped. Her tone was filled with a hint of mockery. "In my opinion, Lu Ming's talent is much stronger than yours. It won't be long before he surpasses you." "Alright, senior sister, please go back," Xianxia said coldly, as if he didn't get along well with Lu Yu. "Ha ha ha, junior sister, I'll take my leave first." Lu Yu smiled and left in the air. "Lu Ming, come with me." Xianxia pulled Lu Ming's hand and entered the palace. There was an elegant courtyard behind the palace. Xianxia leaned on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming took the opportunity to hug Xianxing's slender waist and kissed Xianxing's rosy lips. The place was filled with tenderness. After a long while, their lips parted, the two snuggled up to each other and poured out their hearts. "Xiaoqing, how did you become the saintess of the Sky Demon sect?" "After I came to the Heavenly Universe Demon sect, I accidentally got into a conflict with someone and had a big fight. Unexpectedly, my master took a fancy to me. My master is the sect leader of the Heavenly Universe Demon sect. She took me in as a prodisciple. Later on, I was tested to have a rare innate demon body. Therefore, I was made the saintess of the Heavenly Universe Demon sect." Xianxia explained. "Innate demon body, is it a type of innate spiritual body?" Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. That was possible. After all, the cultivation level in the Divine Wilderness continent was too low. Some heaven-defying talents could not be discovered or discovered. However, it was different in the Yuanlu continent. Moreover, there were many types of innate spiritual bodies. For example, Yin Feng's innate spiritual body was the worst among the innate spiritual bodies. After breaking through to the martial emperor realm, he could only transform into an inferior earth spiritual body. Some strong innate spiritual bodies could transform into a medium earth spiritual body or even a superior earth spiritual body or even stronger. Xianxing's innate demon body was probably extraordinary. Therefore, she was made the saintess of the Heavenly Universe Demon sect. Moreover, Lu Ming realized that Xianxing's cultivation was higher than his. She had reached the peak of level 3 Martial Emperor realm and was only a step away from level 4 Martial Emperor realm. Lu Ming finally understood why Xianxing did not go to the Great Emperor Mystic realm. It was very likely that Xianxing had already broken through to the Martial Emperor realm and could not enter the Great Emperor Mystic realm. Following that, Lu Ming briefly explained his experience along the way. "Xiaoqing, that Lu Yu doesn't seem to get along with you?" Lu Ming asked. "That's right. She and I are both saintesses and are qualified to compete for the position of the future sect leader of the Heavenly Universe Demon sect. She brought you to see me because she wants to damage my reputation. She doesn't have good intentions," Xianxing explained. Although there was no rule in the Sky Universe demon sect that forbade the Holy Maiden from associating with others, it was generally hoped that the Holy Maiden would try her best not to associate with others before she broke through to the Saint realm because it would distract her. Lu Yu had purposely brought Lu Ming here to find Xianxia to let others know that Xianxia had a boyfriend and that they were dating. This way, the higher-ups of the Sky Universe Devil sect would have a bad impression of Xianxia, and their chances of competing for the position of sect master would be lower. This was the reason why Lu Yu had brought Lu Ming in. Xianxia's lips curled into a smile as he said, "If she wants to compete for the position of sect master, then let her. After all, I don't care about the position of sect master. Xiaoqing, regardless of whether you have a heart or not, you still have to be careful in the future." Lu Ming asked with concern. "Yes, I know." Xianxia nodded. The two continued to chat for a while. Meanwhile, the news that a strange man with a cultivation of the second-layer martial dominator realm was the boyfriend of the Holy Maiden Xianxia was spread across the Sky Universe demon sect, causing a great uproar. A second-layer martial emperor trashes the Holy Virgin's boyfriend? This is ridiculous. A toad lusting after a swan's flesh. I'll let him know that he's not worthy of the Holy Maiden. Voices filled with anger and jealousy could be heard from the mouths of the young men. That being said, Xianxia and Lu Ming were unaware of this. The two continued to be intimate with each other. A few hours later. "Lu Ming, it's rare for you to come to the Sky Universe demon sect. I'll show you around. There are some nice places in the Sky Universe demon sect." Xianxia said. "Sure." Lu Ming nodded. The two came out from the palace and walked in the air while holding hands, taking a stroll in the Sky Universe demon sect. However, before long, they were stopped by a young man. "How dare you take advantage of the Holy Maiden? You deserve to die." The young man roared. His eyes were burning with jealousy when he saw Lu Ming and Xianxia holding hands. Xianxia was a legend in the Sky Universe demon sect. She came from a small continent and was recruited by the Sky Universe demon sect's envoy. As soon as she arrived, she was chosen by the Sky Universe demon sect's sect leader as a core disciple. Later, it was found that she had a rare innate demon body and was named the Holy Maiden. Moreover, Xianxia was a kingdom-toppling beauty. Compared to Xianxia, some of the beauties in the Sky Universe Devil sect paled in comparison. Therefore, Xianxia became the goddess in the eyes of many young men in the Sky Universe demon sect. However, Xianxia's personality was cold and aloof. She treated everyone with a cold expression and had a strange temper. There wasn't a single handsome young man who could make her smile. But now, Xianxia's boyfriend had suddenly appeared, and he was even holding hands with Xianxia. This caused the youth to almost explode from anger. He was so jealous that he wanted to vomit blood. "Get lost." A cold voice came from Xianxia's mouth. "Holy Maiden, this person is trash. You have to think twice. Don't be fooled." The young man roared. "Get lost. You only have 3 breaths of time." Xianxia said coldly, and a terrifying aura spread out from her body. The young man's face turned ugly. He gave Lu Ming a warning look and then turned to leave. "Little Qing, it seems that you are very popular in the Sky Universe demon sect." Lu Ming muttered. Xianxia rolled her eyes at Lu Ming and smiled. If the young men in the Sky Universe demon sect saw Xianxia's expression, they would be dumbfounded. "What's wrong? Are you jealous? Are you feeling pressured? I have many suitors in the Sky Universe demon sect. There are even geniuses from other sections. Some of them are even at the peak of the Martial King realm." Xianxia blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Ming. "I am a little jealous. However, I don't feel pressured. These people are nothing in my eyes. In a few years, they will not be my opponents." Lu Ming smiled confidently. "You are so shameless," Xianxia said with a smile, his face brimming with happiness. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly looked in front of him. In front of him, rays of light streaked across the sky. Even though they were far away, Lu Ming could see that they were young men flying towards him angrily. Lu Ming's lips curled up and he said, "Since you said that I am shameless, I will show you how shameless I am." After saying this, Lu Ming directly hugged Xianxia's slender waist and pulled Xianxia into his arms. How dare you? Let go of your stinky hands. Despicable ant, how dare you? I'm going to cripple your hands. Let go. Several young men appeared in front of Lu Ming and Xianxia. When they saw Lu Ming hugging Xianxia, their eyes almost spat fire. Their faces turned red, and they could not wait to devour Lu Ming. Damn it, the sacred and noble saintess was being hugged by this guy. Upon having this thought, they could not wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. All of you, piss off. It's none of your business. Xianxia snapped coldly. Saintess, you are still young. Don't be fooled by this guy. That's right. You have a peerless talent. You should find a guy with the same talent. For example, I am only a second-layer martial dominator trash. The young men spoke one after another. Emojia. Emojia sneered as he watched from the crowd. At this moment, he stepped out and shouted, Lu Ming, I know that you and the Holy Lady came from the same small mainland and have known each other since a long time ago. However, in that small mainland, the Holy Lady was like a pearl covered in dust and her talents were not discovered. Therefore, your cultivation seems to be worthy of the Holy Lady. However, the Saintess' talent has been revealed and she is now from a different world from you. The difference between you and the Saintess is too great. If you know what's good for you, leave the Saintess. Don't waste her time. There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. In other words, you're saying that you're very powerful and talented? Of course, how can you compare yourself to us? Someone replied with a sneer. Hee hee. Lu Ming let out a disdainful smile and said, I, Lu Ming, came from a desolate continent, the Divine Desolation continent. I'm 26 years old now and I'm a second-layer martial royal realm cultivator. What about you? You call yourselves geniuses from the Yuanlu continent. With such a good environment and cultivation at your age, what gives you the right to act all high and mighty in front of me? If you give me a few years, I'll surely trample all of you under my feet. Lu Ming's powerful voice spread far and wide, causing the young geniuses of the Heavenly Universe Demon sect to wear unpleasant expressions. How presumptuous, who do you think you are? How dare you say you can trample all of us under your feet? You're a tyrant on a desolate island and you think you can do the same in the Yuanlu continent? You're overestimating yourself. The young geniuses scolded loudly. One of them stepped forward and yelled furiously, Kid, I'm also a second-layer martial royal realm cultivator. Do you dare to fight me? If you want to fight, let's fight. Lu Ming let go of Xianxia and stepped forward. Kid, even if we're at the same level, I'll let you know what true strength is. I'll defeat you in 10 moves. The young man yelled coldly as a demonic aura soared into the sky. He looked like a demon god as he waved his hands and a terrifying demonic light slashed at Lu Ming. Get lost. Lu Ming's eyes glistened as he took a step forward. 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps. Now, Lu Ming had already cultivated the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps to perfection. A casual step was like 9 dragons walking in the sky, and its power was terrifying. Boom, Lu Ming took a step forward, causing the void to tremble. A dragon roar shook the 9 heavens, and 9 dragons flew out from under Lu Ming's feet. His opponent's demonic light was immediately shattered by the 9 dragons, which then crashed heavily into his opponent's body. The other party let out a blood-curdling scream as the bones in his body crackled. His body was sent flying, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He flew for over 1,000 meters before finally coming to a halt. Defeated in 1 move. How is this possible? He muttered to himself. It was simply unbearable. Just a moment ago, he was acting all high and mighty. He wanted to teach a lesson to Lu Ming, an ant from an uncivilized island, with the title of Yuanlu's genius. He even said that even if they were on the same level, he would let Lu Ming know what true battle prowess was. He would defeat Lu Ming in 10 moves. But now, he had been defeated by Lu Ming in a single move. Compared to what he had just said, he was so ashamed that he wished he could find a crack and hide in it. The faces of the other young men of the Sky Universe Demon sect changed. The young man from before had an inferior earthly spiritual body. His battle prowess could easily crush other cultivators of the same level, but he had been defeated by Lu Ming in a single move. This made them re-evaluate Lu Ming. Who else wants to fight me? My cultivation is at the early stage of the second layer martial royal realm. Those of the fourth layer martial royal realm or below can fight me. If you can defeat me, I'll leave right away. Lu Ming glanced at the crowd as his voice echoed from afar. What? Cultivators of the fourth layer of the martial emperor realm and below are allowed to fight. Arrogant beyond belief. You're overestimating yourself. The young men of the Sky Universe Demon sect yelled furiously. Lu Ming had said that those of the fourth layer martial royal realm or below from the Sky Universe Demon sect could fight him. He was only at the early stage of the second layer martial royal realm, but he dared to say that he could fight the fourth layer martial royal realm geniuses of the Sky Universe Demon sect. Kid, don't think you're so great just because you defeated someone of the same level. I'll fight you. A young man yelled furiously as he stepped forward. A powerful aura burst out from him, forming a demonic cloud that covered the sky. This person's cultivation was at the third layer martial royal realm. Bang. 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 Lu Ming was straightforward. He took a step forward and executed the 9 dragons heaven trampling steps again. Each of Lu Ming's steps caused the sky to rumble as if a giant was walking in the sky. In an instant, 9 giant dragons danced in the air as they lunged toward his opponent. Break! His opponent yelled as he threw out dozens of punches in a row. Rays of pitch-black fist radiance shot toward Lu Ming. However, when the 9 dragons collided, the fist radiance collapsed. Bang, just like the previous one. The young man was sent flying by the 9 dragons. He let out a cry of agony as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Another move, just like the previous young man, he was defeated with a single move. There seemed to be no difference between the third layer martial royal realm and the second layer martial royal realm. The only difference was that Lu Ming had taken a few more steps. The young men of the Sky Universe Demon sect exchanged glances with one another. How could Lu Ming's strength be so terrifying? Was he really someone from the desolated island? Xianxia smiled from behind. Lu Ming was getting stronger. Humph, maybe he used all his strength in that move. He's just putting up a strong front. A cold voice came from the crowd. It was Mo Jia. Many people's eyes flickered. Maybe that was the case. Perhaps Lu Ming's earlier move seemed simple, but it was very likely that he had unleashed all his power at once and unleashed all his trump cards. That was why he was able to defeat his opponent in one move and obtain victory. Maybe Lu Ming's strength had reached its limit. That must be it. Many people thought so. Otherwise, how could a lowly ant from a desolate island have such strong combat strength? How could they endure this? Mo Jia, do you dare to come out and fight me? Lu Ming stared at Mo Jia and said coldly. Mo Jia's face darkened. In the great emperor mystic realm, he had indeed fought with Lu Ming and was no match for Lu Ming. Mo Jia, go. Let this kid know the true power of the Sky Universe Demon Sect's genius. That's right. With your strength, it'll be easy to take him down. The other young men of the Sky Universe Demon Sect said, causing Mo Jia's face to darken. What? You don't dare to fight me? Why don't you just admit defeat? Also, all of you, get lost. Lu Ming sneered. Arrogant. Mo Jia, teach him a good lesson. A young man was enraged. Bang. Bang, Mo Jia stepped out and stared coldly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, times have changed. Now, I can defeat you. Boom, a powerful aura exploded from Mo Jia's body, peak level 3 martial royal realm. For someone like Mo Jia, he had suppressed his cultivation when he was a sovereign. Once he broke through to the martial royal realm, his cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. However, after reaching the peak of LV3 martial royal realm, his previous accumulation had almost been exhausted. His future progress would slow down. However, this was enough to make Mo Jia confident. His cultivation was almost 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's. With every step Mo Jia took, his aura became stronger. His demonic body was glowing and there was demonic chi flowing around it. Mo Jia has a rare medium earth spiritual body and his cultivation has reached the peak of LV3 martial royal realm. He can easily suppress this kid. Yes, I wonder how many moves this kid can take from Xianxia. Some of the youths from the Sky Demon sect began to discuss. Xianxia, you are very confident. But I hope you won't end up like the previous two. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The previous two youths were also full of confidence, but in the end, they were defeated miserably. Dark Demon Fist. Xianxia suddenly roared. His body moved like lightning and he pounced on Lu Ming. Then, he threw a punch at Lu Ming. Wherever the fist passed, the void trembled and a terrifying storm was formed. Good. Lu Ming smiled faintly and threw out a punch. Dong, their fists collided heavily with each other. It was as if two giant hammers had collided in the air. Demonic chi surged. When the two fists collided, Xianxia's face changed. He groaned and his body trembled as he was sent flying far away. What? The other youths from the Sky Demon sect opened their eyes wide. Xianxia had been defeated in a head-on confrontation. Xianxia had a medium earth spiritual body and his body was extremely strong. However, he had been defeated by Lu Ming with a single punch. Could it be that Lu Ming also had a medium earth spiritual body? A medium earth spiritual body was considered a rare spiritual body in the 13 top sects in the Tsung continent. Dark Demon Seal. Xianxia retreated 100 meters with a gloomy face. He looked up to the sky and roared. Demonic chi burst out from his body like a raging flame. Everything within 100 meters was covered by demonic chi. A huge palm print formed in the sky. It seemed to cover the sky and the sun as it blasted toward Lu Ming. It was terrifyingly powerful. Xianxia's battle prowess was indeed very strong. He was much stronger than the third-layer martial emperor from before. Both the strength of his spiritual body and the use of domain martial techniques were shocking. An ordinary peak third-layer martial king would not be able to withstand a single attack from Xianxia. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. Whoosh, Lu Ming shot up into the air, surrounded by his primal chaos domain, and unleashed the hell-suppressing heaven art. Lu Ming's body appeared extremely small in front of Xianxia's demonic palm. However, when Lu Ming's fist landed on the demonic palm immediately collapsed. Lu Ming stepped through the devilish chi and walked towards Xianxia. His cold voice rang out, "Xianxia, is this all you've got? What a disappointment." "Impossible." Xianxia roared. That move just now was the combination of his spiritual body and domain martial skill. It could be said that he had pushed his combat strength to the peak. However, in front of Lu Ming, it couldn't even withstand a single blow. 9 dragons in the sky. Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure instantly appeared above Xianxia's head. He took 9 consecutive steps and 9 dragons roared and danced in the air, flying toward Xianxia. "Get lost." Xianxia roared furiously. His demonic body glowed and his domain covered his entire body. He threw out a palm and a palm print blasted on the 9 dragons, sending them flying. However, Lu Ming had already appeared in front of Xianxia and threw out a punch. Bang, Xianxia was sent flying and vomited blood. His chest was caved in. Defeated, Xianxia was defeated. Everyone could see that if Lu Ming had not shown mercy, Xianxia would have died. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. Xianxia, who had a medium earth spiritual body, was defeated by Lu Ming even though his cultivation was higher. He was easily defeated by Lu Ming. Could it be that Lu Ming had a high earth spiritual body? Many people's hearts trembled as they thought of this possibility. Impossible. Immediately, they shook their heads and their hearts. There were not many high earth spiritual bodies in the entire Tsung state. Every one of them was a genius with unparalleled combat strength. They were invincible figures among the younger generation. How could Lu Ming have a high earth spiritual body? In fact, Lu Ming did not have a high earth spiritual body but a medium earth spiritual body. However, Lu Ming had gone through the world-refining calamity bell and there was a trace of chaotic chi in his body. This made Lu Ming's physical body much stronger than others of the same level. Although his current spiritual body was a medium earth spiritual body, its power and strength were comparable to a high earth spiritual body. In addition, Lu Ming had broken through to the second-level martial royal realm and his chaotic domain had broken through to the second level. His combat strength had greatly increased and he was much stronger than when he was in the Great Emperor Mystic Realm. Although the chaotic domain was difficult to cultivate and it was difficult to improve, the increase in power was terrifying with every breakthrough. Damn it! Mo roared in his heart as he looked at Lu Ming with a gloomy expression. However, Lu Ming ignored him. He looked around and said, "Who else wants to fight?" The remaining youths of the Sky Universe Demon Sect looked at each other with ghastly expressions. Even Mo had been defeated. Who else could fight him? Mo had a medium earth spiritual body and his combat strength was strong. It would not be easy for an average 4th level martial royal realm genius with an inferior earth spiritual body to defeat Mo. However, Lu Ming had defeated him. Therefore, an average 4th level martial royal realm genius with an inferior earth spiritual body would not be able to defeat Lu Ming. Only a 4th level martial royal realm genius with a medium earth spiritual body would be able to defeat him. However, there were not many medium earth spiritual bodies and none of them were present. Moreover, many of the youth's cultivation had surpassed the 4th level martial royal realm and had reached the 5th or 6th level martial royal realm. If news of him bullying Lu Ming, a 2nd level martial emperor, with such a cultivation level, the younger generation of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect would become a laughingstock. For a moment, no one spoke. "Let me have a go at you." At this moment, a voice was heard. In the distance, a light flashed and a young figure appeared. "Senior Brother Jinyu, it's Senior Brother Jinyu." "Great, Senior Brother Jinyu is going to fight. Victory is in our hands. Let's see how arrogant that kid is." Many people of the Sky Universe Demon Sect were overjoyed when they saw the young man. "It's him." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. This young man was the one who had attacked Lu Ming when he had first arrived at the mountain gate of the Sky Universe Demon Sect. However, he had been interrupted by Lu Yu. This young man's cultivation was at the peak of the 4th level martial royal realm. Jinyu looked at Lu Ming coldly and said, "Kid, you escaped before. It's the same for me to deal with you now." His voice was cold and arrogant, as if he was superior. His cultivation was at the peak of the 4th level martial royal realm and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and the true essence in his body circulated wildly to resist Jinyu's aura. Boom! In the face of Jinyu, Lu Ming had to be cautious and did not dare to be careless. Jinyu gave Lu Ming a strong pressure. A 4th level martial emperor could be called a mid-level martial emperor. His combat strength was far beyond that of a 3rd level martial emperor. Moreover, Jinyu's spiritual body was definitely not simple. One could tell from the expressions of the other Sky Demon Sect disciples. Dark Feather. Jinyu stretched out a hand and pressed against the void. His domain spread out. The domain that was filled with demonic chi continued to expand and spread toward Lu Ming. The domain was filled with endless demonic chi. There were even feathers that were like swords dancing in the air. It's Senior Brother Jinyu's Dark Feather domain. It's said that Senior Brother Jinyu's domain has reached the 5th level. Someone exclaimed. Dark Feather domain, what a wonderful domain. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. There were thousands of domains in the world and it was possible to see any domain. Some geniuses comprehended a variety of intents when they were below the Martial Emperor realm. Then, after breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm, they might produce some wonderful domains. For example, some people comprehended wind and fire intents before reaching the Martial Emperor realm. After breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm, they might be able to condense a wind and fire domain, which was more powerful than a single domain. Jinyu's Dark Feather domain was obviously a hybrid domain. Moreover, it was at the 5th level, which was beyond his cultivation level. Its power was absolutely amazing. Chaotic. Lu Ming's heart moved. He also pressed his palm against the void and the chaotic domain spread out rapidly. He wanted to use the chaotic domain to fight against Jinyu's Dark Feather domain. Haha, this kid is really overestimating himself. He actually wants to use his domain to fight against Senior Brother Jinyu's domain. Watch, he's about to lose. Senior Brother Jinyu's Dark Feather domain is at the 5th level, and he's only at the 2nd level. He's going to collapse in an instant. He won't be able to hold on for more than a breath. On the side, some youth sneered. Was it possible for a 2nd level domain to fight against a 5th level domain? Buzz, the two domains collided, causing the void to tremble. Then, the two domains intertwined and fiercely resisted. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, in the blink of an eye, 10 breaths, their domains were still entangled with each other, fighting fiercely. Some of the youths from the Sky Universe Devil sect stiffened. Their eyes widened as they stared at Lu Ming. The second-level domain was actually able to contend against the fifth-level domain of the demonic feather. It seemed that it would be hard to determine the winner for a while. How was this possible? What kind of domain was this? Why was it so terrifying? What's so great about a level 5 domain expert? Break! At this time, Lu Ming suddenly said coldly and pressed down with one hand again. Wang, the primal chaos domain trembled, becoming millions and millions of June heavy, suppressing everything. Boom, Jin Yu's expression changed drastically. His demonic feather domain collapsed with a bang. His body trembled and he involuntarily retreated 3 steps. The others were dumbfounded. Jin Yu's face was extremely gloomy. In a clash of domains, he had actually lost. He was no match for Lu Ming. His 5th-level domain was actually no match for Lu Ming's 2nd-level domain. This made him want to kill Jin Yu. Originally, he wanted to perform well in front of Xianxia and easily trample on Lu Ming. He wanted to show Xianxia how weak Lu Ming was. He wanted to show Xianxia that he was a true genius. But now, his 5th-level domain was no match for Lu Ming's 2nd-level domain. It could be said that he had lost face. Boom, demonic chi surged from Jin Yu's body and a terrifying demonic true origin spread out from his body. Kid, a domain is only one of the martial artists' combat strength. It does not represent all of their combat strength. Now, I will show you what true combat strength is. Jin Yu shouted. His spiritual body shone and demonic chi surged. A demonic saber flew out from between Jin Yu's eyebrows and he held it in his hand. Ridiculous. A domain does not represent all of one's combat strength. If you have the ability, suppress your cultivation to LV2 Martial Royal Realm and I will defeat you in one move. Lu Ming's voice was filled with mockery. Jin Yu had wanted to use his domain to suppress Lu Ming. After his domain was no match for Lu Ming, he said that a domain did not represent all of one's combat strength. How ridiculous was that? Humph. Jin Yu snorted and his face turned even colder. The demonic saber in his hand slashed down. A saber gleam pierced through the sky. It was unknown how long it was, but it slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated his true origin to the maximum and his muscles bulged. Strands of chaotic chi flowed through his muscles, increasing the strength of his spiritual body. Roar, a dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body. Then, Lu Ming rushed up and the chaotic domain exploded as he threw out a punch. Boom, this punch landed on Jin Yu's saber gleam. There was an earth-shattering boom. Lu Ming's body shook violently and the chaotic domain shook violently. His body was sent flying with a swoosh. So strong. Lu Ming retreated 1,000 meters away and felt a burning pain on his fist. At the same time, the blood in his body was boiling. Jin Yu's spiritual body was definitely a medium earth spiritual body like Mo Jia. His cultivation was at the peak of the 4th layer martial royal realm and his combat strength was shocking. For geniuses like Jin Yu, he could easily kill cultivators of the 5th layer of the martial emperor realm, or even stronger. Haha, that kid is no match for him. Many people laughed. Finally, Lu Ming was no match for Jin Yu. They let out a long breath and felt relieved. They had been suppressed by Lu Ming before and they had been too sullen. Lu Ming. Behind them, Xianxia revealed a worried expression. 1,000 cracked demonic saber. Jin Yu pushed Lu Ming back with one strike. Seizing the opportunity, the demonic saber slashed toward Lu Ming once again. The energy of the air-frozen bead flowed into Lu Ming's body and he used the wind origin technique. His body flashed and he dodged Jin Yu's saber light without leaving a trace. Jin Yu frowned and slashed his saber again. This time, there were 3 saber lights that blocked Lu Ming's 3 escape routes. However, Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. Those with weaker cultivation could barely see Lu Ming's shadow. He dodged the 3 saber lights one by one. Slash, slash. Jin Yu roared. This time, he slashed out 7 rays of saber light in a single breath. Unfortunately, it was useless as Lu Ming dodged them one by one. Damn it, kid, what's the point of dodging? If you have the ability, fight senior brother Jinyu head on. That's right, you only know how to dodge. What's the point? Some of the young men shouted unhappily. Ridiculous, when did you hear that a martial artist's movement is not a part of his combat strength? Lu Ming sneered. Those people's faces turned red. Indeed, movement was an important part of one's combat strength. Attack, movement, and defense were all part of one's strength. What was the use of brute force if you couldn't hit your opponent? You can't escape. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, Lu Ming's body flickered as he dodged the blade radiance. He then rushed towards Jinyu. Good timing. There was a cold murderous intent in Jinyu's eyes. The demonic feather realm spread out. In the realm, there were saber gleams slashing toward Lu Ming. Seal. Lu Ming suddenly spat out a word. Buzz, 5 light doors suddenly appeared above Jinyu's head. The 5 sealed doors emitted a dazzling light as they pressed down on Jinyu. At this moment, Jinyu's movement stiffened as he was shrouded by the sealed door's sealing power. He was greatly affected. Break for me! Jinyu roared as blade radiance pierced through the air. 5 blade radiance slashed towards the 5 sealed doors. The 5 sealed doors vibrated violently. Boom! 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 Following that, the 5 sealed gates exploded with a loud bang. However, this momentary seal was enough for Lu Ming. Divine Sword Art. Lu Ming appeared near Jinyu. 2 beams of black light shot out from his eyes. They were like 2 divine swords, piercing toward Jinyu. This was a soul attack and Jinyu's realm could not withstand it. The black divine swords pierced through the realm at an astonishing speed and entered Jinyu's body. They went straight for his spiritual spirit. Boom! At this moment, Jinyu felt a tearing pain in his soul. His spiritual spirit shook violently and his aura weakened. At this moment, Lu Ming unleashed his full strength. His third bloodline appeared and a wisp of energy entered Lu Ming's body. He then punched out. This punch was Lu Ming's strongest attack apart from the chaotic flipping sky seal. The punch directly pierced through Jinyu's realm and headed towards Jinyu. Get lost! Jinyu roared as he endured the pain in his soul and unleashed his full strength. However, how much strength could he unleash in such a short time? Boom! Lu Ming's fist force crushed Jinyu's power like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Jinyu's entire body shook violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was like a cannonball as he was sent flying by Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming stomped heavily in the air. His figure was like lightning as he caught up with Jinyu and punched out again. Jinyu screamed miserably. His entire body was smashed into the ground, heavily smashing into a towering devil mountain. Rubble flew everywhere as Jinyu's entire body sank into the devil mountain. How could this be? The other disciples of the Sky Universe Demon Sect were dumbfounded. Earlier, it was clearly Jinyu who had the upper hand all along. Why was it that in a blink of an eye, Jinyu was defeated by Lu Ming with a crushing momentum? Some people didn't even see how Jinyu was defeated. Just now, Lu Ming had suddenly counterattacked, using the Divine Gate 9 seals, and then used the Divine Sword Arts to attack Jinyu's soul, causing Jinyu to reveal an opening. Then, he exploded with his full strength and heavily injured Jinyu. All of this happened too quickly, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Brat, what kind of despicable means did you use to injure senior brother Jinyu? That's right, he must have used some despicable means. Otherwise, senior brother Jinyu clearly had the upper hand. How could he be defeated so quickly? You're shameless. A few youths glared at Lu Ming and berated him. Shut up. A cold shout rang out as Xianxia stepped forward. His face was as cold as frost as his gaze swept across the disciples of the Sky Universe Demon Sect. He berated, as a disciple of the Sky Universe Demon Sect, you were defeated when your cultivation was 2 levels higher. Instead of reflecting on your own shortcomings, you only know how to slander others. Don't you feel ashamed? But one of the youths wanted to refute. What just now? In the previous battle, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Jinyu had used a martial emperor spiritual weapon, while Lu Ming was still barehanded. He did not even use a martial emperor spiritual weapon. He won by relying on his own strength. How could he have used any despicable means? If he really did use some despicable means, there are so many people here, including a senior brother who is a high-level martial emperor. How could he hide it from them? Xianxia berated once again. Some of the youths in the crowd with unfathomable cultivations wore unpleasant looks on their faces. They knew that Xianxia was right. Lu Ming had won by relying on a secret technique and his own strength. The youths blushed and did not dare to say anything. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Fourth layer martial dominator realm and below are welcome to challenge me. Lu Ming said. The disciples of the Sky Universe Demon sect wore gloomy expressions. Who else could fight? Even Jin Yu had been defeated. Jin Yu was definitely an undefeatable figure among the fourth layer martial emperors. Not many people could defeat him. If even he had been defeated, the others would only be humiliating themselves. The crowd exchanged glances with one another, but no one dared to step forward. I thought the disciples of the Yuan-Lu sect would be strong. But in the end, they couldn't even defeat me, someone from the desolated island. How disappointing. Lu Ming shook his head and let out a sigh. Ah, damn it. Many of the youths of the Sky Universe Demon sect clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. Lu Ming's words were like slaps to their faces. Previously, they had called Lu Ming an ant from the desolated island. How could he be compared to them? They had belittled Lu Ming and placed themselves in a superior position, saying that Lu Ming was not worthy of Xianxia. Only geniuses like them were worthy of Xianxia. But now, they had sent geniuses who were 2 layers higher than Lu Ming, but they were still no match for Lu Ming. If Lu Ming was an ant from the desolated island, then what were they? Their faces were burning, as if there were flames burning on them. I almost forgot. I have something to do. I'll leave first. A young man suddenly spoke and turned around to leave. Ah, I have something to do too. Me too. My master is looking for me. Then, one by one, the young men quickly left. They were too ashamed to stay there. Especially in front of Xianxia. Kid, the Sky Universe Demon sect has a stronger genius. He's just training outside. Let's fight next. Time. A few of the most unwilling youths spat out hatefully before slipping away. Even Jin Yu was carried away by others. In the blink of an eye, everyone had left. Lu Ming, I'm sorry. Xianxia stepped forward and held Lu Ming's hand. What's there to be sorry about? You're my woman. These toads want to eat swan meat. I'll beat them up one by one. Lu Ming smiled. Xianxia's little face blushed slightly as a happy smile appeared on her face. Buzz, right at this moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the space nearby, and a figure abruptly appeared there. It was a middle-aged beauty in a black magic robe. She had an indescribable aura. Master! Xianxia exclaimed when he saw the middle-aged beauty. The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon sect was definitely an overlord in the Tsong prefecture. He was someone who could shake the entire Tsong prefecture with a stomp of his foot. He was someone who was on par with the Valley Master of the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming stepped forward and cupped his fists. Junior Lu Ming greets Senior. The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon sect revealed a faint smile and said, Little guy, you're quite strong. You actually managed to cultivate the chaotic domain. That's rare. Thank you Senior for your compliment. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon sect nodded and looked at Xianxia with a doting look. Young people, I won't object to you dating each other. The Sky Universe Demon sect master's tone suddenly changed as he said, however, all of you are still in the golden age of cultivation. You should prioritize your cultivation. Although all of your talents are not bad, your cultivation is too low. In the vast Yuan land, it's nothing. Without cultivation, you won't be able to truly possess freedom. Little guy, do you understand? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he said, Junior understands. Also, Nianqing has the innate demon body. She's peerless, but because of that, there are many people who covet her. With your current cultivation, you're too weak. Can you protect Nianqing? The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon sect continued. Lu Ming frowned slightly. The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon Sect's meaning was obvious. His cultivation was too weak. Master, Lu Ming and I have been through life and death situations together. I believe that Lu Ming will definitely rise. He won't let others hurt me, Xianxia said. Silly boy, you're too naive. How can the divine wilderness continent be compared to the Yuan continent? The sect master of the Sky Universe Demon Sect said. But, Master, Xianxia wanted to say more. Nianqing. Lu Ming interrupted Xianxia and said, Nianqing, Senior is right. The Yuan continent is countless times larger than the divine wilderness continent. My cultivation level is indeed too low in the Yuan continent, so I can't give you too much of a guarantee. However, I will definitely work hard to cultivate. When I reach the clouds one day, I will truly be free and unfettered in the world. So, Nianqing, you should cultivate well in the Sky Universe Demon Sect. In the future, I'll travel the world with you. This was what Lu Ming truly felt. Ever since he had come to the Yuan continent, Lu Ming had realized how insignificant he was. In the divine desolate continent, a martial emperor was a high and mighty overlord. However, in the Yuan continent, martial emperors were the most common existence. They could even be said to be ants. True experts were as common as clouds in the Yuan continent. Lu Ming had even seen a true great emperor before. That was truly terrifying. Only by reaching the pinnacle of the world could one truly be free and unfettered in the world and not be controlled by others. At this moment, Lu Ming was filled with heroic spirit. His goal wasn't the sage realm or even the great emperor realm, but the pinnacle of the world. An indescribable confidence flowed out from Lu Ming's body. What an arrogant young man. I'll wait for the day when you reach the clouds. Go. The Sky Universe Demon Sect Master waved his hand and said. Master, I'd like to send Lu Ming off. Xianxia said. All right. The Sky Universe Demon Sect Master nodded and took a step forward, disappearing from sight. Lu Ming. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming with a trace of reluctance in her eyes. Silly girl, I'm here to see you. After seeing you, I'm going to leave. I can't possibly stay in the Sky Universe Demon Sect forever. Lu Ming held Xianxia's hand and laughed. Moreover, the Sky Universe Demon Sect isn't far from the Divine Dragon Valley. If I have time, I'll come and see you again. Lu Ming continued. Xianxia nodded gently and held Lu Ming's hand as they walked out of the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Very soon, they were out of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. Xianxia was still reluctant to part with Lu Ming. She wanted to send Lu Ming for a while longer. Just like that, the two of them strolled in the air at a steady pace. Just like that, half a day passed. Xiaoqing, you should go back. If you continue to send me off, we'll reach the Divine Dragon Valley. Lu Ming said with a smile. Lu Ming, don't blame Master. Xianxia said softly, but before she could finish her words, Lu Ming had already pressed his lips against hers. The two of them hugged each other tightly as if they were about to fuse together. After more than 10 minutes, the two of them finally separated. You don't have to say anything. I know that you have to trust me. I'll definitely dominate this world in the future. When that time comes, no one will stop us. Lu Ming smiled and took out a black bracelet for Xianxia to wear. It was the bracelet that Lu Ming had obtained from the Great Emperor's mystic realm. A sacred weapon? Xianxia muttered as her eyes reddened. Silly girl, go back. I'm leaving. Lu Ming kissed Xianxia's forehead and turned to leave. Lu Ming, I'll also work hard on my cultivation. When you're at the peak, I'll accompany you. A faint voice could be heard as Xianxia turned around and headed back to the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Swoosh, Lu Ming extended his body and broke through the void, allowing the wind to blow on his face. I'll definitely dominate the world in the future. Lu Ming roared, his voice echoing for thousands of miles. It would be a lie to say that he felt comfortable during his trip to the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Forget about the younger generation. In the end, even Xianxia's master had appeared. Although his words were not sharp, his attitude was obvious. Lu Ming was too weak and was not worthy of Xianxia. He had to stay away from Xianxia as much as possible. This was the Sky Universe Demon Sect's master's intention. Before coming to Yuanlu, Lu Ming had not expected that Xianxia would be chosen by the Sky Universe Demon Sect's master and be accepted as a prodisciple. She had even become the saintess of the Sky Universe Demon Sect. As a result, there were some disturbances between them. Lu Ming held back his anger. However, he also knew that the Sky Universe Demon Sect's master was right. His cultivation was still too weak. Now that he was with Xianxia, he couldn't be free and unfettered. If a martial emperor at the peak of the martial king realm coveted Xianxia, what could he do? Strength. Everything still depended on strength. He needed to be strong. Ever since he had established the Dragon Alliance, dominated the Divine Wilderness continent, and killed De, Lu Ming had relaxed a little. Although his pursuit of the martial Dao had not changed, he did not feel as pressured as before. Without pressure, he lacked the courage to move forward. Now, there was another strong pressure coming from his body. Whoosh, Lu Ming cut through the void and moved forward rapidly. He passed by the vast land in a flash, heading in the direction of the Divine Dragon Valley. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart tightened. He felt a strong sense of danger. Without hesitation, black wings appeared on Lu Ming's back and wrapped around Lu Ming. Whoosh, in the sky, a demonic saber seemed to break through the heavens and earth as it slashed toward Lu Ming. Clang, the demonic saber slashed the black wings. Lu Ming felt as if he had been hit by a mountain and was sent flying. After flying for tens of thousands of meters, Lu Ming stabilized his body and spat out a mouthful of blood. Sky Universe Demon Sect. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. 6 figures with terrifying auras intertwined with one another, sealing off Lu Ming's escape route. 5 7th-layer martial dominators and 1 6th-layer martial dominator. Lu Ming's eyes widened. One of them was a young man with long hair and a demonic saber on his back. He looked like a young demon god with a ferocious aura. He was a 6th-layer martial dominator. As for the other 5, their appearances could not be seen clearly as they were covered in a pitch-black demonic glow. Their terrifying aura soared into the sky. These 5 people were all 7th-layer martial dominators. The Empyrean Demon Sect really thinks highly of me. Lu Ming stared at the young man with sharp eyes. That saber strike just now was from this young man. He was a terrifying genius. You think you can leave after injuring a genius of the Empyrean Demon Sect and blaspheming our saintess? You're too naive. The young man spoke with a cold murderous intent. Hee, the Empyrean Demon Sect is one of the top 13 factions in the Tsang continent. Is this all you've got? You're sending experts to hunt me down because you can't defeat your peers? Lu Ming let out a hollow laugh. Since you're dead, no one will know about this. The young man's face remained cold and calm. He took a step forward toward Lu Ming. Each step he took caused a powerful pressure to press down on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. His mind was spinning rapidly as he thought of a way to escape. Lu Ming, I'll give you a chance. Give me your cultivation technique and I might spare your life. The young man spoke with a hint of greed in his eyes. He had witnessed the battle between Lu Ming and Jinyu at the Empyrean Demon Sect. Lu Ming had defeated Jinyu's 5th-grade domain with a 2nd-grade domain. He was curious about Lu Ming's cultivation technique to have such a terrifying domain. Oh? You want my cultivation method? Sure, but tell me one question. Who sent you here? Lu Ming asked. The young man's eyes flashed. Then, he sneered, I'm the one who wants to kill you. All right, speak. Kill. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly roared and charged at the youth. His black wings flapped, bringing with them a gust of wind that swept towards the youth. His 2 wings were like 2 heavenly blades that slashed at the youth. You're courting death. The young man said coldly. The demonic saber on his back did not leave its scabbard. Instead, he used his palm as a saber and slashed out. A shocking demonic blade appeared and slashed forward. Dong, the demonic saber slashed at the black wings, causing them to vibrate violently. Lu Ming's body retreated like a cannonball. His blood and qi were in turmoil, and fresh blood flowed out of his mouth. Without a doubt, this young man was a top-notch heaven's favorite with shocking battling capabilities. Although his cultivation was only at the 6th-layer martial dominator realm, His strength could easily kill a 7th-layer martial dominator, or even an 8th-layer martial dominator. Lu Ming was no match for him. Don't attack. Seal off the area. I'll kill him, said the young man coldly. He stepped forward and closed in on Lu Ming. Whoosh, the young man lashed out with his palm, causing a terrifying demonic saber to slash at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella shone and a shield appeared. It became extremely large and blocked in front of him. Clang, the demonic saber slashed at the shield, causing it to vibrate violently. The shield and Lu Ming were both sent flying by the impact. Sacred weapon, another sacred weapon. You have quite a lot of treasures on you. Unfortunately, you're a piece of trash. What a waste of treasures. I'll keep them for you in the future. Remember, the one who killed you is Mo He from the demon sect. The greed in the young man's eyes grew stronger as his aura grew stronger. He waved his hand, causing the demonic saber to appear on his back. A terrifying saber glow stirred the wind. Attack! Lu Ming suddenly let out a roar. He flapped his wings and charged at Mo He like a black bolt of lightning. Mo He's eyes turned cold. He was about to slash out with his saber when a transparent bubble suddenly appeared and enveloped him. His body was frozen in place. 9 seals of the divine gate. Lu Ming let out a low roar. 5 sealed doors appeared around Mo He and pressed down on him. Break for me! Mo He roared as his demonic aura erupted. The demonic saber transformed into a shocking saber glow that bombarded the transparent bubble. The transparent bubble rumbled and shook violently. It only lasted for a breath of time before it shattered. As the transparent bubble shattered, the 5 sealed doors pressed down on Mo He. Slash! Mo He struggled with all his might. The saber glow tore through the air and the 5 sealed doors were broken one by one. However, Lu Ming had already appeared not far from Mo He. Divine sword art, Lu Ming shot out 2 rays of black light from his eyes. They were like 2 divine swords that shot into Mo He's body and into his spiritual spirit. Mo He's spiritual spirit trembled, and his aura became unstable. Primal chaos flipping sky seal. Lu Ming roared. In the sky, a huge primal chaos seal pressed down on Mo He like an ancient divine mountain, bringing with it terrifying waves of chi. Even Mo He's pupils shrank. He couldn't ignore this power. Break! Mo He roared. His entire body seemed to have turned into a demonic saber that soared into the sky. Boom! The primal chaos flipping sky seal collided heavily with the demonic saber, creating a shocking boom. At this moment, time seemed to have frozen. Watch me! Dandan shouted as she flew out. She flew above the primal chaos flipping sky seal and her body grew rapidly. Dense inscriptions appeared on her body. Her entire body seemed to have turned into a tortoise-shaped mountain that stepped heavily on the primal chaos flipping sky seal. Boom! The weight of the primal chaos flipping sky seal instantly increased. The saber glow that Mo He had turned into shattered. The primal chaos flipping sky seal continued to press down on Mo He. Mo He roared as he raised his palms and struck the primal chaos flipping sky seal. Boom! The primal chaos flipping sky seal was penetrated, but Mo He's body also fell like a meteorite because of this force. As Mohertz descended, there was a gap in the encirclement that they had formed around Lu Ming. Chirp chirp, bubbles chirped as a spacetime passage appeared. Lu Ming rushed into the void passage with Dandan and Bubbles and appeared thousands of miles away. Then, he flapped his black wings and flew forward rapidly. Swoosh! Mo He soared into the sky again. His eyes were filled with shocking flames as he roared furiously, chase after him. Swoosh! 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 Mo He and the other 5 LV7 Martial Royal Realm experts turned into 6 beams of demonic light and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out a pile of primordial stones and swallowed them to recover his true essence. At the same time, he increased his speed to the maximum and flew away quickly. He knew that the blow just now could not do anything to Mo He at all. Mo He's combat strength was too strong. Just now, it was because Mo He had underestimated his opponent that Lu Ming had taken him by surprise. He had used Dandan and Bubbles to launch a series of attacks. In the end, he had used the primal chaos flipping sky seal, Dandan's power, and the divine sword art to send Mo He flying. However, he should not be able to hurt Mo. 7 streaks of black light streaked across the sky like 7 bolts of lightning. Although Lu Ming had the black wings and the air-frozen bead, he was at a disadvantage because his cultivation was too low. Mo and the other 5 7th-level martial royal realm experts unleashed their true chi and chased after Lu Ming relentlessly. Soon, they had flown a long distance, but the distance between the two sides did not increase, nor did they get closer. Bubble. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. The bubble buzzed and opened up a space-time passageway. Lu Ming flew in and appeared thousands of miles away the next moment, widening the distance between them. Damn it, you want to run? It's not that easy. Mo, he roared and waved his hand, and a treasure flew out. It was a space-breaking shuttle. As soon as it flew out, it grew in the wind and soon became hundreds of meters long. Get on. Mo, he shouted. The other 5 7th-level martial royal realm experts flew onto the space-breaking shuttle. Whoosh, the space-breaking shuttle shone and flew out at an astonishing speed. It was much faster than their flying speed and was quickly approaching Lu Ming. Oh no. Lu Ming's expression changed. The space-breaking shuttle was too fast. It was a tool used by the martial arts experts of the Yuan land to travel. Lu Ming's face was gloomy. He flew with all his strength, but the space-breaking shuttle behind him was still closing in. After a while, Lu Ming had to ask Bubble to open a space-time passage again to increase the distance between the two sides. Boy, let's see how long you can run. In the space-breaking shuttle, Mo's eyes were cold. Just like that, half a day passed. This can't go on. Lu Ming frowned. If this continued, Bubble would not be able to take it and would run out of energy. When that time came, he would not have a second chance to escape. A large river appeared in front of him. The strange thing was that the water of the river was as black as ink. It was extremely strange. On the other side of the river was a black world. Black soil, black rocks, and even black flowers and trees. Separated by a river, it was like 2 different worlds. It was extremely strange. However, Lu Ming was only taken aback for a moment. He did not stop at all and simply flew over. He flew over the river and flew toward the strange black world. Whoosh, not long after Lu Ming flew over the river, the space-breaking shuttle appeared, but it did not continue flying. Instead, it stopped in front of the river. Mo and the other 5 7th-level martial royal realm experts flew out of the space-breaking shuttle. Mo put the shuttle away. This boy escaped into the Death Wasteland, the first of the 6 forbidden lands. Mo frowned as he looked at the world on the other side of the river, fear and dread in his eyes. The other 5 of the royal realm of the forbidden of the royal realm. Of the 6 of the forbidden of the forbidden of the forbidden land wasteland. As for the wasteland of death, it was even more terrifying. It was the leader of the 6 great forbidden grounds. No one knew when it came into existence, only that it had existed for a very long time. Legend had it that a great emperor had entered the wasteland of death a very long time ago, but had eventually retreated in fear. Of the Ming was of danger. Young Master Emohi, what should we do now? A black-robed man asked. Go after him and kill him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Emohi said coldly. He was full of confidence. He had brought 5 7th-level martial royal realm experts to kill Lu Ming. It was supposed to be a foolproof plan. With Lu Ming's cultivation, it was impossible for him to escape. However, Lu Ming had escaped. Moreover, he had escaped from his hands. How was he going to account for this when he returned? Therefore, he hated Lu Ming to the core. He had to kill Lu Ming. Go after him? The faces of the 5 7th-layer martial dominator realm experts turned incredibly unpleasant. Yes, and it's you guys. Hurry up, or I won't be able to see that kid anymore. You guys should know who gave the order this time. If that kid escapes, I'll be fine when I get back, but you guys should know the consequences. Mo said coldly. The faces of the 5 7th-layer martial royal realm experts darkened. They exchanged glances with one another, before clenching their teeth and turning into 5 demonic rays. They dashed across the river and chased after Lu Ming. Kid, you're just an ant. You should listen to fate and be an ant, but you insisted on coming to the heavenly demonic sect. You're just a toad trying to eat swan meat. I have no choice but to make you disappear. He glanced at the dark world and said coldly. Lu Ming continued to fly at a rapid pace after crossing the river. The terrain below was extremely complicated, filled with potholes and jagged rocks of strange shapes. Furthermore, these rocks were all black in color. Giant ancient trees grew on the ground. However, these ancient trees were completely black. Their trunks and branches were twisted together, resulting in an eerie sight. Furthermore, the further they flew, the larger and taller the trees became. Black ancient trees over a few hundred meters tall could be seen everywhere. At that instant, Lu Ming discovered 5 people chasing after him. These fellows really won't leave me alone. Lu Ming's eyes flickered coldly. In the blink of an eye, they had covered a distance of over 10,000 li. However, they were still in the dark world, which seemed to be boundless. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt a huge shadow looming over him, causing him to raise his head. With a glimpse, Lu Ming's eyes widened. High up in the sky, an incomparably huge bird had appeared out of nowhere. The giant bird had a strange appearance. It had 2 heads and a pitch-black body. Its eyes were red like burning flames. Most importantly, it was too huge. When it spread its wings, it covered the entire sky like a stormy cloud, shrouding Lu Ming and the 5 7th-layer Martial Royal Realm experts in its shadow. Squawk, the giant eagle uttered a cry all of a sudden. A shocking force burst out from its mouth, encapsulating one of the 7th-layer Martial Royal Realm experts. No. The 7th-layer Martial Dominator Realm expert let out a terrified cry as he lost control of his body and flew toward the giant bird's mouth. Following this, he was swallowed by the giant bird like an ant. Lu Ming was astounded. A 7th-layer Martial Royal Realm expert had no chance against the giant bird, who had been devoured instantly. The giant bird's strength was utterly terrifying. Squawk, the giant bird uttered a cry and scanned Lu Ming and the remaining 4 7th-layer Martial Royal Realm experts with its sharp gaze. Shit. Lu Ming was startled as he immediately dove into the ground. The ground was covered with ancient black trees, which were able to block the giant bird's sight, allowing them to escape. At the same time, the 4 7th-level Martial Emperors also swooped down and dashed into the ancient black tree behind Lu Ming. As expected, as soon as they dove into the ground, the giant bird uttered a cry and scanned its surroundings. It did not continue its attack, but soared into the sky instead. These guys really don't want to give up. Lu Ming realized that the 4 7th-level Martial Emperors behind him were still chasing after him. They were running at high speed in the black forest. Bang! They did not dare to fly in the sky due to the terrifying presence of the giant bird. They could only run on the ground. The ground here was also extremely strange. It was full of potholes, as if it had been corroded by something. It was extremely strange. Those black ancient trees were rooted in this kind of ground. Behind them, the remaining 4 7th-layer Martial Dominator Realm experts continued to chase after Lu Ming at a shocking pace. Lu Ming had no choice but to flee. With his current strength, he had no chance of winning against a 7th-layer Martial Dominator Realm expert. He might even be killed, let alone 4 7th-layer Martial Dominators. A cry of agony could be heard behind him all of a sudden. Lu Ming subconsciously turned around and saw a 7th-layer Martial Dominator Realm expert stepping on a pile of black mud. The mud immediately emitted a black gas. The expert let out a cry of agony as he was struck by the black gas. Following this, under the astounded gaze of the others, his body was corroded and turned into a pile of mud. Oh my god, what the hell is this place? Lu Ming yelled in his heart as his face was covered in a cold sweat. A 7th-layer Martial Dominator Realm expert had died after stepping on a pile of black mud. Lu Ming had also stepped on the same pile of mud. Luckily, he had not stepped on it. This place was full of danger. The remaining 3 7th-layer Martial Dominators wore terrified expressions, but they continued to chase after Lu Ming. There's something wrong with these people. Why are they so desperate and unwilling to give up chasing after me? Lu Ming was confused. If he was jealous of Xianxia and wanted to get rid of him, there was no need for him to be so desperate. He should have stopped long ago in such a dangerous place. Could it be that they were ordered to chase after him by some authority of the heavenly demonic sect? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Not long after, they had covered a distance of over 1,000 li. The terrain ahead of them became more complicated, with many mountains and valleys. Rumble, suddenly, a loud explosion could be heard coming from a huge valley. Then, Lu Ming saw a group of majestic black bulls rush out of the canyon and charge towards them. These black bulls had majestic physiques. Most of them were 3 meters tall and 5 meters long. Their bodies were pitch black, as if they were made of iron. Their eyes were blood red, similar to the giant eagle from before. Among them, there were some who were even larger. They were 4 meters tall or even 5 meters tall. Moo! Moo! As soon as these black bulls appeared, they roared loudly and spread out, charging towards Lu Ming and the others. Moo! A 3-meter-tall black bull appeared on the right side of Lu Ming. Its 2 horns were like 2 blades as it charged towards Lu Ming. Scram! Lu Ming's body swayed, avoiding the black bull's charge, and punched out. Bang! The punch landed on the black bull's body and sent it flying. The black bull's strength was equivalent to a first-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. It had no chance of stopping Lu Ming. It was sent flying a few hundred meters by Lu Ming's punch and slammed into the wall of a mountain. Gravel flew everywhere. Then, the black bull shook its head and stood up again. So tough? Lu Ming was shocked. Although he had not used his full strength, an ordinary first-layer martial dominator would have died after being hit by the punch. However, this black bull seemed to be perfectly fine. Moo! Moo! After Lu Ming sent the first black bull flying, 2 more black bulls charged forward. The strength of these 2 black bulls was even more shocking. They had both reached the second-layer martial dominator realm. Lu Ming threw out 2 consecutive punches, sending the 2 black bulls flying. However, similar to the previous one, they only shook their heads and stood up as if nothing had happened. Their bones were as tough as steel. Furthermore, there were more black bulls charging out from the valley. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them, but there were still more coming out. The weakest among these black bulls was at the first-layer martial dominator realm. The stronger ones were at the second-layer and third-layer martial dominator realm. Lu Ming even saw a 6th-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. Rumble! The black bulls stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Kill! Piss off! The 3 experts of the Empyrean demon sect were also fighting against the black bulls. A black saber glow exploded, sending the black bulls flying. The weakest ones finally had their defenses broken and were slashed in half, causing black blood to flow out. Moo! Moo! The black bulls became even more furious as if they were stimulated by the blood. Most of them charged toward the 3 experts of the Empyrean demon sect. Some of them were at the 6th-layer martial dominator realm. The 3 experts of the Empyrean demon sect joined forces and slowly approached Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming was also surrounded by a group of black bulls. The strongest one among them was at the 5th-layer martial dominator realm. Bang! Lu Ming lashed out a punch at the head of the 5th-layer martial dominator realm black bull. His body shuddered as he was knocked a few steps backward, feeling his fist going numb. Such a shocking strength! Each of these black bulls possessed a shocking strength. Let's go! Lu Ming executed the wind element technique and tapped on the head of one of the black bulls, causing his figure to dash forward. However, the black bulls did not give up and continued to chase after Lu Ming. Some of the black bulls even shot out beams of black light toward Lu Ming from their horns. Lu Ming spread his black wings and blocked the black rays from his back. Moo! At that instant, a shocking roar could be heard coming from a valley, causing the ground to tremble as a giant bull with a shocking physique charged out. This black bull was at least 10 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. It was like a small hill, exuding an incomparably shocking aura. Moo! The black bull charged toward the 3 experts of the Empyrean demon sect as soon as it came out. The 3 experts of the Empyrean demon sect were powerful and filled with demonic chi. Naturally, they were more attractive than Lu Ming. Bang! The giant black bull kicked the ground and instantly covered a distance of a few thousand meters. It was like a small hill as it charged toward one of the experts. Oh no! The expert's expression changed drastically as he slashed at the giant black bull with a shocking demonic saber. However, the giant black bull did not seem to see it and charged forward. The demonic saber shattered and the giant black bull crashed into the expert of the Empyrean demon sect. The expert screamed as he was sent flying. He crashed into dozens of ancient black trees and lost all signs of life. He had been killed by the collision. The strength of this black bull was shocking. The other two experts fled in all directions in fear. Moo, the giant black bull roared and the horns on its head lit up. Two rays of black light flew out like two demonic sabers and slashed at the two experts of the Empyrean demon sect. The two experts used their demonic sabers to block, but they both groaned and were sent flying. Blood spurted from their mouths as they were drowned by the black bulls. Only a few demonic sabers could be seen flashing before they became weaker and weaker. At that moment, the giant black bull looked at Lu Ming and roared as it charged toward Lu Ming. Nestle. Seeing that Lu Ming had escaped, the giant black bull roared and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming cast his movement technique and continued moving forward. After some time, Lu Ming realized that there were fewer and fewer black ancient trees in the area. However, there were wisps of black mist floating between the heavens and the earth. Sizzle, his protective true origin was sizzling. The black mist was corroding his true origin. Lu Ming hurriedly used the chaotic domain to cover his body and block the black mist around him. However, the black mist was extremely shocking. When it stuck to the chaotic domain, even the chaotic domain was sizzling. What was even more shocking was that even the black feather wings were the same. When the black feather wings were adhered to by the black mist, it also emitted a corroding sound. It could even corrode the chaotic domain and sacred weapons. Lu Ming's face turned ugly and he stopped. It was too dangerous to continue forward. It's actually this aura? On his shoulder, Dandan looked grave and bewildered. Dandan, this aura? What does it mean? Lu Ming asked. It's not from this world. Dandan said vaguely. Not from this world? Could it be from the heaven world? Lu Ming asked. No. Dandan shook his head and looked up into the distance without saying anything else. Rumble, behind them, the earth rumbled and a giant black bull the size of a small hill appeared. Nestle, it's coming again. Do you have to do this? Lu Ming was really speechless. The 5 experts of the Sky Universe Demon sect had died, but now, this giant black bull was relentlessly chasing after them. This giant was too powerful. It could easily kill a 7th-level Martial Royal Realm expert. Similarly, it could easily kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only brace himself and continue forward. The further he went, the thicker the black mist became. His primal chaos domain and black wings kept sizzling. After the giant black bull chased for a while, it suddenly stopped, as if it was afraid. It let out a few cries, turned around, and ran away, disappearing from sight. That bull finally left. What's going on? It seems to be very scared. Lu Ming mumbled. Nonsense, of course he's scared. Kid, run quickly, go forward. Dandan shouted. Hiss hiss hiss, at this moment, hissing sounds came from both sides. Then, Lu Ming saw 2 disgusting pythons crawling over. On the left and right sides, there was a giant python. These giant pythons had 3 heads, and their bodies were over 100 meters in diameter. They were incomparably huge. What was even more shocking was that his body was in tatters, with black liquid constantly flowing out. It was extremely horrifying. Lu Ming had never seen or heard of these giant pythons before. They were emitting an extremely evil aura, which was 10 times scarier than the giant black beast from before. Lu Ming finally knew why the giant black beast had fled all of a sudden. It was because of these 2 giant pythons. The giant pythons appeared and stared at Lu Ming with their crimson eyes. Run! Lu Ming sprinted forward without hesitation. Hiss hiss hiss, when the 2 giant pythons saw Lu Ming running away, their 3 heads uttered cries and twisted their bodies, chasing after Lu Ming and Lu Ming. Its body had a diameter of 100 meters. It was simply like 2 mountain ranges. In front of it, Lu Ming was like an ant. Lu Ming's black wings kept flapping. He ignored the black mist and continued to fly forward at a rapid pace. From time to time, he needed Bubbles' help to escape from the pursuit of the 2 giant pythons. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have been swallowed by the two giant pythons. After an unknown period of time, the surrounding mist became thicker and thicker, and the corrosive power became stronger and stronger. Lu Ming had to escape while resisting the surrounding black mist, which consumed a lot of energy. At this time, Lu Ming was sweating all over and gasping for breath. Bubble was almost the same, lying on Lu Ming's body in exhaustion. What is this place? It's so strange. Am I, Lu Ming, going to die here today? Buried in the belly of a snake? No, I can't die here. I promised Xiaoqing that I would rise to the heavens with her. Lu Ming clenched his teeth. A light flashed between his eyebrows, and Ming Lian's second body appeared. He took a step forward, and dense inscriptions flashed. His main body entered the mountain river diagram and devoured the origin stones to recover. After this period of time, Ming Lian's second body had fully recovered. Moreover, it was a blessing in disguise. His cultivation had advanced further, and he had already ignited 4 spirit lamps. The second body hurried on. After a period of time, when the second body's spirit flame was greatly exhausted, the main body appeared and continued to move forward. Hiss! At this time, the 2 giant pythons suddenly stopped and looked ahead. They seemed to be frightened, then turned around and slithered away. Lu Ming's heart began to turn cold. He thought of the giant bull from before. Could it be that he had entered the territory of an even more terrifying existence and scared the 2 giant pythons away? Lu Ming stood in place, not knowing where to go for a while. He now knew that this area was a forbidden area, full of danger. Lu Ming, continue to move forward. Dandan looked into the distance and said. Continue to move forward? The further we go, the stronger the black mist is, and I don't know what terrifying existence there is. Lu Ming said. At this time, the black mist made his chaotic domain tremble. If this continued, Lu Ming would not be able to hold on for long. Lu Ming had already put away the black wings. Otherwise, they might be corroded. Listen to me, that's right. Dandan said. Alright, I'll listen to you this time. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and took a big step forward. To Lu Ming's surprise, he continued to move forward without encountering any danger, nor did any strange beasts appear. After moving forward for about 1,000 miles, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. His eyes widened as he looked ahead. His whole body seemed to be frozen. This was because Lu Ming saw an extremely shocking scene. In front of him, at an unknown distance, a towering ancient tree rose from the ground, piercing into the depths of the void. This ancient tree was too big, too tall, and too majestic. It was like the legendary world tree, as tall as the sky. On the branches, there was a great Tao aura lingering, incomparably mysterious. Lu Ming was tongue-tied. Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree. Lu Ming recognized at a glance that it was actually a Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree, a fully mature one. Legend had it that a long time ago, many peak powerhouses would have a Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree beside them. And here, Lu Ming actually saw a fully mature Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree. And under the Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. This figure was extremely tall and majestic. Just sitting there cross-legged, the top of his head broke into the sky. There were clouds lingering around his body, and his figure was even taller than a towering mountain. How could there be such a majestic figure? It's him, it's really him. He didn't die in the battle back then. Dandan exclaimed. Lu Ming was shocked. Could it be that Dandan knew this figure? Dandan, do you know him? Lu Ming asked in a low voice. He was now sure that the 2 giant pythons had retreated because of this figure. In the depths of this terrifying forbidden area, there was a mature Enlightenment Ancient Tree. Under the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, there was a majestic figure sitting cross-legged. This was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. Moreover, Dandan seemed to know him. Nonsense, I'd recognize this guy even if he turned into ashes. Dandan muttered, its face full of anger. Could it be that he's Dandan's opponent? Dandan is one of the top 10 battle beasts. What kind of terrifying existence is this majestic figure? Lu Ming's heartbeat quickened. Chirp chirp, Bubble chirped and looked curiously at the figure. Whoosh, at this moment, the majestic figure suddenly opened its eyes. 2 bright rays of light shot out from its eyes, like 2 peerlessly sharp divine swords, as if they were going to split the world in half. The majestic figure's gaze first fell on Bubble, then on Dandan, and finally on Lu Ming. Being swept by this gaze, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure all over his body. He could not even breathe properly. It was as if his body had been penetrated. Strong, too strong. There was only one thought in Lu Ming's mind. This figure didn't release any shocking aura. It just glanced at Lu Ming casually, and Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure. It was as if he was facing the entire Great Thousand Universe, and he couldn't summon any thoughts of resistance. Lu Ming had a feeling that the figure could turn him into ashes with just a thought. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying roar came from the void in the distance, full of tyrannical intent. That is, Lu Ming finally shifted his gaze from the Tree of Enlightenment and the towering figure to the depths of the void. There, a huge hole seemed to have been torn open in space. An incomparably huge, pitch-black hole quietly floated in the air. It was pitch black inside, as if it led to the abyss of hell. And that terrifying roar came from that abyss-like hole. Roar! Roar! Then, the roars came one after another, getting louder and louder, more and more shocking. The sound formed a terrifying sound wave that rushed out, causing Lu Ming's primal chaos domain to tremble violently. Lu Ming's body also trembled violently, continuously retreating, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. What a terrifying sound. Lu Ming and the hole were separated by an unknown distance. The sound that came out of the hole was actually able to injure Lu Ming. At that moment, the majestic figure stood up. As soon as he stood up, his figure became even more majestic, standing as tall as the sky. The majestic figure flicked his finger slightly, and a ray of light flew towards Lu Ming and the others, forming a light curtain that blocked Lu Ming and the others. That terrifying sound immediately disappeared. The majestic figure was actually protecting them. It seemed that he was really an old acquaintance of Dandan. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Roar! The roar shook the sky. At that moment, Lu Ming saw a shocking scene. Two tentacles suddenly stretched out of the pitch-black hole. These two tentacles were incomparably huge, like two octopus tentacles, pitch black. The two tentacles stretched out and pressed on both sides of the huge hole, as if trying to support the larger figure behind it. Slash! The majestic figure coldly spat out a word, and the world rumbled as if it had been blessed by the great Tao. Two terrifying sabers slashed towards the two tentacles. But at that moment, two more pitch-black tentacles stretched out of the pitch-black hole, curling towards the two sabers. With two bangs, the two sabers were destroyed. Bang! Bang! The majestic figure stepped out. His eyes were like lightning, and his body was surrounded by endless light, as if the great Tao of heaven and earth was surrounding him. Lu Ming was shocked. What kind of realm was this? When the body moved, the great Tao moved. It was as if the great Tao of heaven and earth was his weapon and slave. This realm was already incredible, reaching an unimaginable level. Boom! Boom! The majestic figure threw out two punches in a row. The two pitch-black tentacles directly exploded, and endless black liquid flew in all directions and scattered on the ground. Within the black liquid, wisps of black mist were emitted. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the pitch-black world, the black mist, and the black mud were formed by the explosion of these tentacles? Roar! The tentacles were broken, and angry roars came from the pitch-black hole. The terrifying sound waves caused the void where the majestic figure was to collapse and turn into chaos. The terrifying sound waves passed through endless distance and rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Boom! Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he felt his blood boil. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Dandan, who was on Lu Ming's shoulder, was also sent flying. Damn it, this guy is definitely doing it on purpose. Since he wants to protect us, why didn't he completely isolate the sound waves and let some of them in? This guy is doing it on purpose. He's jealous of me. Dandan shouted, staring hatefully at the majestic figure in the distance. Roar! Roars continued to be heard from the hole, and a huge head appeared in the hole. The head was covered in scales, and there were 3 eyes in the middle of its brows. 3 eyes, Lu Ming could not help but think of the 3-eyed divine tribe that he met on a small island in the Heaven Realm in the War of Providence. The huge head appeared, and the 3rd eye in the middle of its brows shot out a destructive light toward the majestic figure. the majestic figure punched out and destroyed the destructive light. At this time, a few more tentacles stretched out from the hole and pressed around the hole. The huge figure seemed to want to crawl out. "Go back!" the majestic figure shouted, and his voice rumbled. He punched out, and the world was annihilated by the fist energy. The tentacles that were pressing around the hole all exploded one by one. Black liquid scattered across the vast land, and some of it even sprayed toward Lu Ming and the others. Fortunately, the majestic figure had set up a light shield for them, which blocked the black liquid. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster for Lu Ming and the others. "Kill!" At this time, the majestic figure roared and stepped out, rushing directly into the dark hole. Boom! Boom! There was an earth-shattering roar in the pitch-black hole. The void collapsed directly. Lu Ming looked through the collapsed void and saw the scene inside. It was an incomparably huge figure covered in scales. It was somewhat similar to the three-eyed divine tribe that he saw before. However, its size was many times bigger than the three-eyed divine tribe. Moreover, there were 8 huge pitch-black tentacles on its back, which looked extremely ferocious. This figure held 2 huge axes in its hands and engaged in a fierce battle with the majestic figure. The majestic figure was strengthened by the Great Tao, and its combat strength was astonishing. The two of them kept colliding, and the void kept collapsing. The towering figure and the ferocious creature fought in the extraterritorial starry sky. However, Lu Ming could still see it clearly. Through the collapsing void, he could vaguely see 2 figures fighting in the extraterrestrial starry sky. It was as though they were projected. It was very fascinating. The 2 huge figures fought in the extraterritorial starry sky and the space was collapsing. Moo! Suddenly, the towering figure roared into the sky and turned into a huge heavenly bull. Its 2 horns were like 2 divine blades. The body of the towering figure was actually a huge heavenly bull. The heavenly bull stepped in the air and every step it took caused the space to collapse. Moo! The heavenly bull roared and the space became chaotic. Lu Ming even saw the stars in the extraterritorial starry sky explode like fireworks. Lu Ming gasped. It was too terrifying. A roar could cause the stars to explode. How terrifying was that? Could a person's strength really reach such a level? Lu Ming had a feeling that given the combat power of the towering figure, he could completely flatten a continent like the divine wilderness in one move. One move and the divine wilderness would disappear from the world. Such strength was beyond Lu Ming's imagination. Is this the strength of a great emperor? But, even Emperor Tsong and Master Mia Hun weren't this terrifying. Lu Ming muttered. "Kid, what do you know? Even though we're both great emperors, our strength is worlds apart. When I was at my peak, I could kill a bunch of ordinary great emperors with one slap," Dandan said arrogantly. Lu Ming was skeptical of Dandan's words. Lu Ming believed that although they were both great emperors, there was a great disparity in their combat abilities. However, ordinary great emperors weren't that weak. When he saw Emperor Tsong and Master Mia Hun, they were severely injured and had fought against each other for 60,000 years. They were extremely weak. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Emperor Tsong to turn this situation around with just a lightning cauldron. If Emperor Tsong and Master Mia Hun were at their peak, they would definitely be terrifying. The heavenly bull roared and shattered the stars. It also caused the tentacles behind the three-eyed being to explode. Then, the heavenly bull stepped in the air and its 2 horns turned into 2 heavenly blades. 2 black blade marks appeared in the extraterritorial starry sky. From afar, it looked like the entire extraterritorial starry sky had been split. The three-eyed being roared and held 2 battle axes to fight against the 2 heavenly blades. The extraterritorial starry sky was destroyed. If that terrifying attack landed on the ground, it would definitely cause the heavens and earth would be destroyed. In the blink of an eye, the 2 terrifying existences had exchanged more than 10 blows. But in the end, the heavenly bull was. The heavenly bull stomped through the air, smashing through all of the opponent's defenses. It smashed into the opponent's body, causing a huge hole to appear. Then, the heavenly blade formed by the bull's horns slashed down, cutting off the opponent's head. Sky sky sky. Bull sky 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 bull. Sky 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 sky. Moo. And sky 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 sky. Moo, the heavenly bull roared once more. The three-eyed being finally couldn't take it anymore. Its entire body exploded in the void. But even so, the other party was still not dead. Two huge arms, holding the giant axe, continued to slash at the heavenly bull. The shattered flesh and the severed head were wriggling rapidly. They were quickly gluing themselves back together, trying to restore themselves. How could the heavenly bull allow the other party to succeed? He stepped forward, his entire body shining. This was the result of the great Tao being added to his body. Terrifying great Tao laws surrounded the other party, starting to refine him. Chi-Chi, the flesh and blood of the three-eyed being seemed to be immersed in flames. It was constantly being refined, turning into black smoke and dissipating. You can't stop my world. You are just a defeated general, struggling at death's door. The head that had been cut off let out a roar, and the third eye on its forehead even shot out a destructive beam of light to attack the heaven beetle, but it was destroyed by the heaven beetle. The heaven realm is about to be destroyed, and the primordial realm will not be spared either. All of you are just struggling at death's door. Wait until the primordial realm opens up a path, and the army will destroy all of you. The head let out another roar. Poochie, two heavenly blades slashed down, splitting the huge head in half. The great Tao laws condensed, and the three-eyed being turned into black smoke and dissipated. My world, my race, will avenge me. After a few hours, when the last voice was heard, the three-eyed being was finally completely refined. The huge heavenly bull once again transformed into a human form. He took a step forward and reappeared under the tree of enlightenment. An earth-shattering battle had come to an end. But that kind of shock made Lu Ming's heart tremble, and he could not calm down. Such an existence should be the pinnacle of the world, right? It was true that with a thought, heaven and earth would collapse, and with a rage, millions of corpses would fall. It was unbelievably powerful. TSK, this old bull can't take it anymore. It took so long to kill such an opponent. It seems that it was also badly injured in the battle back then. Dandan muttered, making Lu Ming's eyelids twitch. Such terrifying combat strength was still not enough? Hey, old bull, long time no see, did you miss me? Dandan shouted at the towering figure. The towering figure looked at Dandan and said in a booming voice, You old tortoise, you're still alive. You're quite lucky. Ha ha ha, even an old bull like you isn't dead yet. Who am I? How can I die so easily? Old bull, it's been a long time since we last met. Why don't you give me a greeting gift? What emperor medicine? Give me 100 or so stocks? Or emperor weapons? Dandan laughed. Lu Ming was speechless. This guy was really greedy. However, Lu Ming was also looking forward to it. He thought that if the towering figure really gave Dandan a few stocks of emperor medicine, he must find a way to get some. The towering figure seemed to smile. With a wave of his hand, a ball of light flew through the air. However, the ball of light did not fly to Dandan, but to the bubble. Its speed was unbelievably fast. In an instant, it had arrived in front of the bubble. Before Lu Ming could see clearly what it was, Bubbles opened its mouth and swallowed the ball of light. It had a look of enjoyment on its face. Time and space crystal. Old bull, you're really generous. What about me? Where are my treasures? Dandan opened its eyes wide. Go. The towering figure said. Hey, wait, my treasures. You old bull, you're taking revenge on me for being more handsome than you. Dandan cursed loudly, jabbering on and on. The towering figure waved his hand and an invisible force surged. Lu Ming felt his body tighten. Then, he saw the scenery around him flashing past. In the next moment, Lu Ming found that he had already left the dark place and was standing on a mountain peak. Revenge, revenge, this old bull must be taking revenge. Damn it, he didn't give me anything. Heavy color? Lu Ming was speechless. Could it be that Bubble is a female? But it's only a few years old. Could it be Bubble's mother, the legendary spacetime spirit mouse? Lu Ming thought to himself. But he was happy for Bubble. Looking at Eggy's appearance, the spacetime crystal must be extraordinary. Chirp chirp, Bubble chirped as its body emitted a milky white light. That light seemed real and illusory at the same time, as if it was shrouded in the law of spacetime. It looked at Dandan proudly. This made Dandan so angry that even its shell turned green. Dandan, who is that person? Why is he so powerful? Lu Ming asked curiously. Lu Ming speculated that the figure should be from the same era as Dandan, or even an expert of the same level. Could it be another one of the top 10 war beasts? Who else could it be? You can tell from its size. It's one of the top 10 war beasts, the Titan longhorn beetle. It was my underling back then. Dandan curled its lips. As expected. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, revealing a shocked expression. He had come into contact with a few of the top 10 war beasts. His first bloodline, the 9 dragons, there was also Dandan, who called himself the world's divine turtle, the leader of the top 10. Of course, Lu Ming didn't take it seriously. There was also Bubble, the descendant of the spacetime spirit mouse. There was also Long Chen's bloodline, the immemorial dragonesque elephant. But none of the war beasts he came into contact with were their original bodies. They either appeared in their bloodlines or were their descendants. As for Dandan, it had also undergone nirvana rebirth. As for the Titan longhorn beetle, it was the real original body. Although Dandan said that it wasn't at its peak and was injured, the real original body, the legendary one, had earth-shattering combat power. As for Dandan saying that the Titan longhorn beetle was his underling, Lu Ming directly ignored it. Dandan would die if he didn't brag. How many of the top 10 war beasts are still alive? Lu Ming muttered. Without a doubt, the top 10 war beasts were definitely the pinnacle of existence in the world. Every one of them was a taboo, one of a kind, and one of a kind. Back then, the old spacetime spirit mouse had died, and only then could a new one be born. I don't know either. Dandan showed a rare look of contemplation and solemnity, as if he was sighing with emotion. Chirp chirp, at this moment, Bubble cried out and pointed one of its claws forward. Lu Ming looked ahead. Mo. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. The mountain where they had appeared was not far from the death wasteland. From afar, one could see the pitch-black river. Beside the river, Mo he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the wasteland of death. Humph, I have to think of a way to get rid of this person. Lu Ming revealed a cold-killing intent. This time, he was lucky to have survived. It could be said that it was full of danger. Lu Ming would definitely take revenge for this. Got it. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and Ming Lian's second body appeared. Lu Ming's plan was very simple. He would let Ming Lian's second body inscribe a formation and kill Mo He. Ming Lian's second body took a step forward and appeared in a valley behind the mountain. He began to inscribe a formation. I'll help. Dandan followed. How could he be left out when it came to killing people? As for Lu Ming, he restrained his aura and quietly approached the river. The river was very long, dividing the land into two. One side was the death wasteland, and the other side was normal land. Lu Ming quietly came to the side of the river and hid behind a huge rock. He was 100 miles away from Mo He. Lu Ming completely restrained his aura and quietly observed. I wonder how that kid is doing? Is he dead? Mo He looked at the death wasteland and frowned. Let's hope those guys can kill that kid and bring his corpse out. This time, he was ordered to bring people to kill Lu Ming. He was confident that he would bring back Lu Ming's body, but he did not expect that Lu Ming would escape into the death wasteland. He did not dare to go in, so he could only wait here. Time flew by quickly. Soon, a day had passed. Why haven't they come out yet? Did they all die in there? The death wasteland is very dangerous. Even Saint Realm experts will die in there. A great emperor once went in and came out with a grave expression. It's definitely dangerous inside. That kid has been in there for so long. He probably won't survive. I'll wait for another day. I'll wait for another day. Soon, another day passed. It seems that kid has died in there. Let's go back. Mo He turned around and stepped into the air, intending to leave. As for the 5 7th level martial royal realm martial artists, they were just ants in his eyes. He did not care about them at all. He's leaving? The time is too short. However, I've engraved the formation for 2 days. It should be enough to kill him. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, Then, he circulated his true origin. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, Lu Ming slammed his palm on a boulder beside him. The boulder exploded with a bang. In the distance, Mo He, who was about to leave, was alerted and looked over. Lu Ming, you're not dead. Mo He's eyes widened and he shouted angrily. Whoosh, Lu Ming did not bother to pay attention to Mo He. He pretended that he had just rushed out of the death wasteland and was seriously injured as he flew into the distance. Want to run? Die. Mo He shouted angrily and turned into a ray of demonic light, chasing after Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. A pair of black wings appeared on Lu Ming's back. With a flap, he flew toward the mountain at lightning speed. When he was about to arrive, Lu Ming rushed into the canyon. As for his second body and Dandan, they had hidden long ago. Mo He did not suspect anything and followed Lu Ming into the canyon. At that moment, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. Why aren't you running? Do you know that you can't run away? Where are the people from the Sky Universe Demon Sect? Mo He said coldly. Those pieces of trash are all dead. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Trash indeed. You can't even kill a second-level Martial Royal Realm ant like you. You deserve to die. Mo He said coldly. Demonic chi surged from his body and pressed toward Lu Ming. An ant? Then I'll show you the counterattack of an ant. Lu Ming smiled coldly and took a step forward. Buzz, the entire canyon was filled with dense inscriptions and a large formation appeared. A killing formation? You came out long ago? When the formation appeared, Mo He's expression changed drastically. He finally understood that Lu Ming had come out long ago and set up a formation to lure him here. Kill. Lu Ming did not bother to talk nonsense with him and shouted. In the depths of the canyon, Ming Lian's second body waved his hands, and the formation lit up. Endless sword rays condensed and shot toward Mo He. You want to kill me with a formation? Dream on. Break. Mo He roared, and demonic chi surged from his body. It seemed like a demon god was roaring at the sky. The formation appeared and the inscriptions shone. In the depths of the valley, the glabella of Ming Lian's second body shone with a golden light. Within the formation, golden sword rays condensed. Whoosh! 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 Golden sword rays shot out from all directions, attacking Mo He. Break! 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 Mo He looked up to the sky and roared. His body emitted a demonic light. The pitch-black demonic saber swept in all directions like an invincible demon god. Wherever the demonic saber passed, the golden sword chi collapsed. Not far away, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Mo He's battle prowess is so strong. When I fought with him a few days ago, he didn't use his full strength. The battle prowess he displayed now was extremely shocking. Although it had only been 2 days and the formation set up by Ming Lian's second body couldn't be too terrifying, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to kill an 8th-level martial king. But now, it was blocked by Mo He. A superior earth spiritual body. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Mo He's spiritual body should be a superior earth spiritual body. With such a physique, his battle prowess was self-evident and extremely shocking. In the entire Tsung prefecture, there weren't many forces with a superior earth spiritual body. Each of them was a top genius and was invincible among those of the same level. Fighting against those of a higher level was as easy as eating and drinking. What's the use of a formation? Watch how I break your formation. Mo He roared. His demonic saber was shocking. With a slash, countless golden sword rays collapsed. Boom, the demonic saber slashed at one side of the valley. The valley shook and collapsed. Its power was shocking. He wanted to break through the valley and destroy Lu Ming's formation. Hee, then I'll add another gift. At this time, Dandan had already left Ming Lian's second body and arrived on the shoulder of Lu Ming's main body. He grinned and inscriptions flashed on his claws. Buzz, in the valley, another formation appeared. This was the formation set up by Dandan. When the formation appeared, it condensed into huge hammers that smashed toward Mo He's head. Boom! 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 As the hammer smashed down, Mo He's devil saber trembled. His body also trembled involuntarily, and he retreated a few steps. Then, an endless amount of sword chi pierced down, accompanied by a series of hammers. Emohi's expression was grave as he slashed out with his saber. However, his saber was intercepted by the hammer, and under the continuous bombardment, it directly collapsed. Haha, smash, 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 smash this bastard. No, smash this bastard to death. Dandan shouted arrogantly as it waved its claws. Finally, Mo was completely suppressed, unable to retaliate. He could only passively defend. Whoosh! Whoosh, sword chi swept out, and several of them almost chopped off Emohi's head, leaving behind a bloody mark on his face. Fear flashed across Mo's face. Magic Night Mirror, go! A ray of light shot out from between his eyebrows. Then, a pitch-black ancient mirror flew out and floated above Emohi's head. A ray of light fell down and enveloped Emohi. The sword chi in the surroundings and the hammer smashed onto the light screen of the ancient mirror. The light screen shook, but it didn't break. A sacred artifact. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The ancient mirror that Emohi used was a sacred artifact. Thinking about it, it was normal for a prodigy like Emohi to have a sacred artifact to protect himself. With the sacred artifact protecting himself, Emohi abandoned his own defense and focused on attacking. Boom! Boom, the demonic saber swept out, and rays of saber light swept out in all directions, colliding with the golden sword chi and the hammer. The two arrays shook. Kill! Emohi slowly charged in one direction, breaking through the sword chi and hammer as he slowly approached the exit of the canyon. If this continued, it was very likely that Emohi would escape. It seems that I still underestimated the strength of this prodigy. This thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind, but the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Dandan, Bubble, attack! Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan and Bubbles. Then, the black wings on his back spread open. With a swoosh, he charged toward Emohi. As he charged, Lu Ming's hands rapidly formed hand seals. Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal. A low roar came from Lu Ming's mouth. A large chaotic seal condensed above Emohi's head, bringing with it a terrifying fluctuation as it pressed down on Emohi. At the same time, Dandan flew out and rapidly grew. Just like before, it stepped on the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal, making it even more terrifying. The Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal pressed down on Emohi with mountain-toppling momentum. Emohi's eyes narrowed. He knew the power of the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal, so he roared. The pitch-black ancient mirror emitted boundless demonic light as it met the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal. Boom! There was a terrifying explosion as the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal slammed into the pitch-black ancient mirror, creating a terrifying shockwave. By then, Lu Ming had already rushed to a spot not far from Emohi. Two black rays of light suddenly shot out from his eyes and shot toward Emohi. Divine Sword Art, the black light was like a divine sword that shot into Emohi's body and attacked his spiritual deity. Emohi's spiritual deity felt a tearing pain, and his aura became sluggish. The circulation of his quintessence also became sluggish. Right at that moment, Bubble launched an attack. Several space-time blades slashed out at Emohi. At the same time, the two arrays, Endless Golden Sword Chi, and the large hammer also bombarded Emohi. Boom! Boom! Emohi's body shook. Although he tried his best to block, his defense was broken by so many attacks. The scattered light from the black ancient mirror shattered with a bang. Slash! The black wings on Lu Ming's back were like heavenly blades that slashed at Emohi, wanting to cut him in half. Emohi's pupils shrank, and at the critical moment, he moved slightly to the side. Poochie, blood splattered everywhere. Although Emohi had avoided death, he still couldn't completely avoid it. One of his arms was chopped off by the black wings. Arg! Emohi screamed miserably, and a crazed look appeared in his eyes. With a furious roar, the blood from his severed arm flew toward the pitch-black ancient mirror. At this moment, the pitch-black ancient mirror shone brightly, emitting a dark red demonic light. A terrifying might rippled out from it. Lu Ming hurriedly used the black wings to shield his body. With the impact of this force, his body shook and he was sent flying out, crashing into the wall. At the same time, the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal finally ran out of power and collapsed. Dandan cried out as he was sent flying. The golden sword Qi and the large hammer formed by the array also collapsed. Lu Ming, I will remember this grudge. The next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. A furious roar came from Emohi's mouth. The black ancient mirror emitted a bloody light that wrapped around Emohi and rushed out of the array's range. He rushed out of the canyon and turned into a ray of bloody light that quickly fled. It's a pity that there wasn't enough time. The array's power isn't enough. Lu Ming looked in the direction Emohi had left with some regret. End of chapter 1485. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.